Today is the day of the class awakening ceremony at the High School of the Dragon Kingdom. This is an incredibly important event for the students, but it's even more crucial for Lu Fan. It's been 3 years since he was isekai'd from Blue Star to this world, and Lu Fan was determined to awaken a combat class. However, the result was that Lu Fan ended up with the hidden class, Dragon Tamer. Although it's said to be one of the rarest and most powerful classes, that's only in theory. In reality, throughout the 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, it's not that dragons have never appeared, but a dragon tamer who could actually tame a dragon has never existed. No matter how strong a human is, they are nothing more than insects before a dragon. Taming a great dragon is truly harder than ascending to the heavens. Not to mention, a dragon tamer without a dragon can't develop at all. As soon as they learned of Lu Fan's class, the students were shocked, and then most of them showed pity. It's all right. At least it's still a hidden class with limitless potential. If you try hard, you might be able to tame some lesser dragons and become a powerful expert. The principal patted Lu Fan's shoulder to console him, but that sounded like a total joke. That night, as Lu Fan was tossing and turning over his awakening, the system panel suddenly appeared again. Congratulations, you have received the first day's treasure map. The first day's treasure map? The first day's? Oh, that's right. When I activated it, I remember it was called the Super Treasure Map system. Actually, just before the class awakening ceremony, Lu Fan had unexpectedly activated the Super Treasure Map system, and at the same time, received the skill Appraisal Eye. It's a skill that allows him to see basic information like the class, level, and skills of a target just by looking at them. I only tried out the appraisal function today. I haven't even explored its core function yet. With that thought, Lu Fan tapped on the chest displayed on the screen. The treasure maps have the following tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine. By using the system, I can combine 3 lower tier maps into a higher tier one. Every day, you will receive a random tier treasure map. You just have to go to the location to obtain treasures related to your class. Related to my class? The Dragon Tamer class is admittedly the weakest, because taming a member of the dragon race is nearly impossible. But if I make good use of this system, can I overcome the boundary between the weakest and the strongest? In other words, this divine tier treasure map is my last chance to turn things around. I have to go. Having made up his mind, Lu Fan immediately tapped to open the map, and the coordinates of the treasure appeared clearly before his eyes. The Highlands? This place isn't far from Jianghai City. Lu Fan quickly set off, but unfortunately, trouble found him very soon. Just as he got off the bus, he was intercepted by a group of 3 people, 2 men and a woman. "Hey little brother, wanna party up?" the one-eyed man asked with a grin, patting Lu Fan's shoulder. "I'm a summoner, so I don't need any companions. If I run into danger, I can just summon some elemental creatures to handle it." Hearing that Lu Fan was a summoner, the robbers were initially a bit surprised, and then they stopped, following him and left on their own. What a bunch of scumbags. No matter how dangerous this wilderness is, it's still safer than being with a bunch of backstabbing hunters like you. As expected, without any strength, this is how you get treated. I need to get moving quickly. The system announced that he had arrived at the location marked on the treasure map. I finally found the spot marked on the map. Lu Fan exclaimed excitedly and headed straight for a strange light emanating from a short distance away. Black dragon egg, level unknown. Just as the dragon egg was about to crack and a hatchling was about to be born, Lu Fan heard a rustling sound from the bushes behind him. Although the journey had been relatively smooth, it seems he couldn't escape the notice of wild beasts. Lu Fan secretly drew his weapon, a starter blade of common quality, basically like a trash item from a gacha game. Sure enough, less than a second later, a monster leaped out from the bushes and attacked Lu Fan. Having been prepared, Lu Fan managed to block the monster's bite with his blade, but it still took a lot of effort to shove the ravenous beast aside. The appraisal eye activated automatically. Bloodthirsty Grey Tiger, level 10, skill, triple slash, a rapid 3-hit combo. Skill, brother, the one-eyed man knocking him to the ground. Pink Hair took the opportunity to hold him at knife point. Heh, little brother, it seems you've underestimated the noses of treasure hunters like us, the one-eyed man said smugly. The rock then went behind the boulder, retrieved the dragon egg, and showed it off to his crew. "We've got the treasure. Finish him," the one-eyed man ordered, then eagerly approached to admire the dragon egg in the rock's hands. Just as Pink Hair was about to finish Lu Fan, the dragon egg cracked open. A dragon hatchling spread its wings from inside the egg and flew into the sky. What kind of monster is that? While the bandits were still stunned, the dragon hatchling shot down toward them like an arrow from the sky. The one-eyed man immediately threw poison at the dragon hatchling, but it easily dodged. The rock tried to solve the problem with his fists, but a single bite from the hatchling was enough to whack and saw the dragon hatchling casually picking its teeth. As for her companion, he had vanished, without a trace. Seeing this, Pink Hair no longer paid any mind to Lu Fan, her trembling arm pointing the knife at the dragon hatchling. That treasure hunter's nose of yours is pretty terrible, trying to steal what was supposed to be mine. This is the consequence. Lu Fan pushed Pink Hair aside, then used his dragon taming art to successfully subdue the dragon hatchling. Contract with the black dragon complete. Skill: Dragon Claw, unlocked. Skill: Dragon Fang, strike, unlocked. Skill: Dragon's Encouragement, unlocked. You, who on earth are you? Haha, now you want to know who I am? I'm not a summoner, I'm a dragon tamer. Looking at the hatchling, baring its teeth at her, Pink Hair panicked and begged Lu Fan, please spare my life. I really didn't know that was a dragon egg. You petty treasure hunters have harmed so many people over the years. No, I haven't. Pink Hair tried to make excuses. Go join your companions down below. As soon as Lu Fan finished speaking, Pink Hair became the dragon hatchling's meal. Phew, I can't imagine how much more powerful it will become when it levels up. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. Lu Fan happily hugged the dragon hatchling tightly. Haha, this is great. With you by my side, the dragon tamer class is about to rise from rock bottom. But what should I call you? Little Charcoal? Black Diamond? No. Lu Fan was seriously thinking when he noticed the dragon hatchling was licking the blood oozing from the wound on his arm. Immediately after, the dragon hatchling's entire body radiated a powerful aura, and then it transformed into a girl. Seeing the dragon had transformed into a girl, Lu Fan exclaimed in surprise. So, you can turn into a human form? The dragon nodded eagerly with an innocent expression. Lu Fan smiled, letting the dragon play by herself while he opened his personal status window. Class: Dragon Tamer, level 10. Strength: 55, Agility, 53, Intelligence, 60, Durability, 60. Dragon Taming Art, can tame, Draconic. Creatures: Dragon Claw, transforms arm into a dragon's claw. Power depends on the current dragon pet. Dragon Fang Strike, mobilizes a quantity of dragon energy to unleash a powerful strike. Dragon's Encouragement, buffs self and dragon pet, increasing all stats and attack power by 30%. Black Dragon Contract Level 1, stored value, 239. Lu Fan thought happily to himself, it's just as I thought. As long as I can tame a dragon, all the skills will be unlocked. Dragon's Encouragement can boost me and my dragon pet's stats and attack by 30%. The effect of this skill far surpasses even a priest's buff. Dragon Fang Strike is a high damage attack, and Dragon Claw lets me manifest a claw on my arm to strike with power similar to my dragon pets, not to mention the Black Dragon itself. Just looking at my stats, which are 5 to 6 times higher than a normal person's, I could probably crush any combat class of the same level even on my own. Next, Lu Fan opened the Black Dragon's information. Black Dragon Contract Level 1, Strength, 342, Agility, 267, Spirit, 359, Durability, 373. Giant Maw, charges forward to bite and tear at the opponent, causing damage and a bleeding effect to the target. Scorching Lava Flame, continuously breathes fire forward, dealing damage while also healing itself. Black Dragon Bloodline, reduces incoming damage by 50%, immune to all types of debuffs, Abil. Self-regeneration is increased by 500%. And Bloodline Connection provides the Dragon Tamer with 10% of all stats. After reading the Black Dragon's info panel, Lu Fan was secretly amazed. It was only a level 1 hatchling, and yet, it had various skills and nearly 400 points in different stats. This was something humans could never hope to achieve. Even a human master 20 levels higher wouldn't be its opponent. The Bloodline Connection had also multiplied all of my own stats. No wonder I felt so powerful after successfully taming it. The 3 great hidden classes? Pfft, no matter how strong a hidden class is, it's a complete joke compared to the dragon race. Without a doubt, the Dragon Tamer is now at the top of the food chain. He glanced over at the Black Dragon who was happily gnawing on its eggshell. Lu Fan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Even though it can take human form, its habits haven't changed. What should I call you now? A little black dragon who was also born before dawn. Suddenly, a name flashed in Lu Fan's mind. He happily asked the Black Dragon, Xiao Ye. How about I call you Xiao Ye? The Black Dragon chirped happily. Seeing this, Lu Fan smiled and said, looks like you like this name, huh? He felt that although this treasure hunt was dangerous, it was all worth it. Lu Fan walked over to the Black Dragon, patting its head, and asked, are you hungry? The Black Dragon stopped gnawing its eggshell. Its eyes lit up as it looked at Lu Fan and chirped in agreement. Lu Fan stood up, looked into the distance, and said, we should hunt some wild beasts to fill our stomachs. Xiao Ye, he thought to himself. That's right. I can't just go back like this. The qualifying exam that decides if I can get into university is coming soon. Many other candidates will now be focusing on going out to level up. The dream of winning the top scorer of the Southern Province Award and getting direct admission to a top university in the Dragon Country. I'm finally qualified to reach for it now, but I can't get careless. Right now, leveling up and getting used to my new skills are the top priorities. So, an excited Lu Fan picked up his backpack and said, "Xiao Ye, let's get going, let's go." Deeper into this place, there are monsters in there much tastier than eggshells. Xiao Ye happily followed after Lu Fan, but the man and dragon had only taken a few steps when they heard from a distance the roars of many monsters. They both stopped and turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see a pack of monsters running towards them. They were plains hyenas, and compared to the bloodthirsty gray foxes, they were much tougher to deal with. Muttering to himself, Lu Fan quickly used his appraisal eye on a plains hyena. Level 12, Vicious Bite. Bites the target to deal damage and inflict a bleeding. Intimidate. Infect with a debuff that causes rabies. Experience points, 380. Dropped item. Hyena Fang. Value 95 dragon coins. For me, even though I defeated the level 10 bloodthirsty gray fox, I still took a lot of damage. While Lu Fan was pondering, he suddenly noticed Xiao Ye had already taken the initiative and flown towards the pack of plains hyenas. "If you want some, then come get it," Lu Fan said with a laugh, and chased after Xiao Ye. He thought to himself, on this treacherous plateau right now, the strongest creatures are the dragon tamer and his dragon pet. There's absolutely no danger that can threaten us anymore. Very quickly, Xiao Ye flew above the pack of monsters. It took a deep breath, opened its mouth wide, and unleashed a powerful stream of fire on the monsters below. Molten, flames continuously spewed fire forward, dealing damage while also healing itself. By the time Lu Fan caught up, the pack of monsters was already engulfed in a sea of flames. Before his eyes appeared a series of notification windows. Lu Fan gained 380 experience points. Black Dragon gained 380 experience points. Lu Fan gained 380 experience points. Black Dragon gained 380 experience points. Lu Fan said to himself, "Not bad. But if I want to level up quickly, I really need to hunt some elite monsters." Suddenly, Lu Fan seemed to notice something. He glanced in a certain direction and said, "Xiao Ye, stop playing with these minions. There's a big guy that's been waiting for us for a while now." In that direction, a huge three-headed monster was slowly approaching with a growl. Lu Fan immediately used his appraisal eye. Three-headed bloodlion, level 25, increases its own attack and defense. Shred deals a certain amount of damage. Triple Blaze creates 3 blazes to attack. Experience points, 23,790. Items, Fang, value 1,300 dragon coins. Hide, value 2,570 dragon coins. Normally, a level 25 elite monster would require an entire squad of monster hunters to even dare to approach. But Lu Fan was a dragon tamer with a black dragon. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all and gave the command, "Xiao Ye, let's go." Xiao Ye let out a cry and immediately charged towards the three-headed bloodlion. Seeing its opponent charge, the three-headed bloodlion's 3 heads simultaneously tilted back and let out a roar, using Mighty Roar to increase its own defense and damage. It didn't stop there. The monster's 3 heads opened their mouths wide again. Streams of fire element flew out, condensing into a fireball that grew larger and larger. It was using Triple Blaze, gathering its fiery breath into a fireball to deal 3 instances of damage, and it has a cooldown. Seeing this, Lu Fan decisively commanded, "Xiao Ye, coordinate with me and interrupt its skill." Xiao Ye cried out, and its entire body was immediately enveloped in flames, reappearing in its giant dragon form. It dove swiftly towards the 3-headed bloodlion, using its giant jaw attack skill, and the triple blaze was interrupted. Lu Fan exclaimed happily, "Nice!" He didn't give the 3-headed bloodlion any time to recover. Following up with the finishing blow, Dragon Fang Strike, Lu Fan gained 23,790 experience points. Lu Fan has leveled up to 14. Black Dragon gained 23,790. Xiao Ye also happily followed behind him. Deep within the rocky mountains of the plains, a group of people were talking. "Chin," Thu asked, "Uncle Jay, are we really going to pass up this rare opportunity?" Sun Gay replied with a forced smile, "Young miss, there's nothing we can do about this. This fated dun. Jian requires at least 5 people to open. It's impossible without enough members." I suggested that Tai Ni return to Jianghai to get more people, but he cut in, saying, "It's impossible. Even with my speed, a round trip would take at least 1 full day." Chin Thu sighed and said, "Fated dungeons appear randomly, and the rewards you get are also better than those from normal dungeons, but they only last for 1 day. 1 day is definitely not enough time." Seeing Chin Thu's unhappiness, Sun Ge tried to console her. "Young miss, you're not the type to fuss over gains and losses. With your strength, once you get into the 10 great academies, you'll definitely be provided with dungeons." Chin Thu still sighed. "Uncle Ji, I know that, but it's still a real shame. Just then, Sun Ge's expression became vigilant as he faced one direction and shouted, "Ha!" Tai Ni also drew his weapon, looking ahead defensively. Behind the rock in front of the three of them, Lu Fan slowly walked out, saying, "Yo, I'm just passing by. Look at your filthy appearance, kid. This isn't a place for a treasure hunter to be." As Sun Ge was speaking, Qinthu gestured for him to stop and stepped forward, extending her hand towards Lu Fan and greeting him with a smile. "Hello, we are from the Qin family of Jianghai. I am Qin Thursday. This might be a bit sudden, but would you be willing to temporarily join our party? You don't have to do anything, just enter the fated dungeon with us." A burst of fire immediately appeared, swirling around it. When the flames disappeared, a blade had appeared in his hand. Black Dragon. Scale Blade, Epic, Level Requirement, 10 Class Requirement, Dragon Master, Dragon Blood Warrior. Dragon Blood Armament allows the user to dragonify a body part, increasing its power. Attack plus 65, Durability plus 30. After Lu Fan defeated the three-headed Blood Lion, the system triggered, and the weapon he now holds was obtained from the location marked on the system's map. It was just in time to replace his original novice dagger. Briefly sizing up the weapon in Lu Fan's hand, Sun Ge said, "Kid, that weapon of yours doesn't look half bad. A moment ago, I thought you were just some treasure hunter, but it seems you're a student who just awakened his class, huh?" Tai Ni spoke up. "Why bother with him, uncle? We're cooperating for now. But if he tries anything funny, I'll immediately subdue him." Suddenly, the ground right under Sunji's feet shattered, and a pale white hand emerged from the soil. Walking Corpse, Level 15, Experience, 620 Decayed Materials. Poison Wolf, worth 256 dragon coins. It entangles, bites, and tears its target. Corpse Poison. Any attack will infect the target with poison. Life Drain. Those hit by corpse poison will be turned into zombies. More and more zombies began to crawl out from the ground. "Sun Ge, watch out!" Xiao Jia shouted a warning. He quickly used his charge skill, rushing forward from the group and using his shield to knock away several zombies near Sun Jie. "Xiao Jia, good job!" Sun Jie praised him before joining the fight with Tai Ni, continuously slashing at a few monsters. Lu Fan still hadn't joined the battle. He was observing the group, silently assessing the warrior, the rogue, and the knight. The team composition was very logical, and that uncle named Sun Ge was already level 28, about to reach his second awakening. At this moment, Qinqiu had also finished casting her spell. She raised her staff high and shouted, "Holy Light Starfall!" gathering energy and unleashing a rain of starlight, dealing a certain amount of damage to enemies within a specific range and healing her allies. A shower of starlight rained down on Sunji's group as they fought, helping to restore their health while also eliminating a large swath of monsters. Qinqiu turned to Lu Fan and explained, "This is my class's special trait. The hidden class, Holy Light Mage, can combine both offense and healing. However, its attack power is currently weaker than a mage's, and its healing is weaker than a priest's." Lu Fan said softly, "Is that so?" mentally re-evaluating another hidden class. But the damage from her class was very effective against those zombies. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing everyone to lose their balance slightly. Then another wave of monsters emerged from the ground. Seeing these monsters, Lu Fan thought to himself, "It seems we've alerted the elite monsters. This sound, this number, there must be quite a few." Fresh Blood Zombie, level 20, 1,340 experience points. Blood Corpse material worth 915 coins, similar to a normal monster but a stronger version. As the horde of Fresh Blood zombies approached, Sun Ge immediately gave an order. "It's an elite monster, Tai Ni. Protect the young miss and that kid. Xiao Jia, let's go. Don't let these minions break our front line." "Roger," Xiao Jia replied. Sun Ge gripped his weapon with both hands, using his full moon slash skill to strike the shoulder of a Fresh Blood zombie. As for Xiao Jia, he used his thrust skill, successfully piercing his sword through a Fresh Blood zombie. The problem was, the Fresh Blood zombie was completely fine. Its wound was closing rapidly, causing Xiao Jia's sword to get stuck in its body, unable to be pulled out. He cried out in panic, "How? How is this possible?" It didn't stop there. The Fresh Blood zombies all opened their mouths at once to use their corpse poison skill. Lu Fan muttered to himself, "It's corpse poison. You definitely need a priest to dispel that." Qinqiu is a holy light mage. She fundamentally can't help them. By now, part of Xiao Jia's arm was also stuck in the Fresh Blood zombie's body. He shouted for help. "Brother Sun, give me a hand." Over on Sun Jia's side, things weren't much better. His weapon was also stuck in the shoulder of a Fresh Blood zombie. He decisively let go of his weapon. "Let go of your weapon. Tai Ni, get to the front line and take my place." "To hold back the zombies!" After speaking, Sun Ge ran to Xiao Jia's side, successfully helping him escape. "There's no need to trouble her. Just leave it to me." As he spoke, Lu Fan smiled. grabbing his weapon and walking to the front line. Seeing the monster charge at Lu Fan, Sunge yelled worriedly, "Kid, are you crazy? Get back here now." Lu Fan didn't listen. His gaze was cold as he glanced at the monster and swung his blade horizontally. To everyone's astonishment, the monster they had struggled to deal with was effortlessly sliced in half by Lu Fan's single strike. Lu Fan turned back and said with a smile, "Don't be scared, and don't forget we still have to keep moving forward." The group stared blankly at Lu Fan, only snapping out of it when Xiao Jia cried out in pain. Qin Qiu reacted, rushing over to support him and saying, "Hang in there for a moment, I'll heal you." And Sunge? He looked at Lu Fan in shock, his voice trembling as he asked, Kid, you, what level are you exactly? A student who just awakened can't possibly have such a high attack." Lu Fan replied calmly, "I'm just a level 14 student, that's all. Don't worry, I have no reason to lie to you. I only came here to prepare for the upcoming exam." Hearing this, Qin Qiu, who was healing Xiao Jia, frowned slightly, in thought. The exam. So his purpose here is the same as mine? But how can a level 14 have higher attack power than Uncle Sun, who's level 28? Suddenly, a monster unexpectedly burst out from the ground. It roared, lunging straight at the nearest person, Qin Qiu. "Young miss, be careful!" Tai Ni shouted, quickly stepping in front of Qin Qiu. She had just raised her crossbow to attack when she suddenly realized Lu Fan had passed her like a gust of wind, thrusting his blade towards the monster. After dealing with the monster, Lu Fan turned back and said, "The deeper we go into the village, the higher the zombies' levels will be. I'll fill the gap in the front line. Does anyone have a problem with that?" Everyone remained silent. Qin Qiu had a suspicion. Could he be the person rumored about in Jianghai City recently? So she smiled and replied, "Then we'll be counting on you, fellow student. You and Uncle Sun will lead the team on the front line. I'll take care of Xiao Jia's wounds, and Tai Ni will be in charge of covering the rear. The secret dungeon's guardian must be deep inside the village. Just call me Lu Fan. Let's go, let's head deeper in." With that, Lu Fan took the lead and went further inside. Qin Qiu stared intently, staring at Luke Pham up ahead, silently wondering. Luke Pham, the guy who's been rumored to have the hidden class, Dragon Master. It can't be. If it's really him, isn't the Dragon Master supposed to be the weakest class? As time passed, Luke Pham's group ventured deeper into the village. Tan Thu was responsible for taking care of Tiojia, while the other three cleared out monsters ahead. After finishing off another group of monsters, Luke Pham glanced at Tiojia, worrying inwardly. Tan Thu's class couldn't cure the corpse poison, and to teleport out of here, the only way was to defeat the instance boss, and they had to hurry. If they delayed any longer, the corpse poison would spread throughout his body, possibly even killing him and turning him into a zombie. Tai Ni spoke up. "There's no sign of the instance boss in the village. Something's not right." Suddenly, the large pile of scrap metal behind the group trembled slightly. No one noticed this detail except for Tiojia. "Uncle Tan, everyone, behind you." Tiojia used the last of his strength to warn everyone before collapsing and passing out. Tan Thu cried out worriedly, "Tiojia, hang in there." Tan Cash also turned and shouted, "Tiojia." Before the two of them could check on Tiojia's condition, they suddenly sensed something and looked toward the pile of scrap Tiojia had warned them about. In just a few short seconds, a massive monster appeared before their eyes. Tai Ni stared at the monster in shock and exclaimed, "The instance boss has appeared." Luke Pham immediately used his appraisal eye skill. Iron Skin Zombie, level 20, worth 3,720 experience points. Scrap metal item, value, 45 coins. Corpse poison. All attacks inflict corpse poison, causing the opponent to bleed continuously while healing the user. Fusion absorbs the target into itself, increasing its max HP. Iron Body enters a state granting its owner a 40% defense boost. The poison in Tiojia's body was severe enough to awaken the iron-skinned zombie, if I'm not mistaken. Looking at the iron-skinned zombie's skill panel, Luke Pham seemed to figure something out. He quickly shouted to everyone, "We have to defeat it right away. It's most likely trying to absorb Tiojia." Hearing this, Tonkach didn't hesitate and unleashed a full moon slash at the iron-skinned zombie. But immediately after, he realized in disbelief that his attack couldn't harm the monster at all. Seeing this, Luke Pham also grew anxious. He reasoned that if the corpse poison could lure the zombie out, then they wouldn't have time for a slow and steady assault. So, Luke Pham rushed toward the iron-skinned zombie and stabbed it hard in the head. The result wasn't promising, as the monster was currently in its iron body state, with its defense boosted by 40%. 2 more strikes, and I need to be faster, Luke Pham thought to himself and decided to use the skill Dragon Blood Armor Transformation, a skill from his Black Dragon Scale Blade weapon, which allowed the user to dragonify a part of their body to increase attack power. At the same time, the iron-skinned zombie drawn by the corpse poison on Tojia, charged toward him, and Tan Thursday fusion absorption, absorbs and fuses with the target to increase its own HP. Tan Thu, use your holy magic to coordinate with me. Tun Cash, you and Tai Ni, protect Tojia. As he finished speaking, Luke Pham, one of his arms now a dragon's claw, charged at the iron-skinned zombie. Okay, got it. Responding, Tan Thu temporarily let go of Tojia and stood up, raising her staff to use the Holy Light Star Rain skill on the iron-skinned zombie again. This time, the combined attack from Luke Pham and Tan Thu was effective, and the monster's outer iron skin began to crumble and fall to the ground. Tai Ni voiced her doubt. Its body is falling apart. Tun Cash speculated. It seems this zombie relied on fusion absorption to get this big. Luke Pham concluded. Then its true form must be encased inside. Tun Cash looked intently at Luke Pham, thinking to himself, in all my years with the Tan family, I've met all kinds of experts. This kid definitely possesses a hidden class. Very quickly, the iron-skinned zombie's iron skin vanished. Revealing its true form within, Luke Pham leaped forward without hesitation and threw a punch. Kneel for me. Without its protective iron skin, the monster was shattered to pieces by Luke Pham's single punch. Tai Ni exclaimed in amazement. The instance boss has been defeated. Tan Thu frowned slightly, thinking to herself, a skill I've never seen before, and it's strong enough to take down a level 20 boss so easily. Luke Pham, who exactly are you? Just then, a chest appeared in front of everyone. A treasure chest dropped from the level 20 iron-skinned zombie. Tan Thu looked at Luke Pham and said, fellow student, we'll follow our agreement and divide the loot according to the rules. Before, we didn't know you and we underestimated you. That was our mistake. I hope you can forgive us. Tun Cash patted Luke Pham's shoulder and praised him with a laugh. Kid, with your strength, you could have definitely cleared this instance by yourself. Instead, it feels like we were just here to fill out the party. Haha. Luke Pham laughed humbly. Uncle Tun Cash, you're too kind. I'll let Student Tan handle the distribution. Tan Thu didn't refuse. She walked over and opened the chest, and everyone immediately saw 3 types of items inside. A strength potion, a consumable item, effect, grants 2 strength points upon use. An antidote, a consumable item, effect, cures corpse poison upon use. Blood mulberry bracers, level 20 requirement, no class requirement. Tai Ini pouted. Is this all the reward for a serendipity instance? Tun Cash was also confused. The rewards are a bit meager. Luke Pham rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There's no way a level 20 serendipity instance would only give rewards like this, right? To the side, Tan Thursday. Taking out a vial of antidote and handing it to Sunga, she urged, Uncle Jay, quickly give the antidote to Xiao Jia. Then, Qin Chu gave most of the remaining items in the chest to Lu Fan and said, Classmate, this is what you deserve. Take this item, the antidote, and the strength potion. Lu Fan happily accepted the pile of items, thinking to himself, the people of the Qin family are indeed very principled. A system notification appeared. Item equipped, attack plus 16, durability plus 17. Acquired 3 strength potions. Acquired 1 antidote, Qin Chu. Looked around suspiciously and wondered aloud. We defeated the boss, so why hasn't the portal appeared? Chai Er suggested, let's search the area. Sun Ge also thought it made sense, so he and Kai Er split up to search, but they had only taken a few steps when Lu Fan shouted to stop them. Wait, don't move around just yet. That thing just now wasn't the boss. Lu Fan's eyes were still glued to the system panel in front of him. On it, he saw a progress meter divided into 4 parts, and their group had only cleared 3, with one final part marked with a skull icon that was still unresolved. Clearly, the iron-skinned zombie from before wasn't the final boss of this secret realm. Sun Ge turned back to look at Lu Fan and asked, Why do you think that? Did you find something new? Before Lu Fan could answer, Qin Chu spoke up with a serious expression. Uncle Ji, as a holy light mage, I can truly sense that there is another dark presence. Not long after, in the abandoned village by the lake, the group, led by Qin Chu, arrived. Qin Chu pointed her hand towards the lake and said, It's right there, not far. Kai Er said, If the young miss says so, the boss must be somewhere nearby. Sunga also spoke up. This secret realm isn't that big. We probably missed this place when we first entered the village. At the same time, at the bottom of the lake, a monster with long tentacles was sound asleep. As Lu Fan's group approached the lake, every eye on the monster's tentacles suddenly opened in unison. On the shore, Lu Fan shouted, It's coming! A second later, from the lake's surface, a mass of tentacles covered in eyes broke through the water. Lu Fan used his appraisal eye skill, but got no results. Lu Fan said, I knew it. This must be the final boss. Everyone be careful. Find cover behind me. As he finished speaking, Sun Ge took the initiative to step forward, blocking several tentacles that were striking at the group. But because the force of the tentacles was too great, he couldn't hold on and was knocked back. Chin Chiu cried out worriedly, "Uncle Jay!" Suddenly, Chin Chiu felt something staring at her, and when she turned around, she discovered several tentacles were aiming straight for her, causing her to shut her eyes in fear. "Young miss!" Sun Gae's group cried out helplessly, able to do nothing but watch. Fortunately, Lu Fan rushed over in time, scooping up Chin Chiu and leaping aside, saving her life. Chin Chiu opened her eyes, surprised to see that Lu Fan was the one who saved her, her face blushing slightly. Kai Air's group ran over to check on her. "Young miss, are you all right?" Suddenly, the group seemed to sense something terrifying emerging from the water. They quickly turned back and saw a monster much larger than the iron-skinned zombie appear. The tentacles from before were merely a part of its body. Lu Fan used his appraisal eye again. Aikai Ishi, level 25, boss difficulty, with 271 strength, 183 agility, 150 spirit, 266 endurance. Corpse Chi Entanglement fills the surroundings with resentful energy. All creatures in the secret realm receive a negative 20% debuff to all stats. Light Shackles whips chains to entangle a target, causing the opponent great damage. Resentment Eruption erupts with resentment to push back nearby enemies, accompanied by corpse poison. Unyielding Grudge when receiving fire and holy attribute attacks, reduces incoming damage and effects by 30%. Kai Er said softly, "This is the real boss." Sun Gae stepped forward with a serious expression and commanded, "Xiao Jia, get behind me. I'll hold it off." Xiao Jia stubbornly replied, "I can still." "Keep fighting. I'll help hold it back too." Sun Gae angrily scolded. "Your body has only recovered a little. Don't be reckless." Then, Sun Gae raised his sword to block a tentacle's attack and shouted, "I'm leaving the attack to you, Lu Fan." Lu Fan decisively rushed towards the boss monster, his eyes locked onto its human-like torso. He calculated in his head, "Both Uncle Ji and Xiao Jia are just barely holding on. I can only rely on myself to take it down. But as long as this boss is still a zombie, there's a way to deal with its main body." Just then, the boss suddenly opened its mouth and roared, casting the Corpse Chi Entanglement skill. A debuff that reduced all stats by 20% immediately appeared above everyone's heads, making their situation even more critical. A tentacle slammed down directly at Lu Fan. Lu Fan jumped onto a chain to dodge it, then continued running towards the boss's main body. The boss was also very alert. It had noticed Lu Fan's intention to approach it, so it reacted immediately. "Classmate, watch out for the chains." Just as Chin Chiu's warning ended, the boss used its light shackles skill, and Lu Fan, who was moving on the chain, was thrown off, and he thought to himself, "This is bad." The boss roared, once again controlling the iron chains to attack Sun Gae's group. Sun Ge stood in front of Chin Chiu, blocking with his sword and shouting, "Young miss, be careful." The injured Xiao Jia also had to raise his shield, joining everyone in blocking this wave of attacks. Chai Er noticed that Lu Fan, in midair, was about to be hit by a tentacle, and raised her crossbow to fire an arrow, aiming straight for an eye on that tentacle. The arrow hit its mark, causing the tentacle to falter and neutralizing the danger to Lu Fan. Lu Fan turned his head and looked down. Seeing Sun Gae's group in a difficult situation, Lu Fan knew they would be in danger if they kept fighting like this. With that thought, he temporarily abandoned his plan to attack the boss's main body. He stepped on a chain and leaped down towards Sun Gae's group, shouting, "Everyone, get back!" As soon as he landed, Lu Fan immediately used his Dragon Fang strike skill to knock away the iron chains. Dragon Fang strike channels Dragon Chi into his current weapon, unleashing a powerful blow. Above them, the enraged boss once again used its chain-throwing skill. Seeing this, Lu Fan immediately used two consecutive skills, Dragon Blood Armor and Dragon Claw. Dragon Blood Armor is a special effect of the Black Dragon Scale Blade that can dragonize a part of his body to increase its power. Dragon Claw transforms his arm into a dragon's claw, with its current power depending on the Black Dragon. This time, Lu Fan confronted the iron chains head-on. He leaped up, swinging his dragon claw and slicing the iron chains to pieces. However, this only neutralized the boss's attack and didn't inflict any actual damage on it. Realizing this, a disheartened Sun Gae suggested, "Little brother, this boss is beyond our capabilities right now. We should retreat for the time being." Chin Chiu also said, "Classmate, we're no match for it. If we stay, we'll just hold you back and endanger everyone." Lu Fan calmly replied, "All of you, retreat deeper into the village, to the area where the zombies have been cleared out." Chin Chiu asked worriedly, "But what about you?" Lu Fan replied, "I'll provide cover from the rear. Now everyone retreat." Kai Er urged, "Miss, let's go, in the end. We have to rely on him anyway. We're fundamentally no help at all." After a moment of thought, Qin gave Lu Fan a hard look, then turned back towards the village with Kai Er and the others. Freed from that concern, Lu Fan began to step forward. He extended an arm to his side, creating a large vortex and thinking to himself, even without that negative 20% debuff, they still couldn't have helped. Since they've realized that, I'll let my partner come and handle you. It's time to come out and have some fun, Xiaoye. The moment Lu Fan finished speaking, Xiaoye shot out of the vortex and chomped down on one of the boss's tentacles. In the distance, Sungei's group heard the commotion and looked back curiously. Boss, what's going on? Upon seeing Xiaoye, they shouted in utter astonishment, That's a dragon. That kid just summoned a dragon. At that moment, Xiaoye used its skill, Giant Maw Assault, continuing to target the boss's tentacles. Giant Maw Assault is a high-speed lunge that tears into the target, inflicting a large amount of damage and a bleeding effect. The boss, in agony from having several tentacles severed, threw its head back and roared loudly. Seeing its chance, Xiaoye raised its claws and aimed directly for the boss's main body to attack. The boss let out one last agonized cry, its enormous body going limp as it crashed into the lake. In the distance, Sungei's group stared, completely dumbfounded. Kai Er asked in an uncertain voice, Did we win? Sungei marveled. The boss was torn to pieces in just a few attacks. That power is terrifying. The young subordinate also spoke up. I can't believe I got to see a giant dragon with my own eyes. Only Qin remained silent. Her gaze was fixed on Lu Fan, who was happily stroking Xiaoye's head, as she thought, so you're the one they've been talking about in Jianghai City, the dragon tamer, Lu Fan. From a different perspective, behind every villain lies a tragic story, and the evil corpse of woe was no exception. 300 years ago, she was born and raised right here, under the protection of the church, sheltered from danger. That was until a plague ravaged the land, destroying everything. Bodies piled up along the lakeshore, with more people dying before the last could even be buried. She desperately wanted to save everyone, but tragically, her class was Dark Witch. She couldn't cure the dying. All she could do was summon their spirits so they could say a final farewell to their loved ones. But the same church that had once sheltered her condemned her, accusing her of bringing this plague upon them. They ordered soldiers to bind her with chains and cast her into the lake, leaving her to be swallowed by the freezing water. I only wanted to save everyone. Even if all I could do was help them say goodbye, I didn't do anything wrong. Back in the present, while the others celebrated, believing they could now leave the secret realm, Lu Fan thought differently. He gazed down at the bubbling surface of the lake and said cautiously, The portal hasn't appeared, so the boss definitely isn't dead yet. It's a bit too soon to be thinking about leaving. Just as Lu Fan finished speaking, the evil corpse of woe made a comeback, emerging from the water's surface and entering a new phase. All of its stats, strength, agility, spirit, and stamina surged, doubling or even tripling, and the difficulty level switched from hard to nightmare. Furthermore, the evil corpse of woe now possessed a completely new skill set, Sorrowful Strike, which unleashes a curse of resentment with a low probability of causing instant death to the target. If the instant death fails to activate, the skill inflicts massive damage and applies zombie toxin, bleed, and stun effects. Deep Water Prison, which uses lake water to form a cage to imprison a target. Corpse's Resentment, granting immunity to all physical damage. Will of Hatred, which spreads its grudge and awakens all the dead within the secret realm. None of you will ever leave this place. The evil corpse of woe shrieked, then unleashed its deep water prison skill, using the lake's water to create cages to attack Lu Fan and his group. Thanks to Xiaoye's protection, Lu Fan was able to easily evade the boss's attack. Kai Er, on the other hand, wasn't as fortunate. After being trapped, she and Sunga tried everything they could, but they were unable to free her from the cage. At that moment, Kai Er could only say guiltily to Qin, It's over, miss. I'm so sorry. Qin quickly responded, You shouldn't be the one apologizing. I should be. I was the stubborn one who wanted to come to this secret realm. It's my fault everyone is trapped here. Hearing Qin self-blaming words, Lu Fan suddenly asked, Now that it's come to this, are you guys planning to give up? Qin replied helplessly, I'm the only one who knows any attack magic, but with my meager damage. Sungei seemed to guess the meaning behind Lu Fan's words and ventured a guess. The boss is immune to all physical attacks, and given the current situation, we can barely even protect ourselves. Lu Fan, don't tell me you know attack magic? Before they had time to think, the vengeful evil corpse continued to use its resentful whale attack skill, unleashing a curse of hatred with a low probability of causing instant death to the target. If the instant death effect doesn't trigger, it will inflict massive damage and apply zombie toxin, bleeding, and stun effects. Following that, a gigantic, ethereal hand appeared, reaching for Lu Fan. I don't, but my pet dragon does. Lu Fan replied to Sun Ge, then stood still and watched as Xiao Ye activated her Black Dragon Bloodline skill, reducing all incoming damage by 50%, becoming immune to all debuffs and increasing her self-healing ability by 500%, severing the vengeful evil corpse's ethereal arm. The one who deserves to die isn't me. It's not me. The vengeful evil corpse shrieked, then proceeded to use its skill to create another ethereal hand to attack Lu Fan. Seeing this, Tyre said worriedly, "Dragon Tamer, but the level difference is so huge. Don't worry. A dragon's stats are not something a human can compare to," Lu Fan said, then used the dragon's excitement skill, encouraging himself and his pet dragon, increasing all stats and attack power by 30%. He then commanded Xiao Ye to use Molten Flame, continuously spewing fire forward, dealing damage to the enemy and healing herself, causing the vengeful evil corpse to be engulfed in a sea of flames. The Black Dragon leveled up to 10, and Lu Fan leveled up to 15. A series of notifications popped up, confirming the boss had been eliminated, making Lu Fan praise happily. "Great job, Xiao Ye. It's over. I'll go check the teleportation gate," Sun Ge volunteered. Standing to the side, Xiao Ye coughed violently and said, "Up in smoke," just like that. Just then, strange noises came from behind them. They all turned around at once, only to find that the zombies had somehow revived and were slowly advancing towards them. It turned out that before turning to ash, the vengeful evil corpse had used its last bit of strength to cast the skill Will of Resentment, spreading its hatred and awakening all the dead bodies in the secret realm. While Chinchu's group was in a state of confusion, a red-haired girl flew over, then spewed fire from her mouth, incinerating the entire horde of zombies. Seeing that move, Sun Ge finally recognized a familiar face. She's that dragon. The zombies we struggled so hard to kill before, yet she can deal with them so easily, Qin Qiu said with admiration. "That kid is the Black Dragon, Xiao Ye," Lu Fan introduced proudly. It seems Xiao Ye really enjoys playing with these minions. Seeing that Qin Qiu didn't respond and was just staring at Xiao Ye, who was still happily using her fire to interact with the zombies. "Qin, the boss is dealt with. You don't need to be so tense. After we divide the loot, we can get ready to leave." With that, Lu Fan walked over to the treasure chest that dropped from the boss. "According to the rules, I get to pick first. Any objections?" "Ah, no. How could we have any objections?" Qin Qiu quickly replied. "Holy Light Scepter. Level requirement 10. Spirit. Plus 32. Endurance plus 19. Seal of Holy Light. Allows the user to bind a target with light. The binding effect depends on the spirit stat. Silver Veil. Level requirement 10. Spirit. Plus 35. Endurance plus 15. Flowing Light allows the user to create a barrier to protect themselves. The amount of damage it can absorb depends on the spirit stat. Ring of Resentment, Rare, Level. Requirement 15, Spirit plus 57, Endurance plus 21, Attack plus 12. Aura of Grief can be designated on any target to harvest resentment energy. When the accumulated resentment value reaches a certain bronc level, attacks on the target will be accompanied by bleeding, stun, and corpse poison effects. Class Change Scroll, Rare Consumable, allows the user to change their class to a higher tier hidden class, with a low probability. After looking over the items, Lu Fan decided to choose the Class Change Scroll, leaving the rest for Qin Qiu's group. "Student Lu, you don't have to try and find a way to share with us. According to our prior agreement, all of this belongs to you." Lu Fan smiled and explained, "I'm not trying to be a righteous gentleman. Besides, these things are more suitable. For you anyway, but I really need this Class Change Scroll. If we hadn't met you, all of us would have died in this place. At the very least, please accept this." With that, Qin Qiu picked up the Ring of Resentment from the treasure chest and handed it to Lu Fan. "All right, then I won't be polite." Lu Fan happily accepted it and quickly left. Qin Qiu watched his departing figure, her heart filled with a bit of anticipation. "Lu Fan, what else are you hiding? You're truly an enigma." That evening, after a 4-hour car ride, Lu Fan finally returned home. After she heard him recount the events that had just transpired, Han Kei emotionally hugged him tightly, sobbing. "That was too dangerous. Just hearing you talk about it terrifies me. You must have faced so much danger these past few days. You left without saying a word to your auntie. I couldn't sleep a wink these past few nights. I was afraid this was all a dream, and if I woke up and you still weren't back..." Lu Fan smiled comfortingly. "It's my fault. I left without telling you anything. Don't worry, auntie. From now on, I won't make you worry anymore." Han Kei stopped crying, then turned to pat Xiao Ye's head, causing the little girl to happily wag her tail. Non-stop. "And Xiao Ye, too. The first time I saw her, you gave your auntie quite a scare. Such a cute girl is actually an incredibly powerful great dragon." At this, Han Kei looked down at Xiao Ye affectionately, asked, "Traveling like this for the past few days? You two must not have been eating properly, right?" Xiao Ye heard this and nodded for dear life. Just then, Lu Fan pulled out a class change scroll and gave it to Han Ke. Auntie, I cleared a special dungeon and got this for you. If you change to a hidden class, you won't have to just look after this dumpling shop anymore. Han Ke quickly refused. No, Xiao Fan, this is too valuable. I can't use it. It would be better to just sell it. Besides, you said you were leaving your equipment and weapons for the young lady of the Qin family. Sell this to buy more gear for yourself. That way your results in the upcoming exam might be better. Lu Fan laughed and took out his phone to show her the amount in his bank account. Auntie, I'm not short on money or gear anymore. Seeing the number displayed on the phone screen, Han Ke couldn't help but be astonished. Xiao Fan, with this much money, did you sell the items you got from this trip? Plus, you got a reward of over 100,000 for accompanying your classmate Qin Qiu. Auntie, just trust me, we won't have to worry about money anymore. So please, will you take it? It's best if you use it right away. This time, Han Ke no longer hesitated and took the scroll, opening it immediately, successfully upgrading to the hidden class for chefs, the Mystic Chef. Is there anything special about this new class? Lu Fan asked eagerly. It has an enchanted cooking skill that can make many different kinds of food. My skills were already very good, and now I have an additional skill, to supplement them. Anyway, where did Xiao Ye go? Wasn't he just here a moment ago? Actually, at that moment, after devouring almost all the dumplings Han Ke had left in the kitchen, Xiao Ye was passed out, sound asleep on the floor. Elsewhere, after returning home, Qin Qiu recounted everything that happened in the dungeon, including Lu Fan's part in it, to her father, Qin Shanhai. That Lu Fan summoned a great black dragon and saved everyone? Qin Shanhai asked calmly. Yes, it was all because of my stubbornness. Lu Fan, he's just too strong. Even though we are both hidden class users, comparing me to him is like a firefly to the moon. The gap is too wide. Qin Shanhai swirled the wine in his glass, then asked a question with a hidden meaning. This matter, you haven't told anyone else? Have you? No. We made an agreement before coming back that the Qin family wouldn't reveal this. Qin Qiu replied, startled. Well done. If this gets out, other powerful figures from other cities regarding the power of a dragon will not sit idly by, Qin Qiu said with some unease. Father, he saved everyone's lives. You don't have any designs on his dragon, do you? His precious daughter's agitated reaction made Qin Shanhai laugh. Do you think I'm that kind of person? On the contrary, what have you prepared to repay him for saving your life? When I invited him to the party, I promised him 100,000. As a reward, Qin Qiu replied hesitantly, Sigh, fine. Tomorrow I'll personally bring a redbud card to his door and express my gratitude. That will do. Father, you're also very curious about him, so why don't you come with me? Qin Shanhai sighed. If I could, I would really love to meet this dragon master, but I already have plans for tomorrow morning. The next morning, a certain special guest arrived early. Guest came to the shop to see Lu Fan, none other than the young princess of the Taiki Kingdom, currently studying abroad in Jianghai of the Dragon Country. As soon as she heard the bell, Han Ke left the freshly steamed dumplings, went to crack open the door, and said with a smile, Are you two here for dumplings? Sorry, our shop is closed today. The young princess scrutinized Han Ke, then doubtfully asked the young man in black armor standing behind her, Is this really the place? You didn't bring me to this dump on purpose, did you? This subordinate wouldn't dare. According to the investigation, this is definitely the place. The two didn't wait for Han Ke to finish speaking. The man in black armor shoved the door open, causing her to stumble backward and spill the tray of fresh dumplings. The little princess saw this but couldn't care less, instead asking in a haughty tone, Humph, this princess is here to find someone. Do you know a dragon master named Lu Fan? Hearing that someone was looking for him, Lu Fan curiously came downstairs. As soon as he reached the stairs, he saw dumplings scattered on the floor, and Han Ke had an expression of pain on her face as she rubbed her arm. Not only that, he saw an unfamiliar brat pinching her nose, saying with a disgusted expression, This place is filled with a nauseating smell. Auntie, are you okay? What in the world happened? Lu Fan hurried over to check on Han Ke. Han Ke just smiled and replied, It's nothing. So, you are Lu Fan? This princess came here personally today. Lu Fan shifted his gaze towards the little princess and asked coldly, Princess, you were looking for me. Who exactly are you? The armored man stepped forward, gesturing to the princess, and introduced, This is the princess of the Taichi Kingdom, Jinju, and I am Kui Heng Tai, the princess's attendant, Jinju said with her usual insolent demeanor. This princess is here to give you a chance to distinguish yourself. Distinguish myself? That's right. Being a dragon master, you must be quite frustrated deep down, right? As long as you agree to my demand, this will be yours, the princess said while signaling to Kui Heng Tai. He immediately opened a case, which contained an egg. That's a dragon egg, Lu Fan thought to himself. Seeing Lu Fan's surprised expression, Jinju said smugly, So? Are you surprised? Do you want it? The condition is simple. Become my servant and do whatever I tell you to do. No defiance allowed. Become a servant? Han Ke looked at the princess in surprise. That I found in a special lair. You could say it's a one-of-a-kind egg in this world. Seeing Lu Fan's silence, Jinju turned to look at him. Cat got your tongue? Such commoners. He was scared stiff by the might of the dragon race, huh? Actually, Lu Fan was silent not because he was afraid, but simply because he was reading the information gathered by his appraisal eye. Armored dragon egg. Low-grade quality. Sturdy armor. The armored dragon hatches with a large suit of armor, reducing all types of attribute damage taken, and its tail whip uses its tail to swing in a fan shape, dealing damage in a specific area. So it's a lesser dragon egg, and a low-grade earth dragon at that. This armored dragon is basically just a walking lump of dirt, and you people call this a dragon? Lu Fan sneered inwardly, then sighed, and said, the stats aren't bad. Seeing Lu Fan's completely uninterested expression, Jinzhou couldn't help but be confused. Doesn't this guy know how important a dragon egg is to a dragon tamer? How could that girl say such a thing? Lu Fan quickly reassured his aunt. Don't worry, auntie. I'll get rid of them right away. Jinzhou put her hands on her hips and said condescendingly, a dragon tamer without a dragon is just trash, right? As long as you become my servant, you can be the first to change to the strongest class in history, something no one has ever done before, with an opportunity like this. Aren't you excited? Lu Fan smirked and replied, yes, I'm very excited, but I refuse. Hearing his answer, Jinzhou was initially shocked, then became furious, and shouted, do you have any idea what you're saying? You dare refuse to be my servant, refuse the chance to rewrite the history of dragon tamers. Lu Fan's face turned serious as he bluntly replied, you'd all better. Stop coming to me. Take back your dragon egg. I'm not interested. And a servant? That's ridiculous. Hearing these words, veins popped on Kui Hengtai's forehead as he said, the princess personally gave you a chance to advance, yet you dare to be so arrogant and insolent to her. You ungrateful brat. A chance to advance. Don't make me laugh. I will never become anyone's servant. For anyone. Jinzhou was a pampered princess who had never been humiliated like this before. She immediately ordered Kui Hengtai to teach Lu Fan a lesson. Seeing this, Han Ke rushed forward to intervene but was pushed aside by Kui Hengtai. The princess has given an order. Get out of the way. Just a mere commoner daring to be rude to the princess. If you won't do it the easy way, then so be it, Kui Hengtai said as he prepared to attack Lu Fan. But before he could do anything, a flash of light zipped past, leaving a bloody gash on his cheek. Lu Fan pointed his weapon straight at his face and said coldly, you dare lay a hand on my family, I will definitely destroy you. Xiao Fan, don't be rash, Han Ke pleaded fearfully. You. Kui Hengtai was terrified and instinctively stepped back, thinking to himself, there's something wrong with this guy. Jin. Zhou saw this and yelled, what are you doing? I told you to teach him a lesson. Lu Fan walked step by step towards Jinzhou and slapped her across the face. I don't care what kind of princess you are. Shut your mouth! Take that piece of trash and get out of here! You lowly scum! How dare you lay a hand on the princess! Kui Hengtai shouted, then charged at Lu Fan with his weapon. But Lu Fan casually swung his sword and sent his weapon flying. Embarrassed, Kui Hengtai turned to check on Jinzhou. Princess, are you all right? But unexpectedly, this princess was not moved at all and was trembling with rage. She slapped Kui Hengtai right across the face. You useless trash! Do I look all right to you? Get him for me! Even if I can't find another dragon tamer, I still want him dead. While things were tense downstairs, it was strangely quiet upstairs, until Lu Fan's phone started ringing non-stop, waking up Xiao Ye. On the other end of the line, Qin Qiu was confused when she couldn't reach Lu Fan. That's strange. He's not picking up. I'm sure we exchanged contact info before I left. Did I remember it wrong? At Lu Fan's house, Qin Qiu was deep in thought when a loud explosion from a nearby house startled her. Hearing the noise, curious neighbors gathered around Lu Fan's house where the explosion had just occurred and started whispering among themselves. Is there a fight going on? Is it those foreigners? Jinzhou, furious from the humiliation, brandished her scepter threateningly. What are you looking at, you lowly commoners? Get lost. At this moment, Kui Hengtai knelt down to admit his fault. Princess, this guy's stats are not low. Your subordinate is incompetent. Useless. You can't even handle a low-class commoner from the Long Kingdom. Then I, the princess, will lend you a hand. Jinzhou gave a sinister smile, then began to cast a spell with her scepter. Lu Fan watched this with some caution. This magic looks similar to Qin Qiu's, but, being so unique, it seems to be a hidden class. Seeing Lu Fan, Qin Qiu immediately ran over to ask, what's going on? Classmate Qin, why are you here? At that very moment, streams of dark aura from Jinzhou's scepter flowed into Kui Hengtai, causing his body to grow abnormally large, while his eyes gradually lost their humanity. He's turning into a monster. Lu Fan thought, immediately activating his appraisal skill. Kui Hengtai, Combat Class, Guardian Knight level 30. Jin Zhou, Hidden Class, level 15, Spirit Master. Lu Fan, let me help you! Qin Chu bravely stepped forward to protect Lu Fan, but was immediately pushed aside by him. Stay back. Help me take care of my aunt. She's inside the shop. At the same time, Sui Hengtai, after receiving the corrupted buff, charged at Lu Fan. Lu Fan quickly jumped back to dodge, while mentally assessing his opponent. His attack power has increased significantly. Looks like I'll need to use Dragon's Encouragement. Seeing Kui Hengtai gain the upper hand, Jin Zhou was immediately delighted. Yes, that's it. Destroying him is the only way to appease my anger. With the princess's blessing. Kui Hengtai hadn't finished speaking. Just then, Ziye burst through the wall of the house, and her body began to transform, while Jin Zhou was still in shock from the increasingly violent aura radiating from Xiaoye. She heard Lu Fan say coolly, "If that's the case, then it's my turn to vent." As soon as Lu Fan finished speaking, Xiaoye revealed her true form, a giant dragon. Both Jin Zhou and Kui Hengtai were still stunned by the sight when Xiaoye roared and charged at Kui Hengtai, slamming him deep into the ground with a powerful swipe of her claws. Jin Zhou was blown back by the shockwave, stumbling backwards, her mind reeling in disbelief. How could this be? It's impossible. He defeated Hengtai in a single blow. A pained cry escaped from Kui Hengtai's mouth. Next, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and reached toward Jin Zhou behind him, pleading in a weak, intermittent voice for help. "Cough, cough, princess. Save me. Tsk. Just bear with it, you useless trash." After cursing Hengtai, Jin Zhou pointed her scepter at Xiaoye and began to chant a spell. Xiaoye roared at Jin Zhou, causing her spellcasting process to be instantly interrupted. Hengtai, pinned under Xiaoye's claw, cried out helplessly, "Ugh, let me go!" Hearing this, Xiaoye tossed Hengtai towards Jin Zhou like a sack of trash. Hengtai's entire body was trembling as he tried to reach for Jin Zhou, softly calling, Princess." Jin Zhou stood frozen to the spot, looking at Kui Hengtai's miserable state, thinking to herself, "This power, it really is a giant dragon. Besides my Jin family, do other dragon eggs actually exist?" Lu Fan slowly walked towards Jin Zhou and questioned her. "Princess Jin Zhou, what were you barking about earlier? Something about dealing with me to vent your anger." Seeing Lu Fan approach her, Jin Zhou was so scared she started to cry. Her legs trembled, and she collapsed to the ground, screaming, "Don't you come over here! Stay away from me! You attacked my subordinate and made him severely injured, and now you're trying to humiliate and threaten me. Do you have any idea what the consequences will be? You'll become an enemy of my Tai Chi kingdom." Lu Fan took out his weapon and asked with a laugh, "Haha, so you're still trying to threaten me? After you ordered your subordinate to attack my family." Sensing the killing intent in Lu Fan's eyes, Jin Zhou flinched and stammered, What are you planning to do?" Xiaoye answered Jin Zhou by opening her mouth and starting to condense a fireball. At the same time, Lu Fan raised his weapon and said, "Don't you dare bark about being some princess anymore. Even if you were a god, I would still pay you back 100-fold. Just then, Qin Shanhai flew in from a distance on his mount, shouting urgently, "Lu Fan, stop!" Qin Qiu cried out in alarm. "Dad, be careful!" Before she could finish her warning, Xiaoye turned towards Qin Shanhai, preparing to shoot the fireball at him. "Xiaoye, stop!" As he spoke, Lu Fan swung his weapon, cutting the scepter in Jin Zhou's hand in two, then sheathed his weapon. Seeing Xiaoye retract her attack, Qin Shanhai steered his mount past her. As soon as he landed, Qin Shanhai reminded Lu Fan, "There are quite a few civilians around. This giant dragon, Lu Fan, you should have her revert." Then he looked at Xiaoye and thought to himself, a real giant dragon is truly on another level. Just getting close is enough to feel its terrifying pressure. Qin Qiu also tried to persuade him. "Lu Fan, please listen to my father. Please, trust me this once." Lu Fan glanced at Qin Qiu, thought for a moment, then softly called out, "Xiaoye." Xiaoye understood. She threw her head back, let out a roar, and transformed back into a girl. Qin Qiu sighed in relief. She went to Lu Fan and pulled his arm, gently telling him to come with her. As for Qin Shanhai, he walked over to Jin Zhou, who was trembling on the ground, and said with a smile, "Princess Jin Zhou, are you all right? I just went to the airport to pick you up. I didn't think that you would come here. The Qin family's driver is on his way. Let's get you to the hospital first." Meanwhile, as Qin Qiu pulled Lu Fan inside the house, Han Kei came over and hugged his arm, saying with a worried expression. Qin Qiu explained that her father might know this princess and could probably resolve the conflict peacefully, which is why she called him. Lu Fan frowned and said, "But I have a feeling that brat won't let this go so easily." A moment later, Qin Shanhai walked over with a smile. "I've taken care of things. To think our first meeting would be in such a messy situation, it's a good thing you were here, Lu Fan." Lu Fan apologized. I'm sorry for causing you trouble, Mr. Chin, but I had no other choice in this matter. Han Kei, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but interject. Mr. Qin, about today, Lu Fan won't be. Qin Shanhai lit a cigarette for himself and said, I've sent Princess Jinzhou and her subordinate to the hospital, but ultimately, we still need to give the Jin family an explanation. The Jin family isn't just involved in business, they also have considerable influence among the upper echelons of the Taichi kingdom. Han Qi said worriedly. The other party has such a powerful background, and Lu Fan defeated them. I'm afraid they'll retaliate against him, Lu Fan said angrily. So what if she has a powerful family? I won't sell my dignity for a single egg. Or anything else, Qin Shanhai smiled, patted Lu Fan's shoulder, and praised him. Very spirited. Good. I appreciate that about you. Then, his smile faded as he continued. Everyone, there's no need to worry. I have a way to help Lu Fan get out of this unscathed, but I can't do it alone, so there's a condition. Lu Fan pressed. What condition? Qin Shanhai pointed his cigarette towards Lu Fan and said seriously, in the upcoming great examination, you must win the title of provincial champion. I will do everything in my power to hold off Princess Jinzhou until you complete the trial. Qin Qiu spoke up, reminding him, Lu Fan, this won't be easy. The entire southern province is filled with countless outstanding individuals. Qin Shanhai continued. Only if you can surpass them all and take first place, will I be able to help you? Seeing Lu Fan close his eyes without a worried Han Kei called out softly, Xiao Fan. A moment later, Lu Fan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with determination as he spoke. Understood. I accept this condition. A few hours later, at the hospital, Jinzhou had recovered from her state of fear. When she found out Lu Fan was still unharmed, she became furious and took out her phone to call Qin Shanhai. As soon as the call connected, Jinzhou immediately screamed, Why hasn't that Lu Fan been arrested yet? Qin Shanhai, you're clearly showing favoritism to that guy. Qin Shan. Hai explained. Please calm down, princess. We've already reported this to the higher-ups. We need them to resolve this matter. Jinzhou snorted angrily and said, You'd better hope so. Put pressure on him. I don't care about that, Lu Fan. He must disappear. The next day, at the high school, a large crowd of students had gathered since it was the day of the grand examination. You're level 11 too? Awesome. You've mastered 7 mage skills. Want to party up later? The students were excitedly chatting among themselves when their attention was drawn by the appearance of Lu Fan. Hey look, isn't that Lu Fan? I thought he'd gone home to sell steamed buns. Once a top student, but he got stuck with a trash class. Did he have nothing better to do than come here and be a free laughingstock? Hearing the students around him, Lu Fan felt a bit angry and cursed inwardly. Ah, I'm already being looked down on. Just then, the principal walked up to the podium and announced, Everyone settle down. The Southern Province's grand examination is about to begin. Ever since I reached level 15, I still have some daily maps I haven't used. It's a shame they're all just intermediate grade, but if I combine 3 of them, they can become a high-grade map that should be useful for the grand examination. As Lu Fan was pondering, a voice called from behind, Lu Fan, you came to participate. In the grand examination too? Lu Fan turned to see it was his homeroom teacher and said with a smile, Yes, sir, of course I had to participate. I've improved my strength quite a bit these past few days. Teacher Li also smiled and handed something to Lu Fan. That's good. You must do your best. This is your teleportation stone. Lu Fan happily accepted the teleportation stone from Teacher Li's hand. A system notification announced that he had received a teleportation stone. The teleportation stone can be used in a trial setting to teleport to a specific floor of the secret realm and can be used to return. Teacher Li didn't stay long, but before leaving, he didn't forget to advise Lu Fan. Lu Fan, I believe that with your willpower, you're not necessarily weaker than other classes, but you can't deny the importance of one's class. Even though this is an exam, any mistake can still lead to injury or even death. Try to form a party with your classmates. If anything goes wrong, use it to escape immediately. Yes, sir, Lu Fan replied cheerfully, but he thought to himself, but if I form a party, the points will be split evenly among the members. My goal isn't just to pass the exam, it's to take first place. Just then, Qin Qiu ran over, pulling a girl along with her, and called out happily to Lu Fan. Lu Fan looked at the two of them and asked with a smile, What a coincidence is this? Your teammate? Qin Qiu enthusiastically introduced her. That's right, let me introduce you. This is my best friend. You can call her Xiao Tao. Her skills are also very good. Tao Xiao Man spoke flatly. Hello, Qin Qiu blushed slightly and suggested, Lu Fan, do you want to form a party with us? Tao Xiao Man's jaw dropped as she let out a soft, Huh? Lu Fan smiled and waved his hand, turning away as he spoke. Sorry, I plan on going solo. I know you want to help me, but this is a condition I agreed to earlier. I'll head to the assembly point first. Later, you two do your best. Qin Qiu replied, Okay, you too. She felt a little sad, thinking to herself, with Lu Fan's strength, anyone here who partied with him would just be a hindrance. After Lu Fan was completely gone, Tao Xiao Man looked at Qin Chu suspiciously and asked, Xiao Chu, why did you invite the weakest guy to our party? Qin Chu smiled and replied, no, he's very strong. Do you? Believe it or not, this year's top scorer for the Southern Province will definitely be him. Tao Xiao Man didn't believe Qin Chu at all. She looked at Qin Chu with a scrutinizing gaze and asked in a probing tone, Xiao Chu, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you've fallen for that Dragon Master, have you? Qin Chu's face immediately flushed red as she denied it. Don't jump to crazy conclusions. Tao Xiaoman laughed and said, Heh, your face is all red. A while later, Lu Fan went through the teleportation gate to the Grand Examination's secret realm and saw that a large number of examinees were already there. The principal appeared on a large screen in the sky, explaining the rules of the secret realm. Attention, examinees. The teleportation gate in the sky is divided into 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, extreme, and nightmare. The difficulty level opened each time is determined by the candidate's choice. On normal difficulty, most enemies will just be projections, and you won't receive fatal wounds. The point multiplier for normal difficulty is 0.9, and from hard difficulty onwards, the monsters will be real. If you use the teleportation stone to escape, you can keep your points, and the point multiplier for hard difficulty is 1. Some examinees discussed amongst themselves, it seems everyone is defaulting to hard difficulty. Higher difficulties have a high probability of being life-threatening. Perhaps only those with hidden classes can handle it. On the large screen, the principal continued, the monsters on extreme difficulty. Difficulty will be stronger and more ferocious, so please go in a party. Your life is more important than your score. Extreme difficulty, a 3-times score multiplier. At this moment, a candidate named Hong Wu, a level 14 combat class, a Qigong master, suddenly pointed at the large screen and declared with a loud laugh, Haha, headmaster, you're watching, aren't you? I will be the one with the highest score this time. Hong Wu's actions immediately drew the attention of many other candidates. Tao Xiaoman whispered to Qin Chu, Hong Wu, he's one of the top masters among the younger generation of the Southern Province. Qin Chu replied, a Qigong master? Such a well-rounded class for both offense and defense, and he's still challenging it alone. We should get going too. A disheartened student said, it's over. With Hong Wu here, how can anyone possibly surpass him? Very quickly, the candidates had chosen their difficulty levels and entered. At the same time, in the headmaster's office, a group of principals and important figures were sitting in front of monitoring screens, evaluating the candidates' performances. The principal of number 1 high school laughed loudly and said, Haha, that kid Hong Wu is my most formidable student. The top scorer position is as good as his. I see Mr. Chin's daughter isn't bad either. It's not impossible for her to make it into the top 3. In contrast to the smug expression of number 1 high school's principal, the principal of Lu Fan's school sighed regretfully to himself. What a pity. If only Lu Fan had awakened a different hidden class, perhaps. Qin Shanhai suddenly spoke up with a mysterious smile. Gentlemen, I'm actually quite confident about who will be the top scorer, someone asked curiously. Oh, Mr. Qin, are you alluding to someone? Qin Shanhai replied, Lu Fan from number 3 high school. The principal of number 3 high school was astonished and exclaimed, Lu Fan? At Qin Shanhai's words, everyone simultaneously turned their gaze to Lu Fan's monitoring screen. Then, the principal of number 1 high school laughed and said, everyone has already teleported in, only he is left. Is he planning to forfeit? Haha, Mr. Qin, please don't joke around. What can you possibly expect from a Dragon Master? Our Hong Wu has already climbed to the 4th floor, securing first place. Suddenly, the expression on the face of number 3 high school's principal changed, and he exclaimed, he's not planning to forfeit. That kid is waiting for the final difficulties teleportation gate. The others were also startled. That kid wants to choose nightmare difficulty, a level that's a one-way trip. Is this overconfidence? Is this guy insane? That Dragon Master will get himself killed. Someone stop him now. So, someone spoke through the large screen in the secret realm to advise Lu Fan, young man, no one who has chosen nightmare difficulty has ever returned intact. Before the person could even finish speaking, Lu Fan just smiled and teleported into the nightmare difficulty. Seeing this, the principal of number 3 high school stood there stunned and said, the last person to choose nightmare difficulty was 8 months ago, and that person was devoured by monsters and died a gruesome death. The principal of number 1 high school's smile vanished as well. He glanced at the principal of number 3 high school and started to criticize. What? Nonsense! Didn't your school go over the rules of the grand examination? This Dragon Master kid. He then turned to Qin Shanhai and said, Mr. Qin, you should really reevaluate your judgment. This Foolish choice makes him completely incomparable to our Hongwu. Someone else chimed in. That's right, we should just look forward to the performance of that genius Qigong master instead. Qin Shanhai laughed nonchalantly and said, Aren't you two jumping to conclusions a bit too early? Why don't we watch a little longer before deciding? The principal of number 3 high school asked suspiciously, Mr. Qin, why do you have so much faith in him? Right after, his expression changed as he thought of a possibility. Could it be that Lu Fan, inside the secret realm of the nightmare difficulty trial, a red vortex appeared, teleporting Lu Fan to this location? The moment his feet touched the ground, Lu Fan discovered he was surrounded by a horde of monsters hidden within a black mist. Lu Fan immediately drew his weapon, thinking to himself, the first floor of the nightmare tower should have at least 10 of them. As the monsters emerged from the black mist, Lu Fan saw what they were. 10 black dire wolves, whose bites and tear at their targets, inflicting a bleed effect. Their Night Howl boosts all stats for allied units and also resets cooldowns. At that moment, the pack of black dire wolves opened their sharp-fanged maws and lunged at Lu Fan. Well then, shall we begin? Lu Fan thought with a smirk, dashing towards the wolves and unleashing his Dragon Fang strike skill. A few seconds later, the system announced, Nightmare Trial. Realm's first floor cleared, score plus 990. In the observation room, the principal of number 1 high school leaped to his feet, shouting in disbelief, in a single blow, how can that Lu Fan kid be so abnormally powerful? The man sitting beside him judged, his attributes are clearly far higher than his level. The principal of number 3 high school, utterly astonished, voiced his earlier suspicion with a trembling voice. Lu Fan, could he have found the legendary Great Dragon? The scoreboard updated. Number 1, Hongwu, extreme difficulty, 3,000 points. Number 2, Lu Fan, nightmare, difficulty, 990 points. Number 3, Qin Qiu, extreme difficulty, 900 points. Also number 3, Tao Xiaoman, extreme difficulty, 900 points. While the group in the monitoring room was still stunned by Lu Fan's performance, the door behind them was pushed open by a man, who announced, Pardon the intrusion. I am a special envoy from the Dragon Capital. I regret to interrupt, but we need to escort an individual back to the Dragon Capital for an investigation. Where is the Dragon Master named Lu Fan? Qin Shanhai looked at the door and immediately recognized the man as Qian Xiong, a combat professional, a level 57 swordsman, in the Nightmare Difficulty dungeon. After dealing with the monsters, Lu Fan didn't rush to the second floor but stayed behind to search for the location provided by the advanced map he had assembled before entering the dungeon. It didn't take long before Lu Fan smiled and said softly, Finally found it. The system announced that he had reached the location on the treasure map. He had assembled an advanced map right before entering, not expecting it to be right on the first floor of the dungeon. Muttering to himself, Lu Fan reached out and took a book. The system announced that he had obtained a Growth Acceleration Skill Book. The Growth Acceleration Skill Book increases the amount of XP that both he and his pet receive from killing monsters. Lu Fan used it immediately without hesitation. The system announced that he had acquired the Growth Acceleration skill. Lu Fan was happy and thought to himself, an experience boost? This is perfect for Xiaoye. After leaving Tang Village, Xiaoye's leveling speed had slowed down quite a bit. This is truly a godsend. In the monitoring room, Qian Xiong watched Lu Fan on the monitor and made a demand to the principal of number 3 high school, Principal Bai. Lu Fan is your student. You must stop his assessment and bring him here. Principal Bai refused. Special envoy, no matter what the situation is, we should wait for his assessment to be completed. As the principal, I can take responsibility for him. Qian Xiong pushed up his glasses and said, On his behalf, yes, but you cannot accept his punishment for him. Principal Bai asked doubtfully, Punishment? The others were also confused, not knowing what trouble Lu Fan had caused. Just then, Qin Shanhai walked over, grabbed Qian Xiong's arm, and said, Old Qian, for the sake of our old friendship, can you let me have a word? Qian Xiong showed no courtesy, shaking off Qin Shanhai's hand and warning, Mr. Qin, I'd advise you to stop. Do not interfere with my duties. I don't know why you're protecting him. But let me give you a piece of advice. Stay out of this. Neither the Jin family nor the upper echelons of Dragon City will let this go. If you understand, then please leave this place. Then, Qian Xiong once again demanded of the principal, Principal Bai, hand the boy over now. Before Principal Bai could react, Qin Shanhai lit a cigarette and spoke again. Old Qian, the upper echelons of Dragon City, the Jin family, and even the Taichi Kingdom, this matter is indeed complicated. But once Lu Fan's secret is revealed, neither the upper echelons nor the Jin family will pursue this any further. Today, no one, no matter who they are, is taking Lu Fan away. Qian Xiong frowned, pointing at Qin Shanhai and demanding, What secret? Do you know what crime it is to defy a special envoy? Qin Shanhai suddenly grabbed Qian Xiong's hand, his expression resolute as he spoke. If that's how it has to be, then so be it. Provoked, Qianxiong threatened angrily. Your actions will definitely be reported to the upper echelons. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, the principal, Bai stepped in to mediate. Special Envoy, Mr. Qin, please, both of you calm down. Qianxiong also cooled down a bit. He pulled his hand back, glanced at Qin Shanhai, and asked him, what could possibly make you go this far? Qin Shanhai looked towards Lu Fan's monitor and said, aren't you curious what secret Lu Fan has that could sway the entire upper echelon? And the Jin family? Qianxiong also looked towards Lu Fan's monitor. Then he was suddenly startled to realize that Lu Fan had chosen the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon. Inside the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon, Lu Fan was standing before the gate leading to the second floor. I originally planned to see how many floors I could climb on my own, but it looks like I'll have to summon Xiao Ye early after all. Muttering to himself, Lu Fan then reached his hand to the side and began the spell to summon Xiao Ye. Outside the dungeon, when Qianxiong learned that Lu Fan had chosen the Nightmare Difficulty, he turned around bewildered and asked, he dared to choose Nightmare Difficulty? What on earth is this kid capable of? Didn't you see earlier? With just a single strike before the principal of number 1 high school could finish, everyone gasped and simultaneously looked towards Lu Fan's monitor. Upon seeing the scene of Lu Fan summoning Xiao Ye, the entire group was dumbfounded. Qianxiong pointed at the screen, his voice trembling as he spoke. That's a great dragon. Qin Shanhai saw Xiao Ye appear and shatter the gate to the second floor with a single blow and said with a wry smile, even though I've seen it once before, it's still. Then, after letting the group watch Xiao Ye effortlessly wipe out all the monsters on the second floor with a single move, Qin Shanhai spoke again. As you have all seen, that is the secret I was referring to. In the time that followed, under the watchful eyes of the group, in a short amount of time, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye reached the 13th floor and cleared it with ease. His score was now ranked first, far surpassing the person in second place. Scoreboard number 1. Lu Fan, Nightmare Difficulty, 58,500 points. Number 2, Hong Yu, Extreme Difficulty, 27,550 points. Number 3, Qin Qiu, Extreme Difficulty, 12,570 points. Number 3, Xiao Tao, Extreme Difficulty, 12,570 points. After observing for a while, Principal Bai seriously judged, it's not just the great dragon. Lu Fan, this kid's own strength, all of his stats must be over 100 by now. Even without the great dragon summon, he could still surely secure the top spot in Jianghai. Qin Shanhai smiled at Qianxiong and asked, Old Qian, do you still want to escort him to the upper echelons now? Qianxiong replied, today, I finally understand why you would confront the Jin family for his sake. Qin Shanhai then said, in that case, I will send a video clip of Lu Fan from this assessment to my master. From now on, the matter between Lu Fan and the Jin family will no longer need to trouble you. Special Envoy. Qianxiong exclaimed in shock. Master, you mean? Qin Shanhai looked at Qianxiong, smiled, and said, the Marquis of the North, Tu Jing. Inside the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon, Lu Fan had now reached the 20th floor. The monsters on this floor were Dark Priests, level 15. Their Dark Encirclement skill reduced a target's stats by 50%, while increasing their own by 25%. Shadow Fusion pulled both themselves and their opponent into the shadows. During this time, they were immune to all attacks and could control dark minions, commanding Dark Knights and Cavaliers. With the effect of the recent equipment, Xiao Ye's level would also level up soon. Thinking this, Lu Fan ordered Xiao Ye to use the Scorching Lava Flame skill. At Lu Fan's command, Xiao Ye immediately opened its mouth and spewed flames, engulfing the entire area in front of them, wiping out the horde of monsters in a sea of fire. The system announced that floor 20 was complete. Xiao Ye had gained 1 level, and Lu Fan had reached level 16. Lu Fan spoke cheerfully. Let's go, Xiao Ye. Let's flatten this tower together. On the scoreboard, number 1, Lu Fan. Nightmare Difficulty, 90,000 points. Number 2, Hong Yu, Extremely Hard Difficulty, 31,500 points. Number 3, Qin Qiu, Extremely Hard Difficulty, 16,900 points. Tied for third, Xiao Tao, Extremely Hard Difficulty, 16,900 points. An hour later, after much effort, Hong Yu finally cleared the 50th floor on Extremely Hard Difficulty. He never expected this exam would be so brutal. Shouldn't this type of monster be for level 70? Well, since everyone is struggling, the only person who can compete with me for number 1 is Qin Qiu, and she's still in a party. Her score will be split in half. The title of top scorer for the Southern Province this year is definitely mine. At this thought, Hong Yu couldn't help but laugh loudly, looking up and shouting, Principal, are you watching my performance? Hey, you recruiters from the 10 great universities, hurry up and send me my acceptance letter. The proctors glanced at Hong Yu, then immediately went back to intently watching Lu Fan's progress. Floor 50. Previous top scorers all maxed out at this level. This floor is the real turning point. Lu Fan, you can't afford to be careless. His pace of climbing the tower is bound to slow down. Inside the trial tower, Lu Fan eagerly opened the system window to check the new skills Xiao Ye gained after leveling up. He had acquired the Form Shift skill, with various forms available. Wormling form. All stats and mana consumption are reduced by 50%. Dragon Maiden form. Unlocked via blood contract. Giant Dragon form. Strength is reduced by 50%, Spirit is increased by 100%, and it gains the skills Myriad Scorch and Lava. Burst. World Ender form. Spirit is reduced by 50% while Strength is increased tenfold, and it gains the new skills Earth Annihilation and Dragon Roar. There were 4 transformation forms, including Giant Dragon and World Ender. While Lu Fan was deep in thought, rocks suddenly began to fall from a nearby mountain as a monster revealed itself, an Amethyst Mountain Giant, level 20. Its skill, Mountain Sweep, used a stone arm to swipe at all targets in front of it, dealing massive damage. With Mountain Collapse, it leaps high and smashes into the ground, causing 5 aftershocks that deal 10 to 35% damage. Its Amethyst Rock passive reduces magic damage by 50% and resists all armor-piercing attacks. Principal Bai couldn't help but worry when he saw this. A Tier 3 boss on Nightmare difficulty, how could he possibly defeat it? I said it before, this is the turning point. For the next few floors, his tower climbing speed will certainly slow down for Lu Fan. The principal of No. 1 High School sighed and said this, looking at the scoreboard with a hint of envy. With this performance, Lu Fan's top spot in Jianghai is secured, and his position as the top scorer in the southern province is practically guaranteed. Why couldn't a student with such potential have come from my No. 1 high school? Back inside the trial tower, the mountain giant made its move, with its mountain sweep attack. Accordingly, its colossal fist shot straight toward Lu Fan. Unfazed, Lu Fan stood his ground, casually studying the information. On the boss, a 50% damage reduction? Well, I'm already halfway up the tower, so it's only natural for the difficulty to spike. Thinking this, Lu Fan grinned in excitement. If that's the case, Xiao Ye, let's try out that World Ender form, shall we? Xiao Ye blocked the mountain giant's attack meant for Lu Fan with a single hand, then let out a roar as it soared into the sky and began transforming into its World Ender form. Although its spirit stat decreased by 50%, its strength stat increased exponentially, and it also gained 2 new skills, Earth Annihilation and Dragon Roar. The proctors watching on the monitor were shocked by this sight, exclaiming in shock, "What the heck? It has a combat form too?" These forms are truly terrifying. As Lu Fan was watching Xiao Ye transform, he suddenly sensed danger from behind, causing him to immediately leap aside, successfully dodging a punch from the mountain giant. Lu Fan decided to return the favor, using the Dragon's Warcry skill to buff himself, and his Dragon Pet, increasing all their stats and attack power by 30%. He then ordered Xiao Ye to use Giant Maw, lunging forward to viciously bite the opponent, inflicting damage and a bleed effect as it started chewing on the mountain giant's head. Literally. Just like that, the level 20 boss crumbled. The principal of No. 1 High School exclaimed in shock, while Principal Bai broke out in a cold sweat, silently speculating. To shatter this boss's defenses in a single blow, the attack power of that last hit must have exceeded 2,000. Back inside the tower, just when Lu Fan thought the mountain giant was finished, it reached out its hand toward him again. Lu Fan dodged to the side once more, then activated his Dragon Blood armor skill, forming a dragon claw around his fist. He then threw a powerful punch straight into the mountain giant's face, creating a heaven and earth-shaking explosion. At this point, Qin Shanhai turned to Qianzhong's completely baffled face and said, "Old Qian, seeing Lu Fan's power now, aren't you glad I stopped you?" Qianzhong was silent. Back with Lu Fan, after the dust settled, the mountain giant prepared to fight again, but was immediately hit by Xiao Ye's World Ender Dragon Roar combo. Roaring, dealing massive damage and a weakening effect to all targets in range, and Annihilation Thunder, creating a shockwave on the ground that deals huge damage to the target, with a chance of causing the enemy to fall into the abyss of a fissure, which officially obliterated the boss. The 50th floor was cleared, and with that, Xiao Ye leveled up to 12, while Lu Fan also leveled up to 17. It was definitely the right choice to pick Nightmare difficulty. Now the challenge was no longer an obstacle. As long as they swept through each floor, their experience would increase significantly. Lu Fan thought to himself and continued his journey to conquer the tower. In the observation room, Qin Shanhai stubbed out the cigarette in his hand, a smug look on his face as he said to the principal of the No. 1 High School, "It seems that 50 floors of Nightmare difficulty still haven't given Lu Fan any trouble. The giant dragon, as expected, is beyond our comprehension. Principal Bai, slightly bewildered, asked Qian Xiong, Special Envoy. You're from the dragon capital and are very knowledgeable. Can you tell how much the giant dragon's power increased when it changed forms? Qian Xiong replied with a contemplative expression. I've seen some major figures from the dragon capital in action before, and if I use that as a benchmark, after changing forms, its stats must be at least over 2,500, right? The principal of the #1 high school exclaimed, just as he had predicted, afraid that the number was likely even higher, not lower. Principal Bai thought to himself. After composing himself, the principal of the #1 high school said, since he's already past the 50th floor, why don't we use the X+1 mode? We'll know for sure then. X? Qin Shanhai asked with a confused look. Principal Bai explained, that's right, the XID. +1 mode was created by the very first scholar who designed the trial tower. After clearing the 50th floor, through the X variable, which determines the number of monsters, all challengers are guaranteed to encounter the tower's boss. This makes the trial almost identical to real secret realms, where one's life can be lost at any moment. It's just that on nightmare difficulty, even with an X of 21, all monsters are replaced by nightmare-level bosses. In the X+1 mode on nightmare difficulty, there won't be just one boss, and its stats will also be increased. Qin Shanhai lit a cigarette, took a drag, and then gestured with his chin towards the screen with a smug look. That may be so, but look at Lu Fan. To him, he doesn't even seem to care about this X+1 mode. Inside the training tower, Lu Fan also sensed that the tower's difficulty had completely changed after the 50th floor. But, even so, with Xiao Ye's world-annihilating form, he basically didn't need to think too much. And so, Lu Fan and Xiao Ye continued to sweep through the floors, and in just 10 minutes, they had already reached the 70th floor. His level also skyrocketed, leaving the old-timers speechless once again. It's only been another 10 minutes and Lu Fan has already reached the 70th floor. Honestly, the design of this trial tower is arguably the most difficult one ever. With a setup like this, I initially wondered if anyone could even reach the 80th floor. But given the current situation, it seems the principal of the #1 high school was at a loss for words seeing Lu Fan had climbed to the 83rd floor. Over the years, countless geniuses have pushed themselves to the absolute limit to level up, only to end up exhausted and losing their lives inside. The trial tower. Qin Shanhai nodded in agreement. After all, once you've climbed 70 or 80 floors, you're so close to the final reward of the trial. Who could possibly give up easily? The principal pointed at the leaderboard, his face full of anticipation, and said, but Lu Fan, that kid could very well be the first person to complete all 100 floors of the trial tower. The principal of the #1 high school, let's just call him the Bald Principal, replied out of jealousy. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Although those bosses are weaker than their original versions in the secret realms, don't forget how difficult the 99th floor is. He hadn't even finished his sentence when someone cut him off. Look, Lu Fan, he's already at the 99th floor. All eyes were once again fixed on Lu Fan. Lu Fan strode into a ruined palace where 4 headless suits of armor stood imposingly, in 2 rows around the throne. Just then, the candles on the walls flared to life, and the suits of armor began to emit a strange blue glow and started to move, chanting incessantly, Annihilate, annihilate the world! Headless Knight, level 55. Annihilation, pierce. When the knight's attack hits a target, it applies a piercing effect, causing the opponent to take an additional 400% damage. Annihilation, counter. When a knight is injured, the knight's sword will trigger a counterattack. Annihilation, thunder. The knight's dual swords will be imbued with a lightning effect, increasing attack speed and adding lightning damage. Annihilation, slash. When the target's HP drops below 15%, the knight will lock on and instantly eliminate the target. Annihilation, pact. The 4 knights share HP and defense with each other, with a 400% increase effect. The Headless Knights are from the Fallen Kingdom, a very famous secret realm. All secret realms originate from real historical events. Just like Zheng Village, the Fallen Kingdom was the result of a nation being invaded by the Undead Legion. Lu Fan thought to himself while facing the 4 knights. Intruder! Be slain! A knight shouted, then used the skill Annihilation, slash, locking onto Lu Fan, and swung its axe down. Lu Fan quickly dodged, but was still pushed back a great distance by the aftershock of the attack. Shared HP? If so, then a concentrated attack is probably the best option. In this situation, since I don't have any crowd control skills, I can only deal with all 4 of them at once. Having formulated a plan, Lu Fan immediately took action. He leaped high into the air, preparing for his first counterattack. One of the knights used the skill Annihilation, Pierce, to counter him, but Lu Fan gracefully dodged it and unleashed a powerful slash. What made Lu Fan surprised was that his slash couldn't even penetrate the knight's armor. While he was focused on thinking of a new strategy, another knight suddenly appeared behind him, swinging a sword toward him. Lu Fan quickly spun around to block the knight's attack. Just as the knight was activating a counter skill to respond, Lu Fan shouted, "Now, Xiao Ye!" Xiao Ye appeared like a god and blew away the entire castle and the four knights. Just when they thought it was over, the knights revived and charged at Lu Fan like moths to a flame. Lu Fan once again leaped into the air to dodge. "I can't waste any more time. I have to get to the 100th floor as soon as possible." With that thought, Lu Fan ordered Xiao Ye to use the Molten Flame skill to incinerate the knights in an instant. Lu Fan reached level 20, the Black Dragon reached level 15, and it learned a new skill, Great Cataclysm. As expected of Xiao Ye, it learned a new skill again. "There's only one floor left now," Lu Fan said excitedly, as the gate to the next floor of the tower opened. "The door to the final floor of the trial tower has opened." Qin Shanhai saw the bald principal standing there dumbfounded and chuckled. "Looks like we're going to witness history in the making today. The 100th floor. Could it be?" Principal Bai looked at the screen with fear. That place was fundamentally designed to be unbeatable for any contestant. Lu Fan continued his journey to conquer the trial tower. As soon as he stepped through the gate, he and Xiao Ye were enveloped by a dark aura. Watching the sword in his hand slowly disintegrate, Lu Fan looked ahead cautiously. So this is the 100th floor, a complete secret realm of a fallen kingdom, an undead legion of over 500, the level 60 world-ending emperor, a boss, nightmare difficulty. Lu Fan immediately began preparing for the battle, starting by checking the information on Xiao Ye's new skill. Great Cataclysm. It deals damage in 3 stages, causing the area the Black Dragon flies over to explode, dealing massive damage with a burn effect, and finally charging at the target to inflict a huge amount of damage and exploding once more. Xiao Ye has always maintained its world-ending form. I should also test its destruction form and the new skills. With that thought, Lu Fan said to Xiao Ye, "This is the last floor. Let's go get our reward together." Xiao Ye let out a roar in agreement. Lu Fan materialized a sword, pointed it at the boss, and shouted, "Xiao Ye, switch to Destruction Dragon form." At that moment, Xiao Ye's entire body erupted in scorching flames, and its strength and spirit stats skyrocketed to unimaginable levels. Witnessing this scene, the judges were utterly stunned. There's a third form? Those flames. Lu Fan still had a hidden card. "Protect the king, all troops, charge!" At the Headless Knight's command, the Undead Legion let out a battle cry and charged forward in unison. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye didn't hesitate to meet them head-on. As the two sides clashed directly, Lu Fan signaled for Xiao Ye to use the Great Cataclysm skill, continuously breathing fire upon the Undead Legion, causing their numbers to plummet. The terrifying sight left the judges horrified. Is this really something a student can master? The Undead Legion was nearly wiped out. While Xiao Ye was giving the Undead Legion a beatdown, Lu Fan charged towards the boss. "You arrogant fool! In the presence of the king, you should be kneeling!" With those words, the Headless Knights leaped forward to ambush Lu Fan. Lu Fan dashed to the side to dodge and shouted, "Xiao Ye, get over here!" Xiao Ye used the 3rd stage of Great Cataclysm, causing an explosion with a burn effect at its destination. It successfully wiped out the 4 Headless Knights, leaving those watching on the screen in awe. The 4 horsemen were instantly one-shot. This showed that even the hardest floor of the trial was not enough to gauge Lu Fan's true strength. 9,800,000 points. For the past 30 years, no one had even broken 1 million. Just one more step, and Lu Fan could actually claim the exam's prize. Moreover, this year's exam was the most difficult, so the reward would surely not be stingy. At the very least, there would be 3 rare items. Inside the trial tower, the entire Undead Legion had been annihilated by Lu Fan and Xiao Ye. Now, Lu Fan, sword in hand, slowly approached the boss. "I've already cleaned up all the minions. Aren't you going to show yourself, you wimpy final boss? You foolish brute," the world-ending emperor said angrily, before furiously charging straight at Lu Fan. Lu Fan used Dragon Claw combined with Dragon Blood armor to block a strike from the world-ending emperor, while simultaneously ordering Xiao Ye to use the Scorch All Creation skill, creating a fire vortex to damage the boss. The world-ending emperor temporarily retreated to dodge. At that moment, he realized his hand was bleeding uncontrollably and he couldn't use his power. It turned out that besides the physical attack, Lu Fan had also used the skill of the Ring of Grievance. It can be used on any target to harvest grievance energy. When the accumulated grievance value reaches a certain level, attacks on the target will also apply bleeding, stun, and poison effects to deal with the boss. Despicable. With those words, the world-ending emperor prepared for a second attack, but was once again intercepted by Xiao Ye, this time with the 2nd stage of Scorch All Creation, which had far greater destructive power than the first. Stage. While the world-ending emperor was distracted, Lu Fan moved as fast as lightning and delivered a fatal stab to his chest, officially finishing off the boss. Xiao Ye then leveled up to level 17, and Lu Fan leveled up to 22, with the entire Undead Legion wiped out. In the observation room, the judges were horrified by what they saw. 1 million points, the 100th floor, a stage that no one has passed in 30 years, yet Lu Fan cleared it so quickly. The exam is over. Let's go home. Are you already thinking about what I'm going to cook? Lu Fan said cheerfully. He said to Xiao Ye. The system then began to announce continuously that he had passed the 100th floor. Congratulations to contestant Lu Fan for successfully clearing the Southern Province's Nightmare level trial. Reward. Skill book. Rage of the Ice Dragon King. Of the Ice Dragon King, rare grade. Class requirement, Dragon Tamer, Dragon Language Mage. Level requirement, 20. Upon use, you will learn the magic skill, Rage of the Ice Dragon King. The Rage of the Ice. Dragon King unleashes a blast of cold air within a target area, dealing damage accompanied by slow and freeze effects. The duration, damage amount, and range of the effect vary depending on the continuous casting time. Spirit Wind Ring, rare grade. Level requirement, 20. Agility plus 77, Stamina plus 35, Spirit plus 32. The wearer receives the blessing of the Spirit Wind, increasing agility by 35%. Flame Bone Cloak, grade. Legendary. Stamina plus 20, Spirit plus 79, Strength plus 56, Agility plus 54. The heroic Flame Bone reduces incoming fire and ice type damage by 30% and debuff effects by 50%, while increasing the ice and fire type damage dealt by the user and their pet. I thought I wouldn't get a crowd control skill until level 30 during my second class advancement. This means I can now coordinate with Xiao Ye's skills. An agility ring. It's a shame Xiao Ye doesn't get the bonus effect, but it's still a huge help for me. And a legendary grade cloak with Xiao Ye's Destroyer Dragon form, which has an ice attribute for damage reduction, and now a fire attribute for a damage boost. Amazing. After collecting his rewards, Lu Fan recalled Xiao Ye and then confidently strode out of the secret realm. The moment he stepped outside, Lu Fan was greeted by a warm welcome from the examiners, especially Principal Bai. He rushed over with an excited expression and exclaimed, "How is this kid so damn good? Top scorer, you are the pride of our school. From now on, your picture will be hung forever on our school's wall of fame." Hearing this, the principal of number 1 high school retorted sarcastically, "Oh, really? The wall of fame is filled with heroes who sacrificed their lives while fighting against invading beasts. Are you trying to jinx the kid? Get out of here. If you're going to curse someone, curse yourself." Lu Fan broke the competition's record. His future is bound to be unimaginable. Qin Shanhai stepped forward and said, "In any case, this competition has truly allowed Lu Fan to showcase his full potential. Lu Fan, even though I had mentally prepared myself for this competition, you still managed to astound me completely. Uncle Qin, I've met the condition. I assume that Princess from the Taichi Kingdom won't be coming to cause a scene anymore, right?" Qin Shanhai smiled and replied, "Of course, I will honor our agreement. Your reward will be arriving soon." Lu Fan looked puzzled and asked, "Don't worry about that. The important thing now is for you to think about which university you're going to choose." The 2 principals chimed in. "That's right. All 10 universities will be fighting tooth and nail for you, and all the business tycoons in the southern province will definitely be looking for a chance to build connections with you, so be careful around them. Where's the dragon? Hurry up and summon it so we can have a look. Are you insane? You'd destroy the whole school. Congratulations, Lu Fan. With this amazing score, for at least the next 50 years, no one will be able to break your record." Qian Xiong watched the lively discussion before quietly slipping away. Meanwhile, in an unexplored region on the border of the Northern Dragon Nation, a level 60 zone, the Marquis of Zhenbei, Tu Jing, was drinking wine while watching Lu Fan's trial when a subordinate entered to report. "Did you find the evidence?" "It's all in here, sir. We can confirm that Qin Shanhai's suspicions, your disciple's suspicions, were correct." Through his conversation with Special Envoy Qian Xiong, Qin Shanhai deduced that Lord Ruan Changfeng, a high-ranking leader in Dragon Capital, is colluding with the Jin family of the Taichi Kingdom. Our investigation revealed that Princess Jinju's study abroad program, along with her bringing a dragon tamer, was all approved by Lord Ruan. Tu Jing angrily slammed the wine bottle down on the table. Ruan Changfeng, so it really was him. On the surface, the Jin family and Lord Ruan maintain diplomatic relations between our 2 nations, but secretly, Lord Ruan has been granting the Jin family numerous special privileges, and the Jin family in return has given him many benefits in return. No wonder he sent a special envoy to capture the dragon tamer. The wine bottle shattered from the force of the slam. Ruan Changfeng, that traitorous bastard, daring to help the princess of The Tai Chi Kingdom run rampant in our Dragon Nation. Go and deliver this message to Ruan Changfeng. I am stripping him of all his titles and authority. From this moment on, there is no longer a place for him in the leadership of Dragon Capital. Go at once. If he has any objections, tell him to come and see me personally. And as for the Jin family, if they still try to contact Ruan Changfeng, send a diplomatic delegation to pay them a visit. Yes, sir, there is one. More thing. Pay attention to which university this dragon tamer chooses, and contact the principal in advance to ensure he is provided with the best possible resources. Tu Jing ordered, thinking to himself, for the Dragon Nation to have such a young legend is truly exhilarating. Excellent. Truly excellent. Once my mission is complete, I must go and meet this young man. The only question is, when will my mission ever be over? A few minutes later, when Princess Jinzhu heard that Ruan Changfeng had been stripped of his position by the Marquis of Zhenbei, she flew into a rage, forcing her subordinate to try and calm her down. Your Highness, please calm your anger. We also have some good news. What good news could you possibly have? Without him, how are we supposed to capture that dragon tamer? Your Highness, there's no need to waste your precious time on him any longer. The day the trial results are announced is approaching. We discovered that among the participants, besides Lu Fan from Jianghai City, there is another dragon tamer from Qingzhou City. Jinzhu was surprised at first, but then a sinister smile spread across her face. Now that is good news. Let's hope this one is a bit more cooperative. Congratulations to contestant Hong Yu. Completed the Nam Tin Province's Nightmare Level Trial, Floor 72, with 89,250 points. Hong Vu excitedly stepped out of the secret realm, imagining he would become this year's top scorer and be welcomed by the examiners, including his own principal, with a warm reception. As soon as he saw the principal, Hong Vu proactively went over to greet him. "Oh, Hong Vu, you've finished the exam?" Hong Vu replied humbly, "Yes, but I only managed to get 89,000 points. I'm not sure if that's enough to be the top scorer." "Haha, don't worry. A score like that is very good. You can get into any university you want. Although achievements are important, you should always know your limits. You're quite injured. Go get treated." The calm reaction and cryptic words from the principal of number 1 high school left Hongvu confused, wondering, what does the principal mean by my score being good? But that's all? What's that supposed to mean? With such a high score, how can the principal be so unfazed? He's probably just telling me not to get arrogant, so he's trying to keep me grounded. At this thought, Hongvu cheered up and quickly replied, "I understand. Thank you for your guidance." 3 days after the results were announced, the moment Luke Pham stepped out of his house, a crowd of people from businessmen to university representatives were pushing and shoving to give gifts and connect with Luke Pham. While Luke Pham was still overwhelmed, Tan Sun Hai approached him with a smile and said, "Today is the day. The results are announced, so everyone knows you're number 1. Huh. It's too noisy out here. Let's go inside first," Han Ka shyly suggested. Luke Pham tried to check his score online, only to find that his score wasn't published. While he was wondering why, Tan Sun Hai began to present the awards. This is 50 million in cash, the reward from Jianghai City for the top scorer of Nam Tin Province. Go on and take it. Besides the cash, there's also a reward from Principal Bach for you. Tan Sun Hai opened the item chest, and information about the items immediately appeared before Luke Pham. A skill book. Roar of the Blue Dragon King, rare class requirement, Dragon Tamer, Dragon Language Mage, level requirement, 20. Upon use, you will learn the magic skill Roar of the Blue Dragon King. Roar of the Blue Dragon King unleashes a bolt of lightning forward, dealing massive damage with a paralysis effect. After attacking, it grants 20 stacks of the lightning attribute. Each attack consumes 1 stack and has a 20% chance to paralyze the target. Lightning Potion, legendary, a consumable item that upon use permanently increases the power of lightning skills by 20% and resistance to the lightning attribute. A Dragon Language Magic Book, and even a lightning potion to make this skill stronger. After ice magic, now I have lightning magic too, which means I won't have to rely solely on little Yi for magic damage anymore. Qingfeng Armor, rare, level requirement 20, strength plus 70, stamina plus 46. Qingfeng's Touch, reduces damage the wearer receives from debuff effects by 30%. Shanling Boots, legendary, level requirement 20, strength plus 68, stamina plus 54. Shanling Leap. Upon activation, teleport to any location within 50 meters. Cooldown, 30 seconds. A mobility and damage reduction ability. None of the other students who just took the exam could possibly have equipment like this. If I equip all of it, my stats will be almost on par with Little Ye's right after she hatched. Principal Bach chose these items very carefully, especially these Shanling Boots with their flash ability. Tan Sun Hai explained, "That's a skill mages only get after their second job advancement. Then I'll gladly accept." Luke Pham accepted the items. Just then, Tanthu rushed in with news. Luke Pham, Sister Han, the representatives from the 10 top universities have arrived in Jianghai, and my father invited them to our house, so I've come to pick you up for the interviews. So soon? The results were just announced, Tan Son Hai explained. For a talent like you, they have to be quick. They came right after watching the video of your trial performance. I've already arranged to have your video and test score classified. Other than the 10 universities and the higher-ups in Longdo, no one else can see them. You're too special, and if another princess like the last one shows up, it would be a huge problem. Regarding the Kim Chow affair, I've handled it, and that person is very eager to meet you. Luke Pham replied excitedly, That's great. I also want to meet and thank him. Tan Son Hai smiled and patted Luke Pham's shoulder. Not just yet. He's currently on a mission, but don't worry, you two will meet eventually. At that moment, Tanthu handed a card to Luke Pham. I originally came to thank you last time, but unfortunately, we ran into Kim Chow. I can't take this. We only agreed on 100,000. You know, this card is for 10 million. Tan Son Hai chimed in. This is a token of the Tan family's gratitude for saving Little Thu's squad in Ai Dong village. Just accept it. Seeing Luke Pham still hesitating, Tan Son Hai laughed heartily and said, Tonight, someone is planning to take you two to the Gyeongsun Garden. If you can't even accept this card, what will you do when you see the villa that the province is gifting to its top scorer? Dad, stop teasing him. Tanthu stepped in to defend Luke Pham, then quickly pulled his hand to go meet the university representatives waiting at her home. Elsewhere, Thoi Hoan Tai took Princess Kim Chow to a forest on the outskirts of Thanshao City, Dragon Kingdom, to meet the dragon tamer they were targeting. What's his level? Level 19. And his armored dragon is level 14. Kim Chow watched Tran Thien Chi and his armored dragon up ahead with keen interest. Dragon tamers really are on another level. He's already fighting a level 30 boss. The boss, which was absolutely enormous, charged furiously at Tran Thien Chi. Tran Thien Chi commanded his young armored dragon to swing its tail powerfully, dealing damage to all targets in its path. As for him, using the Dragon Spear Strike skill, he channeled his dragon energy into an extremely powerful attack, delivering a fatal blow that sent the boss straight to the underworld. Thanks to that, Tran Thien Chi reached level 20, and Tu Chu leveled up to 15. Excellent, excellent. You didn't waste the dragon egg I gave you. Kim Chow applauded in praise. Tran Thien Chi bowed his head and replied, I'm glad I did not disappoint you, princess. If you were like this useless bum, then I would be disappointed. With that, Kim Chow turned to Thoi Hoan Tai with a displeased expression. From now on, this spear of yours will be his. Any problem with that, Thoi Hoan Tai? Although Thoi Hoan Tai was reluctant, he had no choice but to answer. This subordinate obeys the princess's command. Tran Thien Chi said gratefully, Thank you, princess. With the dragon armor and the dragon spear, plus the princess's enhancement magic, I will surely defeat the top scorer of Nam Province. Kim Chow was secretly pleased. Tran Thien Chi was ranked second with 210,000 points, while Luke Pham's score wasn't announced, but it was estimated to be around 300,000 points, so Tran Thien Chi still had a chance to win. Luke Pham, you must remember this name until you eliminate him and seize his black dragon. I will help you become the strongest dragon master in history. In the Tai Te Kingdom, you will become my servant, second to only one but above all others. So, when it comes to Luke Pham, do not disappoint me. With a determined gaze, Tran Thien Chi replied, Rest assured, princess. It is my honor. I vow to be your knight forever. Kim Chow replied with satisfaction, You are very perceptive, much more so than that, Luke Pham. I gave him a golden opportunity, yet he was ungrateful. Then, she ordered Thoi Hoan Tai, Go to Jianghai and investigate which academy Luke Pham enrolls in for me. If you can't even do that, then get lost. Yes, ma'am. Thinking of Luke Pham, Kim Chow was filled with hatred and thought to herself, Soon enough, he will forever regret what he did to me. In the living room of the Tan family's villa, before meeting the academy representatives, Tan Thu asked Luke Pham, Have you decided which academy you're going to apply to? Because I want to know. Ah, no, it's because my father wanted me to ask. He said I should apply to the same academy as you, so we can help each other out later. That's great. I heard that teams are very important, and we've already worked together before. If we're going into a secret dungeon, you'd definitely be my first choice. But I still don't know which academy to choose yet. I'll let you know later. Ah, okay, Tanthu replied shyly, wondering to herself just how many points Luke Pham had actually scored. If she couldn't catch up to him again, the gap between them would only grow wider. Thinking this, Tanthu said to Luke Pham, I'll do my best to get into the same academy as you. Yeah, okay. Luke Pham smiled and replied, then pushed the door open to meet the academy representatives. Greetings, teachers. My name is Luke Pham. Before he could even finish his introduction, a man cut him off. Luke Pham, Right? We've all seen the video of your trial. It was incredible. The first dragon master in history to have a dragon. I wonder if the top scorer of Nam province has an academy in mind yet? A female teacher asked. The man from before said with a displeased look, there's no need to ask what he likes. Jiangnam Academy will give you all sorts of benefits. A scholarship worth 10 million dragon coins a year, and all potions, secret dungeons, and other resources will be provided for free. The female teacher then taunted, Hey, everyone sitting here represents the top academies in the Dragon Kingdom. You dare come here to compete for the top scorer with just that? In addition to what Gyeongnam Academy can offer, Bakkan Academy will give you an extra 20 million a year and access to 20 secret dungeons that aren't open to the public. The other man, not to be outdone, said, What Bakkan can offer, you think we can't? We can provide all that, and we'll even throw in access to a dungeon of opportunity. The female teacher was no pushover either, and immediately raised the stakes. The terms are negotiable. If he's not satisfied, we will offer more. Luke Pham watched this bickering scene, a bit bewildered, not expecting the interview to be like this. Good grief, now I really don't know which academy to choose. Just then, Ko Han, the representative from Longdo Academy, spoke up. This year's participant for the national trial will be selected by Longdo. Luke Pham, we can give you this spot. The man was stunned when he heard this. Really? Look, he's strong, but he just had his class change. How could he possibly be qualified enough for the national trial? The previous participants all went through rigorous selections. The other nations are already fully prepared, and he's just now finding out about it, making an internal decision to hand something so important to a freshman. Are you treating the national trial like a joke? Kohan ignored these comments and continued to negotiate with Luke Pham. The national trial is a super-secret dungeon jointly established by 23 nations around the world. Once every 3 years, each nation sends one contestant under the age of 25 to represent their country in the national trial. To ensure the stability of the secret dungeon, the contestants must be newcomers. National-level experts are not allowed to participate. This is a competition that the whole world watches, and the prizes are some of the rarest treasures in existence. The female teacher and the man who had been squabbling earlier now joined forces to criticize Kohan. Even if you were to give him a spot, it should be for the next one. This year's competition starts in just 6 months. Don't you think what you're doing is incredibly reckless? Kohan stated firmly. The one who passes the national trial will earn the right to become a national-level master, an opportunity to go from being #1 in Nam Province to #1 in the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Capital can give you this opportunity. The national trial not only offers rich rewards, but also a chance to join the ranks of the powerful. While Lu Fan was pondering this, the system suddenly announced, Lu Fan, congratulations, today's treasure map has been sent to you. This was his second God-tier treasure map after a very long time. The treasure map from the first God-tier map led him to the Black Dragon Egg, which meant this time, Lu Fan saw that the map pointed to the Dragon Capital Academy, so he didn't hesitate to accept Gu He's invitation to enroll in the Dragon Capital Academy, but with one condition. I want an admission application for Han Kei. Her class is Charm Chef, a very rare hidden class. Gu Han thought for a moment and replied, All right, but whether she'll be accepted or not is something we'll have to decide after a meeting. So, 4 days later, Lu Fan and Han Kei packed their bags to head to the Dragon Capital Academy. I can't believe the day has come for us to leave this place. We've lived here for so long, it makes me a little sad to go. We have a villa and savings now. We can live wherever we want. You don't need to feel regretful, Lu Fan comforted her. Han Kei said nostalgically, I still remember when we first moved here. You were only this big. Time really flies. Just then, Qin Chu and Tao Xiaoman drove up in a supercar to take Lu Fan and his aunt to the Qin family's private jet for the flight to Dragon Capital Academy. Did Tao Zi apply to Dragon Capital too? Lu Fan asked with a smile. Tao Xiaoman answered honestly, My score was the same as Xiao Qiu's, and since she applied to Dragon Capital because of you, Before she could finish, Qin Chu shut her up. I'm really troubling you kids. I never expected Xiao Fan would. Back when I got my class, I dreamed of going to college like everyone else. I really wanted to start over again. Xiao Fan was still very young then. I can't believe he still remembered this, all this time. As she said this, Han Kei's eyes welled up with tears. Lu Fan hugged his aunt to comfort her. His young aunt had always worked so hard for him, and he remembered clearly how disappointed and unwilling she was when she became Shou, a life class professional. That's why he was determined to fulfill his promise to give them both a better life. This was just the beginning. With everything settled, the four of them immediately set off for Dragon Capital. A few hours later, while everyone was admiring the bustling scenery outside Dragon Capital Academy, they happened to run into the spoiled princess, Jin Zhu, who was also here to enroll. As soon as she stepped out of the car, she started complaining as usual. So this is Dragon Country. The capital is just so-so. Lu Fan, a subordinate exclaimed in surprise. So the Dragon Master from Jianghai is him? That saves us the trouble of looking for him. Hehe, Chen Tianji said as he was about to rush forward for a bloody duel with Lu Fan, but Jinju stopped him. We don't have Nguyen Trong Fong's support right now. If we fight here, we'll be deported back to our country. Just calm down. I understand. My apologies, Princess. On Lu Fan's side, Jinzu's appearance made them all worried. What do we do now? I remember my dad saying she was coming to Dragon Country to study abroad. Could it be at Dragon Capital Academy? Xiao Fan. Just then, Gu Han appeared with a bright smile and said, You two arrived at the same time? Come on, in. Seeing Lu Fan's confused expression, Gu Han seemed surprised and said, Don't you two know each other? You're number 1 and number 2 from Nan Province, and you're both Dragon Masters, so we call you the Twin Stars of Nan Province. Chen Tianji, number 2 of Nan Province, also a Dragon Master. Lu Fan stared at Chen Tianji assessingly, while Chen Tianji looked back at Lu Fan with hostility and said, I've heard so much about you. And now I finally get to meet you, Lu Fan. Miss Gu, I guess I'm acquainted with these two now, but we're all tired from the long journey. Could you show us to our rooms to rest first? Hearing Lu Fan say this, Gu Han replied, Then let me show everyone to their accommodations. If you're not satisfied with anything, you can change it. I'll also take this chance to tell you about the freshman orientation tomorrow that you'll have to attend. We'll go by ourselves, Jinzu replied haughtily, and quickly left with her 2 subordinates. Gu Han led the group to the villa area and introduced it. This is the villa area for the top-ranked freshmen. There are 30 villas in total. Each year, the instructors review the trial exam videos to evaluate and rank the new students. Those who rank in the top 30 get to live in the villa area. Among the top-ranked students, Lu Fan is number 1, so villa number 1 will be his. As for Chen Tianji, the number 2 from Nan Province, he's ranked 18th overall, so his place is villa number 18, Chen Tianji. It seems he accepted Jinzu's conditions. To think that someone who sold his pride is being called one of the twin stars with me, how ridiculous, Qin Chu then asked curiously. Miss Gu, Taozi's and my results probably aren't in the top 30, right? Does that mean we have to go register at the student dorms? That's right, Qin Chu, Tao Xiao. Man, Han Ke, I'll take the 3 of you to the dormitory area later, but in every aspect, the villa area is obviously much better. Then can we live with Lu Fan? The suggestion from Han Ke made the 2 girls' jaws drop in surprise. Gu Han thought for a moment and replied, There are no rules against it, as long as the person living there has no objections. Xiao Fan definitely has no objections, right? Don't you want to eat your little aunt's cooking? Lu Fan, of course, had no objections and agreed instantly. Han Ke then happily linked arms with Qin Chu and Xiao Tao. The boy has no objections, so we'll all live together. It's a good chance to bond and strengthen our ties, which will make it more convenient when we team up for dungeons later. A lot. While Xiao Tao was feeling awkward about this, Lu Fan said, You guys should stay here with my little aunt. The dorms are pretty far away anyway, and if I need to find you later, I won't have to cross half the campus. Xiao Tao shrugged and replied, All right, if Xiao Chu stays, I'll stay too. The conditions here are much better anyway. Okay, Jin Chu shyly agreed. Awesome. Then from now on, Xiao Chu can try my cooking too. While Qin Chu was being smothered by Han Ka, Xiao Tao walked over and whispered to Lu Fan, We can live together, but don't you get any ideas about Xiao Chu. I'll be watching you. Just then, a notification suddenly popped up in Lu Fan's system. You have approached the location on the map. Huh? The treasure is in the villa behind me. After reading the notification, Lu Fan immediately asked Gu Han, Miss Gu, who does villa number 2 belong to? I'm only in charge of Nan Province, so I'm not familiar with the candidates from other regions, but it seems there's only a single girl in villa number 2. Lu Fan then told Han Ka, Qin Chu, and Xiao Tao to head to their place first, while he made an excuse to greet the neighbor and investigate villa number 2. Upon hearing this, Han Ka handed Lu Fan a cake, secretly pleased. The moment he heard it was a girl, he wanted to go meet her. Little Fan is finally growing up. Xiao Tao, however, thought with contempt, He's already living with the 3 of us, and he still wants to go flirt with the neighbor. I really underestimated you. Ringing the doorbell of villa number 2, Lu Fan felt a bit nervous, wondering if his new neighbor would like the cake his little aunt made, and hoping she would invite him inside. We all just arrived, so I have to get the treasure before my neighbor discovers it. A moment later, a girl answered the door as expected. Lu Fan smiled and introduced himself. Hi, I'm Lu Fan from number 1. I'm from Jianghai City in Nan Province. This is a small welcome gift. Since we'll be neighbors, I hope we can get along. Exquisite pumpkin cake. Food item. First-time consumption permanently increases agility by 3 points. After inspecting the gift box for anything unusual, the girl finally took it, replying coldly, Yunbei Province, Jianying. Her voice is cute, but she's so hard to talk to. Thinking to himself, Lu Fan made up an excuse. Well, Jianying, could I come in and sit for a moment? I'm a bit thirsty and would love a cup of tea. Despite the incredibly lame excuse, Jianying didn't object and just nodded. As soon as she opened the door, Lu Fan shot inside. At the speed of light, then followed the system's directions to the bedroom, and finally found the treasure in a secret compartment inside the bathroom, a place Jianying had never been. It really is the second egg. Lu Fan quickly hid the treasure and ran back out. On second thought, I'm not thirsty anymore, so I'll be going now. It was nice meeting you. See you at the opening ceremony tomorrow. With that said, Lu Fan disappeared in a flash. Jianying stared after him, bewildered, then noticed that her bedroom door was open, where her dress and underwear were on the bed, and couldn't help but wonder, could he be some kind of perv? That night, at Villa Number 1, the dragon egg finally hatched. Jade Dragon Contract, Legend Grade, Level 1. Strength 122, Agility 153, Spirit 659, Stamina 216. Fountain of Life. Uses the Fountain of Life on all friendly targets, granting continuous health regeneration. Jade Light. Creates 3 layers of a Jade Blessing on a target, removing debuffs and increasing all stats by 30%. Each layer of the blessing can block 1 instance of damage. Natural Assimilation. Can devour equipment and absorb its characteristic skills. Jade Dragon Bloodline. Doubles all skill effects for the dragon race and those with a bloodline connection, provides immunity to all debuffs, and increases self-regeneration by 5,000%. Blood Pact. Connects the bloodline, adding 10% of the dragon pet's stats to the dragon tamer. It turns out the Jade Dragon isn't a combat type. With over 600 spirit, it's obviously a support type. Doubling means all the effects on myself and Xiao Ye will be doubled. During the trial, thanks to the 30% buff from the dragon's encouragement, Xiao Ye's spirit stats surpassed 7,000 when she unleashed the Great Cataclysm. If I now add the doubling effect of Jade Light, that's a 60% increase in stats. That means her stats would be nearly 12,000. The Jade Dragon can even devour equipment effects and make them its own. So if it levels up or devours more equipment in the future, I can't even imagine how strong it will become. But for now, there's one important matter I need to consider carefully. What should I name you? Lu Fan looked away from the screen and saw the Jade Dragon and Xiao Ye trading blows. You two, stop it! Lu Fan rushed over to separate the 2 little rascals and lifted the Jade Dragon. After a moment of thought, he said, I'll call you Xiao Fei. Haha, Xiao Fei is a great name. You'll be Xiao Ye's little sister from now on. Wee wee? Xiao Fei cried out happily. Xiao Ye, on the other hand, didn't seem happy about it and cried out in protest. The 2 little devils started growling at each other again, making Lu Fan yell, Quiet! You'll wake everybody up! The next day was the school's opening ceremony. Since the lifestyle classes and the combat classes had separate orientations, Han Ka had to part ways with Lu Fan, Qin Chu, and Xiao Tao for a while. Hey Lu Fan, why was your room so noisy last night? That's because Lu Fan was about to explain but got distracted by the surrounding male students fawning over Qin Chu and Xiao Tao's looks. They're gorgeous, either of them could be the campus queen. If I got to enter a secret realm with beauties like them, I could die in there and it would be worth it. Dream on about being their boyfriend. Can't you see that male specimen walking with her? But there are 2 of them, and they can't both be that guy's girlfriends. Qin Chu became embarrassed by the gossip and quickly hurried into the auditorium. Yesterday I asked Miss Gu, and she said that hidden classes have to sit in the front row. Qin Chu said apologetically to Xiao Tao while walking to the front with Lu Fan. So I can't sit with you, Xiao Chu? Then I'll just sit in the back. As Lu Fan was walking, he saw Hong Yu and found him vaguely familiar. That guy looks so familiar. Oh, I remember now. He's that noisy Qigong master from the trial exam. Seeing Hong Yu was also looking at him, Lu Fan gave a friendly smile and walked past him to sit in the front row. A guy like you actually thought you were the top scorer. Go check the list and see how far apart you and Lu Fan are. Remembering the dean's words and condescending gaze made Hong Yu grit his teeth in anger. Lu Fan, I've finally found you. You're the bastard who made me lose all face. In front of the dean, Lu Fan walked to the front row and saw that Jianying was already there, so he took the initiative to greet her. Hearing this, Qin Chu asked in surprise, Lu Fan, do you 2 know each other? I guess so. She's Jianying, our neighbor from Villa Number 2. Oh, so that means she's the one with the 2nd highest overall score, right? She's so beautiful and talented. Qin Chu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A moment later, Vice Dean Zhao Shengming, a level 78 combat class, Lightning Mage, began his opening speech. I am the Vice Dean of Longdu Academy, a professor at the Magic Academy, Zhao Shengming. First, on behalf of Longdu Academy, I welcome all you freshmen. I'm not one for empty formalities, so next, the instructors will hand out your ID cards while I go over some of the Academy's regulations. The ID card being distributed is your proof of enrollment at Longdu Academy. It is used to store credit points. These points are considered currency within the Academy. To enter secret realms provided by the school or to purchase items like weapons and ammunition, you'll need credit points, and your initial number of credit points is based on your score from the recent trial exam. At this moment, a young man raised his hand to speak. Excuse me, Vice Dean, the difficulty of the exam varies by province. This means that provinces with lower difficulty will get more credit points, which doesn't seem fair. The Academy has already considered what you've mentioned, so credit points will be calculated by taking your exam score and dividing it by a difficulty coefficient calculated based on the differences in each province's exam. The higher the exam's difficulty, the smaller the coefficient. For example, this year's exam in Nan Province was the most difficult, so students from Nan Province will divide their scores by the lowest coefficient, which is 96. Lu Fan looked at his credit points, 13,539, and thought to himself, so this number is all the capital I have at Longdu Academy, but these credit points are only temporary, because your points will be redetermined in the freshman assessment exam 1 month from now. The top 30 students with the highest scores will be eligible to enter the Qingyun class. Those who enter the Qingyun class will receive many special privileges, such as being able to register for closed-off secret realms, exchange for desired skills and equipment, or the right to move into the villa area. The Qingyun class. This is the first I've heard of it. Me too. So, does that mean we'll have a chance to move into the villa area? Hearing the two young men behind him, Lu Fan thought to himself, this means that with my number 1 rank, I'm currently eligible for the Qingyun class, but if I lose this eligibility, I'll have to move out of villa number 1. I understand that all of you want to get into the Qingyun class, but I must warn you first. Just because you get into the Qingyun class doesn't mean you're safe, because any student can challenge a class member for their spot in the Qingyun class through a challenge. Only if that member wins can they keep their spot. If the member loses, the challenger will enter the Qingyun class, and members of the class cannot refuse a challenge. At this point, Zhao Shengming displayed the list of Qingyun class members. Currently, the Qingyun class has 30 members, who are the 30 people with the highest exam scores. The number 1 spot belongs to the top scorer of Nan Province, Dragon Master Lu Fan. Hearing this, Lu Fan immediately stood up and waved to everyone. What? He's number 1. That loser from before. His class is Dragon Master and he's number 1, so he must have a dragon. Keep your voice down, he can hear you. What if he really does have a dragon? We'd be toast. Even just an earth dragon would be terrifying enough. No wonder he became the top scorer of Nan Province. I just searched online, and I can't find any videos or scores for Lu Fan's exam. Could he be some rich kid with connections who got in through his family without any real skill? That's right. I can only find Chen Tianji, the number 2 from Nan Province. Look at this. His dragon is awesome. Chen Tianji, at this moment, quietly asked Jinzhou, Princess, when do you plan to deal with him? We still don't know his true strength. Let's take our time and probe him first. Qin Qiu heard the Vice Dean speak and became a little worried. Lu Fan, with the Vice Dean introducing you like that, isn't he just encouraging everyone to challenge you? Lu Fan gave a wry smile and replied, I didn't expect this to be a thing. The assembly ended. Just as Lu Fan was about to head to the secret realm hall to check it out, Hong Yu called out to him and issued a challenge. You want to challenge me? That's right. The Vice Dean already said it. All 30 members of the Qingyun class cannot refuse a challenge. Lu Fan, if you really have the strength to be the top scorer, why wouldn't you dare to face me? Hong Yu scoffed in response, thinking to himself that he couldn't see the video or Lu Fan's exam score. If he was really that capable, it must have been because he summoned a ton of wyverns to pass the exam. In that case, I just need to target him directly to win. Hearing Hong Yu's words, Lu Fan laughed. You're on. I accept your challenge. All right then, I'll bet 200 points. Just 200 points? Oh well, 200 must be a big number for him. Thinking this, Lu Fan smiled slyly and replied, Okay, 200 it is. The friendly match between Lu Fan and Hong Yu immediately became the center of everyone's attention. Jinzhou then reminded Chen Tianji, this is a good opportunity to gauge his strength. You need to pay close attention to Lu Fan's every move. Meanwhile, in another location not too far away, will Lu Fan be able to win? Faced with Xiao Tao's doubt, Qin Qiu just smiled and said, You've never seen Lu Fan fight before, have you? You'll find out soon enough. On the makeshift arena, which was the schoolyard, Hong Yu took an offensive stance and said with a confident smile, I'll count down from 3, and then we'll start. 3, 2, 1, begin. As he finished speaking, Hong Yu channeled his internal energy and used the charged Qi strike skill. The strike condensed his Qi, doubling the damage when hitting a weak spot and granting +1 Qi upon a successful hit to attack Lu Fan. But it only hit Lu Fan's afterimage, leaving him stunned. Isn't that the blink skill of a second advancement mage? How does Lu Fan have this move? It turned out Lu Fan had used the boots of the Sly Spirit to blink in an instant, causing Hong Yu's attack to miss. I heard that Chi Masters are good at both offense and defense, capable of fighting at close and long range. Is this really all you've got? Lu Fan's taunt made Hong Yu furious, so he immediately used his ultimate move, Ascending Chi Wave, a skill that fires off Chi waves, increasing damage to weak spots by 5%. Each wave that hits the target grants +1 ki as he attacked Lu Fan. Ha ha, you're out of options, aren't you? Hong Yu laughed. As long as I keep stopping him from summoning his dragons, the moment he shows an opening, I'll... Just as Hong Yu was gloating to himself, he saw that Lu Fan had dodged all of the Chi waves. He was even preparing to counterattack. So, Hong Yu immediately used his rock-solid skill, consuming all his Chi to create a sturdy defensive barrier. For every point of Chi consumed, the barrier's defense increases by 5% to block attacks. You can't break my rock-solid unless your strength reaches 280 points, Hong Yu thought with certainty, only to meet a bitter end as Lu Fan shattered the barrier and kicked him straight in the stomach, knocking him down. The onlookers were shocked by this scene. He sent him flying with a single kick, without even using a skill. Is the Azure Cloud class that strong? Lu Fan is a dragon tamer, yet he defeated a Chi Master without even summoning his dragons. Is that it? And here I thought we'd get to see some dragons. A young man looked at Hong Yu with concern. He's bleeding. Is he going to be all right? Lu Fan then looked disappointed and said to his opponent, "This is just not good enough. I wasn't even using my full strength, and you're already down." In a corner, Jin Zhou asked anxiously, "Did you see that clearly? What are your chances of defeating him?" After hearing Jin Zhou's question, Chen Tianji thought for a moment before answering. Lu Fan still hasn't summoned his dragons. If we're just judging his personal abilities, I'd say I have about a 30% chance, but with the princess's buff, it goes up to 70%. Hearing this, Jin Zhou felt somewhat relieved. That's pretty high. The match ended, and Lu Fan directly took out his ID card to collect the bet. A bet's a bet. Not to mention you were the one who started this, so I'll be taking those 200 points. Longdu Academy ID card. Lu Fan. Balance change. +200. Current balance. 13,739. Hong Yu stared at the displayed number in horror. 13,739. 1,739 times the Nan province difficulty multiplier of 96. That means his exam score is 1.3 million. Almost 1.3 million points. Even Chen Tianji, who's in second place, only has 21,000 points. Only then did he realize how naive he had been to think he could beat Lu Fan. The fight was over. Qin Qiu and Xiao Tao returned to the villa to get Han Ke, while Lu Fan stayed in the Longdu Academy's dungeon lobby to research the secret realms. A short while later, as soon as she arrived, Han Ke rushed over to ask, "Someone already challenged you? Little Fan, are you all right?" Lu Fan smiled and replied, "I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't worry, Auntie." Recalling the earlier scene, Xiao Tao couldn't help but exclaim, "Lu Fan sent Hong Yu flying so effortlessly just now. Ha, I told you he was very strong. The first time I met Lu Fan, he was even stronger than Uncle Gigi. If he's already this strong on his own, wouldn't his dragons be even more powerful? I can't even imagine it. Well, dragons were already beyond our imagination to begin with. Everyone's here now. Come take a look at this. I just looked through the dungeons the Academy offers, and this one gives the most experience points, which is perfect for us to level up," Lu Fan said, as he held up a tablet, feeling a bit annoyed. If it weren't for Hong Yu's challenge, Xiao Fei would have already leveled up by now. Poisonous Spider Forest, a dread-level secret realm. Party limit, 5 or more people, entry fee, 45 accumulated points. Han Ke read the dungeon information and couldn't help but feel worried. Even though you kids called me over to make up the numbers, this is a level 45 dungeon, not child's play. If anything goes wrong, we could die. Lu Fan smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Auntie. I'm confident I can get everyone through it safely. Even so, including Han Ke, we only have 4 people. But this instance requires at least 5. Lu Fan hadn't considered that yet. Just when he was wondering who to invite, Qin Qiu gestured with her chin towards Sword Shadow, who was sitting not far away. "Look, Lu Fan, the girl from Villa number 2 is here too. Her total score is ranked 2nd, so this level 45 dungeon should be no problem for her at all. You should go and try inviting her." Although Lu Fan was a bit hesitant, he still followed Qin Qiu's advice and approached Sword Shadow, but before he could even say a word, and merely greeted her, he was met with a disdainful look from Sword Shadow. Crap, this expression clearly shows she's misunderstood me, but I have to admit my actions back when I was looking for the dragon egg were pretty strange. Besides, talking to Sword Shadow is really tough. She'll probably just say yes or get lost. Thinking this, Lu Fan forced his friendliest possible smile and said, "I see you're also looking up dungeons. just like me. So I was wondering if you'd like to join our party? After a moment of silence, Sword Shadow made a disgusted face and said, "Pervert." Upon hearing that, everyone immediately turned to stare at Lufan with judging eyes. "Xiao Fan, my dear Lufan, what on earth did you do to her?" "A misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, just from when I greeted her last time," Lu Fan hastily explained, holding up his tablet to show Sword Shadow the dungeon information. "I admit, the first time we met was a little weird, but I'm really just a normal guy. I swear, I promise. I saw you were looking for a dungeon too, and I don't really know anyone else. We're just one person short for the poisonous spider forest, so it would be great if we could team up, right?" As soon as she heard the name Poisonous Spider Forest, Sword Shadow immediately accepted Lufan's offer. Lufan's party couldn't help but rejoice. Lufan himself let out a sigh of relief and then offered to pay her entrance fee for the dungeon, but Sword Shadow bluntly refused. She then took out her ID card, paid the fee herself, and entered the dungeon. Sword Shadow, Secret Realm, Poisonous Spider Forest, points consumed, 45, remaining balance, 874. Reading Sword Shadow's information, Lufan became thoughtful. She has over 8,000 points. I don't know the difficulty coefficient for Yunbei, but even with the coefficient of 96 from Nan Province, the highest difficulty, Sword Shadow's score would still be over 800,000. She's incredibly strong. One by one, the party members entered the dungeon. The moment they were inside, Hankei couldn't help but cover her nose. "Goodness, the air in here smells awful." Lufan looked at the path ahead and said, "Looks like this is the place." The group followed the path deeper into the forest. Along the way, a curious Xiao Tao asked, "Lufan, why did you pick this dungeon? It's level 45 and on dreadful difficulty." I looked through all the options in the dungeon lobby, and none of them had a higher level or offered more experience points than this one. Hearing his answer, Xiao Tao seemed a little flustered. "Ah, well, that's not what I meant. Hold on, if we're here to level up, then I definitely have to share these with everyone." Hankei smiled cheerfully and pulled out a huge bag of cookies. Traveler's cookies, perfect quality food. Effect: for 3 hours after eating, increases. Experience points gained by 20%. This is great. With these cookies to help, we'll reach the next level in no time. I found the recipe for these in a blueprint that my life profession instructor gave me. Not many people can craft them. Luckily, my profession gets a buff that provides a very high success rate, so I managed to make them on my first try. Hankei boasted proudly, then walked over to offer Sword Shadow a cookie she had made. "Did you also make that cake from before?" "You mean the pumpkin pie?" "Yes, I did. If you like it, I can make more for you. Sister Han is an amazing cook, and we live so close to each other, so you're welcome to visit any time," Chin Chu said with a smile. Sword Shadow was a little surprised at first, but then a smile unconsciously graced her usually ice-cold face. At that very moment, Lufan heard a sound from the nearby bushes and immediately warned his teammates, "Everyone, be careful. A monster has noticed us." Realizing it had been discovered, the monster stopped hiding and revealed itself. Level 40 Black-Scaled Python. Experience, 9,120. Materials. Python's Poison Fang worth 1,745. Poison Fang. A bitten target is afflicted with a stack of poison, and each stack reduces the target's maximum health by 10%. Death Coil. Continuously constricts the target, incapacitating them and draining 10% of their health every 5 seconds. The moment she saw the monster, Xiao Tao immediately dashed forward. A panicked Chin Chu saw this and tried to stop her. "Tao Zi, wait!" But Xiao Tao didn't listen and continued her charge, attacking the monster. As a result, her sword strike was like a mosquito trying to bite steel, only serving to enrage the python. The monsters here are all level 40 or higher. They're not something we can defeat easily. I can make some food to boost our resistance, but I'll need to gather the ingredients. No need to go through all that trouble, Lu Fan interjected. "You all just focus on the fight. Leave these problems to me." As he spoke, power began to gather in Lu Fan's hand, and Xiao Fei was summoned forth. Xiao Fei's tiny appearance left his teammates bewildered. This was especially true for Xiao Tao, who had never seen Lu Fan's dragon before. "This is a great dragon?" "Stop climbing on my head, you're too playful, Xiao Fei," Lu Fan said dotingly to his pet dragon. "That's not Xiao Ye. Does Lu Fan have 2 dragons?" "Xiao Fan, where did this dragon come from? How come I've never seen it before?" The python wasn't about to give them time to chat, and seeing Xiao Tao's guard was down, it lunged to attack. Seeing this, Lu Fan immediately commanded Xiao Fei to unleash Jade Light, placing 3 stacks of Jade Blessing on the target, removing all debuffs, and increasing all of their stats by 30%. Each stack of the blessing can block 1 instance of damage. Thanks to the spear, Xiao Tao managed to escape death, but the force of the bite still sent her tumbling backward. Tao Zi, let me heal you. Qin Chu rushed over to Xiao Tao. At that moment, Xiao Tao was startled to realize that the damage had just been nullified. That's right, Lu Fan explained. With Xiao Fei here, everyone can fight without worry. There's absolutely no need to be concerned about debuffs or injuries whatsoever. Xiao Fei removes debuffs, negates damage, and boosts stats, all in one skill. That's even more amazing than a second advancement priest, Xiao Dao chimed in with agreement. The Dragon Clan is truly powerful. A dragon that's small can already negate damage and even boost all of my stats. Suddenly, the python lunged towards Qin Chu and Xiao Tao. Lu Fan was about to charge in to rescue them when a flash of light from behind him shot straight through the monster's head, instantly obliterating it. While everyone was still stunned, the sword shadow behind them recalled his blade and issued a warning. Don't waste any more time, we're being targeted. This was Sword Shadow, a level 21 hidden combat class. A sword master, wielding the blood-breaking sword, an epic grade level 21 weapon, a class exclusive to the Swordmaster class. It grants plus 3,947 strength, plus 126 agility, has an armor break effect that ignores 30% of the target's defense, and a swiftness effect that increases sword control speed by 40%. So this is how a Swordmaster attacks. As expected, number 2 is incredibly strong. As Lu Fan was silently admiring Sword Shadow, he noticed his expression suddenly turn grave as he sent his sword flying in another direction. Lu Fan followed the sword's path and spotted a silver-armored spider preparing to attack Han Ke, so he immediately dove and tackled Han Ke out of the way. Unlike the last time, this strike from Sword Shadow only managed to deflect the monster's attack, failing to cause any damage. The system then displayed its information. Silver-armored spider, level 45, experience, 15,750, materials. Silver armor shell, worth 415 gold. Poison fangs, a target hit by the bite contracts 1 stack of poison. Each stack of poison reduces the target's max HP by 10%. Pincer leg pierce, swings its forelimbs to simultaneously pierce through 2 targets. If it fails to hit, the skill reactivates 1 more time. Silver armor, immune to armor-breaking effects. The silver-armored spider let out a shriek, then changed its target to Sword Shadow, attacking with its pincer leg pierce skill, but it kept missing because Sword Shadow was moving too fast. Sword Shadow, watch out! Lu Fan yelled, then charged in and took down the monster with 1 strike. Focus, it's not the only one. What's more, it's not just these spiders. There are black web hunters here too. Sword Shadow simultaneously wielded 2 weapons, the Army Breaker Greatsword and the Frostwater Sword, to deal with the horde of monsters. Army Breaker Greatsword, epic grade, a level 21 weapon exclusive to the Swordmaster class. Its skill, Mountain Shaker, deals 210% physical damage and splashes 21% of that damage to surrounding enemies. Frostwater Sword, exquisite grade, a level 14 weapon exclusive to the Swordmaster class. Its skill, Bone-Chilling Frost, deals ice elemental damage and reduces the target's movement speed by 30%. Black Web Hunter, level 45, experience, points, 39,110, material, Spider Eye, worth 7,519 dragon coins. Poison Fangs, a target hit by the bite contracts 1 stack of poison. Each stack reduces the target's max HP by 10%. Binding Web, tightly wraps a captured target in a web, and the target will die after 60 seconds. While fighting alongside Sword Shadow, Lu Fan asked curiously, all of your weapons are class-bound. They look really unique. Sword masters can craft their own weapons, and they level up with me right from level 1. But this isn't the time for a sales pitch, Sword Shadow said while dodging an attack from a silver-armored spider, simultaneously using Bone-Chilling Frost to deal ice damage and slow the target's movement speed by 30%. This class is similar to a Dragon Master. One levels up dragons, while the other levels up weapons. As Lu Fan was mulling this over, he spotted a silver-armored spider about to launch a sneak attack on Sword Shadow. So he immediately ordered Xiao Fei to activate Jade Light, while he himself charged forward with his weapon to block the monster's blow. Having been saved, Sword Shadow immediately used Mountain Shaker, sending the monster straight to Spider Heaven and getting a 30% stat buff. Thanks, Lu Fan replied with a smile, thinking to himself, the Blood-Breaking Sword is for agile armor piercing, the Frostwater Sword is for crowd control, and this last one is for defense and damage buffs. With 3 swords working in harmony, the Swordmaster is truly an all-around class. Just then, Han Ke's scream grabbed the attention of Lu Fan and Sword Shadow. Tao Zi, protect Sister Han, Qin Chu shouted to Xiao Tao as the 3 of them were being surrounded by the spiders. There are still so many. Silver-armored spiders. I'll take care of them. You go find the Black Web Hunter. Lu Fan delegated to Sword Shadow, then ran with Xiao Fei to help Qin Chu's group. Everyone watch out for the binding web. Skill, if you get caught in it, you could die. Sword Shadow was distracted watching Lu Fan and got hit by a sneak attack, which shattered the 3 layers of armor from Xiao Fei and left her injured. Seeing that Sword Shadow still decided to run off and find the Black Web Hunter, Lu Fan quickly stopped her. Wait, Sword Shadow, you're hurt. Don't charge in there by yourself. Xiao Fei, quick, heal her! Before Lu Fan could even finish, Qin Chu urged him, Lu Fan, go with Sword Shadow. With the Jade Light, we'll be fine here. All right, I'm counting on you two then. With that, Lu Fan and Xiao Fei took off after Sword Shadow. There you are, let me help. As he spoke, he ordered Xiao Fei to release the Jade Light, creating a phantom shield and buffing Sword Shadow. I can handle this on my own. Sword Shadow had barely finished boasting when she saw the hunter. The Black Web Hunter attacked her with its binding web. Just as Sword Shadow thought she was trapped, Lu Fan dashed in front of her, then activated Dragon Claw, transforming his arm into that of a dragon. With a single slash, it tore right through the net and wounded the monster. Kiem An was stunned by the sight. We're only 1 rank apart, yet his personal attack power is on par with my full-power Mountain Shaker. Let's go together. At Luke Fan's command, the two of them synchronized their attacks. While Luke Fan channeled dragon energy through his Dragon Fang halberd, unleashing an incredibly powerful strike boosted by the Ring of the Spirit Wind, which granted its wearer the blessing of the Spirit Wind, increasing agility by 35%, Kiem An used both his Mountain Shaker and blood-breaking sword simultaneously, delivering physical attacks that also shredded armor and increased his sword control speed to finally finish off the monster. The Jade Dragon reached level 3. Awesome, Xiao Fei is already level 3. After clearing this stage, she'll probably even hit level 5. Watching Luke Fan happily petting his beloved dragon, Kiem An felt a strange sensation. Even though there's such a clear difference in our strength, she felt completely at ease. I never thought I'd see the day I'd be treated like the weaker one and be helped like this. Just as Luke Fan was about to say something, Tanthu's group arrived. Luke Fan, Kiem An, we've dealt with the silver-armored spiders. Xiao Fan, did something just level up? Luke Fan didn't rush over to them, instead turning to Kiem An and saying, No, you're very strong, but no matter how strong you are, we would never let a teammate fight alone. Xiao Fan, why don't you use the Jade Light on yourself? I don't need it. Luke Fan, quick, your great dragon can heal, right? Xiao Fei immediately used Spring of Life to restore the entire party's health. Whoa, I feel full of energy. I feel like I could go for another round. Haha, Luke Fan, your head is glowing green. Xiao Fei, maybe you should stop healing this guy next time? Watching Luke Fan's group laughing and joking, Kiem An found herself smiling. It turns out having teammates isn't so bad after all. A few hours later, Xiao Tao stared at the map on her tablet, completely bewildered. The map ends here. Does that mean we've reached the end? But there's still a huge area ahead of us, right, Luke Fan? Luke Fan silently gazed down into the chasm. Tanthu followed Luke Fan's gaze and exclaimed in shock, it looks like this is the boss's lair. At that moment, the system began to display the monster's information. Screaming Spider Matriarch, level 45. 1 net annihilation, spews an extremely sticky spider web, binding all targets within range. Targets die after 60 seconds of continuous binding. Poison Spit, spits a pool of poison. Targets within the area will continuously accumulate poison stacks. Each stack reduces health by 5%. Absorb and regenerate, devours its spider followers. Each one eaten restores 5% of its health. Group Frenzy, causes all of its followers to focus their attacks on a single target, increasing all their stats by 15% for 60 seconds. The Weaver increases its own speed within its web's range. Seeing this, Luke Fan silently assessed the situation. Absorb and Regenerate and Group Frenzy are both skills that affect the other spiders. It seems we'll have to clear out the surrounding mobs first. Meanwhile, seeing Han Ki about to look down into the monster's lair, Tanthu kindly advised her, Sister Han, I don't think you should look down there. Xiao Tao agreed. If you're not a combat class, you probably won't be able to handle it. You can't take it, then I'll have to learn to take it. You guys are always protecting me. If I can't even stand to look, I'll only be more of a burden during the fight. Han Ke replied resolutely. But as soon as she glanced down at the swarming legion of spiders below, she couldn't hold it in and immediately ran to a nearby tree to be sick. Luke Fan chuckled at the scene. This is what you call a harsh dose of reality, huh? Whether we're approaching or trying to kill the boss, we have to clear out all the surrounding mobs first, Kiem An offered. Xiao Tao tapped on her tablet for a moment, then announced. A previous team left a record of their strategy. Ranged classes pull the small mobs, and once they're all cleared, they approach the boss. It would take at least 4 days to clear them all. Hearing this, Han Ke grew worried. That long? The food I brought is only enough for one day. If we cook now, would you guys be willing to eat roasted spider? Tanthu's face turned pale as she replied, No, I don't want to eat spiders. We don't have to. Fight the way others did. As Luke Fan spoke, he summoned Xiao Ye, then ordered it to activate its Destruction Dragon form and use the skill Great Catastrophe 1. The Destruction Dragon causes explosions in the areas it flies over, dealing massive area of effect damage with a burn effect, roasting the little spiders below. Seeing Xiao Ye for the first time, Xiao Tao was terrified. A fire dragon. So this is the Great Dragon you guys were talking about. Even Qiaman could feel Xiao Ye's terrifying aura. While everyone was still stunned by Xiao Ye's power, Luke Fan brought out Xiao Fei to the stage. Xiao Fei, let's give Xiao Ye some support, shall we? Xiao Fei let out a cry and simultaneously used 3 skills: Jade Dragon Bloodline, Jade Light, and Dragon's Encouragement to support Xiao Ye, making the dragon even more powerful as it went on a rampage. Luke Fan tasked Tanthu and Xiao Tao with protecting his aunt, then went down with Kiem An to deal with the female spider. Xiao Ye, to my side. Xiao Ye immediately obeyed, using Great Catastrophe 2, diving into the target area to deal massive damage, followed by Great Catastrophe 3, crashing down to cause an explosion that incinerated the area. Around it once more, Kiem An witnessed this and couldn't help but marvel internally. 3 levels of devastating damage. Being this close to the Great Dragon makes me feel like I'm about to be incinerated by the heat wave. The smaller spiders started trying to climb up to escape Xiao Ye's flames. Seeing this, Luke Fan shouted worriedly, Tanthu, are you guys okay? Tanthu and Xiao Tao were already busy dealing with the spiders trying to crawl up. Just replied, You two go fight the boss. Tao Zi and I will be fine. Only then could Lu Fan approach the boss with Jian Ying, feeling relieved. The boss wasn't about to lie down and wait to die, immediately spitting a toxic fluid toward Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Xiao Fei activated its Jade Light, and while Lu Fan was preoccupied with protecting Jian Ying, the boss shot another spiderweb at him. Fortunately, Lu Fan reacted in time, slashing through the web, but he couldn't avoid getting injured. Taking advantage of this, Lu Fan ordered Xiao Fei to swallow his blood, then had Xiao Ye activate the skill Universal Incineration 1. The destructive dragon flapped its wings, unleashing 4 fiery vortexes that dealt massive damage to the affected targets. He still has other skills. This destructive capability could definitely destroy an entire city, perhaps even a nation. He alone had nearly wiped out the entire spider swarm. Thanks to helping eliminate a massive number of spiderlings, Xiao Fei successfully leveled up, reaching level 5 with its Jade power and acquiring the skill Jade Blessing. Jade Blessing adds 3 layers of Jade Dragon aura to a target, boosting the damage of the next 3 attacks. Just as Lu Fan wanted Xiao Fei to test its new skill, he noticed its body suddenly started to glow, and then the little dragon shifted into a new form. Just like Xiao Ye, Xiao Fei had now obtained a new form and even greater power. The boss lunged forward, attacking with its 2 front legs at Lu Fan and Jian Ying. The moment she received the buff from Xiao Fei's Jade Blessing skill, Jian Ying immediately counterattacked with 3 swords simultaneously. The result was that all 3 swords pierced straight through the boss, much to Jian Ying's surprise. Initially, her blood-breaking sword couldn't even pierce the silver-armored spider's carapace, yet now it went through effortlessly. Jade Blessing didn't just buff her own power, it also added the attributes of the Dragon Clan. Good job, Xiao Fei, already getting a new skill and form at level 5. Lu Fan affectionately patted Xiao Fei's head in praise, silently, thinking that Jian Ying's last attack clearly had Xiao Fei's dragon aura added to it, if he were to use it on Xiao Ye. Just then, the boss attacked again with a spray of venom. Lu Fan dodged, while shouting an order, Xiao Fei, use Jade Blessing on Xiao Ye. After getting the buff, Xiao Ye created a storm of tornadoes that flew straight toward the boss. While the boss was struggling against the scorching flames, Lu Fan, Jian Ying, and Xiao Fei rushed in with a coordinated assault, wiping the boss out. Subsequently, Lu Fan leveled up to 23, Xiao Ye to 18, and Xiao Fei to 7. Jian Ying then couldn't help but ask, Lu Fan, what was your score on the last assessment? Oh, it was around 1,300,000, I believe. Jian Ying was shocked to hear this. With his power, it shouldn't have been just 1,300,000. I couldn't help it. 1,300,000 is the score limit for nightmare difficulty anyway, Lu Fan replied with a smile, then called out loudly, Qin Chu, Tao Zi, bring Auntie down here. At this moment, Jian Ying was a bit pensive, thinking that in terms of score, she was only at half of Lu Fan's, but in terms of strength, the gap between them was enormous and seemed impossible to overcome. In the end, combined with the food buffs from Han Ke, the team was able to clear the dungeon in one run, Not only did everyone level up, but they also obtained materials and rewards. As for Jian Ying, maybe she truly needed a party, or perhaps everyone gave her a feeling she had never experienced before. So, for the first time, the second-ranked Jian Ying agreed to join their party. To celebrate their success, everyone decided to throw a small party at Lu Fan's villa. Hanke cooked many delicious dishes to treat the kids, and the air was filled with joy and laughter. In the days that followed, Lu Fan also gradually settled into Longdu Academy. His days consisted of studying combat theory, and in his free time, he would enter the previous dungeon to level up. In just over half a month, 2 days before the freshman assessment, Lu Fan's party had become much stronger than before. To be specific, Xiaoye reached level 19, Xiaofei level 14, Lu Fan level 25, Taozi level 22, Qinqiu level 22, Hanqi level 18, and Jian Ying and her sword reached level 24. That's a wrap. Taozi, time to unbox. Coming! Taozi excitedly ran over to open the treasure chest and then screamed with excitement. Wow, it finally dropped. After almost a month, they had finally collected the full poison spider set for a swordsman. It was the rare poison spider set, requiring level 20 and the swordsman warrior class. The 2-piece set effect gave attacks a chance to shoot a black spiderweb, which would bind an opponent for 60 seconds. The 4-piece effect caused controlled targets to become poisoned, burning 5% of their HP every 5 seconds. Seeing this, Qinqiu shared in the joy. That's awesome. You can definitely improve your rank in the upcoming assessment. Should we stop here for today? It's still early. I'll go prepare dinner, Hanke suggested. Qinqiu cheerfully agreed. Right, there's no need to stay here any longer. The assessment is tomorrow anyway, so we should head back and rest, and prepare for tomorrow. As soon as Lu Fan stepped out of the dungeon, he saw Gu Han waiting for him. Student Lu, please come with me. Vice Principal Zhao has something important he wants to tell you. Something important? And right before the freshman assessment too. Gu Han just smiled and replied, you'll understand when we get there. On the way to the vice principal's office, Lu Fan overheard 2 students talking. Today, a top student from the Azure Cloud class set a new evaluation score, 73. Hong? Yeah, I already knew. Noticing Lu Fan's confused expression, Gu Han smiled and asked, are you interested in what they were talking about? Lu Fan replied sheepishly, lately I've either been in the classroom or in a dungeon, so it can't be helped that I don't understand what they're saying. It's all because you and that Hong Yu fellow started that score betting challenge. So now everyone is aware that they can earn points through challenges and wagers. We call it the new evaluation method. The freshmen now fight from time to time, and the winner gets more points, while the loser can't even afford to buy food from the school cafeteria. So what's this 73 Hongs they're talking about? It uses the match between you and Hong Vu as a benchmark. Hong Vu's strength is 1 unit, so you're 100 Hongs, and Hong Vu is 1 Hong. Gu Han pointed to Hong Vu, who was mopping the floor not far away. Now he has to do cleaning duties around the school, but at least he can still earn points to get by. A moment later, Gu Han led Lu Fan to the vice principal's office and quickly left. As soon as he saw Lu Fan, Zhao Shengming got straight to the point about the national trial that the academy had mentioned, which has been confirmed to be starting soon. Originally, the national trial was scheduled to be held in Jinyu City of the Tai Chi Kingdom in 5 months, but the host nation shortened the preparation time to just 2 months. The Tai Chi Kingdom also announced they will be sending the eldest son of the Jin family, Jin Chenghan. That guy is expected to reach level 60 in 1 month and complete his 3rd job advancement. Lu Fan speculated that the Tai Chi Kingdom wants to wait until after he completes his 3rd job advancement to start the national trial. Exactly. Most contestants from other nations will have only reached their 2nd job advancement when the trial begins, so the advantage in winning will naturally go to Jin Chenghan. Zhao Shengming slammed his hand on the table in frustration. Lu Fan silently agreed. The gap between the 3rd and 2nd job advancements isn't just about levels, but also the special attributes gained from each job change. The Jin family sure is full of tricks. At that moment, Zhao Shengming continued to speak. For this kind of unfairness to occur despite the Academy's prior promises, I am truly sorry. In 2 months, you will at best only reach level 30 and your 2nd job advancement, yet you'll have to face a group of people over level 50. It could be dangerous to your life. In past national trials, the Dragon Kingdom has always been victorious, so we've always been the most targeted team, and now our preparation time has been shortened even further. Lu Fan, do you still want to participate in the national trial? Contrary to Zhao Shengming's assumption, Lu Fan showed no fear, and even replied with confidence, Vice Principal Zhao, this is my chance to enter the ranks of the Dragon Kingdom's top masters. Of course I want to participate. I don't just want to participate, I want to win. Zhao Shengming stared intently at Lu Fan, as if trying to gauge the credibility of his words. After a moment, he smiled and said, if you've made up your mind, Then I will also ensure you have the resources you need. You must do your best in the freshman assessment. The next day, the freshman assessment was held. Zhao Shengming stood on the stage to announce the competition rules. I won't say much, just make sure to follow all the rules. The rules for the assessment will now be announced. Two-person teams will battle on the stage. His words immediately caused a stir among the students. Why is it a team battle? I'm screwed. Haha, I told you, team up with me, I'll carry. You're both support classes, you moron. At this moment, Qin Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. The requirement isn't more than 5 people, since none of us are combat classes anyway. That's just enough for 2 teams. On the stage, Zhao Shengming continued his speech. I know many of you don't have a concept of teamwork yet, but it's not too late. The preliminary rounds will start this afternoon, and the top 100 teams will be announced tomorrow night. Any team that wants to register now can sign up with the advisor. After the speech ended, the students began to form teams. I'm the number 3 dual swordsman. I've had my eye on you since the freshman assembly. For this assessment, would you team up with me? Well, definitely. A young man trying to act cool made the offer, but before he could finish his sentence, Sword Shadow cut him off. Pass, she said, then walked over to join Lu Fan's group. At that moment, Lu Fan proposed, how about I team up with Qin Qiu and Sword Shadow? Teams up with Tao Zi. The scene then shifts to the next day at the freshman assessment preliminary arena, where Chen Tianji and Jin Zhou have become a powerful duo, winning 28 matches in a row. Our team is now ranked in the top 7. Depending on the next match, do you think we can fight the number 1 team? Jin Zhou smiled and replied, it won't be long. My older brother Jin Chenghan is coming to visit me. When that time comes, I will recommend you to him. But you have to reach rank 1 first. Only then can I put in a good word for you. Rest assured, princess. I will definitely follow your command. Just then, the referee announced, the next match is about to begin. The opponents this time are the 18th ranked team, Chen Tianji and Jin Zhou, versus the number 1 ranked team, Lu Fan and Sword Shadow. The announcement immediately sent the audience into an uproar. A battle of 2 dragons, 2 dragon tamers, the number 1 and number 2 ranked students on the same team. Even Chen Tianji and Jin Zhou were shocked by this overpowered combination. Flashing back to earlier, when Lu Fan had suggested teaming up with Qin Qiu, while Sword Shadow teamed up with Xiao Tao so that everyone could get a good rank, Qin Qiu refused. Don't worry about it, Lu Fan. You and Sword Shadow should team up and go for first place. That's the only way you can both maintain your number 1 and 2 rankings. Xiao Tao also chimed in, saying, I don't want to drag you 2 down either. Seeing Lu Fan still hesitating, Qin Qiu continued to persuade him, don't worry about us, Tao Zi and I will do our best. Returning to the present, Qin Qiu cheered loudly from the stands. Lu Fan, go get first place. Lu Fan cracked his knuckles, then asked with a smirk, Sword Shadow, taking first place won't be a problem, right? Sword Shadow replied without hesitation, of course not. Flashing back a few minutes earlier, while idling in the waiting room, Lu Fan started piecing together some treasure maps. After all, the treasure maps he got from the Dragon Capital Academy were all low quality and for faraway places, so he figured it was better to combine them. Unexpectedly, the result was a high-grade treasure map, Flying Dragon Graveyard, a level 45 to 60 area. I've never heard of this place before. I'll have to check it out some other time. Just then, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. An announcement is made for match number 18, Team Chen Tianji and Jin Zhou versus Team number 1, Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Hearing this, Lu Fan smiled and said to Jian Ying, it's our turn to enter the arena, but since this is just an evaluation test, we can't be careless. Back in the present, the crowd in the stands was buzzing with excitement about the upcoming match. Look, number 1 Lu Fan is teamed up with the number 2 Beauty. They might as well just hand them the trophy now. What's the point of even competing? I wouldn't be so sure. Chen Tianji has won 28 consecutive matches, and besides, the champions in previous years were never the top-ranked individuals. Seeing Chen Tianji for the first time, Jian Ying asked Lu Fan with some concern. I heard our opponent is also a dragon master. Are you confident you can win? Lu Fan replied with a smile. How about we make a little bet? Let's bet on whether or not I can defeat them all by myself. Jian Ying was taken aback. Without me helping, and without you even summoning your dragon? That's quite the proposition. Right? Back in the venomous spider forest, I realized our classes are actually very similar. If I win, you have to tell me all the secrets of the Swordmaster class, deal? The match began. The moment the referee gave the signal, Chen Tianji and his dragon charged forward to attack. I've finally been waiting for this day, Lu Fan. You won't be able to walk all over me anymore. From this day forward, there can only be one Dragon Master, and that will be me. Chen Tianji thrust his spear with lightning speed, but it only passed through Lu Fan's afterimage. While Chen Tianji was still reeling in confusion, he heard Lu Fan say to his teammate, "It's too late to back out of our bet now, Jianying." With that, Lu Fan threw a kick, then used Dragon Claw combined with his Dragon Blood armor transformation, morphing his arm into a draconic talon. He delivered a powerful uppercut to Chen Tianji's dragon, sending it stumbling backward in a daze. Chen Tianji looked over at Jianying, who was standing nonchalantly with her arms crossed, and frowned in anger, shouting, "Your teammate isn't fighting, and you haven't even summoned your dragon. What is the meaning of this?" Lu Fan smirked and replied, "It's just a small bet, that's all. Why would I need to use my full power against two pieces of trash?" Just then, Jinzhou burst out laughing. "Lu Fan, I finally have my chance today. You arrogant, low-class commoner, how dare you insult me?" As she spoke, her eyes filled with killing intent. "Today, I will make you pay double for everything you've done. Armored Earth Dragon, attack." Receiving Chen Tianji's command, the Earth Dragon roared and charged furiously toward Lu Fan. "Your Earth Dragon is missing a fang on one side. It looks completely unbalanced. Let me just fix that for you." As he spoke, Lu Fan drew his weapon and used the skill Dragon Fang Strike, channeling his dragon energy to unleash an incredibly powerful blow, slamming it right into the Earth Dragon. The impact not only injured the Earth Dragon, but also shattered the very ground where it stood. The students watching this scene were completely horrified. "Holy cow, did you just see that?" He forced a dragon to a halt, using only his own physical strength. "But that's an Earth Dragon we're talking about. An Earth Dragon is still a dragon. Doesn't he realize how vast the power gap between a human and a dragon is? Just how strong is Lu Fan, really? This is completely insane." Even Chen Tianji, who was right in the middle of the fight, was left dumbfounded by the display. "What are you standing there gawking for? Hurry up and take care of him!" Jinzhou's words snapped Chen Tianji back to reality, and he replied, "As you command." He then ordered the Earth Dragon to use its sweep attack, swinging its massive tail to deal damage to targets in a fan-shaped area. Simultaneously, he also used Dragon Spear Strike, channeling his dragon energy to unleash a powerful blow in a coordinated attack with his dragon. Against Lu Fan. We're both Dragon Masters, so he shouldn't have any teleportation skills. Caught between two attacks at once, there's no way he can escape. That's what Chen Tianji thought, anyway. But for someone like Lu Fan, who possessed flicker boots, this was child's play. After blinking away, Lu Fan casually sat on a nearby boulder and said to Chen Tianji with a mocking smile, "When are you and your dragon actually going to make me fight seriously?" Jianying watched Lu Fan and thought to herself in amazement, this Earth Dragon's stats are several times higher than other monsters of the same level. And yet, Lu Fan is not only able to suppress it, but he can also fight that other Dragon Master simultaneously. "Get back, you useless trash." Lu Fan hasn't summoned his dragon and isn't even letting his teammate help. And yet, you're still this pathetic in front of everyone. How am I supposed to introduce you to my brother when you're like this? You want to go to the Tai Chi Kingdom in this sorry state. And you even want to become the strongest Dragon Master? In your dreams, Jinzhou shouted in fury and began to cast a spell. "Thanks to you, this princess now has to personally step in and save us from this embarrassment." Watching this unfold, Lu Fan frowned and thought, could this be that skill she used to turn her servant into a monster last time? As the Earth Dragon's body began to grow, Lu Fan got his answer. Just as he suspected, Jinzhou was using that bizarre growth skill again. After Jinzhou's enhancement spell, the armored dragon's abnormal state caused an uproar in the stands. What's going on with that armored dragon? It looks like a demon straight out of hell. It's because of Chen Tianji's teammate. Its power level just shot through the roof. I think she's an international student, but that kind of skill also looks really evil. Why hasn't Lu Fan summoned his dragon yet? I want to see a dragon versus dragon battle. On the arena floor, Jianying instantly summoned two swords that floated on either side of her. Army Breaker! Epic Sword. Level 24. Class Requirement Swordmaster. Mountain Breaker deals 240% physical damage, with 24% of the damage splashing to surrounding targets. Epic Blood-Breaking Sword. Level 24. Class Requirement Swordmaster. Armor Penetration. Attacks ignore 32% of the opponent's defense. Swiftness. Sword control speed is increased by 42%. Gimun was about to rush forward but was stopped by Lu Fan's raised hand. "Gimun, I can handle those two myself. Don't forget our previous agreement." Kim An hesitated, saying, "But I've faced this skill before. The price of suffering causes one's form to become twisted." With that said, Lu Fan then stepped forward to face Jiaplong. On the other side, Kim Shao ordered, "Tren Tianqi, hurry up and crush him for me." Tren Tianqi replied, "As you command." He then ordered Jiaplong to charge towards Lu Fan and attack, but Lu Fan stood perfectly still. Behind Jiaplong, Kim Cho gritted her teeth, glaring hatefully at Lu Fan as she spoke. "I will take back your hawk." Long and turn you into a good-for-nothing once again. If you don't want to be crushed, summon your Hak Long. Aren't your stats high enough to handle Giap Long, the you of today? Kim Xiao's voice suddenly trailed off as she saw Luke Pham make a move. She only saw Luke Pham raise an arm towards Giap Long and softly chant, "Draconic magic, rage of the Ice Dragon King." The rage of the Ice Dragon King unleashes an icy chill on targets within a certain range, dealing damage along with slowing and freezing effects. The duration and effectiveness can vary depending on the casting time. In the next second, a massive phantom of the Ice Dragon King appeared behind Luke Pham. It opened its mouth and roared, creating waves of icy chill that spread outwards. Giap Long, being closest to Luke Pham, was immediately frozen in place by the icy chill. Kim Xiao and Tran Tianqi were further away, and although they weren't frozen, with every breath they took, you could see white vapor escaping their mouths from the cold. Even the audience in the stands was affected by the icy chill and exclaimed, I suddenly feel so cold. The temperature has dropped so low. Is this Luck Pham's dragon pet? It looks way cooler than Tran Tianqi's. No, that's just a phantom. It's not real. It seems to be a magic skill. Holy crap, he knows how to use both physical and magical attacks. The commotion in the stands didn't distract Luke Pham at all. After the magic attack, Luke Pham raised his sword, his sharp gaze fixed on Kim Xiao. That dark magic of yours really did make Giap Long's stats much higher than mine, but who told you that having higher stats means you can crush me, and you still want to take my Hak Long? You're not worthy. With that, Luke Pham shot forward extremely fast, in front of Kim Xiao and slashed with his sword, giving her no time to react. "Princess, be careful!" Tran Tianqi shouted, rushing forward to help Kim Xiao block Luke Pham's slash, and then loudly commanded, "Giap Long, attack!" Hearing the command, Giap Long opened its maw and breathed fire towards Luke Pham. Luke Pham vanished on the spot, dodging Giap Long's fire breath. An instant later, he suddenly appeared behind it. What a good little slave. If that's how it's going to be, Luke Pham thought to himself, once again extending his hand towards Giap Long and chanting a draconic magic spell. Roar of the Blue Dragon King. The roar of the Blue Dragon King unleashes a lightning shockwave forward, dealing massive damage and a paralysis effect. Subsequent attacks will be imbued with 20 stacks of the lightning attribute, with each attack consuming 1 stack, and has a 20% chance to paralyze the opponent. Once again, the audience saw a massive phantom appear behind Luke Pham, the difference being that this time, it was the phantom of the Blue Dragon King. Then, they saw a bolt of lightning strike Giap Long, causing it to roar in agony. That's insane. Luke Pham just used another new magic spell. Yeah, and it's not just any ordinary magic, it's that rare draconic magic. First, he faced Giap Long with his bare hands, and now he's using magic without even summoning his dragon pet, so Tran Tianqi's winning streak is about to end. In contrast to the excited chatter from the stands, on the battlefield, Tran Tianqi's face was filled with disbelief and fear as he thought, How? How is this possible? We're both dragon masters, so why is there such a huge difference? At this moment, Luke Pham returned to his original position, facing Tran Tianqi and Kim Xiao, and slowly asked, Since the beginning of this fight, I've been wondering something. Why is it that from start to finish, you've never used any skill other than Dragon Spear Strike? A frightened Kim Xiao, hiding behind Tran Tianqi, yelled, Tran Tianqi, what are you doing? Hurry up and make Giap Long keep fighting. Luke Pham paid no attention to Kim Xiao. He ran his hand along the blade of his sword, coating it in a layer of lightning, while staring intently at Tran Tianqi and continuing his question, Dragon Spear Strike and Dragon Fang Strike, although they're a bit different. That's only because our weapons are different. In essence, they're the same skill. But why do you never use Dragon Claw or Dragon Bone Dance? Tran Tianqi was startled, thinking to himself, Dragon, Claw, Dragon Bone Dance. Could those be his original skills? Seeing Tran Tianqi still standing there dumbfounded and not doing anything, Kim Xiao angrily cursed, This useless trash is just like, Toi Huan Tai, you swore you'd get revenge for me. Get a move on. As for Luke Pham, seeing the expression on Tran Tianqi's face, he said with a smile, It seems the contract with Giap Long couldn't unlock all the skills for you. It's not that you don't use them, it's that you don't have them. Give up. You have no chance of winning. We are different kinds of dragon masters. Tran Tianqi lowered his head and said softly, That's enough. Luke Pham frowned and opened his mouth to advise him, You and I have no deep-seated grudge. You don't need to sell your dignity and be her slave, much less be my enemy. Hearing this, Tran Tianqi suddenly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Lu Fan as he screamed, Enough! Not only are you blocking my path to becoming the strongest dragon master, but you're also arrogant enough to lecture me as if I have no pride. Then, he looked towards Jin Zhou and said, Your Highness, your knight will surely keep his promise. Please grant it to me. I will risk my life to show this peasant the consequences of offending a princess." Hearing this, Jinzhou was momentarily surprised before a sinister smile appeared as she spoke. You said it yourself. This is your last chance." After speaking, Jinzhou raised her magic staff and directly cast her magic on Chen Tianji. Chen Tianji screamed in pain. "As you command," Lu Fan asked in confusion. "Why are you so loyal to someone like Jinzhou? You clearly know her true nature." "What do you know? Without the princess, I'd be nothing but a worthless bum my entire life. To become a master, to repay the princess, I'll do anything." As he spoke, the body of Chen Tianji began to transform, growing larger and more muscular, with 2 extra arms sprouting from his back. When the transformation was complete, Jinzhou joyfully commanded, "Now, go deal with Lu Fan." Upon hearing the command, Chen Tianzi charged towards Lu Fan, his 2 left arms gripping his weapon tightly, raising it and shouting, "Die! Dragon Spear Strike!" Seeing this, Lu Fan stopped trying to reason with him. His gaze sharpened. He raised his weapon, now crackling with electricity, to head level, the tip of his blade aimed straight at Chen Tianji. "More than hateful, I find you pitiful." Thunderclap. As he finished speaking, Lu Fan, aided by the whisper of the spirit wind, dashed towards Chen Tianji at incredible speed. Whisper of the spirit wind. The wearer receives the blessing of the spirit wind, increasing their agility attribute by 35%. "Dragon Fang Strike!" Lu Fan shouted, unleashing a flurry of thrusts at Chen Tianji. When Lu Fan stopped, behind him, Chen Tianji's body was covered in crackling electricity. His eyes rolled back into his head. "I'm sorry, Your Highness," he thought. Chen Tianji lost consciousness and collapsed before Jinzhou's terrified eyes. When Jinzhou saw Lu Fan walking towards her and raising his hand, she collapsed to the ground in terror and shrieked, "You! What do you think you're doing? Don't you get too arrogant? My brother is the new leader of the Taiki nation. If you dare to touch me, my brother will make you pay 100-fold." Lu Fan ignored Jinzhou's threat and slapped her hard across the face. "Fine then, consider it a debt I owe your brother. We'll see if he even has what it takes to collect." After saying that, Lu Fan turned and walked away. Lu Fan's slap also stunned the audience. What's with that Lu Fan guy? He already won, and now he's going to humiliate his opponent? Yeah, how could he bring himself to hit a cute girl like that? But what right did that girl have to be so cocky with Chen Tianji? Exactly. She's an international student, acting so brazenly like she owns the place. Just then, the voice of Zhao Shengming boomed over the speakers. "Order everyone! I declare the match over. The winners are Lu Fan and Sword Shadow." After that, he looked seriously at Gu Han and said, "Tell Lu Fan to come to my office immediately. You can continue preparing for the next match between the other teams." Watching Zhao Shengming leave, Gu Han replied, "All right." A while later, Lu Fan arrived at Zhao Shengming's office. Zhao Shengming spoke first. "I had thought it was because of the last national trial with the Jin family that you were so angry. But through Mr. Qin, I've come to understand the situation between you and Jinzhou. However, settling personal grudges in the arena will inevitably lead to complaints from their backers." Lu Fan spoke up. "I've also experienced loss just like Chen Tianji, so I understand perfectly well that Jinzhou is using him." Zhao Shengming handed Lu Fan a tablet. "Let's not talk about that anymore. Take a look at this. This is the real reason I called you here. Your performance earlier was witnessed in its entirety by the principal and me. You can drop out of this freshman assessment." Lu Fan asked in surprise. "Drop out? Is it because you two weren't satisfied with my performance just now?" Zhao Shengming chuckled and explained. "Quite the opposite, actually. When you unleashed those 2 dragon tongue magic spells, the principal and I were very confident about sending you to the national trial competition. These are high-level secret realms that Longdu Academy has found for you through the Secret Realm Hunters Guild. Go ahead and pick one." Hearing this, Lu Fan took the tablet and began to look through it. He thought to himself, secret realm hunters must be like material hunters. They're both guilds that control resources. These secret realm hunters rely on finding and discovering entrances to various secret realms in exchange for high rewards. Zhao Shengming continued with a smile. "The secret realm hunters all use a system of high-stakes auctions, so no matter which one you choose, the academy will go to their guilds to bid on it for you," Lu Fan said hesitantly. "But the starting prices listed on here are also really high." Zhao Shengming adjusted his glasses and said, "Longdu Academy has never been careless when it comes to the national trials. The resources we promised to provide you, we will absolutely secure at auction." Hearing that, Lu Fan didn't hesitate any longer and began to choose seriously. A moment later, Lu Fan's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "This is..." Zhao Shengming saw this and asked curiously, "Oh, have you found something you like?" Lu Fan smiled and turned the screen towards Zhao Shengming, saying, "Vice Principal Zhao, I'm definitely choosing this one. Zhao Shengming looked at the screen and saw the Flying Dragon Mausoleum, Dungeon Level S+, Dungeon Difficulty Nightmare, Party Limit 2 or more people, starting price 1,375,000,000 Dragon Coins. The next day, at the Freshman Assessment Semifinals, the first match of today's semifinals was Team Number 1, Lu Fan and Sword Shadow, versus Team Number 3, Jiang Feng and Yun Shuting. As Gu Han was making the announcement, Zhao Shengming suddenly raised a hand to stop him. Then he cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone. I have an announcement to make. Team Lu Fan and Sword Shadow has withdrawn from the competition, and everything will be rescheduled. As soon as the announcement was made, the entire stadium erupted in an uproar. Huh? What? Lu Fan withdrew? I came here specifically to see him today. Could something have happened yesterday? Who knows? This can't be happening, Tao Xiaoma said softly from the crowd, her expression annoyed. Listening to them is so irritating. Qin Qiu, sitting beside her, advised, just ignore them. Lu Fan and Sword Shadow must have already entered the dungeon. At the same time, Lu Fan and Sword Shadow arrived at the forest outside the Flying Dragon Mausoleum dungeon. Walking through the woods, Lu Fan smiled wryly and started to apologize. I'm really sorry, Sword Shadow. Because you were on a team with me, you couldn't continue the competition either. Sword Shadow replied nonchalantly. Didn't the school say we could both keep our spots in the Azure Cloud class? Besides, we also got an extra 10,000 academic credits, so there's no need for you to apologize. After walking a little further, Sword Shadow added, however, we get to come to such a rare dungeon. Thank you for that. So, all the rewards inside are yours. For me, the experience is enough. Lu Fan smiled and said, I understand. You've never liked being indebted to others. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Fan suddenly looked up into a tree and yelled, Who's there? Startled by his shout, Sword Shadow also looked up. Hey, up here. A laugh came from a tree branch. A second later, a red-haired person jumped down, smiling at the two of them and introducing himself. Don't worry. I'm a member of the Dungeon Hunters Guild. Just call me Black Rat. Hearing this, Lu Fan pointed to the insignia on his chest and asked, We are from Dragon Capital Academy. The entrance to the Flying Dragon Mausoleum is... Are you the one guiding us? Black Rat moved closer, carefully inspecting the insignia on Lu Fan's uniform, then turned around and started leading the way while talking. If you're the ones who won the bid for it, then follow me. My job is just to lead you two to the teleportation gate, and then I'm done. I'll tell you what, your Dragon Capital Academy is seriously rich, so what level are you two? Anyway, to be able to come to such an expensive place? Lu Fan answered. I'm level 25, she's level 24. Black Rat yelped in shock. Only level 25? Are you too crazy? This is a nightmare dungeon, meant for level 55 and up. After that, Black Rat stopped, pulled out his phone, and added, Let me contact Dragon Capital Academy and see if there's been a mistake. Sending two people who haven't even had their second-class advancement into this place is just sending you to your deaths. Seeing this, Lu Fan said, Black Rat, you don't need to waste your time on that. Before Lu Fan could explain, a sudden attack slammed into the large tree beside the three of them, causing the trunk to topple in their direction. Lu Fan reacted immediately, quickly grabbing Sword Shadow's hand to run. Black Rat also scrambled to follow them. After escaping the range of the falling tree, Lu Fan instantly turned around, condensed magic in his hand, and roared at the sky. Roar of the Blue Dragon King! Immediately after, a piercing shriek was heard, as a monster fell straight from the sky and slammed into the ground. The heavy impact made Black Rat, who was still running, turn back to look, and then his jaw dropped in utter disbelief as he yelled, What? What kind of skill is that? Are you really only level 25? Isn't that a level 55 Azure Winged Dragon Eagle? With lightning still crackling in his hand, Lu Fan smiled and said, Black Rat, level isn't a problem for us. Please hurry and lead us to the entrance. Okay, let's keep moving. Saying that, Black Rat scratched his head and continued, leading the way for them. After following Black Rat through several secret paths concealed by bushes, Lu Fan and Sword Shadow were surprised to see a massive red vortex. Black Rat announced, We've arrived. This is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Mausoleum. Lu Fan curiously examined the large vortex, realizing this was the teleportation gate to the divine Flying Dragon Tree. Just then, Black Rat waved his hand, turned to leave, and said, My job here is done then. See you if fate allows. Seeing this, Lu Fan called out, Wait, Black Rat. Then, he held out his hand and proposed with a smile, Since we've met by chance, let's add each other as friends. Dungeon hunters travel all over, so I might need you to find out the locations of a few places for me. Black Rat asked in surprise. Huh? Locations? Sword Shadow, uninterested in their conversation, entered the dungeon ahead of them. Lu Fan smiled and added, There will be a reward, of course. Black Rat hurriedly asked, Wait, you mean you want to buy location information from me? Not for dungeons, just geographical locations? The Dungeon Hunters Guild would never allow the personal sale of dungeon information, but if it's just locations, that shouldn't be a violation, right? Black Rat stroked his chin in thought for a moment before extending his hand. 100,000 for one location. That's 100,000 dragon coins, a friendly price. For you, if that doesn't work. Before Black Rat could finish, Lu Fan quickly shook his hand and said, "Deal, it's settled." Black Rat was a little taken aback by Lu Fan's decisiveness. It wasn't until Lu Fan entered the secret realm that Black Rat snapped out of it, muttering to himself, "Are all the students from the Dragon Capital Academy this rich?" Inside the secret realm, just as Lu Fan stepped out of the teleportation gate, Sword Shadow spoke up impatiently. "You two sure have a lot to talk about. Let's get going." While walking and looking around, Lu Fan murmured, "So this is the Flying Dragon Divine Tree that Black Rat mentioned?" At the same time, he calculated in his mind that the location of the god-level map was at the very top of the Divine Tree. Suddenly, Sword Shadow sensed something unusual and asked, "Lu Fan, do you hear that? Is that an earthquake?" Hearing that, Lu Fan immediately focused his senses to investigate. When he saw a swarm of monsters flying toward them, his expression instantly changed as he yelled, "No, it's a swarm of wyverns!" A level 50 corpse wyvern with 37,120 experience points and drops, wyvern fangs, and 2,772 dragon coins. Skill, Swarm Bite, bites the target to deal physical damage. When it bites a target, it calls nearby allies to join the attack. Skill, Breath of Decay. It spews its breath in a fan-shaped area. All targets within range are afflicted with a decay effect, reducing their attack power by 50%. Sword Shadow prepared to attack, without waiting for Lu Fan to say a word. Sword Shadow had already summoned her Army Breaker Heavy Sword, using Mountain Shaking Strike to annihilate one corpse wyvern. The others nearby also took a certain amount of splash damage. As for Lu Fan, he decided to summon Little Knight. The moment Little Knight appeared, it opened its maw and spewed flames at the swarm of corpse wyverns. Skill, Molten Blaze, continuously spews fire forward, dealing damage while simultaneously healing itself. Back with Sword Shadow, just as she was focusing on controlling the Army Breaker Heavy Sword, she suddenly noticed a corpse wyvern had managed to get behind her, its maw open and ready to unleash its breath of decay. Sword Shadow quickly leaped up to dodge. In midair, she summoned her blood-breaking sword and used armor-piercing strike to pierce the head of the corpse wyvern that had ambushed her. As she was about to land, Sword Shadow realized she was outside the cover of the branches and had begun to freefall. "Army Breaker Heavy Sword, to me!" Sword Shadow shouted, loudly, intending for the flying sword to catch her. However, before the Army Breaker Heavy Sword could arrive, another corpse wyvern charged toward her. Sword Shadow gritted her teeth and thought desperately, "It's over. I'm not gonna make it." A sword master without her blade, Sword Shadow could only watch helplessly, with no way to deal with the current situation. In that critical moment, Lu Fan had already noticed, and dove down. With his weapon in hand, he used a blood-packed enhanced Dragon Fang strike, obliterating the corpse wyvern in a single slash, then reached out his hand to Sword Shadow, yelling, "Sword Shadow, grab my hand!" Sword Shadow quickly reached out and grabbed Lu Fan's hand. Then, Lu Fan twisted his body and plunged his weapon into the tree trunk, slowing their descent. Once the two of them came to a stop, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Fan looked down at Sword Shadow and joked, "Careful now, our destination isn't down there." Sword Shadow smiled and said, "You've saved me yet again." Then, the two of them began to climb upward, but they hadn't gone far before a strange sound echoed from below. Sword Shadow asked warily, "Are those dragons coming back?" "No, it's below us," Lu Fan said as he glanced down, seeing a massive skeletal dragon head with its maw wide open, speeding up towards them. "Look out!" Lu Fan yelled, decisively pulling Sword Shadow into his arms and pressing them both flat against the tree trunk. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fan could clearly feel the skeletal dragon head graze his back as it continued upward. Seeing this, Lu Fan quickly yelled toward the level above, "Little Knight." On the canopy above, Little Knight had just finished dealing with the swarm of corpse wyverns when it heard Lu Fan's shout. As Little Knight turned its head, it saw a massive, open-mouthed skull rapidly growing larger in its field of view. A second later, Little Knight's world went dark, as it was swallowed whole by the monster. Sword Shadow, having just been carried back to the original branch by Lu Fan, saw Little Knight get swallowed and cried out in alarm, That's a Berserk Bone Dragon." It was a level 55 Berserk Bone Dragon, a nightmare-level boss. Skill, Bone Armor. The bones of the Berserk Bone Dragon proliferate and attach as bone plating, increasing its defense. Skill, Bone Blade Assault. Launches bone blades within a target area, dealing area of effect damage. Skill, White Bone Storm. Controls bones to sweep across the target area, dealing more damage the lower its health. Lu Fan set Sword Shadow down and said, "Little Knight will be fine. I'm gonna deal with it now. You go on ahead." Sword Shadow replied robotically, "Huh?" For a moment, she couldn't understand what Lu Fan meant. It was only when she saw him running toward the Berserk Bone Dragon that Sword Shadow reacted, quickly calling out, "Wait, Lu Fan, a Berserk Bone Dragon is a very dangerous type of lesser dragon." Lu Fan didn't stop. He continued to run toward the Berserk Bone Dragon and shouted an order, "Little Knight, switch to Destroyer form." A second later, from within the Berserk Bone Dragon's mouth, waves of fire began to leak out. Then, following a massive explosion, Little Knight burst out of the Berserk Bone Dragon's mouth in its dragon form, roaring as it flew into the air. Seeing the Berserk Bone Dragon with one horn broken off and its lower jaw shattered, Sword Shadow thought to herself, "So Little Knight has another form. No wonder Lu Fan was so certain it would be all right." At this time, Lu Fan summoned Little Jade and gave an order. "Little Jade, unleash Jade Bamboo Blessing." At his command, Little Jade let out a cry and cast a spell on Lu Fan. Instantly, the image of 3 green jade gems appeared above his head. Jade Bamboo Blessing grants the target 3 stacks of Jade Dragon energy, increasing the damage of the next 3 attacks. Then, Lu Fan leaped up and shouted, "Little Knight, coordinate with me!" Xiao Ye understood, flew over to catch Lu Fan, and positioned itself above the Berserk Bone Dragon's head before letting out a roar. A terrifying roar erupted, dealing massive damage to all targets in the area. It also applied a weakening effect. Finally, with the added support from the Blood Pact and Jade, Lu Fan used a single Dragon Fang strike to sever the Berserk Bone Dragon's head. However, the Berserk Bone Dragon wasn't dead yet. The 2 eye sockets in its skull and the energy orb in its chest suddenly flashed intensely. In an instant, all the bones in its body, except for the skull, shattered into multiple pieces. They began to rapidly circle the skull and the energy orb, forming a vortex that enveloped Lu Fan. White Bone Storm, a skill that controls bones to sweep through a target area, and the lower the health, the higher the damage. Still not dead? If that's the case then, just as Lu Fan was about to act, he suddenly saw a streak of red light shatter the Berserk Bone Dragon's remaining horn. It simultaneously interrupted the skill it was casting. Lu Fan looked in a certain direction in surprise and asked, "Why did you come down here, Jian Ying?" That weapon was Jian Ying, standing on a flying sword. She descended to Lu Fan and replied, "I'm fulfilling our previous agreement. You defeated Chen Tianji on your own, so as promised, I'll tell you about the characteristics of a sword master." Lu Fan smiled and said, "All right, then let's get ready to attack." Jian Ying responded with action. She rode a weapon and flew close to the Berserk Bone Dragon. Every 5 levels, a sword master gets a new weapon. And this is my ace, the Scythe of Karma Flames. Scythe of Karma Flames, Epic. Weapon level 20. Dependent class, Sword Master. Malevolent Karma Eruption. Its attack attribute can be switched between fire and dark properties. Every life taken permanently increases its attack power by 0.1%, and it's currently increased by 8.9%. As she explained, Jian Ying controlled the Scythe of Karma Flames to launch at the Berserk Bone Dragon, then clenched her fist and shouted, "Malevolent Karma Eruption." Watching Jian Ying fight from below, Lu Fan smiled to himself and thought, so sword masters don't unlock skills, but rather use the special abilities of the weapons they acquire. Then, he shouted loudly, "Xiao Fei, it's our turn." Xiao Fei flew towards Xiao Ye and used the skill Jade Blessing. Xiao Ye would strike the ground. Hearing Lu Fan's command, the newly buffed Xiao Ye immediately roared and attacked straight down at the Berserk Bone Dragon, turning it into a wave of experience points. The system announced, "Jade Dragon has reached level 15. New skill acquired, Form Transformation. Lu Fan has reached level 26. Watching Xiao Fei and Xiao Ye affectionately circling Lu Fan, Jian Ying let out a sigh. Even though she had used her ace, the Scythe of Karma Flames, all the damage was dealt by Xiao Ye. The power of a giant dragon, truly immeasurable. Sighing to himself, Sword Shadow felt a bit dejected and said, "I'm sorry, Lu Fan. I should have been the one to continue upward. I clearly knew that even. With or without me, you, Xiao Ye, and Xiao Fei would have defeated the boss quickly anyway." And yet, Lu Fan smiled and said, "It's all right. Thank you for helping me escape the White Bone Storm. Besides, today, I gained a lot. Not only did I learn about the characteristics of a sword master, but Xiao Fei also reached level 15. Jian Ying asked curiously, "Is there something special about level 15? Does it also upgrade its abilities like my weapons do?" Hearing that, Lu Fan grew curious as well and opened Xiao Fei's status window. Jade Dragon Contract, Legendary, level 15. Strength 656, Agility 718, Spirit 3459, Stamina 959, Spring of Life, Jade Light, Nature Assimilation, Jade Dragon, Bloodline, Blood Pact. The blood connection grants the Dragon Master an additional 10% of the Dragon Pet's stats. Form transformation. The Jade Dragon has entered its adult stage and can freely switch between 4 forms. Hatchling form reduces all stats and energy consumption by 50%. Dragon Maiden form, a form born from the Blood Pact. Eternal Guardian form transforms into the eternal protective form of the Tree of Life. New skills acquired: Life Pulse, Eternal Protection. Soul Light form discards the physical body to become a soul light that attaches to an allied target. New skills acquired: Soul Protection, Soul Strike. You could say that. At level 15, Xiao Fei can also transform its form just like Xiao Ye. That's a relief, since Xiao Fei grows quite slowly. I thought it would be a long time before I could see its giant dragon form. But now, Xiao Fei also has 4 forms to switch between, just like Xiao Ye. I really want to try out Xiao Fei's new form. As he spoke, Lu Fan reached out and patted Xiao Fei's head. Then let's continue exploring the divine flying dragon tree. Jian Ying had just finished speaking when she suddenly noticed a barrage of fireballs flying towards them. It's a magic attack. Everyone be careful, Jian Ying and Lu Fan shouted in unison. The 2 humans and 2 dragons quickly ran to hide behind the tree trunk. Lu Fan peeked out from behind the tree, observing stealthily. When he saw a flock of flying dragons in the sky, he frowned and speculated, it seems the battle with the Berserk Bone Dragon made too much noise, attracting other monsters here. Xiao Fei switched to Soul Light form and attached to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, cover us. Jian Ying, let's head up the divine flying dragon tree. After settling on a strategy, the 2 humans and 2 dragons ran out from behind the tree and began to act. Xiao Ye immediately switched to its World Ender form. Following that, Xiao Fei switched to its Soul Light form and attached to Xiao Ye. The Soul Light form transformation unlocked new skills, including Soul Protection, Soul Impact. Jade Dragon Bloodline doubles all skill effects on the dragon race and those with a blood connection. Soul Protection increases all stats of the target enveloped by the Soul Light by 100% to 200%. Each time damage is taken, it absorbs all incoming damage, generating 1 to 2 layers of Aegis charge, and unleashes an Aegis burst upon accumulating 10 layers. The damage dealt is equal to the total damage absorbed over 10 instances. The total damage absorbed was 12. Xiao Ye raised its head and let out a long roar, its aura now many times stronger than before. All of its stats increased sharply. Strength went from 4,374 to 26,244. Agility rose from 3,567 to 10,700. Spirit increased from 3,991 to 5,986. Stamina went from 4,094 to 12,288. Qiaman exclaimed, Xiao Fei's buff on Xiao Ye is incredibly powerful. Lu Fan explained, yeah, Xiao Fei's traits are more effective on the dragon race. Glancing at the 2 dragon pets, he mentally calculated World Ender plus Soul Protection and Xiao Fei's bloodline trait brought Xiao Ye's strength to 26,000. I need to get to the divine tree quickly and use Dragon's Rally on Xiao Ye to push it over 30,000. At that moment, the first wave of magic attacks from the monster horde arrived, aimed directly at Xiao Ye's position. Lu Fan immediately commanded, no need to counterattack, Xiao Ye. Keep moving forward, just let Xiao Fei absorb the damage. So Xiao Ye maintained its flying speed, and the magic attacks that came near it seemed to hit a green barrier, creating ripples before being quickly absorbed. At the same time, a small green circle appeared above Xiao Fei's head, indicating the layers of Aegis charge, and the number was gradually increasing as each magic attack was absorbed. Once the wave of magic attacks was fully absorbed, the number reached 10. Seeing this, Lu Fan gave the order, Xiao Fei, unleash the Aegis burst. Hearing the command, Xiao Fei immediately released all the layers of Aegis charge, attacking the monster horde. Aegis burst unleashes the damage absorbed from the previous 10 instances, creating a massive counterattack. Watching the monsters fall one by one, Qiaman asked in amazement, Is this Xiao Fei's skill? Lu Fan replied, that's right. Soul Protection not only makes Xiao Fei immune to damage, but also allows it to accumulate that damage for a counterattack, and the effect is even doubled because it's a dragon. Hearing this, Qiaman felt a bit dejected, thinking to herself, I thought leveling up a dragon would just upgrade its abilities like my weapon, but this is clearly unlocking a whole new skill. Even if I use my trump card, the Karma Flame Scythe, I'd still lose to Lu Fan. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind rushed in, forcing Qiaman and Lu Fan to stop. The boss is right ahead. We're almost there. Just as Lu Fan finished speaking, a huge Kandata monster appeared, blocking their path. Qiaman gasped, It's a Steelbone Flying Dragon. Level 60, Steelbone Flying Dragon. Nightmare level boss difficulty. Ferocious Storm, the Steelbone Flying Dragon flaps its wings, creating a high-speed storm that deals damage and slows any target it hits. Steel Bone Pierce. The Steel Bone Flying Dragon charges into a target with stamina. Lower than 10,000 points will be crushed. Steel Bone Armor reduces all incoming damage by 50% and significantly increases defense. At that moment, the Steel Bone Flying Dragon shrieked, using Steel Bone Pierce to charge towards Xiao Ye. Kiem An anxiously called out. It and the Berserk Bone Dragon are both drakes. Lu Fan, we have to help Xiao Ye. Don't worry, Kiem An. After reassuring Kiem An, Lu Fan calmly commanded, Xiao Fei, prepare to activate Soul Impact. Soul Impact, while in the Soul Light state, continuously channels Dragon Chi to charge energy, gaining 1 to 2 layers of Dragon Chi per second of charging. Unleashes all charged layers of Dragon Chi when attacking a target, with a maximum charge limit of 30 to 60 layers. As Xiao Fei was charging its Dragon Chi, Lu Fan used the skill Dragon's Rally on Xiao Ye, increasing all of its stats by 30%, then continued to command, Xiao Ye, it's all up to you now. And so, Xiao Ye took the initiative and charged towards the Steel Bone Flying Dragon. The three dragons quickly collided. On our side, since Xiao Ye's current stamina was 13,911, far exceeding 10,000, the Steel Bone Flying Dragon's Steel Bone Pierce skill had absolutely no effect. On the enemy's side, after a combined attack of a Claw Strike backed by over 34,117 points of strength from Xiao Ye and a Soul Impact with 8 layers of Dragon Chi from Xiao Fei, one of the Steel Bone Flying Dragon's shoulders was completely severed. The Steel Bone Flying Dragon roared in agony. Then, it turned its hateful gaze towards Lu Fan, the commander who had caused it to suffer such a heavy blow. Kiem An yelped in alarm. We're doomed! It's charging towards us! She quickly summoned her 2 weapons, her expression filled with determination. Even though I'm nothing in front of a dragon tamer, as a teammate, I have to do something. With this thought, Kiem An switched the attribute of her Karma Flame Scythe to Darkness, using the skill Evil Karma Outburst, with its power increased by 9.5%, attacking the Steel Bone Flying Dragon. However, due to the effect of the Steel Bone Armor skill, Kiem An's attack dealt no damage whatsoever to the Steel Bone Flying Dragon. This caused her to cry out in disappointment. My attack has no effect on it, Lu Fan. Lu Fan turned to look at Kiem An and said with a smile, It's okay. I appreciate your desire to help your teammate. At that very moment, behind him, the Steel Bone Flying Dragon's mouth opened wide, about to swallow him whole. Kiem An screamed in terror, Watch out! Only then did Lu Fan turn around, weapon in hand. Shouted, Xiao Fei, support me now. Following the command, Xiao Fei immediately left Xiao Ye and flew over to cling onto Lu Fan, the whole process not even taking a second. Then, Lu Fan slashed towards the wyvern's wide mouth, sending the crippled monster to meet its ancestors. The system announced that the Black Dragon had reached level 20 and acquired the new skill, Intimidation. Lu Fan spoke up. Job's done, so Xiao Ye has also reached level 20. Jian Ying had already reached level 25. She looked at the 2 bickering dragon pets and said, Xiao Fei is only level 15 and is already this strong, so a level 20 Xiao Ye should be able to one-shot a bone-crushing wyvern, right? I can't even imagine it. Lu Fan smiled in response. Xiao Ye doesn't even consider these bone-crushing wyverns a threat. Let's keep moving. Hearing that, Jian Ying suddenly let out a laugh, making Lu Fan ask suspiciously, What is it? I suddenly remembered something Tao Zi once said. With that, Jian Ying imitated the voice of Tao Xiaoman. With such a powerful dragon, even a chained-up puppy by your side could still dominate everything. Hearing this, Lu Fan burst out laughing. You know how to joke too? That doesn't sound like you, at all. Jian Ying explained, It's probably because I've been with you guys for a while now. I also feel like I'm not the same as before. It's clear you're much more talkative now, and that's a good thing. From the first time I met you, I thought your voice was very nice. Hearing Lu Fan say that, Jian Ying suddenly blushed and shyly asked, My voice is nice? Lu Fan smiled and replied, Yeah, of course. You're also really cute. Has no one ever told you these things before? Jian Ying's face turned even redder as she said, No, I don't talk to others much, and I don't have any friends. At all. Lu Fan smiled and said, Let's not talk about these sad things. Let's keep going. Okay. Replying softly, Jian Ying lowered her head and followed behind Lu Fan. Meanwhile, behind the 2 of them, Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei were still hissing at each other. Lu Fan shouted in annoyance, You two, knock it off! At the same time, inside the nest at the top of the divine tree, large cocoons lay motionless, and in the center, a blue egg suddenly trembled slightly at this moment. Back to Lu Fan's group, they were now walking and chatting. Jian Ying happily boasted, After defeating the bone-crushing wyvern, I also reached level 25. Lu Fan asked curiously, So you've unlocked a new weapon? Jian Ying summoned her new weapon and introduced it. Yeah, Manhwa, a weapon with the agility attribute and its skill. is pretty good too. Unfortunately, it's still only level 1, so it's not very powerful. Manhwa, quality, perfect. Weapon level, 1. Class dependency. Swordmaster Heavenly Sword Dance Fall splits into 1,000 Manhwa blades, each with attack power equal to 10% of the original. After dealing damage, the area will revert to its original state, Lufan said with a smile. That's how it is for now, but wait until it reaches level 25. It'll definitely be amazing. Hearing this, Jianying thought to herself, even if all my swords reach level 25, would their total damage even equal a single blow? From Xiaoye, the pressure of partying with Lufan is the fear of being compared to him. Letting out a sigh, Jianying spoke up. If anyone else said that, I would definitely believe them. Lufan laughed and asked, why don't you believe me when I say it? Once Wanhua levels up, with this sword alone, there won't be many people at the Longdu Academy who can fight you. Jianying didn't dwell on this issue any longer. She pointed towards the two little dragons ahead and said with a smile, all right, let's hurry. Look, Xiaoye is already far ahead. So, the group continued on their way, but after walking just a short distance, they discovered a spot with several corpses. Lu Fan said suspiciously, the camp of the explorers who came here before. Jianying glanced at the condition of the bodies and speculated, it looks like they've been dead for quite a while. Lu Fan and Jianying went over to examine the corpses. They were all combat classes and had died at different times. Could there be a monster ambushing people here? Thinking of this, Lu Fan put on a serious expression, drew his weapon, and cautiously scanned the surroundings. Warning, Jianying, there's a high chance this place is occupied by a monster. Stay alert. At that very moment, in the bushes above their heads, a monster was slowly crawling out along a tree trunk. You mean, this is a trap? Jianying asked as she moved towards Lu Fan. It was this very action that inadvertently caused the monster's pounce aimed at her to miss. Hearing the noise, both Jianying and Lu Fan quickly turned around and saw the monster's form, a bronze wyvern. Level 60. Nightmare level boss. Bronze-plated armor. Greatly increases the defense of an allied target. Defensive barrier. Reduces attack power by 100%. Increases defense power by 100%. That's not all. Another monster flew out from the sky. A level 65, three-headed elemental wyvern, a nightmare level boss. Triple cast magic. All three heads simultaneously release damaging elemental attacks of fire, ice, and lightning, dealing 300% area of effect damage. Elemental companion. As long as one head remains alive, the other heads can be restored even if they are destroyed. The revival time increases with each revival. Lu Fan frowned and muttered, 2 bosses at once? Jianying also said worriedly, they're a group that ambushes people in this area. At that moment, the three-headed elemental wyvern opened its mouths in unison, beginning to use its triple cast magic. Seeing this, Xiaoye immediately flew up and attacked the middle head. It successfully interrupted that head from gathering an elemental orb of lightning, but failed to deal any damage to it. Seeing this, Jianying quickly said, after being buffed with bronze-plated armor by the bronze wyvern, its defense has increased dramatically. Xiaoye's damage is nothing to it. I have to deal with this bronze-flying dragon first. Lu Fan took out his weapon and said with a smile, just stay calm, I have a plan. You just need to take out your myriad flower sword and wait for it to level up. Huh? Before Jianying could understand, Lu Fan had already charged towards the bronze-flying dragon and issued a command. Xiao Fei, switch to soul light form and attach to me, and at the same time, prepare to release a soul shock. Xiao Ye, get ready to shift into World Ender form. I'm counting on you over there. Xiao Fei immediately attached itself to Lu Fan, who had just arrived in front of the bronze-flying dragon, swinging his sword for a strike, but it couldn't break through its defense. On the other side, the other 2 heads of the three-headed elemental flying dragon had finished channeling their magic, and they immediately aimed their attacks at Xiao Ye. But Xiao Ye managed to dodge them. Lu Fan glanced at the icon above Xiao Fei's head, saw that it had only charged 4 stacks of dragon chi, and immediately shouted towards Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, use your new skill, Overwhelming Aura. Yip, the black dragon continuously released its overwhelming aura, inflicting fear, immobilization, and stun effects on all enemy targets in a large area. One could see Xiao Ye flying into the air, opening its mouth to roar. Below, the three-headed elemental flying dragon was hit with the negative effects, unable to act for a moment. Jianying covered her ears in pain, exclaiming, Xiao Ye's aura, I can't believe a control skill could cause such powerful vibrations. My head, hang in there, Jianying, it's almost over. After a word of encouragement, Lu Fan noticed that Xiao Fei had charged 12 stacks of dragon chi, so he ordered it to use soul shock on the bronze-flying dragon, while he himself charged up and landed a dragon fang strike, successfully killing the boss. Next, Lu Fan quickly shouted towards Xiao Ye. The bronze armor is gone. Xiao Ye, attack. Xiao Ye immediately flew down, pinning the three-headed elemental flying dragon and smashed the middle head with its paw. The powerful slam made the ground shake. Lu Fan quickly reached out to support the stumbling Jianying. Be careful, Xiao Ye is getting too carried away again. Then he saw Xiao Fei fly over to join Xiao Ye in the fun, and quickly instructed it. That was great teamwork just now, but you have to be obedient. Don't imitate Sister Xiao Ye and play so recklessly like this, okay? Xiao Fei stood on one of the flying dragon's heads, happily waving at Lu Fan, its small head nodding continuously. Only now did Lu Fan have a moment to check his and his two dragon pets' levels. After the battle, he had reached level 28, Xiao Ye reached level 22, and Xiao Fei reached level 17. Having been silent until now, Jian Ying saw her myriad flower sword reach level 6, and herself reach level 27, which made her feel uneasy. I was no help at all again. Traveling with Lu Fan, my title as the genius of Yunbei seems so useless. Lu Fan suddenly patted Jian Ying's shoulder and said, that three-headed dragon has to have all three heads defeated at once, to be finished. Let's just let Xiao Ye play a little longer. We can take this chance to explore the entire camp. Jian Ying replied, okay. Walking ahead, Lu Fan frowned at the system panel, lost in thought about something. When night fell, Jian Ying brought a plate of food out of the tent. Lu Fan, this is the food Sister Han prepared. Let's eat a little first. But Jian Ying couldn't find a trace of Lu Fan anywhere. This made her feel a sense of loss, thinking to herself, it seems Lu Fan has realized that I'm just a burden. Meanwhile, Lu Fan had followed the God-tier map provided by the system and went to the Divine Tree Peak alone. To prevent the system's secret from being revealed, Lu Fan could only apologize to Jian Ying in his heart. I'm sorry, Jian Ying, this God-tier treasure map is my main purpose for coming to this flying dragon mausoleum. As Lu Fan approached the nest, the large cocoon suddenly cracked open, and a huge dragon emerged from within, roaring at him. Soul of the level 70 flying dragon king, a nightmare tier chieftain. Elemental dragon breath, breathes on its target, dealing random fire, ice, lightning, or wind damage. Soul attack. The flying dragon king, having lost its physical restraints, suddenly dashes forward, dealing piercing damage to the target. Dragon language unseal. Unlocks dragon language magic. Its elemental dragon breath will be replaced by dragon language magic. Forbidden spell, elemental flying dragon, soul attack, is replaced by the dragon language magic, Doomsday's Fall. Flying dragon bloodline. As the species closest to true dragons among all sub-dragons, the flying dragon king reduces all incoming damage by 50%. The final boss of a plus difficulty nightmare secret realm is level 70. Momentarily surprised, Lu Fan summoned Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei and said with a smile, with such a huge level gap, we can't afford to be careless. We have to take this very seriously. The commotion here also caught the attention of Jian Ying. Down below, she looked up in surprise, then lowered her head sadly. Having to save me time and time again like this, Lu Fan must be so sick of me that he decided to go on alone. Right? I can't hold him back anymore. The genius of Yunbei should have faced the gap between her and a dragon tamer sooner. Do I even have any thoughts of wanting to help my teammate anymore? As Jian Ying was feeling insecure about her abilities, Lu Fan's previous words suddenly echoed in her mind. That's how it is for now. But when it reaches level 25 and you use it, it will definitely be amazing. I've received your desire to help your teammate. It's okay. Thank you for helping me escape the White Bone Storm. And I gained a lot today too. Thanks to his smile and those words, Jian Ying gradually regained her confidence. She clenched her fist, showing her determination, and said to herself, even if I'm not as strong as Lu Fan, I can still help relieve the pressure on him. So, that means right now At the same time, Lu Fan blocked a blow from the boss and was pushed back a distance. A level 70 was indeed tough, much more dangerous than the world-ending emperor from the exam I took before. Xiao Ye, prepare Molten Blaze. With that, Lu Fan used the skill Dragon's Rally on Xiao Ye. Receiving the command, Xiao Ye opened its mouth, began to gather fire elements, and flew close to the boss. It began to spew flames. Burned by the fire, the boss roared in pain, tilting its head back. But after the Molten Blaze skill ended, the boss didn't seek revenge on Xiao Ye but instead used a Soul Assault skill to dash behind Lu Fan, intending to sneak attack him. Lu Fan quickly increased the distance, shouting, Xiao Fei, switch to eternal form! Xiao Fei swiftly changed forms, flying to block in front of Lu Fan. The moment the Jade Dragon switched forms, the Eternal One unlocked a new skill, Pulse of Life, and unlocked another new skill, Eternal Protection. Lu Fan was about to command the next step, when a rain of swords suddenly fell from above, aimed straight at the boss, interrupting its skill and pinning it to the ground. Finding the swords familiar, Lu Fan exclaimed in surprise, This is the Myriad Flower? As if to confirm Lu Fan's suspicion, Jianying appeared not far from him, controlling the myriad flower sword to use the skill Heavenly Sword Rain while saying, "I'll support you from the rear. Don't worry. I'll prioritize my own safety." Lu Fan smiled and said, "I know." Then, Lu Fan gave the order, "Xiao Fei, release. Pulse of Life." Pulse of Life erupted with a jade light and a jade blessing for all allied targets in the area, increasing their effect stacks by 2 to 4 times. The Jade Blessing adds 3 to 12 stacks of Jade Dragon's aura to the target, increasing damage for the next 3 to 12 attacks. The Jade Light grants 3 to 12 stacks of Jade Blessing to the target, removing all debuff effects while increasing all stats by 30 to 60%. Each stack of the Blessing can block 1 to 2 instances of damage. Pulse of Life just gave me 2 types of Jade buffs at once, and the number of stacks was doubled, which will be doubled again thanks to the bloodline link, he thought to himself. Lu Fan quickly commanded, "Xiao Ye, let's tear it apart together." Xiao Ye immediately charged forward, launching a series of attacks at the boss. Simultaneously, Lu Fan used dragon language magic, the Roar of the Blue Dragon King, to coordinate his attack with it. Suddenly, from within the sea of fire, a tall pillar of flames rose, and something escaped from it, emitting a shimmering light high above. Jianying asked doubtfully, "That is?" Lu Fan replied with a serious expression, "It's draconic magic unleashed. The boss is preparing to cast a dragon language spell." When the light disappeared, the boss reappeared. It used the draconic spell Doomsday Fall, descending like a meteor, rocketing down towards Lu Fan and the others. After unlocking the magic, Doomsday Fall requires the dragon to sacrifice its own blood at its highest point of flight to cause extreme damage upon landing, with the damage equal to 120% of the sacrificed health. The amount of dragon's blood sacrificed for the current Doomsday Fall is 100%. Lu Fan realized the boss intended to take them all down with it, so he quickly shouted, "Xiao Fei." A second later, a massive explosion erupted, with smoke and fire engulfing the entire peak of the divine tree. After everything quieted down, a faint, green light could be vaguely seen through the ash. As the dust gradually settled, a green protective dome appeared, and inside it were Lu Fan and his group. Eternal Protection creates a protective shield, sheltering all targets beneath the shield. The amount of damage the shield can absorb depends on the health and self-regeneration of the Eternal One. The Jade Dragon bloodline doubles all skill effects for the dragon race, and those with a bloodline connection grants immunity to all debuffs and increases self-regeneration by 5,000%. As for the boss, after that suicide attack, it had become experience points for Lu Fan's party. Jianying leveled up to level 28, the Myriad Flower Sword leveled up to level 10, Xiao Ye leveled up to level 23, Lu Fan leveled up to level 29, and Xiao Fei leveled up to level 18. At this moment, Lu Fan asked with concern, "Jianying, are you okay?" Jianying smiled and replied, "Luckily, Xiao Fei saved us. I really thought I was a goner for a second there." Lu Fan agreed, patting Xiao Fei's head in praise. "Yeah, Xiao Fei's eternal protection saved us all, thanks to her super high self-regeneration." Seeing Lu Fan only praise Xiao Fei and not her, Xiao Ye was unhappy and let out a huff. Lu Fan quickly added, "Of course, we also won thanks to Xiao Ye's super high damage." A moment later, Jianying remarked with a sigh, "I always felt that battles for those in their 20s and 30s were just child's play, but just now, I experienced what it feels like to face death." Lu Fan nodded and said, "That's right, this is also the first time I fought a level 70 boss. I didn't expect we'd almost be taken down with it. It was truly an eye-opening experience." Then, Lu Fan scratched his head and stammered an explanation. "Jianying, I didn't mean to abandon you. Actually, I was looking for something, but I didn't expect to run into a boss." Jianying smiled back, "It's okay. You're not the type of person to abandon a teammate, because I remember what you once told me. Now, I'll return those words to you. You're very strong, but I'll never let you fight alone." After successfully clearing the SSS Plus rank Secret Realm, Lu Fan's party's reward was a treasure chest. Lu Fan opened the chest and saw 3 items inside: Soul Wing of the Flying Dragon, Legendary, level requirement, level 60, Agility plus 356, Strength plus 291, Spirit plus 246, Stamina plus 234. Soar High grants the user the ability to fly and increases flight speed. If the user has dragon language magic, they will receive Draconic Magic Unleashed, and after using it, they will receive a one-time substitute for high-level dragon language magic. Lu Fan thought to himself, a legendary grade item that grants flight and also unlocks dragon language magic. This means I can also cast Falling Doomsday. However, upon reflection, Lu Fan felt a bit of regret. This was true flight, not just gliding. No one could do that except for a few special classes. It's a shame I'm not a high enough level to use it. Epic Dragon Saddle. Pet equipment. Level requirement, level 30. Race requirement, Dragon Race, high-flying sub-dragon race. After equipping it, this pet can be used as a mount. In this state, all attributes of the rider and the pet will resonate with each other. Normal attacks will be imbued with draconic energy, dealing ranged damage. Lu Fan mused, a dragon pet that becomes a mount. As soon as Xiao Ye reaches level 30, I can become a dragon rider in the national trial. Dragon Calling Bone Flute, epic. A consumable item. Effect, upon use, it can summon the soul of the twin Wyvern King. The Wyvern King's level will be equal to the user's, with a total of 3 uses. Lu Fan thought to himself, this is amazing, but it's a shame that it has a limited number of uses. Just as Lu Fan stored the 3 items, he heard Sword Shadow call out, Lu Fan, are you done with the rewards? Quick, look at Xiao Fei. What's wrong with her? Lu Fan ran over and saw Xiao Fei casting the Spring of Life skill on her own. Spring of Life channels the essence of life to all friendly targets, helping to restore health continuously. Watching streams of green light flow into the divine tree, Sword Shadow asked in amazement, is she trying to heal this giant tree? Lu Fan speculated that Spring of Life could only be used on friendly targets. Could this Wyvern God Tree be a living ally? At that moment, several vines sprouted from the God Tree, rapidly extending towards Lu Fan. They intertwined with each other, growing up to his knees before forming a bud. When the bud opened, Lu Fan saw a seed inside, and it seemed to want him to take it. Lu Fan reached out to accept it, and inspected it. Seed of the Wyvern, a quest item. Ever since it was seized by the claws of the deep abyss devouring demon dragon, the Wyvern God Tree has been slowly losing its divine power. Now, a hero has appeared, who can save the withering divine tree. If this person can defeat the deep abyss devouring demon dragon and dip this seed in its blood as proof, they will surely be acknowledged by the Dragon of Life, the source of all creation and the master of the Wyvern God Tree. Sword Shadow asked curiously, did a hidden quest get triggered? Lu Fan replied, it seems Xiao Fei can communicate with the divine tree. This is the quest item. He pondered internally. According to the quest item's description, I have to defeat a dragon king called the Deep Abyss Devouring Demon Dragon. The Dragon King tier is far more terrifying than Nightmare difficulty, and will likely have a level in the triple digits. This is a quest without a time limit, so I can wait until I'm level 60 for my 3rd job advancement, or even level 90 for my 4th, before tackling it. Putting that aside for the moment, Lu Fan turned to praise Xiao Fei. Great job. If it wasn't for you, we never would have known about this hidden quest to heal the divine tree. Xiao Fei chirped happily. Oh, wait a minute. As he spoke, Lu Fan took out the dragon calling bone flute and asked, hey Xiao Fei, can you eat this? In response, 3 pairs of confused eyes stared at him. Lu Fan knew. They had misunderstood his intentions, and he quickly explained, I'm not just feeding her random junk. Xiao Fei has a skill called natural assimilation, which lets her absorb an item's properties by consuming it. If she can only consume equipment, then a consumable item like this probably won't work. Before Lu Fan could finish, Xiao Fei flew over, gave it a sniff, and then decisively sucked it into her mouth. After that, she began to chew and swallow with a look of pure enjoyment. Natural assimilation allows her to consume equipment and make its characteristic skill her own. Lu Fan exclaimed in shock. She actually ate it. Sword Shadow was equally stunned and hurriedly asked, what? A skill like that actually exists? You're not just playing around with an epic grade item, are you? Lu Fan didn't answer immediately. He patiently waited for Xiao Fei to finish digesting it before opening her character panel, and quickly noticed the change. Contract. Jade Dragon 1, Natural Assimilation, Dragon Calling Bone Flute. After use, can summon the soul of the twin Wyvern King. The level of the Wyvern King will be equal to the user's level. Lu Fan cheered, excellent. Now Xiao Fei can summon 2 Wyvern Kings. The effect has turned into a permanent skill, so it's no longer limited by the number of uses. Xiao Fei tested her new skill. A few seconds later, 2 Wyvern Kings indeed appeared behind her, their levels matching Xiao Fei's, and they possessed all the skills of the original boss. Seeing this, Sword Shadow exclaimed, that boss from earlier has become a summon. Lu Fan laughed and said, yep, they've been scaled down a lot. It looks like Xiao Fei has her very own pet now. Sword Shadow thought in admiration, a dragon pet for a dragon pet? Lu Fan is getting more unbelievable by the day. Afterwards, Sword Shadow suggested, clearing a high-level dungeon like this is really exhausting. Let's head back. Sister Han is probably worried. You go back first. I'll be right behind you. Lu Fan said, opening the system map, and thought, I still have one very important thing to do. That night, at Villa Number 1 of the Dragon City Academy, Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei were curiously staring at a blue egg. Lu Fan then spoke seriously. We've been living together for so long. It's time we talked about this. Xiao Ye bullies Xiao Fei every day. Don't you want to have younger brothers or sisters? Are you just going to laze around? Xiao Fei lets Xiao Ye bully her every day. Don't you ever think about having a change of heart and beating someone else up to vent your frustration? See, now's your chance. Are you two even listening? I know you're anxious, but don't be. This is the new member of our family who's about to be born. In short, you all must get along peacefully. Starlight Dragon Egg, level unknown. Then, Lu Fan excitedly sat down, placed both hands on the Starlight Dragon Egg, and used his Dragon Taming Art skill. The Dragon Taming Art can tame draconic creatures. Time passed, but the Starlight Dragon Egg showed no reaction at all. That's strange. The Dragon Taming Art has always worked before. A confused Lu Fan scratched his head and quickly pulled up the system panel to check. Black Dragon Contract 1, Legend Grade Level 23. Jade Dragon Contract 1, Legend Grade Level 18. Contract slot locked. Unlock condition, Dragon Tamer 2. I only have 2 dragon pet slots right now. I need to reach level 30 for the second job advancement. To unlock the third slot, he thought to himself. Lu Fan looked at his level of 29 and said with a bit of disappointment, "Looks like I'll have to go to the Electric Poison Forest to gain one more level. Well, time for bed. You won't get to meet the new member today." Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei didn't react, continuing to observe the Starlight Dragon Egg and chirping to each other. Xiao Fei asked, "What's this?" Xiao Ye replied, "Beats me." Lu Fan angrily shouted, "Go to bed." Early the next morning, Qin Qiu and Tao Xiaoman arrived at Villa Number 1 together. As soon as they reached the door, Qin Qiu knocked and called out, "Lu Fan, are you back? Wake up!" A moment later, the door opened. Lu Fan, with a sleepy expression, asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Qiu handed his tablet to Lu Fan and told him to check out this post. It's spreading all over the school. Taking the tablet, Lu Fan looked at Qin Qiu and asked, "Huh? You guys woke me up this early just for some gossip?" "This is a post related to your withdrawal from the freshman assessment match. Someone posted this on the school's forum yesterday, and it became the hottest topic overnight." Hearing Qin Qiu say that, Lu Fan finally shifted his gaze to the tablet. Top 1. Fengyun Pavilion responds to the number 1 issue. Withdrawing was just because he was afraid of losing. Fengyun Pavilion advances to the 2 versus 2 finals. The freshman assessment is undisputed, Xu Xing once posted. During the match between Lu Fan and Chen Tianji, Lu Fan's withdrawal from the assessment was because he was afraid of facing Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing. Account A commented, "The post was initially anonymous, but later, it was dug up that he was the one who posted it." Account B commented, "Last time I heard that Lu Fan withdrew because he was injured by Chen Tianji. After all, Chen Tianji has won so many matches in a row, so he can't be weak." Account C commented, "According to the original arrangement, it was Lu Fan and Sword Shadow versus Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing. Lu Fan probably got scared and just withdrew." Account D commented, "Unless those two fight it out, there's no way I'll accept the school's decision. Even though Lu Fan is number 1 in the school's eyes, Jiang Fengyun is the real number 1 from actual combat, proven by the assessment." Account E commented, "So he was just scared? If they let Lu Fan keep the number 1 spot, that's just a joke." Anyone who saw Jiang Fengyun's match yesterday would definitely agree that Lu Fan doesn't deserve to be number 1. After reading through it all, Lu Fan voiced his suspicion. Fengyun Pavilion. Qin Qiu explained. Initially, Fengyun Pavilion was a team formed by the 4 people ranked 3rd to 6th, but now it has attracted nearly 30 people and has grown into a new group with many powerful classes. The leaders are Jiang Fengyun and Xu Xing. Lu Fan covered his mouth, yawned, and asked with a nonchalant expression, "So I'm the number 1 appointed internally by the school, while this Jiang Fengyun guy is the publicly recognized number 1. Tao Xiaoman replied, "This morning, Jiang Fengyun responded to prove to the supporters of Fengyun Pavilion that he is the true number 1. Tomorrow morning, after the final match, he's going to come and clean out Villa number 1. Qin Qiu added, "Getting the number 1 spot allows you to participate in the selection for the national trials. He's definitely aiming for this." Hearing that, Lu Fan thought to himself, "So that's it. He wants both the fame and a spot in the national trials? Too bad he doesn't know I already secured all of that a long time ago." Seeing Lu Fan still slowly processing without any reaction, Qin Qiu said urgently, "This Jiang Fengyun guy really has no respect for anyone, taking advantage of you not being at school to spread lies and badmouth you." Tao Xiaoman, annoyed, glanced at Lu Fan and said, "I can't even be bothered to talk about it. We don't even know who he is, right? If he wants to come tomorrow, then let him come. I have to go tell Sword Shadow." At this point, Lu Fan smiled and said, "If Fengyun Pavilion wants to target me, then I'll give them the chance to do what they want." Tao Xiaoman asked, confused, "What do you mean?" Lu Fan held up the tablet and said, "Let me borrow this for a bit. I'm going to reply to Fengyun Pavilion. I accept the challenge at Longdu Academy in the arena area VIP room. Xu Xing, who possessed the hidden combat class Forbidden Mage, was scrolling through information when he suddenly shot up and shouted, "Brother Jiang!" Lu Fan replied. In the arena, Jiang Fenyun, who possessed the hidden combat class Shadow Boxer, was fighting blindfolded with a black cloth and suddenly paused for half a beat. Then, facing two people charging at him, Jiang Fengyun decisively used a skill to create multiple clones that rushed forward, causing the other two to cry out in alarm. "Wait, hold on, Brother Jiang. This skill, why are you suddenly fighting so seriously? We're just sparring." Jiang Fengyun paid them no mind, letting the clones quickly deal with the two of them. Once it was over, Jiang Fengyun took off the black blindfold and turned to look at Shu. Tin spoke up. "You handle them." What did Lu Fan say? Shu Tin held out a tablet and answered, "He's already posted on the forum. Here, take a look." Jiang Fengvan took it, looked, and laughed. He said, "This Lu Fan guy is pretty arrogant, daring to challenge the entire Fengvan pavilion by himself. What a big mouth." Then, Jiang Fengvan tossed the tablet back to Shu Tin, telling her to reply to him. "Tell him to meet us at the arena for a match after tomorrow's finals." Shu Ting asked in surprise, "Brother Jiang, are we really going to fight Lu Fan?" Jiang Fengvan replied, "Of course. Call everyone from the Fengvan pavilion to come too." He wanted to challenge the entire Fengvan pavilion, right? If that's what he wants, that's what he'll get. I'm going to show him who the real number one is. The one who fought his way to the top, not the one appointed by the school. The next day, Qin Qiu checked Lu Fan's post. Lu Fan had replied to the Fengvan pavilion, accepting the challenge. "If you want to prove you're number one, then you should face me head on instead of using public opinion to slander me." "Yeah, I'm talking to you. You trash from the Fengvan pavilion. However many of you there are. Just bring it on. Let's have a real showdown after the freshman assessment." In the comments section, the keyboard warriors were going wild again. "Whoa, Lu Fan fired back. Let them fight." The Fengvan pavilion has replied. This is some juicy drama. Did they get under Lu Fan's skin? What was the reply? "A duel tomorrow at the arena after the finals to see who's number one?" Haha, the entire Fengvan pavilion is showing up. This is going to be good. Seeing the comments, Qin Qiu exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Jiang Fengvan accepted the challenge." Tao Xiaoman asked, "I heard Jiang Fengvan has a match today, in the semifinals. Do you want to go watch?" Lu Fan replied, "Honestly, I have no interest in Jiang Fengvan's abilities. We'd be better off going to the secret realm hall to level up." Han Ke brought food to the table, and upon hearing him, advised, "Lu Fan, you shouldn't say that. Pride comes before a fall. There's nothing wrong with knowing your enemy." Tao Xiaoman chimed in, agreeing. "She's right. You should make an appearance. You probably have more supporters than the Fengvan pavilion anyway," Qin Qiu said worriedly. "But Lu Fan is super famous on the school forums right now, if he's spotted. Scouting Jiang Fengvan, it'll cause a stir," Han Ke said cheerfully. "Then we'll just go in disguise." Lu Fan's face went blank. He had nothing to say. A while later, somewhere in the stands, Tao Xiaoman turned to Qin Qiu and asked, "The next match is Jiang Fengvan's, right?" Qin Qiu replied, "Yeah, I think so." A lot of people came to see the Fengvan pavilion. Sitting in the row ahead, Han Ke turned to Lu Fan, who was decked out in a hoodie, baseball cap, oversized sunglasses, and a face mask, and asked with a grin, "So, what do you think of your auntie's disguise? Guaranteed you won't be spotted, huh?" Lu Fan didn't say a word. The semi-final match of this year's freshman assessment is about to begin. Will the two teams please enter the arena? As the announcement rang out, Lu Fan suddenly got up from his seat. Han Ke asked in confusion, "Lu Fan, where are you going? The match hasn't even started yet. This match isn't interesting at all. I'm going to take a walk. Just call me when you're done." After saying that, Lu Fan left. Meanwhile, in the seats ahead, Zhao Shengming glanced back, watching Lu Fan's retreating figure with a pensive look. He recalled his earlier conversation with the headmaster. Back then, Zhao Shengming had walked up to the door of a room, knocked, and called out, "Headmaster, I was wondering if you're aware of the recent posts on the school forum about the conflict between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengvan." The door remained closed as the headmaster's voice echoed from inside. "Ah, Zhao Shengming, just let Gu Han handle these petty freshman fights. You don't need to bring them to my attention." Zhao Shengming frowned and said, "Given Lu Fan's power, I recommend the school intervene and put a stop to this fight. I'm concerned that if things proceed, he won't know how to hold back. After all, Chen Tianji is still in the infirmary recovering from his fight with Lu Fan." The headmaster replied, "Vice headmaster, your concern is misplaced. Instead of worrying about this, you should be more concerned that in 1 month, a special envoy from Longdu will arrive to determine if Lu Fan is eligible for the national trials." Zhao Shengming asked in shock, "In 1 month? That's so soon," the headmaster said. "The national trials were moved up, so the envoy's arrival was moved up too. How is Lu Fan's progress?" Zhao Shengming reported, Currently, Lu Fan is on the verge of his second job advancement. You can rest easy, headmaster. I've heard about the Longdu envoy. Even though Qian Xiong is an arrogant man, he won't cause any trouble when it comes to official business. Your intelligence is rather outdated, Vice Headmaster. The special envoy isn't Qian Xiong anymore. The current envoy from Longdu is Ruan Changfeng. The moment he heard that name, Zhao Shengming's expression instantly changed. He thought with a sense of dread, Ruan Changfeng. Brother Qin mentioned that name when he told me the story about Lu Fan and Jin Zhou. It seems the whole affair between Lu Fan and Jin Zhou cost Ruan Changfeng his job. That means Ruan Changfeng must hold a serious grudge against Lu Fan. The headmaster's voice continued. He once held a very high rank, and now, he's been repeatedly demoted to the position of a mere special envoy. How very interesting. Why have you gone silent? Zhao Shengming was startled back to reality, and he quickly bowed toward the door, saying, My apologies. Headmaster, if he's the envoy with the authority to evaluate candidates for the national trials, I fear Lu Fan is in for a very difficult time. Lu Fan is a candidate I personally approved. You should understand what you need to do, right? Zhao Shengming replied. I understand. I will find more resources to help him quickly reach his second job advancement to compensate for his level disadvantage. So, will you be watching the match between Lu Fan and Jiang Fenyun tomorrow, sir? A loud laugh from the principal came from inside the room. I'll watch. Of course, I have to watch. How could I miss something so interesting? Returning to the present, at the Longdu Academy's arena area, in a point-based room, suddenly, someone was sent flying out of the room, causing the surrounding people to start gossiping. How many people have been defeated already? A 100-point arena shouldn't be this intense, right? It must be a second job advancement user who lowered their points to farm others. This can't possibly be a level 29 arena. At this moment, the person who was just sent flying got back up and loudly warned everyone not to enter this room, that no one could win. Someone asked, Hey, who's the owner of this room? Do you know? The defeated person replied, He seems very familiar, but I can't quite place him. At the same time, inside the point-based arena, after kicking his opponent out, Lu Fan muttered to himself in boredom, Why did I even bother watching that match? I'd rather be leveling up in the poison addiction forest. Just when he thought no one else would challenge him, Lu Fan suddenly saw a figure standing at the room's entrance. Someone else is coming in? Filled with curiosity, Lu Fan took a closer look and saw that the person entering was a girl with white hair. The white-haired girl approached and greeted him. Hello, do you still have time for a match with me? Lu Fan greeted her. Hello, senior. The white-haired girl laughed and said, You're so polite to a senior who's much higher level than you. I guess this senior will have to go easy on you, huh? Lu Fan replied, There's no need for that. Please, give it your all. Really? Then I'll begin. As she spoke, the white-haired girl raised her hand, and in an instant, a massive amount of fire elements gathered towards it. Lu Fan was slightly startled, watching the scene. This girl seems to be no simple opponent. This thought had just crossed his mind when Lu Fan was startled once again as the white-haired girl vanished on the spot. An instant later, the white-haired girl appeared behind Lu Fan, wielding a trident condensed from fire elements. I'm not like those guys outside, you know. You'd better give it your all too. Finishing her sentence, the white-haired girl thrust the trident towards Lu Fan's back. Lu Fan reacted extremely quickly, drawing his weapon, spinning around to block the attack, and launching a counterattack. After a few more exchanges, Lu Fan was knocked back a distance. He looked at the white-haired girl with a serious expression, lamenting inwardly, So strong. What level is this girl anyway? The white-haired girl didn't pursue, instead standing in place, and covering her mouth with a smile, said, You blocked it. Not bad. But your last attack didn't hit me. Are you afraid of hurting your big sister? If you keep holding back like that, I'll have to teach you a lesson. He replied seriously, I understand. And so, the two clashed once again. While the two were fighting fiercely inside the room, outside, many students were still gathered at the door, curious, and waiting for the result. That pretty girl from before is really brave, daring to enter such a strange room. Shh, be quiet. It sounds like they're still fighting. I only lasted 2 minutes, so that girl must be struggling to hold on. At that moment, an announcement rang out that the assessment match had ended. Someone immediately pointed out, Jiang Fenyun's match is over. At the same time, at the arena for the new student assessment competition, Team Jiang Fenyun and Xuxing wins. Following the announcement, thunderous applause erupted from the stands. Jiang Fenyun, Jiang Fenyun, Jiang Fenyun. On the stage, Jiang Fenyun accepted the cheers with a bright smile. Xuxing, standing close by, whispered, Brother Jiang, someone from the Fenyun pavilion said Lu Fan snuck into the stands today. To watch you fight. Jiang Fenyun snorted softly. Trying to study me? Looks like he's scared, but I didn't even use half of my strength in this match. With that, Jiang Fenyun raised a finger high in the air and shouted with a loud laugh. Lu Fan, your arrogance won't last much longer. Don't you dare be too scared to show up for our match tomorrow." Hearing this, the audience grew even more excited, once again chanting Jiang Fengyun's name. In the stands, Tao Xiaoman said, "Honestly, let's get going." As soon as she said that, Tao Xiaoman realized Lu Fan wasn't there, so she looked around and asked, "Huh? Where's Lu Fan?" Qin Qiu said worriedly. "Did Jiang Fengyun find out Lu Fan was here watching?" Han Ke, while dialing Lu Fan's number, said, "He said he got bored and left a while ago. Let me give him a call." Back in the point-based arena, Lu Fan was knocked back once again, his glasses and hat falling off in the process. Stabilizing himself, Lu Fan panted heavily, thinking to himself, "She's just too strong. Where on earth did this woman come from? Besides, she could have defeated me in just a few moves, but it feels like she's intentionally guiding me to discover the flaws in my movements. Why would she do that? Who is she, really?" Meanwhile, opposite him, the white-haired girl hooked Lu Fan's hat with the tip of her trident, smiling as she assessed him. "Your defense is quite good. In the past 15 minutes, you've gone from being unfamiliar with my moves to being able to predict them. You learn really fast, but your stamina is a bit lacking." Then, she slowly stepped towards him. "Also, why would you hide such a handsome face?" As she spoke, the white-haired girl leaned in close, causing a flustered Lu Fan to stumble and fall backward. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing was heard. "I'm sorry, I have to take this call." Saying that, Lu Fan, as if granted a pardon, quickly ran to answer his phone. "Hello? Yes. I'm on my way back now." He hung up the phone. Lu Fan turned to the white-haired girl, smiled shyly, and scratched his head as he spoke. "Thank you. You taught me a lot of close combat skills today. Before I leave, could I get your contact information?" The white-haired girl smiled teasingly. "You've just barely set foot in the academy, and you're already asking for a girl's contact info. You're not as innocent as you look, are you?" Lu Fan quickly waved his hands and explained, "No, I just wanted to get it so I could schedule another session with you next time I come to the training room. I'd like you to teach me more. There's no need for that. If you want to see me again, just open a point-based room like you did today, and if fate allows it, I'll show up again." With that, the white-haired girl waved and left the room, leaving Lu Fan standing there, lost in thought. This senior, who is she really? No, she only looks like a senior because she seems quite young. In that last match, I was almost completely defeated. Her strength can't possibly be that of a student. Could she be a teacher? Does Longdu Academy have a teacher like that? Suddenly, a notification panel appeared in front of Lu Fan. Longdu Academy ID card. Lu Fan's balance change, plus 100. I received the accumulated points, but she didn't. He thought to himself. Lu Fan quickly reacted, rushing out of the room and shouting, "Hey, wait!" While running, Lu Fan accidentally bumped into a few people on the path, causing them to complain irritably. "Hey, watch where you're going! What's the big rush?" Lu Fan paid them no mind, continuing to run quickly, searching and calling out for the senior. At the same time, he thought to himself, this senior, with such unfathomable strength, who could she be? She didn't need the points and didn't tell me her real identity, and in just a moment, she disappeared. Is she even really from Longdu Academy? Or did I just meet a ghost? Just then, Lu Fan heard someone calling his name. He turned his head and saw Han Ke's group of 3. Seeing Lu Fan look back, Han Ke waved and said with a smile, "Little Fan, what are you doing here? Let's head back." Qin Qiu curiously asked about the senior. Tao Xiaoman, on the other hand, complained, "Lu Fan, what are you up to? It's only been a little while and you've already managed to hit on some girl?" Lu Fan gave up his search, walking towards the 3 with a disappointed look, sighing to himself, "I couldn't find her. What a mysterious senior." The next day, after the final match of the Longdu Academy's freshman assessment, the audience hadn't left yet and continued to wait. One spectator exclaimed, "So many people!" As expected, the match between Lu Fan and Jiang Fengyun is the real final. The person next to him said expectantly, "Fighting the entire Fengyun pavilion by himself. Let's see if he's really strong or just crazy." Down in the arena, Jiang Fengyun and the members of the Fengyun pavilion had already gathered. After waiting for a long time, with no sign of Lu Fan, Jiang Fengyun spoke up irritably. "Why isn't Lu Fan here yet? If he doesn't dare to show up, then let's go to Villa number 1 and drag him out. It's true we set this time, Brother Jiang. Maybe we should wait a little longer." Just as Shuxing finished speaking, someone pointed towards the arena entrance and shouted, "Lu Fan is here." Hearing that, Jiang Fengyun's spirits immediately lifted as he yelled, "Everyone, get ready." In contrast to the serious demeanor of the Fengyun Pavilion members, Lu Fan walked into the arena with a piece of bread in his mouth and said, "Let's get this started. I have things to do later." Jiang Fengyun looked at Lu Fan and said, That's quite an interesting entrance you've made." Lu Fan replied, "I'm not late. I'm right on time. Although I don't know how much you Fengyun Pavilion guys are worth, but if you're all here, then come at me all at once." Hearing Lu Fan say that, a tall, bald guy angrily pointed at him and cursed, "Damn it! Don't be so arrogant! How dare you talk to Brother Jiang like that? You must have a death wish!" Jiang Fengyun raised an arm to stop the bald guy and said with annoyance, "Since you clearly don't respect us, then there's no need for more talk. I'll bet 7,000 accumulated points." Right. I almost forgot we had to bet points. As he spoke, Lu Fan took out a card and declared, 17,000 points, all in, Longdu Academy ID card. Lu Fan's accumulated points, 17,642. The members of Fenyun Pavilion were stunned for a moment by the number Lu Fan announced. Xu Xing cried out worriedly, "That's too much, Brother Jiang. We don't have enough points to match that bet." Jiang Fenyun angrily shouted, "Shut up!" In his mind, he thought greedily, "He dares to bet that big? If I can get these 17,000 points, I can live comfortably at Longdu Academy for at least another 3 to 4 years." Thinking this, Jiang Fengyun regained his composure, clenched his fist, and shouted, "Fenyun Pavilion bets all the accumulated points we have. You want to play? We'll play with you." Xu Xing's group immediately followed his lead. Fall. In line. Follow Brother Jiang's orders. Do we even have 17,000 points if we pool everything together? Stop overthinking it. Let's just follow Brother Jiang. After the Fenyun Pavilion members finished their clamoring, Lu Fan cracked his shoulders and said with a smile, "Okay, the bet is set. Let's begin." Jiang Fenyun glanced at Xu Xing and said, "To be this arrogant, he's definitely planning to summon his dragon. Xu Xing, I understand." With that, Xu Xing raised his weapon and began to cast a spell. Then, Jiang Fenyun shouted loudly, "Fenyun Pavilion, get ready." Hearing this, the members of Fenyun Pavilion all drew their weapons, ready for the command, "Go!" As Jiang Fengyun's shout rang out, Xu Xing immediately used the Chains of Imprisonment spell on Lu Fan. The Chains of Imprisonment spell restrains the designated target, making them unable to move or use skills for 5 seconds. The other members also showed off their abilities, launching their attacks towards Lu Fan. Jiang Fengyun led the charge towards Lu Fan, shouting, "Excellent! This way Lu Fan can't even dream of summoning his dragon." Behind him, the other members also yelled excitedly, "Attack! Get him!" On the opposite side, Lu Pham clicked his tongue as he watched the members of the Wind Cloud Pavilion charge at him with an overwhelming presence. His body shifted slightly, shattering the binding chains. Then he drew his weapon and effortlessly parried the attack from Jiang Fengwen. Jiang Fengwen was startled, thinking to himself, he broke free. In the moment Jiang Fengwen was stunned, Luke Pham reached out, grabbed him by the collar, and casually threw him to the ground like a sack of trash. In the stands, the audience gasped. He just slammed Feng Ven with his bare hands. On the fighting stage, the members of the Wind Cloud Pavilion froze in their tracks, their eyes wide with disbelief. Staring at Luke Pham and Jiang Fengwen on the ground, Hyotin cried out worriedly, "Jiang." He quickly cast a stiffness curse on Luke Pham and then yelled to his teammates, "Use ranged attacks. Now!" Stiffness curse. The designated target's body will gradually stiffen, reducing movement speed and attack speed by 75% for 7 seconds. Hearing the shout, the members of the Wind Cloud Pavilion finally snapped back to reality and unleashed a barrage of magic skills. Soon, a rain of spells poured down on Luke Pham's position, creating massive explosions that kicked up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Luke Pham stood there completely unscathed, one foot on Jiang Fengwen's head, and said with a smile, "Is this all the #1 freshman recruit has got? The quality this year is a bit lacking." Jiang Fengwen lay on the ground, grabbing Luke Pham's leg with one hand, and struggled to turn his head towards Hua Tin, demanding loudly, "Hua Tin, what happened to your curse?" Hua Tin trembled all over, his face etched with disbelief as he spoke. "How? That's impossible. I'm sure I cast it on him." Luke Pham looked at the two of them and explained with a smile, "Don't blame him. It's just that I have a few buffs from being a dragon tamer, so my stats are a bit high, which makes low-level skills like that ineffective against me." Jiang Fengwen's embarrassment turned to rage, and he yelled, "You bastard!" Then, he pulled the blindfold down over his eyes and used a skill to create multiple clones that surrounded Luke Pham. Seeing this, the members of the Wind Cloud Pavilion cheered with delight. Jiang is using that move. It's his signature finishing move. Luke Pham is finished. Only Hua Tin lowered his head, staring blankly at his hands and murmuring, "Just how much higher are Luke Pham's stats than mine? Are my skills completely useless against him?" Meanwhile, Luke Pham, facing the surrounding clones, raised his hand high to gather fire elements, a confident smile still on his face as he said, "I have to admit, this move of yours is pretty cool, Jiang. Since you're the top scorer of the entrance exam, I'll give you a gift that even Tren Tin Chi has never seen before." As if sensing something, Jiang Fengwen said in a panic, "What does he mean by that? Is he going to summon something?" Just a few seconds later, high in the sky, Xiao Ye appeared in her annihilation form before everyone's eyes. As soon as she was summoned, Xiao Ye unleashed a wave of fire elements that radiated outwards. Bearing the brunt of the attack were Jiang Fengwen's clones, which were instantly annihilated by the fiery wave. The fiery wave then spread further, causing the members of the Wind Cloud Pavilion to scream in terror as they fled. "Help me! My legs! My legs are shaking so much I can't stand up! It's a real dragon. I can't breathe. We have to run. We're dead. We're so dead. Oh my god!" Meanwhile, cries of shock erupted from the stands. Is that Luke Fam's dragon familiar? Its sheer size is terrifying. Someone from the Wind Cloud. "Pavilion is running. We should get out of here too!" On the stage, Hua Tin, who was also fleeing, suddenly noticed Jiang Fengwen standing frozen in place and shouted anxiously, "Jiang, we have to retreat! Don't fight anymore!" Jiang Fengwen seemed not to hear him. He looked up, staring blankly at Xiao Ye in the sky, and thought to himself, different. Completely different. It's nothing like Trun Thin Chi's dragon. This is a dragon from the legends. At that moment, Luke Pham spoke up. "Try to hold on, Jiang. Now it's my turn to strike back." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Ye opened her mouth and roared, unleashing her dragon's fear skill. Instantly, the members of the Wind Cloud Pavilion who hadn't escaped the stage yet were afflicted with debuffs like stun, fear, and immobilize. On top of that, they felt a splitting headache, as if their skulls were about to crack, and couldn't help but cry out, "It hurts so much. Help, please spare us. Jiang, save me." Jiang Fengwen wasn't faring any better. His head was spinning, and his body staggered, on the verge of collapsing. "What the hell is this? Ha, how can I possibly win like this? My body won't listen to me at all. I have to get out of here." Just as he thought that, Jiang Fengwen's vision began to blur, and his body collapsed to the ground as he completely lost consciousness. Luke Pham, holding a card in his hand, looked down at Jiang Fengwen and said with a smile, "So, do you know who the real number one is now? I'll be taking all the points from your Wind Cloud Pavilion. Dragon Capital Academy ID card. Luke Pham, point change, plus 12,941. Then Luke Pham said to Xiao Ye, "We're done here. Let's go, Xiao Ye. We still have important things to do." Hearing this, Xiao Ye transformed back into her dragon girl form and flew to Luke Pham's side. A short while later, in the point-based dueling area of Dragon Capital Academy, Luke Pham was on the phone with Tun Thursday. Tun Tu asked, "If we didn't have class, we would have come to cheer you on. How did it go? Are you hurt?" Luke Pham laughed and replied, "Of course not. I even earned a ton of points. When I get back tonight, I'll share some with everyone." Just then, the door to the room suddenly opened. Let's talk more when I get home. I have to go now." After hanging up, Luke Pham looked towards the door, waiting for his opponent to enter. When he saw that the person who entered was the white-haired girl, Luke Pham said happily, "Senior, you really came." The white-haired girl smiled and said, "Well, I was pretty free today, but from what I just heard, are you waiting for me?" Lu Fan replied with a smile, "Yes, of course. Fighting others is boring. I can only learn something by fighting you, sis. After all, you're over level 70. You're not actually a senior, are you?" Hearing this, the white-haired girl was slightly startled. Then she suddenly stepped back and looked at the small sign on the door, which read 100 points, level 70 in use. Meanwhile, back at the arena, Zhao Shengming hurriedly ran over to the Fengyun Pavilion group to check on them. After a moment, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "Looks like that kid knows how to hold back. No one suffered any life-threatening injuries." Back with our main character, the white-haired girl, whom we'll call the pretty lady, said with a displeased look, "You brat! Are you trying to set me up?" Lu Fan quickly explained, "Not at all. The room's door can be set with a level restriction. If you were able to enter, it proves you're a higher level than 70 and definitely not an upperclassman. So, you've changed your tune already? What kind of status do you think I have?" "Then?" the pretty lady asked with interest. Lu Fan rubbed his chin and analyzed. "Based on your appearance, you look like a senior, but your level and strength suggest you're probably a teacher." The pretty lady laughed and replied, "Forget it. Just call me senior." Speaking of appearances, the pretty lady suddenly moved closer to Lu Fan. "You look much better this time without hiding that handsome face of yours. And from now on, don't play these little games to probe for my information like this again. If you still want to see me, don't set the level any higher, or else I won't show up." "Okay," Lu Fan replied with an awkward smile, silently feeling a bit regretful. He was planning to set it to level 80 next time, but it seems that's not an option anymore. "I didn't expect you to be able to apply the combat skills I used last time in your fight against Jiang Fengyun so quickly." As she spoke, the pretty lady took out her weapon to spar with Lu Fan. "So, senior, you watched the match earlier?" Lu Fan asked with a grin, drawing his own weapon in preparation. To fight. You barely exchanged a few blows before summoning a dragon and panicking the whole arena. You seem a bit hasty, don't you? But taking down Jiang Fengyun right after your counterattack shows you have very quick reflexes. Well, it's a speed I've trained hard for. Heh. Thank you for your guidance. My close combat skills are still very lacking. Just as they were chatting pleasantly, the pretty lady suddenly lunged forward, slashing at Lu Fan and injuring him before he could react. What are you doing? Lu Fan demanded loudly. Although you've improved a lot, you're not yet at the level where you can be falsely modest to. Show off like that, the pretty lady lectured with a serious expression. No, you've misunderstood. I wasn't being falsely modest. I genuinely want to learn from you. Senior, you're both strong and kind. Last time, you not only taught me but also gave me 100 accumulation points. You treat me just like a little brother. If you could come and guide me regularly, I'm sure I'd improve rapidly. If you think it's too much trouble, I can even pay tuition. The pretty lady was amused by Lu Fan's words. Treating me like a little brother, huh? You sure know how to sweet talk. You can keep your tuition fee for yourself. I heard you have a sister who's a great cook, right? If you want to learn from me, just bring some of the food she makes. Yes, ma'am. Lu Fan replied happily, adding silently in his heart, she's actually my young aunt, but calling her my sister isn't too far off. Since you were waiting for me, come on, let me see what you've learned, then I won't hold back. With that, Lu Fan took the initiative and charged forward. To attack, the pretty lady gracefully parried Lu Fan's attacks while commenting, "Oh, you've definitely gotten much faster. So today, if you can land just one hit on me, I'll give you a new weapon. How about it? Your current weapon is no longer suitable for your skill level. Want to switch to one like mine? That's true. This Dark Dragon Scale Sword has been with me for a long time, but I'm reluctant to part with its special effect." Lu Fan was referring to the effect that allows the user to partially transform into a dragon, enhancing the dragonification power of the Dark Dragon Scale Sword. Then what do you want besides a weapon? I want a level removal enchantment. Hearing this, the pretty lady froze, lowering her head to ask, do you have any idea how rare and precious that thing is? With that, she immediately attacked again, giving Lu Fan a good thrashing while complaining, why did I even bother asking you? Just die. That night, a battered Lu Fan dragged his weary body back home. After hearing him recount the events, Han Ke finally let out a sigh of relief, massaging his shoulders while saying, you had me so scared and confused for nothing. I thought you and Jiang Fengyun fought until you ended up like this. You didn't land a single hit on her all afternoon. While you're aching all over, she didn't even break a sweat. Hearing this, the sword spirit speculated. From what you've said, it's highly likely. That senior of yours is not a teacher at Longdu Academy. At least, I've never met any teacher like that. Qin Qiu, who had been glued to her iPad, suddenly exclaimed, Lu Fan, you're on the school forum again. You and Xiao Ye are in a video posted by Feng Yun Pavilion. As she spoke, she turned the screen for everyone to see. Someone actually recorded it? At that time, I was there too. I almost got taken out. What is this? A dragon? Lu Fan's dragon sent Chen Tianji flying 1,000,000 miles. There were too many people, so I couldn't get a good view. Then I suddenly heard a terrifying roar and saw a lot of people running out. I heard some of them say Lu Fan took down Jiang Fengyun, and now seeing this video, it's really true. I told you all before that Lu Fan was #1, for a reason, but nobody believed me. Now that you've seen the dragon, you believe me, right? What a shame. I regret not being able to see it live. Anyone want to form a party to go camp out in front of Lu Fan's villa? If I can't see the dragon, an autograph will do. Reading the comments under the post, Han Ka smiled and said, oh, so the whole school knows you won. Has the previous controversy been resolved as well? The way I see it, things won't go back to being peaceful. Instead, you'll become the new target of this crowd, replacing the Feng Yun Guild, Sword Shadow warned. Lu Fan sighed and replied, I already got a taste of this when the university entrance exam results were posted. But never mind that, we just need to focus on our goals. So what is your current goal? Lu Fan answered not with words, but with action. A moment later, inside the level 45 Venomous Spider Forest secret realm, a dungeon of terrifying difficulty, it turned out his goal was to level up. I thought you wanted to focus on learning from that senior of yours, Sword Shadow said while continuously fighting off the monsters. Of course I have to level up. If I get stronger, I can definitely gain the upper hand against her. After defeating the boss, Lu Fan successfully reached level 30, which meant he was now eligible for his second-class advancement. So, the group immediately left the secret realm to go to the class advancement hall. Unexpectedly, the moment they saw Lu Fan, the other students, especially the girls, went crazy and swarmed him to show their admiration, leaving Lu Fan with no other choice but to use his old trick and make a run for it to get disguised. 10 minutes later, completely covered up with a mask, glasses, and a hooded jacket, Lu Fan finally dared to return to the class advancement hall. Where did he go? I just saw him a moment ago. He really is number one, disappearing in an instant. Chin Chu breathed a sigh of relief as the budding fan club walked right past them. We're in the clear. Lu Fan said apologetically, "Sorry, everyone, but does this mean I have to go out in this disguise all the time now?" Xiao Tao said enviously. "You really don't appreciate what you have. I wish I had a bunch of handsome guys fawning over me like that." Speaking of which, so far, there are no records of a Dragon Tamer's second-class advancement, so there's absolutely no information for you to reference. In contrast to Sword Shadow's concern, Qin Chu said excitedly, "So that means Lu Fan is about to make history." "That's right, no one can give me any advice for this class advancement. No matter the result, I'll have to rely on my own strength." Just as Lu Fan was lost in thought, Xiao Tao tapped his shoulder to hurry him along. "Lu Fan, we've arrived at the class advancement hall." Lu Fan took off his disguise, and before entering the hall, he didn't forget to reassure everyone. "Don't worry, I already have a way to research the second stage advancement paths for a dragon tamer. The advancement ceremony has to be done in private. We'll wait here for the good news." Inside the advancement chamber in Longdu Academy's class advancement hall, after the system verified Lu Fan's eligibility through his academy-issued ID card, it made an announcement. "Student Lu Fan, the second stage class advancement is now ready. Please step onto the advancement platform." As Lu Fan followed the system's instructions, he thought to himself, a second stage class advancement is different from when you first awaken your class, as there will be many class branches for me to actively choose from. For well-known classes, any path that has been chosen before is recorded as a reference. For future adventurers, the advancement platform has activated. Searching. No information related to the Dragon Tamer class found. Please do not leave the platform while the ritual is in progress. Current class, Dragon Tamer 1. Second stage advancement branches, no records found. Just as I thought, there are no records for any of the Dragon Tamer's advancement branches, but fortunately I can search through the system. The advancement ritual is starting. Longdu Academy wishes you a successful advancement. Only a few seconds later, 3 advancement branches for the Dragon Tamer second stage appeared, corresponding to 3 different colored panels. Class name, Dragon Priest 2. Key attributes, Spirit, Stamina, and Recovery. You also become stronger after your dragon pet receives the Dragon Priest's buffs. This class leans more towards a priest role, allowing me to learn skills like Dragon's Encouragement. With this class, I'll become more powerful by using various buffs on my dragon pet, and when my dragon isn't summoned, I'll become an omnipotent support with powerful skills. Lu Fan continued by looking at the purple panel. Class name, Dragon Sorcerer 2. Key attributes, Spirit, Agility, Description. Learn many more. Draconic language, magic, and crowd control skills, and can absorb the dragon pet's skills to use them yourself. This class seems to be mage-oriented. My skills will be various types of draconic magic, and on top of that, I can use the dragon's skills. Class name, Raging Dragon Warrior. Key attributes, Strength, Stamina. Description, learn more melee combat and damage reduction skills, and even transform into a dragon to fight in giant dragon form. If Dragon Sorcerer is the advanced class for a dragon language mage, then Raging Dragon Warrior must be the advanced class. For a dragon-blooded warrior, I'll gain skills similar to Dragon Claw, but I'll be able to dragonify more parts of my body, and even transform completely into a giant dragon, allowing me to deal and withstand more damage. So, one is a support path, like Dragon's Encouragement, one is a magic path using draconic spells, and one is a melee path that enhances dragonification. Man, the effects of every branch are incredible, but the dragon transformation effect of the Raging Dragon Warrior is seriously cool. So these are all the second stage advancement branches for a dragon tamer. Just then, another new panel popped up on the screen. Advancement branch. Second stage class advancement, Dragon Rider 2. Class information, no records found. Class name, Dragon Rider 2. Key attributes, agility, strength. Description, learn many additional skills. It can be combined with a dragon pet. Skills used when fighting alone become stronger when combined with the dragon pet. It's not limited to any specific skill type, allowing for comprehensive development, and the skills become even more powerful when coordinated with the dragon pet. It was a no-brainer which branch Lu Fan would choose. After changing his class to Dragon Rider Knight, the number of contracts increased from 2 to 3, and his base stats increased significantly. Additionally, some skills also ranked up. The Dragon Tamer can tame draconic creatures. The Dragon's Encouragement skill buffs himself and his dragon, increasing all. attributes, and attack power by 30%. Dragon Claw evolved into Dragon Annihilation, transforming his arm into a dragon's claw to deliver 6 consecutive high-speed attacks. It can be used for ranged attacks and can be coordinated with his dragon, Dragon Fang. Strike evolved into Void Sever, using dragon energy to assist in 2 consecutive slashes, and it can be coordinated with the dragon from a distance. Meanwhile, the people who entered the class change hall after Lu Fan had already left one by one, but Lu Fan was still nowhere to be seen, making everyone worried. Hey, does the class change ceremony usually take this long? The more I wait, the more anxious I get. Did something happen? Taozi, don't worry. This is an important moment for Little Fan after all, Han Ke said, even though she herself was shaking like a leaf. Seeing this, Sword Shadow reassured her. I understand your anxiety. Right now, Lu Fan is discovering his new abilities, and it's very likely that his choice will change the rules of this entire era. That's right. At this crucial moment, we must trust in Lu Fan even more. The dark 800-year history of the Dragon Tamer is about to end. Just as Qin Chu finished speaking, Lu Fan walked out of the class change hall. Lu Fan, is the ceremony over? How did it go? What's your class now? Little Fan, are you okay? Lu Fan smiled and replied, sorry to keep you all waiting. Everything went smoothly. Let's talk as we walk. After hearing Lu Fan talk about his new class, Little Tao couldn't help but admire him. Dragon Rider Knight sounds so badass. Han Ke asked curiously, Little Fan, does this class require you to learn how to ride a dragon? Of course. It does. I chose this class partly because I already got a dragon saddle from the Flying Dragon Graveyard. As soon as Little Ye and Little Fei reach level 30, I can use it. Lu Fan replied, inwardly rejoicing. Not only do I have Little Yi and Little Fei, but I've also unlocked the 3rd contract slot, Cosmic Dragon. I'm coming to tame you. Arriving back at Villa number 1, Lu Fan saw a familiar figure waiting at the door, which surprised him. Senior, why are you here? I should have given you my contact information, making you wait. Like this must have wasted so much of my time. As soon as Little Tao saw the beautiful lady, she nudged Lu Fan's shoulder teasingly. So this is the senior who beat you to a pulp, huh? Why didn't you tell us? She was this beautiful? Tao Zi, calm down a bit, Lu Fan said shyly. It seems everyone knows me. The beautiful lady laughed, then turned to look at Han Ke. If I'm not mistaken, you're the enchanting chef, Han Ke, right? Ah, yes. Little Fan Senior, you know me too? Of course. I came here this time to discuss something with you. Could I borrow your Little Fan for a moment? The beautiful lady's words immediately made Lu Fan and his friends freeze for 5 seconds. Haha, it's just a small matter in the city. Don't get the wrong idea. Hearing that, Han Ke happily replied, oh my, if you two have plans, just go. No need to ask for permission. After all, you've been guiding Little Fan so much these past few days. Then thank you, Sister Han. Let's go, Little Fan, the beautiful lady said as she pulled Lu Fan away. Sword Shadow, who had been silent, watched the beautiful lady with a scrutinizing gaze until the two of them were out of sight. On the way, while the beautiful lady was driving, Lu Fan received a message from Qin Chu. Sword Shadow just said that after meeting this senior, she's even more certain that she is not a teacher from the Dragon Capital Academy. Lu Fan, you have to be careful. Reading the message, Lu Fan instinctively turned to look at the beautiful lady, who seemed to sense the unusual look in his eyes. The beautiful lady smiled and asked, what's wrong? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? Senior, where are we going? Why do we have to leave the school? What else could it be? Of course, we're going to buy you a gift. That extremely rare consumable item you mentioned last time. The level removal enchantment? Wait, for real? The beautiful lady didn't answer and continued driving straight to the Tianhe auction house. Senior, we're here. Could it be? The beautiful lady then explained, it just so happens there's an enchantment scroll you want at this auction, so we have to seize the opportunity. Last time, the vice principal had to pay an extremely high price to get the Flying Dragon Graveyard, so I'm afraid the same will happen with this rare scroll. Thinking about this, Lu Fan hesitated and said, Senior, maybe we should just forget it. The beautiful lady looked at Lu Fan's worried expression and laughed. Where did that demanding attitude you had when asking for a gift go? Don't worry, I've got way more money than you think. Until I know Senior's true identity, I should be a bit more careful. I can't keep being in her debt. Thinking to himself, Lu Fan then assured her, Senior, I'll find a way to pay you back for this. A few minutes later, the auction officially began. The first item was the very scroll Lu Fan needed. This is an extremely rare enchantment scroll. It can remove the level restrictions of an item or piece of equipment. Not only are its constituent materials expensive, but it also has a mere crafting success rate of 0.35%. The starting price is 95 million dragon coins. The moment the auctioneer finished speaking, customers continuously bid 125 million dragon coins, 140 million, 185 million, 100 million, 200 million. Lu Fan sat there, completely stunned. He had intended to pay his senior back no matter the cost, but why was the price increasing so fast? Currently, one of our guests has offered 230 million dragon coins. Is there any higher bid? Let me teach you something. In an auction, you must never play the game of a frog in slowly boiling water. You have to strike decisively, the beautiful lady said, quietly to Lu Fan, then raised her hand to bid. I'll pay. But before the beautiful lady could finish her sentence, someone else cut her off. 300 million. I'll pay 300 million dragon coins. Everyone's gaze immediately shifted to the person who had just bid. Lu Fan was no exception. And when he saw who it was, he couldn't hide his shock. Jinju, she wants this enchantment scroll too? The beautiful lady frowned and said, the little princess of the Taizai kingdom, huh? She's quite loaded. If we're going to compete with her, it looks like this is going to cost us a pretty penny. This statement from the beautiful lady surprised Lu Fan even more. Senior, how do you even know her? My information network is vast, so I know all about what happened between you and Jinju. Today, I'll help you get some payback. Even if it costs a fortune, she won't be able to buy it. This scroll is definitely going to be your gift, the beautiful lady replied with a smile, then raised her paddle and called out an astronomical price. 400 million? Oh, 400 million? The current bid has reached 400 million dragon coins. Who is that? How annoying. Jinju slammed the table in anger, jumping to her feet and scanning the room for the person who had just bid. Princess, please calm down. We brought 500 million dragon coins this time. We can still keep bidding. Thoi Hoen Tai had barely finished speaking when the beautiful lady struck again. No, on second thought, I'll pay 500 million. The moment the words left her mouth, the excited auctioneer shouted, unbelievable. 500 million. This is the first time I've ever seen someone bid against themselves like this. Is there any bid higher than 500 million? 500 million going once, 500 million going twice, 500 million sold. Huh? Just who? Is that detestable bastard who's deliberately opposing me? Hearing Jinju's indignant scream and seeing her face flush with rage, the beautiful lady couldn't help but feel delighted. This is what I meant by striking decisively. Lu Fan was smiling on the outside, but on the inside, his heart was breaking. He almost wished Jinju had won. How was he ever going to repay 500 million? The auction was a success. Congratulations to this esteemed lady for acquiring her desired item. Please proceed to the private lounge. The beautiful lady and Lu Fan followed the auctioneer's instructions, leaving their seats and heading to the lounge. It was only then that Thoi Hoan Tai saw the bidder's face and blurted out, Lu Fan! Hearing this, Jinju immediately looked in the direction Thoi Hoan Tai was staring. After confirming it was Lu Fan, she ground her teeth in fury and said, it's him again, that despicable lowlife, daring to ruin my plans. Princess, please calm down. I will go find another similar scroll. Jinju didn't even glance at Thoi Hoan Tai and turned away sharply, walking, while giving an order. Let's go. I really can't count on you for anything. When my brother arrives, you'll see what happens to a useless piece of trash like you. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and the beautiful lady were sitting in the VIP lounge of the Tianhua auction house. After a short while, an elegant woman entered, carrying the item they had won. As soon as she saw the beautiful lady, the woman clicked her tongue and said, I knew it was you. Only you would dare to bid like that at my place. The beautiful lady ran over and hugged the woman, acting coyly. I came without even saying hello. My apologies. You really should have said hello beforehand. You spend so much money here every time, I need to make sure I treat you properly. It was then that the woman noticed the presence of another person in the room. She looked at Lu Fan with a scrutinizing gaze. And this young man is? This is my junior. I bought this scroll as a gift for him. Oh, your little brother, is he? Dunyathu smiled meaningfully and then introduced herself. You can call me Sister Du. I'm the owner of this place. If you ever want to buy anything rare in the future, just come on by. Lu Fan shook Dunyathu's hand and replied politely, hello ma'am, I'm Lu Fan. So you and my senior know each other. Haha, your senior and I are more than just acquaintances. I'm her sister-in-law. This auction house is co-owned by me and her older brother. I see, Lu Fan replied, while thinking to himself, no wonder she could bid so freely. It turns out this auction house belongs to her brother. In that case, my insistence on paying her back seems kind of ridiculous now. 500 million. I still need to earn another 480 million to pay her back. But as he was thinking this, the beautiful lady called him over to open his gift, and all his worries vanished. With this enchantment scroll, he could finally bypass the level 60 requirement for the Soul Wing Flying Dragon King. Oh, right. Have you found anything to add to the illustrated guide recently? Dunyathu asked with a smile. The beautiful lady, while taking out a black card to pay for the scroll, sighed deeply and replied, I've got nothing. You've already recorded all of my miscellaneous junk. Oh, you've been cleaned out. Seeing the money transferred to her account, Dunyathu beamed and said, Come back and support your big sister again soon. Noticing Lu Fan's contemplative expression, the beautiful lady teased him. Oh, little Fan, you'd better figure out how to pay me back that 500 million. Sister Han is waiting for me to return you in one piece, you know. You look like you're plotting something to get out of it. Lu Fan paid no mind to her teasing and instead inquired, Excuse me, that illustrated guide that you two were just talking about, what is it? Ah, I almost forgot to mention this to you. This is another reason I brought you here today. The beautiful lady tapped on her iPad and then turned the screen for Lu Fan to see. This is the secret to how I'm able to earn so many dragon coins to buy things. It all lies in the 100 Treasures Illustrated Guide recording system, which is exclusive to this auction house. All you have to do is find things that aren't in this illustrated catalog can earn you money. Simple, right? Du Yaxiu said with a smile. The money you earn from me can only be called pocket money, while the value of truly priceless treasures can't be easily estimated. Lu Fan glanced at the list, then asked in surprise, Wait, you said record them, not sell them? That's right, just by recording a treasure's information in the 100 Treasures Illustrated Catalog, the Tianhua auction house can estimate its value and give a percentage of that appraised value back to the owner. To put it bluntly, it's a way of using the collection of records of rare treasures to advertise for the Tianhua auction house, since my sister-in-law caters to a high-end market. Du Yaxiu added, Of course, if you want to sell, that's fine too. I can earn 3% of the appraised value. If I record rare equipment, maybe I can quickly pay off my 500 million debt. If that's the case, he silently made a decision. Lu Fan immediately took the legendary Flying Dragon King's soul wings from his storage ring and asked Du Yaxiu to appraise them, leaving her gaping in astonishment. Huh? Level 60 legendary flying wings. This is the real deal. Handsome, this thing is worth at least 2 billion. I hope you'll record it in our 100 Treasures Illustrated catalog. 3% of 2 billion is 60 million. I wasn't wrong, was I? Using the catalog to make money is just that simple. Lu Fan silently agreed. This method of yours is really convenient, senior, but it's still a long way from 500 million. Thinking of this, Lu Fan smirked and said, By the way, Miss Du, actually, I have something even rarer than the soul wings. Hearing this, Du Yaxiu immediately asked eagerly, You still have more good stuff? I wonder what you'll think of this dragon egg. As he spoke, Lu Fan took out the Starlight Dragon Egg, stunning Du Yaxiu. A dragon egg? Wait, are you that dragon master from the South Province? Even the beautiful lady couldn't hide her surprise and asked, Lu Fan, you have a second dragon besides the black dragon? Lu Fan didn't answer, silently feeling regretful. Actually, if I count the 2 flying dragon kings summoned by the bone flute, I'd have 5 of them now. Too bad the flute was eaten by Xiao Fei, otherwise I could have recorded it in the catalog to earn some extra money. If the unranked soul wings are considered top tier among the top tier, then this dragon egg is something unprecedented. I have to take back what I said, not every treasure can be appraised. Hearing Du Yaxiu say this, Lu Fan couldn't help but feel confused. So this dragon egg can't be recorded in the catalog? Du Yaxiu ran over and grabbed Lu Fan's shoulders, saying excitedly, No. I beg you, you must enter it into the 100 Treasures Illustrated catalog. If we have this dragon egg in the catalog, the reputation of the Tianhua auction house will spread throughout the entire country. No, not just the country. It will spread across the world and go down in history. How about this? Come to our auction house once a month. You can take whatever you like. No matter the auction price, I'll cover it all. What do you think? Lu Fan replied without a second thought. Of course. That's fine. Please enter these 2 items into the catalog. So, which month does the offer start from? Really? Wonderful. Starting this month, it's officially effective right now. Lu Fan replied with a big smile. That's great. There's actually something I want to take for free right now. A moment later, Lu Fan happily left the lounge with an enchantment scroll, free of charge. Just owning 1 dragon already gives you the potential to become #1 in the world. And now, Lu Fan has another dragon egg. I really bet on the right horse. The pretty lady looked at Lu Fan and asked, Hey, I clearly wasn't rushing you. You didn't have to pay back the 500 million right away. Lu Fan replied with a smile, It's nothing. Since Miss Du said the deal is effective starting today, I just chose this level requirement removal enchantment. I can't believe her sister-in-law agreed and transferred the money back to me so quickly. The pretty lady felt a little regretful. He paid back the money so fast that I feel embarrassed to ask for any interest. Tianhua really collects a lot of rare items. I'll have to remember to come here once a month from now on, Lu Fan said, just as he and the pretty lady were walking through the hall. The catalog of the Tianhua auction house updated with new information. The moment the dragon egg appeared in the catalog, it caused a huge uproar. A dragon egg? Tianhua got a dragon egg? A dragon, the legendary creature that can destroy an entire nation? Oh my god. At that moment, an overly excited young man grabbed a security guard by the collar and shouted, "How much is the dragon egg appraised for? Even if I go bankrupt, I have to buy it." The guard replied in confusion, "I'm sorry, but I really don't know anything." Meanwhile, someone else was calling their friends, but it seemed the person on the other end didn't believe them, forcing him to insist. "It's true. I saw it with my own eyes in Tianhua's catalog. There's a dragon egg." Lu Fan looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss Du works really fast. From now on, the Tianhua auction house is going to be completely famous. Hey you, now is not the time to be happy for her." The pretty lady jutted her chin forward. "That crowd is frantically pushing inside to see the dragon egg. If we don't get out of here quickly, we'll have to sleep here tonight." After a struggle, Lu Fan and the pretty lady finally managed to breathe the fresh air outside the Tianhua auction house. "We're out," the pretty lady sighed in relief. "Your sister-in-law is going to make a killing this time. You should have asked for 3 or 4 treasures a month to make it worthwhile, you know?" Although Lu Fan was kicking himself inside, he still pretended to be fine and replied, "I'm afraid that would have been too much to ask. By the way, where's your car? My ride is right here." The pretty lady winked playfully and walked over to a powerful motorcycle nearby. "But isn't that the car we took to get here? That's the one I brought to return to my sister-in-law. My car has been here the whole time." Lu Fan silently looked at the beautiful woman, feeling a bit surprised. "I really thought she would summon a mount like Uncle Chin or have a driver like Jin Zhou. I never expected she'd be the type who enjoys driving herself for the breeze. What are you standing there for? Make sure you hold on tight to me. Your senior drives very fast, and if you happen to fall off, I won't turn back to get you." Lu Fan then scrambled onto the bike, and before he could even get a firm grip, it shot forward, nearly making him lose his composure. "Senior, I haven't even gotten a good grip yet," Lu Fan shouted in fear. Hearing this, the beautiful woman laughed teasingly. "After your second-class advancement, your agility and stamina stats aren't low at all, and you're still scared of this speed? You really know a lot about me. I just had my second-class advancement and you already know everything?" The beautiful woman continued to chat while driving. "After the second-class advancement, you get 3 pet slots. Wait a minute, if you had 2 slots before, one was for the black dragon, so why isn't that unhatched dragon egg in the other slot?" Speaking of which, the beautiful woman suddenly turned her head to ask, "Lu Fan, hey, don't tell me that dragon egg is your 3rd dragon." "My 3rd one? Watch the road, senior." Lu Fan was so scared he was tongue-tied. "You kid, you really don't know how incredibly lucky you are. Dragons are practically divine beings. Some people suffer their whole lives and never get one, yet here you are, at such a young age, with 3 of them. Taking advantage of the pleasant atmosphere?" Lu Fan boldly asked, "Senior, why are you helping me so much? Also, when will I get to know your true identity?" The beautiful woman replied seriously, "Now is not the time. Lu Fan, you still have to pass the first trial." "The first trial?" "That's right. A special envoy will soon come to Longdu Academy to test whether you are qualified to participate in the national trials. And you have to make that person acknowledge you to be considered to have passed this trial. That special envoy is also over level 70. I'm afraid he will target you." Hearing this, Lu Fan laughed out loud. "So, you're the one. The school arranged to help me get through this." "You could say that, but why are you laughing?" Lu Fan said half-jokingly. "I don't care what level that person is, as long as I have you to teach me. That special envoy had better start praying for himself. I will definitely participate in the national trials, so he'd better not try any tricks. Otherwise, he'll have to face the bitter consequences." "Ha ha, you're pretty arrogant, huh? When the time comes, make sure you make him submit completely." The beautiful woman replied with a hearty laugh and looked up at the sky. "Is it this late already? I have to get you back quickly. I promised the girls at Villa Number 1 I would return you by evening. Hold on tight, I'm about to speed up." While the beautiful woman was talking, Lu Fan had quietly activated the Flying Dragon's soul wing equipment and took her hand. "Senior, hold my hand tightly. Let me fly you the rest of the way back." With that, Lu Fan took the beautiful woman's hand and they flew into the sky together. A moment later, Lu Fan slowly lowered her onto a main road, asking with a hint of regret, "Are you sure you don't need me to take you any further?" "Yeah, you can head back now," the beautiful woman replied with a smile. Hearing that, Lu Fan didn't linger and obediently left. "This kid is so dense. If it were any other guy, they would have insisted on taking me all the way to my doorstep. But this is nice too. I like this passive type." The beautiful woman's happiness was short-lived when she realized her motorcycle was still back where they left it, and she couldn't help but curse Lu Fan in anger. "That idiot." Back to our protagonist, returning home by air was tiring, but on the bright side, it helped him get used to using the soul wings. After resting and recovering his strength, Lu Fan immediately returned to the task he had put on hold for his meeting with the beautiful woman, hatching the star dragon egg. Before starting, he didn't forget to instruct Xiao Fei and Xiao Ye. "Are you two ready? Even though we failed last time, remember to live in harmony with each other from now on, just like I told you before." Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei immediately nodded. Only then did Lu Fan feel at ease enough to use the dragon taming art on the Star Dragon egg. Star Dragon, my third little dragon, come on out. Just a few seconds later, the eggshell cracked, and a stream of light burst forth, creating an illusion of stars in the sky. And then, a baby dragon with a unique appearance was born. Star Dragon Contract, Level 1, Strength 795, Agility 276, Spirit 109, Stamina 373. Star Shatter. Creates a star and crushes it to deal massive area of effect damage. The destructive power depends on strength. Starlight Scale Armor. Attaches scale armor to Starlight, continuously absorbing damage. Received for 60 seconds. When the skill ends, all enemy targets in melee range will receive the previously absorbed damage. Star Bravery. Energy continuously flows out, gradually increasing stamina over the duration of a battle. So the Star Dragon is a type that specializes in physical attacks, huh? It just hatched and its strength is already 795. Lu Fan picked up the baby dragon, marveling inwardly. Its stats are strength-based like Xiao Fei, but its power is double Xiao Ye's initial stats. Once it reaches around level 20, even without Mai and Xiao Fei's buffs, its strength stat could still easily reach over 10,000. I always thought Xiao Ye was well suited for physical attacks, but now it seems Xiao Ye is more of a balanced type, similar to the Dragon Knight class that I chose. The Star Dragon's Starlight Scale Armor seems like a damage absorption skill, but it can actually be used for both offense and defense, reflecting all the absorbed damage within 60 seconds back at the enemy. And Star Bravery allows the Star Dragon to continuously increase its stamina, so it isn't afraid of prolonged battles. Furthermore, the Star Dragon isn't solely geared towards physical attacks, completely. According to the description of Star Shatter, it's a magic skill with very high damage, but I'll have to test it to see its actual destructive power. While Lu Fan was monologuing to himself, Xiao Ye habitually picked up a piece of eggshell. Before she could put it in her mouth, the Starry Sky Dragon lunged forward and knocked her hand, causing the shell to fall, which made Xiao Ye turn unhappily to glare daggers at the Starry Sky Dragon. All right, following procedure, it's time to name your new little sister. Xiao Ye, Xiao Fei. Since we're starting all the names with Xiao, how about we call her Xing Chen? Okay? Before the dragon herself could react, Xiao Fei sulked in a corner. Meanwhile, Xiao Ye kept expressing her dissatisfaction in the dragon tongue, leaving Lu Fan bewildered. What's wrong? It's just a name. Don't be like that. Come on, I'll change it when I think of a better one for you guys. Xing Chen, do you like this name? In response, Xing Chen gave Lu Fan an indifferent look, which made him feel awkward. What a snob. Looks like she and Xiao Ye won't be causing a ruckus together. That's good. Elsewhere, Kim Seong Han, level 60, the new number 1 of the Taiki Kingdom, was at Wanli Cha, a level 60 to 70 zone. While training, he received a call from a subordinate of that troublemaker, Kim Ju. Yeah, I got it. Kim Seong Han replied curtly and hung up. Seong Han, what's wrong? You don't look too good. A young man in white armor asked with concern. Kim Seong Han answered honestly. My sister had someone call me, telling me to get revenge for her. The two girls in their party, who were listening intently, curiously asked, Kim Ju, she's studying abroad in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Did she get bullied there? Yeah, she's been bugging me for days, saying some guy beat her up, and it wasn't just once either. She's all grown up but still acts like a child. It's my fault for spoiling her since she was little, Kim Seong Han said with a sigh, ignoring a monster of enormous size slowly rising from the mud pit behind him. The young man with glasses saw this but remained unfazed and continued to ask, So, are you going to the Dragon Kingdom? Of course I am, Kim Seong Han said, while using a skill to create a dark illusion, instantly sending the monster that was about to attack him to meet its maker. As the big brother who loves her the most, of course I have to help her get rid of all her troubles. But right now, preparing for the national trial is the top priority. Let's just go conquer the dungeon one more time. As soon as I get the last piece of the Wraith set, I'll head to the Dragon Kingdom. Besides dealing with my sister's problem, I also need to scout out who the Dragon Kingdom's representatives for the national trial are. At this point, his expression turned arrogant. This year's championship must belong to our Taiki Kingdom. Hearing this, his teammates laughed as if they'd heard a joke. That's for sure. When Seong Han makes a move, it's always a complete victory. Haha, you scouting them out like this is really giving those folks from the Dragon Kingdom too much credit. Back to Lu Fan. In the week after getting Xing Chen, there was no public outcry from the Fengyun Pavilion, and no provocations from Kim Ju, so his life returned to normal. Lu Fan often went to practice and spar with his seniors. Every day, his squad continued to enter the poison spider forest, allowing the 3 little dragons to level up quite a bit, and on top of that, Jian Ying also completed his 2nd class advancement, becoming a sword dancer too. Qin Qiu and Xiao Tao were a bit slower, but eventually, they all met the requirements for the second stage of class advancement. In front of the class advancement hall, Jianying was a little surprised to learn about Qin Chu's new class. I chose Sword Dancer because it inherits skills from Swordmaster, but I thought you'd lean more towards a support class. Qin Chu explained, actually, I did consider choosing a support class, but with Xiao Fei in the team, my healing spells are basically useless, so I chose a branch specializing in offense. Compared to before, my light attribute attack spells have gotten much stronger, Lu Fan then said with a smile. Now our squad has all the physical, magical, buffing, and debuffing classes covered. We just need Tao Zi to successfully complete her class advancement, and we'll be all set. Speak of the devil. Xiao Tao walked out from inside the class advancement hall, her face beaming as she said, "It's perfect!" Qin Chu eagerly asked, "How did it go?" Tao Zi said mysteriously, "Guess what class I advanced to." Jianying guessed, could it be that a hidden class appeared among the second class advancement branches? Exactly, Xiao Tao replied with a wide grin. Then, she performed a few basic moves for everyone to see. A Water Lotus swordswoman, too, can use water element spells. It's a type of magic swordsman. Seeing the astonished looks on Jianying's and Qin Chu's faces, Lu Fan asked curiously, "You can get a hidden class during the second class advancement too?" "Yes, but the probability is extremely low, even lower than getting a hidden class during the first advancement." Hearing this, Xiao Tao became even more proud and said, "Is that so? I knew I had a natural gift. I finally feel like I'm on equal footing with you guys." Lu Fan teased, "So, is it because Tao Zi hasn't been making any waves in the team that she advanced to some kind of water swordswoman? You little brat, Lu Fan, get over here." Just as Xiao Tao was getting all worked up and wanted to teach Lu Fan a lesson, he received a call from the vice principal, informing him that the special envoy was about to arrive and telling him to go to the assembly hall immediately. Lu Fan and his teammates didn't dare to delay and immediately headed to the combat class hall of Longtu Academy. While waiting for the special envoy to arrive, Gu Han was kind enough to share some information with Lu Fan. The special envoy's name is Nguyen Trung Fong, and he is a Holy Shield Knight. A third advancement at level 76, saw the vice principal and said, "The man didn't seem to like him very much. He doesn't like me. My senior also warned me before that he would target me. Just who is this Nguyen Trung Fong guy anyway?" As Lu Fan was pondering, he was surprised to see the Brahma staff, which was ranked number 1 in the 100 Treasures Illustrated Guidebook, in the hands of a mysterious figure on the stage. Unable to hide his curiosity, he turned to whisper to Gu Han, "Miss Gu, do you know who that completely cloaked person holding the staff is? That's our school's new principal, and although I say new, he's actually been in the position for 2 years now. It's said that he's a 4th advancement master." It said, "Does that mean no one knows the principal's true strength?" Gu Han nodded and replied, "Yes, except for the vice principal. No one knows anything about the principal. He doesn't participate in any activities, his voice is magically altered, and no one even knows if he's male or female, or what his level is. For him to have to come out and receive someone personally, this special envoy Nguyen Trung Fong must be someone extraordinary." Just as Gu Han finished speaking, Nguyen Trung Fong appeared. The moment he entered the auditorium, he asked in a sharp tone, "Who is the principal?" Zhao Shengming immediately rushed over with a smile and said, "Greetings, special envoy. I am the vice principal of Longdo Academy. I'm looking for the principal. If you don't have the authority to decide on the candidate for the trial, then don't waste my time," Nguyen Trung Fong said disdainfully, then walked right past Zhao Shengming. He looked up at the stage and asked, "Are all the seated candidates here?" The principal didn't speak, only nodding. Annoyed by Nguyen Trung Fong's attitude, Zhao Shengming dropped the pleasantries and said in a low voice, "There are no other seated candidates. Longdo Academy recommends only Lu Fan." The air was thick with tension, causing the students in the auditorium to start whispering. The vice principal said the special envoy wants to decide on the candidate himself. The school is only supposed to recommend capable students, so the special envoy must be very displeased right now. Lu Fan watched Nguyen Trung Fong for a moment, then said to Gu Han, "I can feel that this special envoy is no simple man. I fear he has a lot of blood on his hands." Gu Han agreed, saying, "Yes, it seems the principal and vice principal hold you in very high regard, so they're willing to displease the special envoy to recommend you. It's clear the envoy came here prepared, but now we don't have any other candidates. The vice principal refuses to back down. This is a tough gamble." Nguyen Trung Fong then turned his head to look at Zhao Shengming, his gaze sharp as he said, "Lu Fan, so your esteemed school has already chosen for me? It seems the opinion of this newly appointed special envoy doesn't matter anymore, does it?" Zhao Shengming gave a polite laugh and replied, "Special envoy, you exaggerate. Longdo Academy has the utmost faith in Lu Fan. We believe the boy will surely satisfy you." "Satisfy me? I've seen the file on this Lu Fan you speak of. He does indeed have a lot of potential. As he spoke, Nguyen Trong Fong strode towards where Lu Fan was sitting. Level 32, a Dragon Knight, the top freshman from Nan Province. From Jianghai to Longdo, from the Qin family to the Marquis of Zhenbei. Someone who's always had it easy, like you. Could you possibly understand the struggles of other candidates? Can your level 32 possibly stand against the third advancement masters at level 50 or 60 from other nations? Lu Fan remained silent, watching Nguyen Truong Fong, thinking to himself, there's something very strange about this old man. He's showing such hostility towards me. If Longdo Academy has so much faith in you, then right now, let me test whether you're truly qualified, Nguyen Truong Fong said with a smirk, then suddenly drew the sword at his hip and attacked Lu Fan. Fortunately, Lu Fan was on his guard and managed to block Nguyen Truong Fong's strike. Nguyen Truong Fong's action immediately drew criticism from the school's faculty. What kind of test is this? This is completely unfair, Special Envoy. Special Envoy, for a level 76 like yourself to duel a level 32, you're just bullying him. Nguyen Truong Fong, however, continued to frantically attack Lu Fan and retorted unreasonably, I don't need him to participate in the national trial. What does his level have to do with me? My mission is to select someone strong enough to fight against the other 22 nations. If you can't even pass my test, you are unworthy of representing the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Fan struggled to defend against Nguyen Truong Fong's relentless attacks, thinking to himself, I can't risk fighting him in close combat. His level is too high, but this space is too small to summon my dragon, and I might injure the others. Damn it. Lu Fan, show me all your strength. Let me see just how talented you are to have gotten me kicked out of Longdo's high command and demoted to a lowly special envoy like this. Nguyen Truong Fong fought, more and more fiercely, his attack power increasing with each blow. For a student who had just reached level 32 like Lu Fan, fighting him up close was like an egg hitting a rock, so it wasn't long before he was disarmed. Just as Nguyen Truong Fong was about to land a killing blow on Lu Fan, he was suddenly stopped by a surge of power. Special Envoy, you seem a bit too enthusiastic, don't you? Then let's move to a different place for this test. As he finished speaking, the white-robed principal used his scepter to create a magic circle, then teleported Lu Fan, Nguyen Truong Fong, and the vice principal to Longdo Academy's arena. This place is spacious enough. Special Envoy, feel free to continue your test. It doesn't matter where we go, the result will be the same. Nguyen Truong Fong snorted coldly and said to Lu Fan, show me what you've got. Don't hold back. There's no point in holding back. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for the two principals who recommended you. No wonder this test felt off from the very beginning. Since we've arrived at a place with enough space, I'll also show you my full power as you wished. Lu Fan used a blink elixir, which allowed him to jump to any position within 50 meters and had a 30-second cooldown to get behind Nguyen Truong Fong and then summoned Xiao Ye to give him a beatdown. This was the black dragon that the little princess of the Kim family resented so much, looking exactly as it did in the video. But unfortunately, no matter how strong that dragon was, it was completely useless. Before me, a level 76 Holy Shield Knight, you're just a snot-nosed brat. As he thought this, Nguyen Truong Fong unleashed his power, and a giant shield materialized on his left arm. You'd better watch closely now, Mr. Special Envoy. As Lu Fan finished speaking, Xiao Ye opened its mouth and used its dragon fear to inflict various debuffs on Nguyen Truong Fong. Nguyen Truong Fong blocked this attack from Xiao Ye with his shield, and although he was afflicted with immobilize and stun effects, he could still function normally. So he laughed smugly and said, truly a great dragon. Its pressure is terrifying, but its level is still too low. Watching this, Zhao Shengming couldn't help but worry. Last time, Lu Fan's Black Dragon also used this move to defeat the entire Fenyun guild. The principal standing nearby chuckled and replied, you think that's all there is to it? Just keep watching. This trick might work on your classmates, but using it on me. Nguyen Truong Fong was mid-sentence when his body suddenly collapsed to the ground, overcome by the fear effect from the dragon fear. How can this be? A Holy Shield Knight like me, feeling fear? Just as Nguyen Truong Fong was stunned, Lu Fan clicked his tongue and taunted, how are you supposed to test me if you keep kneeling like that, Mr. Special Envoy? You dare mock me? Trembling with rage, Nguyen Truong Fong used the skill Steadfast Stance, one of a knight's stances that removes stun, fear, and charm effects, and then grants immunity to them for the next 12 minutes. The moment his body could move normally again, he immediately charged at Lu Fan. You little brat, you dare give me trouble. How is this giving you trouble? Lu Fan retorted with a smirk, then used both hands to create two portals, putting Nguyen Truong Fong immediately on guard. Two portals? What's he summoning? Could it be? As it turned out, the suspicion in Nguyen Truong Fong's mind was correct. Xiao Fei and Xing Chen officially made their entrance. If you want me to go all out, you have to at least make me get serious, Mr. Special Envoy. The moment Lu Fan spoke, Xing Chen shot forward, launching an attack at Nguyen Trong Fong. Nguyen Trong Fong barely managed to parry the attack with his sword, but was still shocked enough to exclaim, "3 dragons? 3 of them? Too bad you're wrong." Lu Fan snapped his fingers and commanded Xiao Fei, bring out the twin flying dragon kings. Xiao Fei immediately used its skill, natural assimilation, followed by Dragon Call Bone to summon the souls of the twin flying dragon kings as Lu Fan commanded. Principal, did you know all along that Lu Fan had 5 dragons? I truly can't process what I'm seeing with my own eyes. The principal didn't answer, instead looking at Lu Fan with admiration. You truly are full of surprises, Lu Fan. All right, Mr. Special Envoy. Do you think I'm qualified to participate in the national trials? Now? Lu Fan asked, one hand in his pocket while gesturing forward with the other. The 5 dragons roared and simultaneously charged toward Nguyen Trong Fong. Impossible. What should I do? Now? What do I do now? How is this brat even fighting me? Panicking, Nguyen Trong Fong instantly activated his skill, Holy Light Protection. Xiao Ye lunged forward. First, striking the spot where Nguyen Trong Fong stood, a massive explosion erupted, with swirling winds kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured the view. Zhao Shengming raised a hand to shield his eyes from the dust and said worriedly to the principal, the special envoy, "He's finished. A direct hit from a great dragon like that. He must be dead." Just then, a loud laugh rang out, capturing everyone's attention. It turned out that thanks to his Holy Light Protection skill, he had instantly created a shield that made him immune to all damage for 10 seconds. While the shield was active, it also increased his movement speed by 100%, his casting speed, but it had a 16-hour cooldown. Nguyen Trong Fong had managed to escape Xiao Ye's dangerous attack just in time. Now, riding away on a bloodthirsty bat, he gloated, "Dream on about killing me for another 8 years." Zhao Shengming watched in surprise. He's actually fleeing, but I guess that's better than being killed by a great dragon's claws. The principal remarked sarcastically, "I can't believe Nguyen Trong Fong, who used to be so high and mighty, is now running away so pathetically." Seeing Nguyen Trong Fong escape, Lu Fan intentionally provoked him. "As expected of the esteemed special envoy, you sure are fast at hopping on your mount." "You really are." Sure enough, the taunt worked. Nguyen Trong Fong immediately turned back. "This damn brat thinks he can mock me however he pleases just because he was lucky enough to get a few dragons? Without those great dragons, you're nothing but trash. I just need to take you out, and this is over. My Holy Light Protection still has 4 seconds left." Thinking this, Nguyen Trong Fong steered his mount to charge swiftly toward Lu Fan. "A noob will always be a noob, even with many dragons. You're full of weaknesses," he yelled, swinging his sword and activating the skill, Holy Light Judgment, infusing his weapon with holy light, dealing 420% holy damage. A successful activation also doubles the damage of the next holy attack, and with 2 seconds of his protection spell left, he intended to take Lu Fan's life. But just as the blade was about to touch Lu Fan, it was blocked by a green shield from the skill Jade Light. Jade Light creates 12 layers of Jade Blessing for the target, removing debuff effects while also increasing all stats by 60%. Each layer of Blessing can block 2 instances of damage. That's more like it. One more hit, and a layer of the Jade Light will be broken. Lu Fan said with a smile, "Holy Light Judgment only broke half of its shield. Even at close range, you can't do anything to it with the dragon here. The Holy Light Protection has worn off." Knowing he couldn't win, Nguyen Trong Fong mounted his beast and tried to fly away but was stopped by Lu Fan. "Mr. Special Envoy, trying to run away again? Then don't blame this kid for not letting you go." As he spoke, he began charging the skill Blue Dragon King's Roar. Blue Dragon King's Roar unleashes a bolt of lightning forward, dealing massive damage with a paralysis effect. After attacking, it gains 20 stacks of the lightning attribute. Each attack consumes 1 stack and has a 20% chance to paralyze the target. At the same time, Nguyen Trong Fong was so focused on Lu Fan's actions that he didn't notice Tin Thin had blocked the path of his mount, the bloodthirsty bat. It only took a light tap to stun the bloodthirsty bat, causing it to stagger and fall. Nguyen Trong Fong fell along with it. Watching Nguyen Trong Fong fall from the sky and scramble on the ground, Lu Fan laughed and said, "Look at you. Where's the special envoy who wanted to teach me a lesson just a moment ago?" As Lu Fan finished speaking, the Blue Dragon King's Roar skill was fully charged. "Wait. Hold on." Ignoring Nguyen Trong Fong's plea, Lu Fan didn't stop, directly firing the lightning bolt straight at his face. The bloodthirsty bat died on the spot. Nguyen Trong Fong was lucky to survive, but he was severely injured. Lu Fan slowly strolled over to Nguyen Trong Fong, looking down on him and said scornfully, "Mr. Special Envoy, my apologies for your mount, but in the fierce battles of the national trials, taking down an opponent's mount is perfectly normal. You've gone to great lengths, Mr. Special Envoy, just to assess how I would handle this situation. At this moment, Zhao Shengming, fearing Lu Fan might commit murder, quickly stepped in to persuade Nguyen Trong Fong. Mr. Special Envoy, the assessment is sufficient. Just grant Lu Fan the qualification. Shut up. When this ends is my decision. Nguyen Truong Fong roared in anger. But Zhao Shengming was about to say more, but the principal stopped him. Just let him be. Nguyen Truong Fong can't last much longer. He has flash, damage immunity, knows dragon language magic, and even has 5 dragons. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly be an outstanding contestant for the national trials. But you alone, Nguyen Truong Fong, blinded by hatred and unrepentant, suddenly picked up his weapon and charged at Lu Fan. Only you, Lu Fan, are not allowed. A poor nobody who lives in a dumpling shop has brought me to this point. Seeing this, Xiao Fei let out a soft growl and was about to use a skill, but was stopped by Lu Fan. He chose to face Nguyen Truong Fong directly. You caused me to be abandoned by the Kim family and the higher-ups of Longdu. You ruined my career, and now you even mock me and kill my mount. I will definitely destroy you today, Nguyen Truong Fong shouted as he frantically swung his sword. But every single strike was dodged by Lu Fan, who ultimately kicked him, sending him flying back several dozen feet. There's no point in fighting someone who's lost their mind. I won't take advantage of the situation. If you feel that I still haven't passed the assessment, then get up and we'll continue fighting. And if you feel that the grudge between me and Kim Xiao has destroyed your career, then I will wait for you to seek revenge at any time. Just remember this clearly. Next time, I won't hold back. Nguyen Truong Fong looked weakly at Lu Fan. Then his eyes slowly closed, and he fell unconscious. Mr. Special Envoy, hang in there. I'll take you. To a priest right away. Zhao Shengming rushed over and carried Nguyen Truong Fong away. The vast arena was now left with only Lu Fan and the white-robed principal. At this moment, the principal spoke in praise. You're quite good at hiding your strength. Even I didn't expect you to have 5 dragons. You said you'd fight with all you had, but how much of your power did you actually use just now? Lu Fan answered honestly. Actually, not even 1/10. My dragons were just warming up. They haven't used any skills yet. Excellent. Choosing you was indeed the right decision. With that, the principal tapped his scepter on the ground, and his entire body gradually vanished before Lu Fan's eyes. Lu Fan kept staring at the empty space where the principal disappeared, unconsciously feeling that this principal was very familiar. That night, at the northernmost border, in the level 60 unexplored region of the Dragon Kingdom, Du Jing received the assessment result from Nguyen Truong Fong, stating that Lu Fan was qualified for the national trials, and burst out laughing. This kid's got it! As expected, the representative of the Dragon Kingdom is Lu Fan. I bet Nguyen Truong Fong signed this with tears in his eyes, didn't he? Ha ha! Adjutant, come in. Immediately, the adjutant pushed the door open and entered. Yes, Marquis of the North, what are your orders? Du Jing commanded. Prepare the Griffin. I need to make a trip to the Longdu Academy. Recently, some of our exploration routes have been attacked, and all the attacks came from that thing. If you leave now, Du Jing replied with a serious face, it's not like I'm not coming back. What's there to be afraid of? Tell the Griffin Riders to continue with the other exploration routes as usual. I'm taking this trip to meet our Dragon Kingdom's representative and to investigate that thing. I'll be back in 2 days. On Lu Fan's side, after Nguyen Truong Fong approved his participation in the trial, he had some free time. He planned to search for treasure, so he contacted He Shu for some information. Over 1,900 miles away, Lu Fan sighed as he looked at the map, at the location of Tideview Bay, a level 20 to 30 zone. He couldn't believe it was that far for just a mid-tier treasure. Thinking to himself, Lu Fan sighed and said to He Shu on the other end, never mind. I'll contact you next time I need something. Are you sure? I can get in touch with a teleportation mage to get you there. But of course, that comes at a different price. He Shu tried to persuade him. Just then, Lu Fan received a system notification. Lu Fan, congratulations, you have found a treasure map. For today, holy cow, after all this time, a god-tier map has finally arrived, Lu Fan thought. Hello, Lu Fan, are you still there? I'm here, hold on. I have another place to ask you about. The location is on the far northern border. Before Lu Fan could finish, a fireball moving at the speed of light flew straight at Villa Number 1. A figure in a black cloak watched from above as Villa Number 1 was engulfed in a sea of flames. Just as the assassin thought the mission was complete and was about to leave, he saw Lu Fan fly out of the inferno using the soul wings of the Flying Dragon King. The others were saved by Xiao Fei and Xiao Ye, and luckily escaped. Where do you think you're teleporting to? Stop right there! Lu Fan roared in anger, lunging forward and slashing the assassin's hood, revealing his face. You're the teacher who was standing with the principal that day. Hearing the commotion, nearby students hurried over to check on the situation. Call the fire department! What just happened? What was that explosion? Is everyone all right? What's going on? Han Chu angrily pointed at the cloaked man. He attacked our house, trying to kill us to silence us. Since I've been discovered, then this is the only way left. With that, the cloaked teacher activated his skill, Flamebite Shackles, binding his target and preventing him from receiving any buffs for 8 seconds. If the target breaks free, their movement and casting speed will be reduced by 90% for the next 4 seconds. Lu Fan was instantly immobilized, but he didn't stop there. The man also used the skill, Final Flame, burning his own life force to create a scorching flame core. He then used his own life to detonate it, dealing burn damage equal to 1,250% of his spirit attribute. The skill's range increased with its charging time, as he intended to take Lu Fan down with him. Han Chu and Jian Ying, realizing the teacher's plan, immediately cast their skills in an attempt to help Lu Fan escape the shackles, but to no avail. Scorching Flame Core charging, 23%. Scorching Flame Core charging, 59%. Scorching Flame Core charging, 72%. As the Scorching Flame Core charged up more and more, the teacher's body began to expand, swelling like a balloon. Lu Fan knew he couldn't escape, but he still worried about everyone else's lives. Xiao Fei, prepare to activate Eternal Protection. Xiao Ye, protect everyone. Lu Fan, you can't escape. There is only death, haha. At the very moment the Scorching Flame Core was about to detonate, the white-robed principal's scepter pierced through the teacher's chest, killing him instantly and helping Lu Fan break free from the shackles and escape before the teacher's body exploded. The school administration arrived just in time to manage the aftermath, putting out the fire, calming the students, and starting the investigation. Xiao Fan, that was terrifying. Are you hurt? Han Ke ran to Lu Fan as he landed, her face covered in tears, and hugged him tightly. I'm fine. I'm sorry for making you worry. Auntie. Chin Chu also rushed over and asked with concern. That was truly terrifying. Lu Fan, do you know who that mage was? I saw him the day the special envoy came for the evaluation. He was standing with the principal. Zhao Shengming looked at the teacher's charred body and said gravely, Lu Fan, we never expected someone from our own school would try to assassinate you. And on top of that, he was an honorary professor of the academy, a level 81 fire mage. It's simply unimaginable. Why would he do that? Is he one of Nguyen Trung Fong's people? Lu Fan asked, frowning. Han Ke, standing beside him, spoke up angrily. Vice Principal, you must investigate this thoroughly. We were almost all killed. Chin Chu also expressed her agreement. When he saw Lu Fan was still alive, that wicked man immediately activated a skill to drag him down to hell with him. Zhao Shengming was flustered by the women's intense reactions. Everyone, please calm down. I will absolutely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you all a satisfactory explanation. Early the next morning, in the principal's office at Long 2 Academy, these kinds of assassination attempts will certainly happen again. This one failed, which means the next one will be even more dangerous. That honorary professor had been working here for a long time. To think someone like that was right under my nose, and I didn't even realize it. It's truly chilling. Even though the entire school is within my skills range, if I had arrived just a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At this point, the principal said with annoyance to the person across from him, Are you even listening to me? Tu Jingxiu drained the teapot in one go and replied, Listen, you should keep some wine. In this room, this tea is completely tasteless. Seeing the principal's silence, Tu Jingxiu laughed heartily and said, Relax, I'm listening. It's been a long time since we've seen each other like this, and I still have to. I traveled a long way to get here. Can't you even ask what I came for? The principal finally calmed down and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I just kept rambling on about Lu Fan this whole time. So, is your mission in the extreme north finished? Of course not. But from what you've said, it's not safe for Lu Fan to stay at the academy now. And since you and the vice principal still have to investigate this matter, but that's all right. I can take some of the burden off your shoulders. Take some of your burden? That's right. Let that kid come to the extreme north with me. Even if he's not afraid of assassination, I'm sure. Trouble will keep finding him. If he goes to the extreme north with me, not only can we guarantee his safety, but he also won't endanger the people around him. It would be very safe for him to go with you, but what's in it for you? Does a Marquis of the Northern Suppression like yourself have time to look after him? I've had my eye on this kid, Lu Fan, for a long time. His growth rate is incredibly fast, so he won't take up much of my time. Of course, the other reason I want him to come is that I think he can help me investigate that thing. I understand, but you have to promise me you won't let Lu Fan fall into any danger. Du Jing found a bottle of liquor in a drawer, and as he uncorked it and began to chug, he replied, Of course I'll bring him back safely. Ugh, this tastes awful. What is this? What do you think you're doing? That was a gift someone gave me Early the next morning, at the main gate of Longdu Academy, the moment she saw Jin Chenghan get out of the car, the troublemaker Jin Zhou rushed over to hug him, saying joyfully, "You're finally here. Tell me, who's more important, me or your equipment?" Of course my little sister is more important, but this year's national trials are being held in the Taiki Kingdom, so I had to prepare thoroughly. Besides, I came to find you the moment I was ready. So, you'll get revenge for me, right? Jin Chenghan smiled and replied, "Yes, whoever dares to upset my precious little sister, I will definitely teach them a lesson." Since Villa Number 1 was still under repair, Lu Fan and Han Qi were temporarily staying at Sword Shadow's Villa Number 2. That night, Lu Fan contacted Black Rat to buy a map leading to the god-tier treasure his system had mentioned. Sword Shadow, who happened to overhear, asked curiously, "Where are you planning to go?" Without looking up from the map, Lu Fan replied, "Yeah, I'm quite interested in this place, but I'm not planning to go until the investigation into the attack is complete." Sword Shadow didn't press further, simply reminding him gently, "Everyone is sleeping upstairs, since they didn't get a proper night's rest. If you decide to go, at least wait until they wake up to tell them. Yeah, I won't just leave without saying anything. Thanks for looking after them for me." Just then, the doorbell rang. "I'll get it. It's probably the vice principal." Saying that, Lu Fan quickly went to open the door. "What are the results of the investigation?" Lu Fan trailed off as he realized the visitor wasn't Zhao Shengming, but a middle-aged man with a long scar over his left eye. "You are? I'm not sure about the investigation results either, but don't worry, I'm not a bad guy. Speaking of which," Du Jing gestured behind himself and continued with an awkward laugh, "the thing with these guards being knocked out is just a misunderstanding. Do you kids know any way to wake them up? I came here to find you, but they just kept trying to fight me, so I guess you could say this was just self-defense, right? All the guards the vice principal arranged were defeated. Could he be another attacker?" At that thought, Lu Fan drew his weapon and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" Just then, Qin Qiu came downstairs, and upon seeing Du Jing, she asked in surprise, "Huh, Uncle Du, what are you doing here?" It was only then that she noticed the unconscious guards and asked in alarm, "What happened here?" A short while later, once everything was explained, Lu Fan said sheepishly, "So you're the master that Uncle Qin mentioned." Qin Qiu nodded, saying, "That's right, I've always called him Uncle Du since I was a kid. But Uncle Du, you went a little too hard on them this time." Du Jing let out a hearty laugh and replied, "It's a good thing, little Qiu showed up. Otherwise, this young man and I would have ended up in a fight. Please forgive me, senior. I mistakenly thought you were here to attack us. I've actually wanted to meet you for a long time, too. Thank you for dealing with the person who was backing Jin Zhou." Although Ruan Changfeng had already been dismissed, he used his status as a special envoy to seek revenge on you. So the one who really took care of him was you. "You don't need to thank me," Qin Qiu then added with a smile. "But it's surprising the guards didn't recognize you. You are, after all, the great hero who once rode a griffin alone to fight off an entire beast-tide. You fought a whole beast-tide all by yourself? When I was studying in Shanghai, there was a memorial wall for the heroes who fell fighting the beast-tide. So you're the hero. Who pushed back the beast-tide back then?" Lu Fan exclaimed, jumping to his feet with admiration in his voice. "Haha, that was ages ago. Every era has its own heroes. For instance, in this era, I've got my eyes on you, Lu Fan." Du Jing sat up, walked over to clap Lu Fan on the shoulder, and said with a serious expression, "I came here looking for you for one reason, and that is to take you to the extreme north border to train. I've already spoken with the principal. If you go to the extreme north with me, you can train and level up for the national trials, and at the same time, you can avoid any future attacks. But Uncle Du, the border of the extreme north is an unexplored territory. Lu Fan is a national representative right now. We can't let anything happen to him before the national trials." The worries of Qin Qiu and Sword Shadow were not unfounded, so Du Jing reassured Lu Fan, "I know the conditions at the extreme north border are harsh, but it's an excellent place to improve your strength. Besides, by leaving here, those who are targeting you, you won't be a danger to those around you anymore." Lu Fan remained silent, thinking to himself that the location on his god-level map was at the far northern border, so naturally he wanted to go there. But he wondered if everyone would truly be safe from attacks after he left. As if reading his mind, Sword Shadow said, "Lu Fan, if you want to go, then just go. We've all completed our second job advancement, so we don't have to worry about being attacked again. I'll take over looking after everyone for you." Qin Qiu chimed in, "Yeah, we'll protect little Aunt and keep her safe. You don't have to worry about a thing." Hearing this, Lu Fan's worries vanished, and he agreed to Tu Jing's proposal. "Haha, excellent. I knew I picked the right guy. Qiu, go buy some good wine for your uncle here. We need to throw this kid a grand farewell party." Qin Qiu replied cheerfully, "Uncle Tu, we can't handle that strong liquor you like to drink. I'm always over at you guys' Villa #1 for meals, so I doubt we have any ingredients at home, Lu Fan offered. I'll go buy the groceries. When little Aunt and Taozi wake up, we can all eat together, and I can also use the opportunity to say goodbye to my senior. Just then, Tu Jing remembered something. Little Chu, hurry and heal those bodyguards outside. It'll be a problem if someone sees them like that. Chin Chu replied awkwardly, yes, sir, but I've changed my class to Holy Light Adjudicator, so I no longer have any healing abilities. Tu Jing turned to Sword Shadow, pleading for help. Don't look at me. I've never had a single healing skill. In the end, it was up to Lu Fan, who summoned Xiao Fei to handle it. After leaving the house, Lu Fan swung by the arena, deliberately setting up a ranked match to meet the pretty senior one last time and say goodbye to her. I'm about to leave for the extreme north, so I won't see you again until the national trials. I'm going to miss sparring with you. Things might get boring. The pretty senior stepped forward, pinched Lu Fan's cheek, and said with a smile, you silly boy. You'll learn far more in the extreme north than you ever would sparring with me. It's also incredibly dangerous, so you definitely won't be bored. Yes, I understand. I should get going then. I still have to say my goodbyes to everyone tonight. As Lu Fan turned to leave, the pretty senior suddenly hugged him from behind. You're leaving so suddenly. I don't have a proper gift for you. As she spoke, she fastened a string of red beads around Lu Fan's wrist. This is for your safety, so keep it on. The pretty senior released him and, before leaving, added playfully, you'd better give it your all in the extreme north, and during the national trials, okay, take care, and when you get back, remember to bring me a piece of unmeltable ice. Lu Fan was silent for the entire walk home, but just as he was about to reach his front door, he could no longer hold it in. How much longer do you plan on following me? Oh, you found me out? Kim Seong-han emerged from behind a tree with a smile. You're surprisingly hard to find. Who are you? And why are you following me? You may not know me, but I've heard quite a few things about you. I'm Kim Seong-han, Kim Ju's older brother. My sister was well taken care of by you, so I came here to thank you. Lu Fan dropped the grocery bag he was holding, quickly drew his weapon, and scanned his surroundings. Oh, so you're the newly ranked #1 expert from the Taizhe Kingdom. Kim Ju is here too, isn't she? Tell her to come out. The moment Lu Fan spoke, a haughty female voice echoed from the shadows. Still so arrogant, huh? I had to come see my brother teach you a lesson. She walked over to stand beside Kim Seong-han, who spoke with a confident smirk. Whether or not you get taught a lesson is entirely up to you. Lu Fan, I'll give you one chance. Let my sister return those slaps from last time, and we can consider this matter settled. Hearing Kim Seong-han's threat, Lu Fan snorted disdainfully and laughed. The Kim family sure has a short memory, don't they? Kim Ju, it seems you forgot to tell your brother what happened the last time you said those exact words to me. Hearing this, Kim Ju grew angry and urged, brother, he's still being stubborn. Don't waste time negotiating with him. Just take him down. Kim Seong-han shook his head with a sigh and slowly raised one arm. Lu Fan, you really are stubborn to the end. To still be so disrespectful to the Kim family, I guess I have no choice but... As he spoke, a small magic circle formed in his palm, radiating waves of sinister energy that made Lu Fan frown as he silently analyzed. The summoning magic. It was just as grotesque as Kim Ju's, Kim Seong-han continued, to send you to the underworld. The moment he finished speaking, a grotesquely shaped monster was summoned, and it immediately spat a stream of green liquid toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan leaped back to dodge, his gaze falling on the grocery bag on the ground, which was hit. He thought to himself, that was just a basic attack, but its corrosive power is incredibly strong. It looks like I'll have to focus on evasion to fight this thing. Looking up again, Lu Fan was surprised to see Kim Seong-han's summoned beast undergoing a new transformation. First, its body grew rounder. Then, numerous tentacles sprouted from it, writhing in the air, while a few others propped it up from the ground like legs, hoisting its body up. Finally, a head abruptly sprouted from the very center of its body. Lu Fan glanced from the monster's head to Kim Seong-han, a flicker of uncertainty in his mind as he wondered, did it just grow? Kim Seong-han's face? Soon, the monster's transformation was complete, and Kim Seong-han issued a command. Abyss Walker, capture that brat. Obeying the order, the Abyss Walker let out a massive roar and charged toward Lu Fan. Lu Fan tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to respond at a moment's notice. But just then, he saw a monstrous beast flying rapidly in their direction from the sky. Is that... But before he could make sense of the situation, the beast arrived in an instant, pinning the three Abyss Walkers to the ground with its talons and creating a powerful gust of wind that swept through the area. The Arctic Griffin King, a legendary mount. Kim Ju cried out, covering her face in discomfort. What is that? Kim Seong-han also shielded his face, but he tried to look ahead and saw a figure pass over Lu Fan. You think this is the Kim family's territory? Huh. As the words faded, the figure landed, standing protectively in front of Lu Fan. Kim Song-han trembled and thought to himself, the Griffin King, and that voice, could it be him? He broke out in a cold sweat as a dreadful name flashed through his mind. Just then, a loud shout rang out. Insolent fools! Kim Song-han snapped out of it, looked again, and clearly saw the newcomer's face. Just as he suspected, it was the Marquis of Northern Pacification, Du Tin, and now the Marquis appeared before the two siblings at incredible speed, thrusting his spear. Sister, get back! This man is dangerous! The moment Kim Song-han spoke, the tip of Du Tin's spear pierced through his body, causing him to cough up a large amount of blood. Kim Ju cried out in fear, Brother! Ignoring Kim Ju, Du Tin lifted Kim Song-han's body high into the air and asked, So you recognize me now? Kim Song-han struggled to answer, Du Tin. At the same time, a small magic circle began to activate in his hand. Noticing this subtle movement, Du Tin was completely unfazed, saying, Give it up. Your summoned beast can't save you. Nothing escapes my griffin's claws. The movement in his hand paused momentarily. Kim Song-han glanced at the three abyss walkers, utterly powerless under the griffin's claws, and finally chose to give up his resistance. Nearby, it was the first time Kim Ju had ever seen her brother in such a state. Terrified and helpless, she collapsed to the ground, sobbing softly, Brother, brother. Kim Song-han continued to cough up blood, one hand gripping the spear shaft as he stared intently at Du Tin. It really is the Marquis of Northern Pacification. After uttering these words, as if his last bit of strength had faded, Kim Song-han's head slumped, and he breathed his last. Kim Ju screamed in despair, Brother! Standing not far away, Lu Fan thought in astonishment, Senior Du, he actually killed Kim Song-han. Just then, Du Tin said, Abyss Summoner, a third stage skill, Abyss Symbiosis. As long as their Abyss summoned beast is still alive, the summoner can be reborn from its body. Hearing this, Lu Fan was stunned once more, and he also noticed something strange. Kim Seong-han's body had vanished, leaving behind only a shed skin, like a snake's. Is Kim Seong-han still alive? The thought had barely crossed Lu Fan's mind when he saw Du Tin swing his spear, creating a wave of spear energy that struck the three abyss walkers as he yelled, Get out here now, or don't blame me for destroying your summoned beasts and ensuring your permanent death. Kim Ju also realized what was happening and hurriedly looked toward the three abyss walkers, her voice filled with hope as she whispered, Brother. A second later, Kim Song-han's head emerged from one of the abyss walkers' bodies, his mouth letting out a series of groans. Clearly, the process was anything but pleasant. Abyss Symbiosis. As long as an abyss-summoned beast survives, the summoner will forever be symbiotic with the abyss. The cooldown for the first use is 12 hours. Starting from the second revival, the cooldown time doubles with each subsequent use. The current cooldown for Abyss Symbiosis is 12 hours. Kim Seong-han, level 60. Hidden Combat Class, Tier 3 Abyss Summoner. After crawling out of the Abyss Walker's body, a weakened Kim Song-han said, You can't kill me. I am the representative of the Tai Chi Nation. Attacking. A representative before the national trials begin is a crime punishable by all 23 nations. Lu Fan was surprised yet again, thinking he really did revive using his summoned beast. At this moment, Du Tin approached. Kim Song-han pointed his spear at him and said, Of course I'm aware of that, but I also know that if a nation's representative is attacked, then eliminating the attacker brings no repercussions. Hearing this, a startled Kim Song-han yelled, What did you say? Lu Fan is the representative of the Dragon Kingdom, Du Tin declared. I'm not someone who enjoys killing, and since the national trials are being held in the Tai Chi Nation this year, I will let you go this time. Pull no more stunts. Kim Song-han replied, Understood. Du Tin continued, Remember, I find your Kim family extremely disagreeable, so stay out of my sight. With that, Du Tin hurled his spear at the three abyss walkers, dispatching them on the spot as a clear warning to Kim Seong-han. Kim Seong-han didn't dare say another word. He took Kim Ju's hand and said, Kim Ju, let's go. Okay, she replied. The two siblings then supported each other as they left. Before departing, Kim Seong-han made sure to turn towards Lu Fan and said through gritted teeth, You'd better pray. In the Tai Chi Nation, there will be no one to protect you. Lu Fan paid no mind to Kim Song-han's threat. He walked over to Du Tin and said, This Kim Song-han guy is both annoying and ridiculous. He already died once, but he still has the gall to say things like that. Du Tin glanced at Kim Song-han and his sister in the distance and said, That's how people from Tai Chi are. Stubborn-mouthed even after dying. Let's head inside. I told them not to come out, so they're probably worried by now. Then, Du Tin asked, By the way, where are the things you bought? Your aunt has been waiting. Lu Fan was startled, thinking, oh crap, they were all corroded by that summoned beast. That evening, during the farewell party, everyone had forgotten the tension from the attack. A drunk Dao Xiao man threw an arm around Do Tin's shoulders, laughing as she said, hey old man, can you still handle your liquor? Let's have another round, someone said. A lot, while some cried silently. After getting drunk, Hang Ka hugged Lu Fan and cried, little Fan, you have to be careful, don't push yourself too hard. Lu Fan forced a smile and said, come on, don't cry anymore. I'll be back in a month. As for Qin Qiu, it was unclear if she was drunk or just shy. Her face was flushed as she leaned against Lu Fan and gently reminded him, you have to take good care of yourself. Don't worry about us. But Lu Fan knew he had to leave. As a target, he couldn't let everyone be endangered because of him. With only 1 month left until the national trial, the secret of the northernmost border was waiting for him to uncover it. The next afternoon, Lu Fan and Tu Jing were riding a griffin, flying towards the northernmost border. Sitting in front, Tu Jing controlled the griffin while reminding him, try to hang in there, don't let yourself get frozen solid. Soon, the two arrived at the unexplored region of the northernmost border. This unexplored area was for levels above 60, and the God-tier map was located here. Lost in thought, Lu Fan suddenly saw a large circle on the horizon. He was immediately shocked by the sight before him and quickly asked, Senior Tu, what is that? It looks like a blood moon. Tu Jing replied, that thing is the very reason I brought you here. A while later, at the northernmost border encampment, Tu Jing led Lu Fan while explaining, stationed here is the elite Griffin Corps under my command. Everyone here must have mounted combat skills. Regarding the northern exploration mission, we have currently scouted 114 routes. Then, he paused, pointed to a map on the wall, and continued, as for what we've discovered, you've already seen it. Lu Fan looked at the map and asked, is it that blood moon? Tu Jing replied with a grave expression, that's right. So far, we haven't been able to get close to it and don't know what it is exactly, so we've always just called it that thing. But just a few seconds later, Tu Jing suddenly burst out laughing, repeatedly patting Lu Fan's shoulder and saying, but now that we have a legendary youth like you here, I believe the exploration mission will definitely make new progress. Lu Fan chuckled, moving closer to the map to observe it carefully. So this was Senior Tu's main purpose, but it suited him perfectly. He could find the God-tier map and also level up in a level 60 area. These two routes are closest to the God-tier map's location. Having made his decision, Lu Fan pointed to the area of routes 77 and 78 and inquired, so can I join the vanguard on these paths? Right away? Tu Jing looked at the route Lu Fan pointed to and immediately advised, such youthful spirit, you're being too hasty. Although Route 78 has quite a few outposts, it's still crawling with ferocious beasts. If a level 32 like you goes in there and something happens, your principal will have my old head for it. Lu Fan replied seriously, Senior, besides coming here to take refuge, I also came to increase my strength. If I take the safe path, there's no point. Seeing Lu Fan's determination, Tu Jing stopped trying to persuade him. He raised his hand and snorted, this kid is just like me when I was a new recruit, always wanting to charge headfirst into dangerous places. As he finished speaking, a weapon appeared in his hand. He offered it to Lu Fan and said, take it. Lu Fan instinctively reached out for it, asking doubtfully, yes, this is? As soon as he touched the weapon, a system window appeared. Nether Serpent's Guide. Legendary. Level 70 requirement. Enchantment. Level requirement removed. Strength, plus 591. Magic, plus 315. Agility, plus 756. Magic, plus 213. Support weapon. When equipped, increases all stats by 10%. Nether Serpent's Arrow. The Nether Serpent's Guide does not consume arrows. All are magic arrows. When not drawn, it can fire 12 magic arrows, each dealing 20% damage. If the bow is drawn and charged for 3 seconds, it will fire a Serpent Shadow Arrow, increasing damage by 500%. Lu Fan was startled and thought to himself, a legendary grade support bow, which means I can equip both the Black Dragon Scale Sword and the Nether Serpent's Guide at the same time, the stat buffs, and even the level requirement removal. Senior 2 must have spent at least 800 million on these enchantments. Realizing the value of the item in his hands, Lu Fan quickly tried to return it to Tu Jing. Senior 2, this bow. Tu Jing held up a hand to stop him, smiling as he said, don't play coy. If I'm giving it to you, just take it. If you want to take Route 78, you'll need things like this. Hearing that, Lu Fan no longer refused. He immediately equipped it and cheerfully exclaimed, thank you, Senior. With this bow in hand, you can rest assured. About the exploration and the national trial, Tu Jing laughed and chided, you little brat, cut it out with the empty words. Inwardly, he was bleeding, thinking, It's only because I can't use a bow. Otherwise, you would have never gotten a chance. Just then, a person carrying a cloak came to report, Commander, here is the cloak. So Tujing took the cloak and handed it to Lu Fan. Lu Fan, put on the cloak. I'll take you to see that thing. If you still insist on taking Route 78 after we get back, I'll let you join the team tomorrow. Lu Fan didn't dawdle. He took the cloak, quickly put it on, and said, Let's go, Senior 2. I can't wait any longer. A while later, Tujing was riding his griffin in the sky, curiously watching Lu Fan use a pair of wings to fly beside him and asked, Lu Fan, you're a dragon rider. Why aren't you riding a dragon? Lu Fan explained, because my dragon's level isn't high enough yet, but Xiao Ye is already level 29, so I should be able to unlock that skill soon. Tujing laughed loudly and said, So when will you be able to ride a dragon? I could make a special exception and recruit you into the Griffin Corps. Lu Fan was about to reply when he suddenly heard the cry of a monster. Turning his head, Lu Fan saw 3 monsters flying towards them. Level 60 Owl Fiend, Poison Feathers. Shoots 3 extremely poisonous feathers at the target. Each feather has a 30% chance. Poisons the target for 30 seconds. While poisoned, the target loses 2% of its health per second. Multiple hits will stack the poison duration. Magic Song. A target that hears the continuous cry for 30 seconds will lose consciousness, falling into a mesmerized state for 5 minutes, and can cry while performing other skills. Seeing the flock of screeching owl demons rush to attack Dujing, Lu Fan quickly shouted, Senior Du, watch out. Dujing, however, looked unfazed, taking a swig from his wine gourd with one hand and summoning his spear with the other, piercing the nearest owl demon. At the same time, the griffin also grabbed another owl demon with its talons. He's the one who should be careful. If this were Route 78, you'd have been dead long ago with that reaction speed. As he finished speaking, Dujing swung his spear hard, sending the owl demon's corpse on his spear flying towards the remaining one. The two crashed into each other and fell to the ground. The battle was over just like that. Lu Fan was stunned, thinking to himself that everyone in the Griffin Corps is over level 70. Even though he was just joking about fast-tracking me into the team, with my current performance, the senior must be very disappointed. This isn't school. I have to get serious. While Lu Fan was criticizing himself, Dujing looked down below and spoke, We're here. Lu Fan snapped out of it and also looked down. When he saw a round, red object against the snow, he said with some uncertainty. That thing, it's an eye. Dujing smiled and explained, That's right, this is an incredibly massive creature. To this day, we still haven't been able to figure out what it is. Hearing this, Lu Fan frowned and thought. The eye and the surrounding mountains looked like half of a dragon's head. But is it really a dragon? Its body is so enormous that even the Griffin Corps can't identify it. Noticing Lu Fan's expression, Dujing asked, Shocking, isn't it? The first time he got close to this thing, the Griffin King was too scared to even approach it. As for its discovery, that was purely by chance. Lu Fan didn't answer. He opened his system to try and appraise the eye. Appraise eye. Appraisal result. Unknown. Seeing the result, Lu Fan's frown deepened as he thought. To himself, even the system can't find any information on it. Dujing sighed and continued with a lament. The truth is, we humans have explored very little of this world. Most of it consists of unexplored regions, which require core like ours to investigate. When I discovered this thing, its condition wasn't like this. That was the first time I got close to it. At that time, we were clearing out the owl demons above a resource point, and while we were trying to rescue the mining team, it opened its eye. It's been a year since then. Even though many experts have come to study it, we still know nothing. But I know one thing for sure, it's still alive, because it opened its eye right in front of me. If it awakens one day, will we still be able to live peacefully like this? Suddenly, Lu Fan spotted what looked like people on flying mounts approaching from a distance and said, Senior Du, I think some people from the Corps are flying over. It's just that when they got closer, Lu Fan realized he was mistaken. It was clearly a group of monsters. Dujing gripped his weapon, looking at the group of monsters, his voice tinged with sorrow as he said, People of the Corps, you ask? They used to be, but not anymore. Fallen Corpse, level 65. For each adjacent fallen corpse, increase the defense of all fallen corpses by 25%. Born from death, each time it receives non-critical damage, its defense increases by 25%. Hopelessness. Each attack from a fallen corpse will deal an additional 1 to 2 instances of damage. The additional damage depends on its current defense. A fallen corpse shrieked and charged at Lu Fan. Lu Fan struggled to block the opponent's attack with his sword. Fallen corpses. Could they be the members of the Griffin team who died here? A sense of suspicion arose in his heart, and Lu Fan turned to Dujing to inquire, Senior, what exactly are these monsters? Dujing remained silent, his head lowered. Lu Fan could tell from his expression that his mood was currently very gloomy. After a few seconds, Du Jing decided to act. These things are very troublesome. I don't want to destroy them. After speaking, Du Jing directed the Griffin King to fly higher and used the skill net of extreme cold, creating a large net that enveloped the fallen corpses, causing them to fall onto the snow below, unable to move. Net of extreme cold. The mount releases a magic net with the ice attribute that lasts for 15 seconds. All targets caught in the net will continuously receive minor ice attribute damage, but will be gradually frozen within 5 seconds. Du Jing's series of actions only confirmed Lu Fan's suspicions. So he asked again, "Senior, were they once your subordinates?" Du Jing chose to avoid Lu Fan's question. He directed the king, Griffin, to leave and said, "Let's go. It's time to head back." Seeing this, Lu Fan could only suppress the questions in his heart and follow after Du Jing. Down on the snow, the fallen corpses had escaped the net of extreme cold. There was one among them that stood still, watching the two of them until they disappeared from sight before turning away. Early the next morning in Du Jing's office, Du Jing took a sip of wine, glanced at Lu Fan, and asked, "Are you sure?" Lu Fan replied, "Yes. Regardless of the fallen corpses or that giant creature, I still want to go to the front lines." Du Jing laughed heartily. "Very well. Adjutant, call them in." A few seconds later, the adjutant led a group of 3 people into the room and reported, "Reporting, they have arrived." Among the group of 3, a man with white hair immediately stood at attention, saluted, and announced, "Reporting, Squad 78 is present. LaFay, Level 76. Divine Punishment, Night 3, Captain of Squad 78. Next, a man with blonde hair scratched his head and asked, "We rarely get a break. I wonder what orders the Lord Marquis of Zhenbei has for us." Lu Trong Kong, Level 70, a Tier 3 Holy Shield Knight, member of Squad 78. Lastly, there was a brown-haired girl who had remained silent since entering the room. Shen Tai, Level 70, a Tier 3 Eagle Wall Knight, member of Squad 78. Tu Tin then pointed towards Lu Fan and introduced him, "Old La, today I've brought you a new member. This kid is Lu Fan, the #1 from Longdu Academy." Lu Fan played along with a smile. "I look forward to learning from you all, seniors." Lafai and Shen Tai still showed no reaction. Only Lu Trong Kong was welcoming, proactively shaking Lu Fan's hand and saying, "Ah, Longdu Academy. What a coincidence. Lu Fan, my surname is also Lu, and I also graduated from the Qingyun class of Longdu Academy." Lu Fan was surprised and said, "Oh, is that so? You've worked hard on the front lines, senior." Lu Truong Kong cheerfully put an arm around Lu Fan's shoulder, pulled him aside, and assured him, "Don't worry, I'll protect you so you won't lose a single strand of hair." Lu Fan was a bit taken aback by Lu Truong Kong's enthusiasm. He gave a forced smile and replied, "Well then, thank you very much." Then, Lu Fan asked, "Senior, what does the badge on Captain La's chest mean? Why is he the only one who has it?" Lu Truong Kong explained, "That's a military merit medal. Old La has this bronze badge, which is why he gets to be the captain. See, above this one, there are also silver and gold badges. In our Griffin squad, only 8 people have a gold badge. If Lord 2 isn't at the barracks, those 8 will be in charge of making decisions." In another corner, La Fai, with a serious expression, spoke to Tu Tin in a low voice. "My lord, I have a question. What are you doing? Bringing a college kid here for an internship to build his reputation? Please don't joke like this. Squad 78's missions are extremely tough. We don't have time to babysit." Tu Tin also spoke seriously. "Old La, do you really think I'm that kind of person? If it gets dangerous, you can just leave him behind. If he kicks the bucket, that's his problem. Out there, we're brothers. But in here, I'm your boss. From now on, Lu Fan is a member of your squad. Don't treat him like a student. Do what needs to be done. This is an order." Seeing that Tu Tin wasn't joking, Lafi reluctantly agreed. "I understand." With that said, he walked over to Lu Fan. Lu Trong Kong immediately said, "Captain." Lafi nodded, glanced at Lu Fan, and then said, "Shen Tai, take Lu Fan to the meeting room. We'll be discussing our next operation shortly." Shen Tai, annoyed, adjusted her glasses and muttered, "What a pain." A short while later, in the meeting room of Squad 78, there were 4 people sitting, including Lu Fan. In front of them was a large map. Looking at the map, Lafai analyzed. "According to information from the outpost, there will be a blizzard in 4 days, which means we must complete this operation within 4 days, including the round trip to the outpost, which takes 2 days. After reaching the outpost, we'll have 2 days to continue scouting along Route 78. Lu Trong Kong frowned and said, 2 days? It feels like we won't be able to scout much, will we? Lafi said. Since we have a new member this time, we only need to expand the area by 100 miles to consider the mission complete. Shen Tai asked, Isn't that still too much? After all, we have a student here to experience life. Shouldn't we take it easy on him? Noticing the contempt for Lu Fan in Shen Tai's words, Lu Kong quickly signaled for her to tone it down. As for Lu Fan, he paid no attention to those words. His eyes were currently glued to the map, wondering to himself, the God-tier map is in an unexplored area? If this scouting mission is successful, I might be able to get it. At that moment, Lafi stood up and ordered, "Time waits for no one. Prepare your mounts. We leave in 15 minutes. Shen Tai complained in annoyance. He's like a robot. We could just wait for the blizzard to pass before going. Lu Kong tried to smooth things over with a laugh. Come on. What can you do? We're the vanguard squad. Lafi looked at Lu Fan and reminded him, that's right, Lu. Fan, you can keep your mount in the squad stable. It's full of the best feed. Lu Fan hesitated and said, my mount isn't a high enough level to be ridden yet. Shen Tai exclaimed in surprise. Huh? I'm not giving you a ride. Tell the captain to deal with it. Lu Kong asked doubtfully. Then how are you planning to fly with us? Lu Fan smiled and replied, you all don't need to wait for me. In fact, 15 minutes later, while riding a griffin in the sky, Lu Kong saw Lu Fan soaring with wings on his back and exclaimed, damn, this junior is so cool. He's got rare equipment, and he was personally assigned by Lord Tu. Don't tell me Lu Fan is the descendant of some high-ranking official in Longdu. Lafai said nothing, but his gaze was also on Lu Fan, as if he were deep in thought. After flying for a while, Lu Fan proactively flew closer to Shen Tai and asked, Miss Shen, the two small eagles escorting your giant eagle, are they scouting the surroundings? Shen Tai glared at Lu Fan and said, this is no time for chit-chat. We're about to enter the clouds. Not long after, as the group flew into the cloud cover, Lafi shouted a warning. The visibility inside the clouds is very limited. Everyone, be ready. Lu Kong looked over at Lu Fan and said with a smile, Junior, make sure to stick close to me in a bit. Be careful not to get separated from the squad. Okay. Lu Fan had just opened his mouth to reply when, unluckily for him, a strong gust of wind swept him far away. After stabilizing himself, he was dismayed to find that the others were nowhere in sight. Lu Fan urgently called out, Senior! Captain! However, after just a few calls, Lu Fan quickly fell silent because he was startled to realize that a pair of bloodthirsty eyes from behind were locked onto him. When Lu Fan turned around, he saw the monster roaring as it charged closer, opening its mouth to swallow him whole. A level 75, Fallen Void Lion. Misty Cloud Trail allows it to become one with the clouds, enabling it to move quickly and hide within them. Phantom Void Strike attacks extremely fast from within the clouds, and if it hits a target, it creates a phantom at its current location. The phantom lasts for 8 seconds, can mimic the original, and simultaneously perform basic attacks. Fallen Transformation. The Void Lion had become one of the Fallen, possessing their standard skills, Tide of the Undying, and Hopelessness, another fallen monster. It seems that Blood Moon doesn't just affect humans, he thought. Lu Fan reacted instantly, slashing his sword forcefully at the fallen Void Lion's head, causing it pain and forcing it to shut its mouth. But it didn't give up. The fallen Void Lion grew enraged, raising a paw to use Phantom Void Strike on Lu Fan. These Fallen are completely different from other monsters. I can't just summon my dragons recklessly. As Lu Fan hesitated, unsure how to deal with the fallen Void Lion's attack, he suddenly heard Lu Kong's shout, Junior, get back. Following the shout, Lu Fan saw two creatures flying in at high speed. They smashed hard into the fallen Void Lion. Observing the two creatures closely, Lu Fan was shocked and thought to himself, those are Shen's escort eagles. Lu Fan wasn't mistaken. They were indeed Shen Tai's escort eagles. It was Shen Tai. She had used the Twin Eagle Diversion skill to save him. Twin Eagle Diversion commands the eagles to charge, collide with, and draw the target's attention. Currently, Shen Tai was riding a griffin. She sped over and shouted, don't let the fallen Void Lion create a phantom. But when she saw only one escort eagle return to her side, she cursed in anger. Damn it! I lost an escort bird! Lu Kong had already flown to Lu Fan's side, casting a buff on him and saying, don't stray from us. This cloud bank is full of elite monsters. Let me protect you. Dealing with these kinds of monsters is a daily occurrence for us. Lu Fan spoke up, thank you, Senior, but I can't just stand by and watch you all fight. As for the fallen Void Lion, seeing more people arrive, it decided to use Misty Cloud Trail to hide within the clouds. Seeing this, Shen Tai turned to Lu Fan and scolded him. You're a rookie, so don't act so recklessly. Just listen to us. Lu Kong put on a show, pointing at himself and shouting, that's right, just leave this fallen Void Lion to us. We've always relied on the captain, so we haven't earned any medals yet. It's time for us to get serious. Shen Tai shot him a look and said softly, you're unbelievable. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed from within the clouds, startling everyone and putting them on high alert. Lu Fan asked suspiciously, that's not the cry of a fallen Void Lion. Is it? Shen Tai and Lu Changkong said nothing, their gazes fixed intently in one direction. A few seconds later, clear, fear appeared on their faces as they turned their griffins around to flee. Lu Changkong yelled, "We're screwed! It's a heaven devourer! This isn't a daily occurrence, Junior, run!" He still remembered his duty. Warning. Lu Fan. A heaven devourer. He whispered. Lu Fan looked up with curiosity and saw a monster many times larger, the Heaven Devourer Void Lion, a level 75 fallen devourer of heaven and earth. Heaven Devourer will swallow all targets pulled into its mouth, dealing damage equal to 1% of the swallowed target's max health. Heaven Devourer's fall treats the clouds as an ocean. After leaving the sea of clouds, it will trigger the fall, dealing 9,999% damage to all targets within its landing radius, including itself. Fallen Transformation. The Heaven Devourer has become one of the fallen, possessing their standard skills, Tide of the Undying and Hopelessness. Lu Fan thought in terror. This is even more terrifying than Xiao Ye's World Ender form. Just then, Le Fei flew over and urged, "Don't just stand there gawking, fly faster." Lu Fan snapped back to his senses. He hurriedly flew after Le Fei's group. Seeing Le Fei appear, Lu Changkong called out happily, "Captain, you're here! What do we do now?" "A Heaven Devourer has appeared." Le Fei shouted, "Shut up and fly faster! There's a whole flock of fallen monster birds in the clouds too." Flying behind the others, Lu Fan pondered. Everything around the blood moon is fallen. Although that giant thing has no breath of life, it has truly changed everything here. He glanced back at the Heaven Devourer and was startled to see it opening its mouth, using its Devour Heaven and Earth skill. There's no other way. Even though I'm not sure if the dragons will be affected by the fallen and the blood moon, if I don't summon them, we'll all be swallowed whole. Thinking this, Lu Fan stopped. He reached out to summon his dragons and shouted, "Captain, let me handle it!" Le Fei yelled back angrily, "Nonsense! Just focus on following us out of here." Shen Tai saw a point of light ahead. She exclaimed with joy, "There it is! We can escape if we reach that spot ahead. We'll be safe once we're out of here." And so, everyone pushed to their maximum speed, flying towards the point of light. A moment later, 4 figures shot out of the clouds. Right behind them, the Heaven Devourer had just emerged when the mechanism of its Heaven Devourer's fall skill automatically activated. Its Devour Heaven and Earth skill was immediately interrupted, and its massive body began to fall. Only now did Lu Fan have the breath to ask, "We're safe? Why isn't it chasing us?" Le Fei explained, "Yeah, because if it leaves the clouds, the Heaven Devourer will fall." Hearing this, Lu Fan reflected for a moment. Each type of fallen has a different counter. This is all precious experience that the seniors of the Griffin Legion had to trade their lives to obtain. Very quickly, the Heaven Devourer crashed to the ground, creating a loud thud. La Fei immediately gave orders. Changkong, Shen Tai, prepare to land, rest, and regroup. Lu Changkong replied, "Yes, sir." Shen Tai thought in fear, letting out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. I almost met my maker. A moment later, the group landed beside the massive crater created by the Devourer's fall. Lu Changkong tutted and said, "Old La was too hasty this time. We have a new member, yet he still risked going through the cloud. It would have been fine to take a little more time and go around." Lu Fan lowered his head and spoke, "I'm sorry, I still don't know much about this northernmost region." Lu Changkong slung an arm over Lu Fan's shoulder reassuringly. "Man, what's there to apologize for? The blood moon, the earth corpses, the cloud. I didn't know about this stuff until I got here either. Everyone on the Griffin squad is like that." Shen Tai suddenly spoke up. "If we keep going like this, our reconnaissance mission will be very difficult to complete. We only have 3.5 days left." Le Fei said, "We're just a bit slower because of a new member. We just need to try and adapt, and it'll be fine." Hearing this, Shen Tai could no longer contain her anger and shot up, shouting, "What time do we have to adapt? You and Zongkong might not care, but I'm worried we won't even be able to make it back by the 4th day." Then, she walked towards Lu Fan, jabbing a finger at his chest as she scolded him. "Lu Fan, I don't care what connections you used to get here, but I have to make this clear to you. This isn't a place where you can just skate by. You'd better think carefully about the rest of this journey. If that thing down there really wakes up, it's not just the Dragon Nation, but the entire world that will be in danger. You should just go back to camp and obediently stick to logistics duty. If you're on the front lines and run into danger, we don't have the energy to babysit you." Lu Fan looked at Shen Tai with a serious expression and said, "Miss Shen, along the way. The captain and Brother Lu have taught me many things. I've come to understand a little about this place. For the rest of the journey, please believe that I can be of help to everyone." Seeing that the atmosphere was very tense, Lu Zhongkong quickly tried to mediate. Come on, why are we raising our voices now?" Le Fei also spoke up. "All right, stop making a scene. If this was that lord's arrangement, then he certainly has his reasons. Let's take this chance to rest. We need to set out again soon." Lu Zhongkong replied cheerfully, "Yes, sir." Then, Le Fei looked at Shen Tai and advised, "Don't overthink it. Just let him protect himself. As long as he doesn't cause any more trouble, it's fine. We'll see if he can be of any help to us later." Shen Tai said quietly, annoyed. Not causing trouble would already be a huge help. Suddenly, Shen Tai's guardian eagle let out a few cries, a warning of an enemy attack. Just as Shen Tai finished speaking, a series of strange noises echoed from above them. "What is that?" She looked up suspiciously and saw massive chunks of ice about to fall on their heads. Le Fei quickly commanded, "Everyone scatter now! Zhang Kong, shields up!" And so, everyone jumped in different directions, trying to escape the range of the falling ice. At the same time, Lu Zhongkong used his protection shield skill. The protection shield covers all allied targets and can absorb damage equal to 200% of the caster's maximum health, lasting for 10 seconds. Within those 10 seconds, once the absorption limit is reached, it will heal the allied targets for an amount equal to the total damage absorbed. After the ice stopped falling, everyone heard Lu Zhongkong shout, "I'm injured! Lu Fan and I have been separated!" Lu Fan didn't say anything. He stabilized himself and cautiously scanned his surroundings, thinking to himself, could it be fallen corpses? Elsewhere, Le Fei shouted, "Shen Tai and I are safe. Where's Lu Fan?" There was no response. Le Fei shouted again, "Lu Fan, answer me." Lu Fan still didn't reply, because he was currently stunned by the sheer number of monsters before him. So many. We're surrounded by level 80 elite monsters. The Glacial Snow Fiend, a level 80 fallen corpse. Ice Projectile. The Snow Fiend uses ice as a weapon, throwing it at a target to deal massive damage. A target hit continuously will be frozen for 30 seconds. Berserk. When the Snow Fiend's health drops below 50%, Berserk is activated, increasing attack power by 350% and movement speed and casting speed by 100%. Corrupted State. The Glacial Snow Fiend has been corrupted, possessing the skills common to fallen corpses, Corpse Tide, Born unto Death and Despair. Lu Fan, if you're alive, answer me. Seeing Le Fei still shouting, Shen Tai reminded him worriedly, "Keep your voice down. The fallen corpses will notice us." Le Fei had no choice but to duck back behind the large ice chunk, peering out to scout as he said, "It's over. Looks like that kid didn't make it. A horde of Glacial Snow Fiend fallen corpses. There must be at least 20 or 30 of them. We can't fight them. We have to get out of here, fast." Shen Tai offered an idea. "Captain, I still have one guardian eagle I can use as a decoy." Le Fei pondered for a moment, then said, "Zhang Kong is still alive. Listen to me. In a moment, when you create the diversion, I'll take the opportunity to retrieve Zhang Kong." Before he could finish, Le Fei suddenly sensed danger from behind and quickly grabbed Shen Tai, leaping forward, narrowly dodging a surprise attack from a Glacial Snow Fiend. Then, Le Fei immediately gave a new order. "Change of plans. I'll hold them off. You go find Zhang Kong. Go, and don't look back." "Yes, sir." So, Le Fei stayed behind to deal with the Glacial Snow Fiends, while Shen Tai took the chance to run. Shen Tai leaped to the top of a large ice chunk, surveying the area to find her next move when she suddenly saw Le Fei struggling to block an attack from a Glacial Snow Fiend. "Captain," Shen Tai's heart filled with anxiety. But what was more dangerous was that she saw several more Glacial Snow Fiends from other areas, attracted by the sounds of battle, rushing towards Le Fei. There are too many of them. It's hopeless. Even if it means it would expose his position, but this was the only way to get some attention. Without a second thought, Shen Tai immediately put a hand to his mouth and whistled, ordering his escort eagle to search for Lu Changkong. No, it was also to attract the attention of the ice-field snow monsters, taking some of the pressure off Le Fei. Drawing his weapon, Shen Tai thought to himself, "Lu Changkong, where are you?" On the other side, Lu Changkong was severely injured, his abdomen pierced by a large block of ice. He was now sitting slumped on the ground, watching Lu Fan face 3 ice-field snow monsters head-on, and asked uneasily, Lu Fan, are you okay? Don't talk, just hang in there a little longer. I'm coming to save you. Wait until I deal with these 3, and I'll heal you right away." As he spoke, Lu Fan took out his weapon and began to gather his power. Dragon Fang Halberd, Void Break. The skill is charging and you can still heal? Don't push yourself too hard. You can't fight a level 80 Icefield snow monster. Just as Lu Changkong finished speaking, 2 of the Icefield snow monsters lost their patience and charged at Lu Fan, attacking with their frozen headbutt skill. Lu Fan immediately activated his Dragon Fang Halberd skill, taking one down cleanly before dodging, passed it to slash at the shoulder of another, causing it to roar in pain and fall backward. Dragon Fang Halberd, Void Break carries Dragon Chi, striking twice in succession, and can be combined with his current Dragon Chi, Black Dragon 1. Seeing this, Lu Changkong was stunned and whispered, How? How is that possible?" Lu Fan smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible. I am a Dragon Knight, the Dragon Rider of the Southern Province." While the two were talking, the last ice-field snow monster lifted a large block of ice and threw it at Lu Fan. Lu Fan calmly switched his Dragon Chi to that of Starlight Dragon 1 and used his skill. Dragon Fang Halberd. Void Break. Slicing the block of ice in two, Lu Changkong said in disbelief. A level 32 Dragon Rider can fight against a level 80 elite monster? Could it be that the mount you mentioned wasn't high enough level before? Just then, Shen Tai arrived, supporting La Fei, and said, "Here they are." So that battle was them after all. Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Tai noticed Lu Changkong's bad condition and asked in alarm, "Changkong, your wound?" Seeing Lu Fan, La Fei exclaimed in surprise, "Lu Fan, you're still alive?" Lu Changkong replied, "I'm holding on. Lu Fan found and saved me." "It's good that you two are okay." Lu Fan turned to look at the newcomers, and at that very moment, the remaining Icefield snow monster charged forward to attack him. "Lu Fan, watch out!" La Fei shouted, quickly using the Sword of Victory skill, finishing off the monster and saving Lu Fan. Sword of Victory, a divine punishment knight, throws their weapon at a target, and the weapon will pursue it until it hits, dealing 100% physical damage and 76% holy damage per second for the next 10 seconds. Afterward, La Fei coughed several times before speaking. "Everyone, don't act rashly. Let me think of a way," Shen Tai suggested. "Our only option is to get out of here. I can't find the griffin anymore, but my giant eagle can still carry 2 people." Lu Fan chuckled and said, "I think it's actually not that hard. We'll be safe as long as we kill all these snow monsters, right?" Shen Tai angrily scolded him. "Is this really the time to be joking? We should retreat to the nearest outpost." Lu Fan said seriously, "I'm not joking. I can also heal everyone, but there are too many of these fallen creatures for me to handle." Shen Tai shouted, "Are you looking down on us?" "No, just stop making a fuss." Lu Fan didn't want to argue with Shen Tai any longer. Just then, he noticed a group of Icefield snow monsters running towards them, so he summoned a bow and said, "There's no more time to talk. Sister Shen, take the injured and leave first." Seeing the bow in Lu Fan's hand, La Fei exclaimed in shock, That's the Serpent's Guidance!" Master Tu used that to aim at the head of the Southern Kingdom's king, forcing thousands of the Southern Kingdom's Imperial Guard to retreat. "I can't believe he gave this bow to you." Hearing this, Shen Tai cried out, "What?" she thought to herself. "The bow Master Tu uses to suppress invading nations? He gave something so precious to Lu Fan. Could it be that what Lu Fan just said was serious?" Lu Fan smiled again and said, "Captain La, don't worry. Once you all escape the snow monster's encirclement, I'll be free to kill all these fallen creatures." This time, no one objected to Lu Fan's idea. Shen Tai decisively called down her escort eagle to take everyone away. Before leaving, La Fei turned back and said, "Then we won't hold you back anymore. Lu Fan, you have to be careful." Watching the escort eagle fly away, Lu Fan thought to himself, "I hope everyone makes it to the outpost safely." Then, Lu Fan smiled and activated his Serpent Shadow Arrow skill. Looking at the horde of snow monsters, he said, "Okay, now let's test out Senior 2's bow." On the other side, Shen Tai was still a bit worried and asked, "I'm still thinking about what Lu Fan said just now. Will he really be okay covering our retreat?" Lu Changkong replied with a weak smile, "He'll be fine. I've already seen him fight. We're the ones who are useless. After all, he is a Dragon Knight, the Dragon Rider of the Southern Province." The snow monsters used their frozen headbutt skill, throwing huge blocks of ice at Lu Fan, but they were all completely nullified by his Serpent Shadow Arrow. Seeing this, the snow monsters switched to a direct assault, charging towards Lu Fan in unison. "Still not stopping? You stubborn pests. In that case, try this on for size." With that, Lu Fan used Arrow of the Underworld Serpent. Without drawing the bow, Serpent's Guidance can fire 12 magical arrows, each dealing 20% damage. Then he summoned Xiao Ye and Xingchen Li San. Hit by the Arrow of the Underworld Serpent, the snow monsters, it started to enter a berserk state, while also receiving buffs from some skills. Berserk activates when the snow monster's health drops below 50%, increasing its attack power by 350% and its movement speed by 100%, and casting speed. The Fallen Corpse's Corpse Tide skill increases the defense of all fallen corpses by 25% for each nearby fallen corpse. The Fallen Corpse's Born from Death skill increases its defense by 25% each time it takes critical damage. To counter this, Lu Fan ordered Xing Chen to use the Shattered Star skill, creating a star and detonating it to deal massive area of effect damage, with its destructive power depending on its strength. Receiving the order, Xing Chen immediately shot up into the sky. A star began to condense in its hands, and it aimed straight for the heart of the enemy forces. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lu Fan's mind. "Xing Chen, come back, let me shoot that star down." As the star was falling, Lu Fan activated his Serpent Shadow Arrow skill. By drawing the bow and charging for 3 seconds, the Nether Serpent bow could fire the Serpent Shadow Arrow, increasing its damage by 500%. And so, the Shattered Star skill was transformed into the Shattered Star Serpent Shadow Arrow, creating a star and then shattering it with the Serpent Shadow Arrow to deal massive area of effect damage. The destructive power was increased by 500% of the Cosmic Dragon's strength attribute. The monsters couldn't handle the heat and were instantly wiped out. The destructive power of the Shattered Star Serpent Shadow Arrow caused an explosion, so massive it shook the entire region, causing the griffin carrying Lu Fei's group to lurch and drop them. A moment later, Lu Fei, Lu Chengkong, and Shen Tai were pulled out by an eagle with its beak from a thick layer of snow. Lu Fei coughed dryly, then looked doubtfully in the direction of the explosion. Could this be Lu Fan's power? At the same time, down in the chasm, the horde of fallen corpses was annihilated in an instant. Not even their bodies remained, a perfect synergy with the dragon's skill. This was the true power of a dragon rider. Thinking this, Lu Fan happily patted Xing Chen's head and praised it. Great job, Xing Chen. Go get some rest. Just leave the rest to Xiao Ye. Then he turned to Xiao Ye and said, Xiao Ye, check if there are any more fallen corpses around. If not, then we'll go regroup with everyone. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Lu Fan was surprised to see Lu Fei's group step out of a portal. Captain, why are you all back? Lu Fan, was that explosion your attack? Lu Fei asked, glancing over at Xiao Ye. The little girl next to him was meeting Lu Fei for the first time, so Xiao Ye was on guard. Lu Fan saw this and said with a smile, It's okay, Xiao Ye, they're with us. Go ahead and transform. Xiao Ye let out a cry and flew into the sky, transforming into her great destroyer dragon form. Xiao Ye, if you don't like this place, then just clean it up. That was all Xiao Ye needed to hear. She immediately used the skill Great Catastrophe 1, causing explosions in the areas she flew over, dealing mass damage accompanied by a burning effect, leaving Lu Fei's group completely shocked. Unbelievable! Are you the Dragon Master from Nan Province? Lu Fan, is that little girl your dragon? Lu Fan seemed surprised, and replied, Yes, she's the Black Dragon, Xiao Ye. You've heard of me? Lu Fei said excitedly. Heard of you? For months, Lord Tu has been constantly talking about a young Dragon Master, who not only has a legendary dragon, but is also the talent Lord Tu has his eye on the most. Shen Tai also spoke up. Even someone like me who doesn't care about other people's business has heard a lot of rumors about you. So Lord Tu sent us someone this powerful, Lu Chengkong said with a laugh. Lu Fan, you're really good at hiding your strength. Lu Fan replied humbly. You all flatter me. I just got here and don't know my way around. I've caused a lot of trouble for everyone and made things difficult for you. Lu Fei walked over and patted Lu Fan's shoulder, saying gratefully, I've led many young men like you, but you're the most mature and responsible one. Thank you for saving us in our most desperate moment, Shen Tai said with some embarrassment. And to think I kept targeting you and looking down on you. I should have guessed that the person Lord Tu arranged for couldn't possibly be ordinary. Humph. Since we first met, I felt we had a connection. I'll be counting on you from now on, Lu Fan. Thank you all for your understanding, Lu Fan replied happily. Just then, Xiao Ye suddenly let out a cry and unleashed a burst of power, startling the other three. Lu Fan, what's wrong with your dragon? Xiao Ye just leveled up to level 30. By leveling up, not only did Xiao Ye's base stats increase, but she also gained a new skill. Black Dragon Contract 1 leveled up to Black Dragon Contract 2. New skill acquired, Perception. Black Dragon 2 grants sharper senses, allowing the detection of enemies in stealth and camouflage. Actively using this skill can remove the stealth and camouflage states of all surrounding enemy targets. As expected, a dragon's level 30 is a significant change, just like my second-class advancement. Almost all of its stats have surpassed 10,000, and especially, it has a new skill that helps counter sneak attacks. Now I don't have to worry even if I encounter a high-level assassin class. At this moment, Lu Chengkong suddenly remembered something. Lu Fan, you once said your mount wasn't a high enough level to be ridden. Now that your dragon has leveled up, does that mean? Yes, I've finally become a true dragon rider. As he spoke, Lu Fan took out the dragon riding saddle from his storage ring. Dragon riding saddle, an epic piece of pet equipment, requires level 30 and is restricted to the dragon and dragonkin races. After use, it can turn a pet into a mount for transportation. In the mounted state, all stats of the rider and the pet will be shared. Normal attacks will be imbued with dragon energy, dealing range damage. Lu Fan, look at your dragon. That fire is terrifying. It's lighting up the whole sky. This was also the first time Lu Fan had seen Xiao Ye like this, and he couldn't help but worry. But very quickly, his worry vanished, replaced by a sense of joy. It turned out Xiao Ye's unusual behavior was just it changing forms. Xiao Ye had leveled up to its second stage, so its form was also Chaos, stronger than before. It was now clearly a fully grown dragon. Lu Changkong's jaw dropped in awe, realizing Lu Fan's mount was a dragon like this. So badass. Even someone as experienced as La Fei had to exclaim, that fiery form just now was truly enough to give you goosebumps. I never expected a dragon's growth process to be so stunning. Riding a legendary beast like that requires a special saddle. Lu Fan, wait a moment. I'll get one for you. Lu Fan quickly waved his hand. There's no need. I'm fine with the one I have. That's because you don't know. The custom-made saddles of our Griffin Legion are military-grade equipment. They can help you receive 10% of all stats from your mount. It's very rare. Shen Tai also advised, that's right, Lu Fan, if you get an extra 10% of the dragon stats, you'll be able to soar through the clouds with ease. Lu Fan just smiled and showed off his epic saddle. This Dragon Rider saddle of mine is equipment, made specifically for dragons. I will receive all of Xiao Ye's stats, and my attacks will be imbued with Dragon Chi. Receive 100% of all stats, and it even buffs his normal attacks too? What kind of divine item is this? Lu Fan, you really keep surprising us one after another. Compared to this saddle, the Legion's saddle is truly just trash. And here I was, boasting about it to Lu Fan. How embarrassing. Thinking this, La Fei coughed awkwardly and said, Ahem, Lu Fan, since you already have a saddle, then hurry and let us see what it can do. This morning I thought Lu Fan was just dead weight, but now I feel like everything he pulls out is a masterpiece. I want a saddle like that so bad, Shen Tai said with an admiring gaze. Stop dreaming. That's exclusively for the dragon race. Does your bird have any dragon blood in it? Yeah, I know my bird can't use it. Well, just getting to bask in the dragon's aura is awesome enough. Seeing La Fei and Shen Tai bickering, Lu Changkong kept his eyes fixed on Lu Fan and said with a smile, all right, you two, look at Lu Fan. We are witnessing the birth of the world's first true dragon knight. Xiao Ye, thank you for always being by my side, for helping me escape the weakest class. From now on, whenever we face danger, we can fight together. Lu Fan emotionally patted Xiao Ye's head, then equipped the Dragon Rider saddle on him. The moment he sat on the saddle, Lu Fan immediately felt a change in his body. This feeling, my whole body is overflowing with incredible power, as if I could destroy heaven and earth with a single swing of my arm. The Dragon Rider saddle directly grants me the power of the dragon race. Dragon Knight class, level 32. Strength from 1,412 to 10,477. Agility from 985 to 9,431. Spirit from 1,293 to 10,107. Stamina from 1,304 to 10,473. Dragon Fang Lance changes to a form without Dragon Chi assistance, delivering 2 claw attacks infused with Dragon Chi. Dragon Claw changes to Dragon Annihilation, transforming my arm into a dragon's claw, attacking at high speed 6 consecutive times, and can attack from a distance. When coordinated, the dragon will simultaneously unleash 6 magic damage attacks. The Dragon Rider saddle buffs normal attacks with Dragon Chi, dealing ranged damage. Dragon Knight Lu Fan, this is the real Dragon Knight, the first and only one. When Lu Fan saved me, I already knew he was stronger than me. Now, seeing this disparity, even though we're both knights, compared to Lu Fan, I'm just a worthless piece of trash, Lu Changkong said, feeling bitter inside. Getting into the Azure Cloud class of Longdu Academy and joining the Griffin Legion after 10 years of hard work. Lu Fan, these things were supposed to be enough to make me proud for a lifetime, but they're nothing compared to you. Just then, as if sensing something, Xiao Ye suddenly let out a cry, turned its head in one direction, and shot up into the sky. Lu Fan seemed to guess what was happening and asked, Xiao Ye, are there more enemies? Use your perception to check. Sure enough, just as Lu Fan predicted, as soon as Xiao Ye used its perception, from behind the layer of ice and snow, everyone could vaguely see a swarm of human-shaped monsters with butterfly wings. La Fei's group also quickly mounted their beasts and flew up, and when they saw the scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. It detected hidden enemies? Look, their stealth has been broken. Are those humans? No, not humans. They're floating in the air? At that moment, La Fei spoke with a serious expression. Those are frost nymphs. They're extremely dangerous. Everyone stay back. Frost nymph, level 85. Snow shroud. The frost nymph camouflages itself within the snowstorm, becoming undetectable. The camouflage is broken upon actively attacking or receiving damage. Blood drain. The frost nymph drains the target's blood, causing the target to lose 10% of their health per second. If it is currently in its snow shroud state, the 4 seconds before it begins to drain blood will not alert the target. Frost nymphs are nocturnal monsters that specialize in hiding in snowstorms. By the time you realize you're being attacked, you've already been drained of all your blood, La Fei explained. Extremely dangerous? That's exactly what I need. Lu Fan smiled with delight, drew his weapon, and charged forward with Xiao Ye to give the frost nymphs a beatdown. Lu Changkong witnessed this and couldn't help but exclaim, "So many of our comrades have died to the frost nymphs, yet Lu Fan is crushing them with such ease." Shen Tai watched without blinking, said, "Lu Fan, coordinating with the giant dragon is truly unbelievable." Lu Changkong then happily turned to Lafi, "Captain, with this, we don't have to be afraid of these damn snow moths anymore, right?" Just as Lafi was about to reply, he suddenly shouted in alarm, "Changkong, behind you!" The moment Lafi's words fell, a beam of light shot out, wiping out the swarm of snow moths approaching their group. It was Lu Fan. Does he have a long-range coordinated skill too? Lu Fan had just used his Phantom Dragon Claw, transforming his arm into a dragon's claw and launching 6 consecutive high-speed attacks, capable of striking from a distance. When coordinated with the dragon, it simultaneously unleashes 6 instances of magic damage. After dealing with the snow moths, he reminded them, "Everyone, watch out for sneak attacks. With Xiao Ye's perception, they won't be able to stay hidden." After a chaotic battle, the swarm of snow moths was finally completely annihilated by Lu Fan and Xiao Ye. The last of the snow moths are finally dead. That was amazing. Lu Fan, you saved us again. With the giant dragon's perception and Lu Fan's coordinated skills, we have nothing to fear anymore. Right, Captain? Hearing Lu Changkong say that, Shen Tai pouted sarcastically. "Look at you. Every other word out of your mouth is Lu Fan. Act like a senior for once, and stop bothering Lu Fan to save you." Lu Fan then smiled and said, "Captain La, I've mastered coordinating with Xiao Ye. Even if a blizzard hits, I can still lead everyone to continue the exploration mission. Lu Fan, I know you're capable, but look up at the sky. Seeing a starless night sky like this in the far north is a sign that a blizzard is coming. It's much earlier than we predicted. I'm afraid it will arrive by tomorrow." In the end, what I feared most has happened. If the blizzard comes earlier than expected, we won't have time to return to the barracks. Shen Tai looked up at the sky and said, "Taking an injured person like me to explore in a blizzard? No, that would be very dangerous for me and for everyone else." Seeing everyone's morale drop, Lu Fan spoke up with a suggestion. "Everyone, even dangerous snow moths are no longer a problem for us. If we can both eliminate beasts in the blizzard and complete the mission, this will be a great opportunity for us to earn military merits." At this, Lu Fan extended his hand toward Lafi, his expression confident as he affirmed, "Don't worry, I would never gamble with everyone's lives. I believe I can help everyone complete the mission safely in the blizzard." Shen Tai and Lu Changkong simultaneously looked towards Lafi, waiting for his answer. "I understand. With you here, it won't be a problem. No matter what the weather is like, we will continue the exploration." Lafi replied with a smile and shook Lu Fan's hand. And so, the team's exploration journey continued. Soon, they had traveled 100 miles past the outpost. Lu Fan swung his sword, wiping out a snow moth. Surprisingly, this time, the snow moth dropped an item that Lu Fan had been searching for. Everfrost, epic, material, an ice crystal found only in the far north that never melts, often used as a decoration. It's said that the drop rate for it is slightly higher during a blizzard. Here it is. All that effort killing countless snow moths in the blizzard wasn't for nothing. I finally got the Everfrost that senior sister needs. Lu Fan stored the Everfrost away and turned around, shouting, "Everyone, come over here! This area is safe now!" Hearing this, Lafi's group struggled against the blizzard winds while remarking, "When the blizzard hit, these monsters started popping up everywhere like worms after a rainstorm. Lu Fan, you've been killing monsters all the way to this mission point. If it's not 10,000, it must be at least several thousand beasts, right? I don't really remember. Anyway, most of them were snow moths. I'm getting sick of them." Lu Changkong sighed and said, "Listen to you, a level 32 getting sick of killing level 85 monsters. If I had your strength, I'd stay here killing monsters until the storm passed. Lord 2 would definitely give me a gold medal." Hearing this, Shen Tai, who was standing behind him, started smacking Lu Changkong repeatedly. "You think you're Lu Fan? Why don't you go tell Lord 2 that directly? Let him sort you out." Lu Changkong laughed and replied, "Just let me dream a little." Lafi ignored the 2 kids behind him and said to Lu Fan, "Lu Fan, the 100-mile exploration mission is complete, and our supplies are running low. Should we head back to the barracks?" "Lu Fan, let's go back. If we don't go back soon, my wound is going to heal on its own. Yeah, we really should head back. We haven't had a proper rest in 3 or 4 days." Hearing this, Xiao Ye immediately transformed into her small, cute form and let out an expressive cry. Seeing this, Lu Fan smiled and coaxed her. "Xiao Ye has had to endure the cold and hunger for too long, hasn't she? Then let's go back and rest." "Okay, so we're all in agreement. Shen Tai, place the location marker, then prepare to return to the barracks," Lafi ordered. Lu Changkong turned to tease Shen Tai. "Lu Fan really loves his dragon. I feel sorry for your giant eagle. It must have been starving these past few days, right?" "She's fine. You don't need to worry about her, Shentai replied, tilting her chin up. She then took out a giant pillar, planted it in the ground, and pulled the trigger. Instantly, a red pillar of light shot straight into the sky. Beacon Positioning Gun. A mission-specific item used by the Griffin Corps. It's essential for exploration missions in the far north, used to fix a signal pole into the ground and transmit a positioning signal back to the server at the barracks. Lu Fan's system didn't show any information about this tool, so he turned to ask Lafi, "What is that thing Shentai is holding?" "That's a beacon positioning gun, used to mark our current location. When the weather returns to normal, the construction team will come here to build an outpost. Neutralize them for now," Lao Fei explained, and then everyone quickly rode their flying beasts back to camp, unaware that the silhouette of a fallen corpse was watching them leave through its targeting scope. The next day, at the northernmost camp. "I'm going to find Commander Tu to report now. Everyone is dismissed." Lao Fei gave the order and quickly headed to Tu Jing's office. Just as Shentai was about to go rest, Lu Fan chased after her and called out, "Miss Shen, wait a moment. Do you know anyone in the camp who can process unmelting ice?" "Unmelting ice?" "Old Chu, the blacksmith over at the quartermaster's, is pretty skilled." "Oh, are you planning to give it to your girlfriend?" Lu Fan blushed and waved his hands, saying, "No, that's not it. She's just a normal friend." All right, no need to explain, I get it," Shentai replied with a smile. What was I saying? Well, I'm off to find the blacksmith then. Bye-bye." With that, Lu Fan ran off while saying to Xiao Ye, "Come on, I'll show you where to get some meat." Shentai watched Lu Fan leave, then took out a pendant, made from unmelting ice, gazing at it before kissing it, her face filled with unspoken thoughts. Back to Lu Fan. Just as he handed the unmelting ice to Blacksmith Chu, Tu Jing suddenly appeared, patting him on the shoulder, and saying, "So this is where you ran off to? I've been looking all over for you." "Senior, you were looking for me? Old La has already reported everything to me. On your very first mission, you managed to save everyone, and even led the team to complete the objective in a blizzard. If I didn't trust your abilities, I would have thought you'd all perish in this god-awful weather. Well done, this bronze badge is yours." As he spoke, Tu Jing personally pinned the medal on Lu Fan. "Thank you for the recognition, Senior," Lu Fan replied happily, thinking to himself, "It's exactly like the one Captain La has." Just as Brother Lu said, this badge is equivalent to the Griffin Captain rank held by Old La and Chang Kong. By the time the other teams found them, they had already been corrupted, so there was no choice but to eliminate them. Although it's a pity, this is a common occurrence on exploration missions. Luckily, your dragon wasn't affected at all. Old La couldn't stop praising the coordination between you and your dragon. It really makes me want to see it for myself. Lu Fan paid no mind to Tu Jing's praise and fell into deep thought. It seems the closer the blood moon gets, the easier it is for creatures to become corrupted. Although I was worried, for now, it looks like Miss Shen's giant eagle and Xiao Ye are still unaffected. By the way, I just got to see your pet dragon eating. What an appetite. A special species indeed. Even the way it eats is unique. Tu Jing laughed heartily, thinking of Xiao Ye's ferocious eating habits. Lu Fan laughed sheepishly and replied, "Well, Xiao Ye has never had to go hungry for this long before, so I kind of expected it. Let your pet dragon eat its fill. There are a few things I want to show you." At this point, Tu Jing's expression turned serious as he pulled out a stack of photos and handed them to Lu Fan. "This is what my intelligence agent discovered in the Xingdiao Nation. Take a look." The national trial representative of the Xingdiao Nation, Saleh Morgan, is in charge of exploring the Holy Mountain ruins on the border. After my intelligence agent tailed them and connected with Morgan's family, they obtained these photos. A giant humanoid skeleton. This kind of mystical being really resembles that giant blood moon. Lu Fan said, "It looks familiar, doesn't it? Compared to it, the excavators in the photo are as small as ants, almost invisible. According to my sources, there's also a video that my agent managed to record at the Holy Mountain ruins while infiltrating the Morgan household, a video that could lead us to a world-shaking secret. The scene changes to a view of a giant skeleton. A man in a suit speaks up, "Sir, we've arrived!" A voice suddenly exclaimed in awe. "Hey, it's like a six-winged angel." The curly-haired blonde woman beside him jerked a thumb behind her. "Where did young Master Sala go?" The other voice continued. "That's the temple." The man in the suit looked at the distant temple and explained, "Yes, we sent a team to investigate that temple. We even had a master on the team, but the entire squad lost contact." As he finished speaking, a startled voice cried out, "What's that sound?" The blonde woman replied, "That's a holy mountain husk, the golden light from the temple has transformed the surrounding creatures. They've mutated into stronger and more ferocious monsters." The man in the suit noticed someone approaching from behind and said, "Wait, someone's coming." The woman also turned to look. "Isn't that the fourth advancement expert from the exploration team?" "The team is back," the man said. "Don't shout, he doesn't look right." "Those wings!" Immediately after, the Holy Mountain Slave lunged forward to attack, causing the two of them to scream in terror. "Run! He's turned into a Holy Mountain Slave!" The scene shifts to a room where the recording on the projector screen has been paused. Tu Jing spoke up. "The video ends here. Fortunately, my intelligence agent managed to escape, which is why we're able to see this footage." Lu Fan muttered under his breath, "Holy Mountain Slave." Tu Jing then explained, "It's a type of monster even more advanced than the Holy Mountain Husk. Both the Holy Mountain Husk and the Holy Mountain Slave were affected by those skeletons, and the temple, causing them to mutate." Lu Fan speculated with a serious expression. "Just like the minions created by the Blood Moon, they've transformed everything around them and are showing signs of awakening." He looked up at the screen and continued, "Exactly. This major discovery has been sent to the high-level scholars in Dragon Capital. The scholars predict that there are definitely more than just two of these mysterious creatures. They've existed since an era so ancient it's untraceable, and now they are called." Tu Jing paused for a moment before uttering two words, "Ancient gods." Lu Fan's brows furrowed deeply at this name. He stared at the photo of the giant skeleton on the table, deep in thought. Where did they come from? Why are they here? And what kind of power do they possess? It's all unclear, but calling them gods might not be quite right. That would be an overstatement. Tu Jing picked up his small flask. "I know what you're thinking. All the ancient gods are unknowable. This is what's giving me a headache. It's as if we've only just scratched the surface," he continued, taking a sip from his small flask. "The monsters corrupted by the Sacred Mountain are divided into Sacred Mountain puppets and Sacred Mountain slaves, while those corrupted by the Blood Moon become attendants." Lu Fan immediately chimed in to finish the thought. "Then it's not just attendants. They should also be divided into attendant puppets and attendant slaves." Tu Jing glanced at him, the image of a cloaked person, and a giant skeleton flashing in his mind. "I was thinking the same thing. So far, the attendant puppets we've encountered are just walking corpses. You and old Lu must be extremely careful, if there really are fallen attendant slaves," he replied. "I understand, Senior Tu. Did anything else happen after the Sacred Mountain slave attack?" Tu Jing looked away as if trying to recall something before speaking. "The Sacred Mountain slave killed everyone from the Morgan family at the Sacred Mountain ruins back then, but it spared one person, Zachary Morgan." Lu Fan immediately asked, "Zachary, the representative of the Star Toon Nation in the trial." "Nation?" Tu Jing confirmed his suspicion. "That's right. After my intelligence agent escaped the Sacred Mountain Slaves massacre, they discovered that the Sacred Mountain Slave and Zachary had met before. The temple. The Sacred Mountain Slave's hand was clenched around something, which it held out in front of Zachary. Not only did the Sacred Mountain Slave not attack Zachary, its hand opened to reveal what was inside, and it even gave him something. Called something like Sacred Mountain Essence." Lu Fan's eyes widened as he repeated, "Sacred Mountain Essence." Tu Jing continued that Zachary was already powerful, but after receiving that essence, he changed his class to a saint, a class that wasn't in any records and was hard to gather information on. Tu Jing patted his shoulder, reminding him to be careful of Zachary. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stared blankly, muttering, "A saint." Then he turned to look at him with an expression of confidence and determination. "Don't worry, Senior Tu. For me, there is no opponent that is too tough. No matter what power he has obtained, I will definitely take the number one spot." 2 days later, at the logistics area of the blacksmith's shop, the blacksmith held up his product, asking, "Are you satisfied? This item would probably sell for over 100,000 Longmen coins if you took it outside." Lu Fan was delighted, exclaiming, "More than satisfied. Master Zhu's craftsmanship is truly impressive." Then, he handed a large jug of liquor to Blacksmith Zhu. "This is the strong stuff that Senior Tu enjoys drinking. Master Zhu, please accept it. You've worked hard these past few days." Blacksmith Zhu laughed cheerfully and replied, "This kid is sharp. He even knows what I like." Just then, Shen Tai called out to him from behind. "Lu Fan, it's time to head out." Chang Kong, who was next to him, also urged, "The new exploration mission has arrived. We're just waiting on you." Blacksmith Zhu smiled while holding the large jug of liquor and saw them off, also saying, "A few words of promise." Lu Fan turned around, holding the necklace, and replied, "A promise is a promise." Chang Kong threw his arm around Lu Fan's neck, teasing, "Man, Junior Lu already has a bronze badge, and I've been fighting for a whole year, risking life and limb, and still haven't gotten one." Shen Tai added, "It's insane. You've only been here a few days, and you're already our superior." Early the next morning, Lu Fei led the way, announcing loudly, "We brought plenty of supplies this time, enough to last for 15 days, so let's try to explore further ahead." The 3 young men in the group replied in unison, "Roger that." Lu Fan flew over the snow, feeling puzzled. "It's strange. The location is definitely here, but I can't see the signal beacon we left last time." At that moment, Shen Tai shouted to him, "Lu Fan, over here!" Shentai pointed to the signal beacon that had fallen onto the snow and said, "Hey, it was probably knocked down by the blizzard. It's only been 2 days and it's already broken. What shoddy quality." Lu Fan silently thought that this situation didn't add up. It felt like they were walking into a trap. Chang Kong pulled his cloak tighter as he walked forward. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's start the mission." Lu Fan hurried after him from behind. "Senior Chang Kong, get back. I think it's an ambush." Just as Chang Kong turned to ask, "An ambush?" A horde of monsters appeared from the shadows behind him. Chang Kong looked around in panic. "We're surrounded. This is a huge problem." Lu Fei nearby, also caught off guard by the situation, began to curse. Only Lu Fan remained calm, analyzing the movements of the beasts. Lu Fei recognized them as well. "Attendant slaves. Are these really the ones Senior 2 warned us to look out for?" Suddenly, a gloomy voice rang out. "Correct. Attendant slaves are the slaves of the glorious deity." Lu Fan cautiously looked toward the source of the voice. "Who is it?" Chang Kong's face was filled with fear. "Who are you?" A purplish hand belonging to the figure grabbed its hood. Lu Fei uttered a familiar name in horror, Li Luo. Even Shen Tai was so stunned she couldn't believe her eyes. Li Luo spoke up. "Ah, Tai, it's been a while." Li Luo, a level 76 fallen attendant slave of the Spear Knight class. Lu Fan turned to look at his teammates. "Li Luo, you know him?" Lu Fei explained that Li Luo used to be a silver badge officer, and he was also Shen Tai's fiancé, but on a mission, a search mission. Li Luo went missing. We never expected him to become a fallen corpse slave. As Lu Fei spoke, Chang Kong interrupted him. "Captain Lu, that's enough." Lu Fan looked on with concern as Shen Tai buried her face in her hands, crying. Sister Shen Tai said through her tears, "Li Luo, I miss you so much. Please, come back to me." She noticed a pair of feet suddenly appear in her vision, and a male voice sounded by her ear. "Ah, Tai, I missed you so much too." Li Luo crouched in front of her, reaching out to touch her cheek. "I finally found you." Shen Tai was so moved that she threw herself into his arms. "It's really you." Asterisk sobs asterisk, "Please come back with me. Everyone will be so happy to know you're still alive." But suddenly, a dark aura emanated from Li Luo. "I can't go back, but can you stay here with me?" Shen Tai looked at him in confusion. In an instant, Li Luo returned to his corrupted state. "All of you must stay. Stay here and serve the deity who is about to awaken." Shen Tai screamed in terror as Lu Fan's voice echoed in her ears. "Sister Shen." Li Luo stared at her with dark red eyes, speaking words of temptation to convince her to stay and serve the deity. Meanwhile, Lu Fan kept trying to bring her back to her senses. "Sister Shen, don't listen to him. Absolutely do not go to him." On the other side, Li Luo relentlessly pressured Shen Tai, even uttering threats. "If you refuse, there is only one fate for you all. To be torn to shreds by the corrupted puppets and become a soulless corpse just like them." All Shen Tai could do was desperately plead with Li Luo. Lu Fan's voice continued to echo in her ears. "Sister Shen, Sister Shen." He was now holding the terrified, trembling Shen Tai tightly. "Sister Shen, please snap out of it." Li Luo, sitting on the back of a large skeleton, asked again in his dark voice, "Tai, answer me. Are you willing to stay with me and serve the deity?" Lao Fei looked at the scene before them and said, "Lu Fan, we can't let Li Luo take her away. With so many corrupted puppets, can you break through them?" Shen Tai mumbled in a low voice. "What do we do now? What should we do?" Chang Kong objected. "Captain, with these thousands of monsters, even if we follow Lu Fan, we'll get separated. Besides, if that signal tower isn't repaired, we won't be able to get a location fix next time." Lao Fei replied in a stern voice. "This is no time to be worrying about the outpost. We run as far as we can." But at this moment, Lu Fan smiled and said, "I don't think the breakout plan is a good idea. We don't need to run." His words surprised everyone. Chang Kong watched him condensing magic in the palm of his hand and blurted out, "Wait a second. Don't tell me you're planning to go on another killing spree." He didn't deny it, replying, "That's right." In Lu Fan's hand now was a bow, merit points delivered right to our doorstep. Of course we have to accept them. Li Luo glanced at them and then asked, "So this is your answer? What a pity. The fate for those who refuse the deity is singular." After a brief pause, Li Luo shouted, "D!" and become corrupted puppets. The moment he finished speaking, the horde of ferocious beasts charged toward them. Lu Fan remained calm enough to take aim with a serpent shadow arrow, and at the same time called out, "Senior Chang Kong, get ready to deploy the protective shield." He didn't hesitate to do as Lu Fan said, and a golden energy enveloped the three of them. "Understood. What's the plan after that?" Lu Fan smiled confidently and replied, "There is no after, the rest is up to me." Each serpent shadow arrow he fired shot towards Li Luo. Alongside this, a system notification appeared. Chang Kong, hearing what he said, couldn't help but yell, Ah, what do you mean there's no after? My protective shield only lasts for 10 seconds, Lu Fan replied in a confident tone. Trust me, 10 seconds is plenty. Protective shield, 10 seconds remaining. Li Luo cautiously watched the serpent shadow arrow flying toward him. At the last moment, he managed to dodge it. Protective shield, 8 seconds remaining. At that same moment, Lu Fan had appeared behind Li Luo from out of nowhere. Xiao Ye, unleash your giant dragon form. A massive dragon materialized from the void, letting out a great roar as if to assert its dominance. Protective shield, 6 seconds remaining. Lao Fei looked up at the aerial battle and mumbled, Lu Fan, we're all counting on you. Seeing the horde of beasts rushing in, Chang Kong warned, Captain, watch out. Protective shield, 4 seconds remaining. On his side, Lu Fan was now holding a short sword. Xiao Ye, coordinate your attack with mine, Dragon's Breath, now. The protective shield had 3 seconds left. He then immediately flew forward, landing multiple slashes on Li Luo's body. A system notification displayed the effects of Void Seaver, as Xiao Ye, in its giant dragon form and engulfed in flames, let out a mighty roar, unleashing a great cataclysm. The surrounding beasts were gradually incinerated by the great dragon's flames. Protective shield, 2 seconds remaining. Chang Kong stared at the scene in astonishment, full of admiration. Lao Fei, beside him, explained, No, this is just the coordinated attack of a dragon rider and a great dragon. To Lu Fan, nearly 10,000 ferocious beasts are like mowing grass. Li Luo, though injured, still cried out in a resentful voice. He saw Lu Fan trying to grab his hand. My deity, why? Protective shield, 1 second remaining. Over here, Xiao Ye was still breathing fire, trying to eliminate the last of the ferocious beasts. Protective shield, 0 seconds remaining. Not long after, when the battle had ended, Lu Fan watched Shen Tai cradling Li Luo's body and asked with concern, Sister Shen, are you all right? Shen Tai just replied gently, Thank you, I'm fine. Chang Kong suggested using the chains of holy light to restrain Li Luo, but Lu Fan immediately refused. Shen Tai looked sorrowfully at the man she loved, saying that he was Li Luo, but it seemed like he wasn't at the same time. He had always been a very gentle person, while this Li Luo was groaning in agony. Then, suddenly from Li Luo's body, a massive amount of corrupted energy burst forth. Lu Fan followed the flow of energy with his eyes and immediately identified it as the energy of the corrupted. As nearly all of the corrupted energy was released, it seemed Li Luo had regained. With his last bit of consciousness, he told Shen Tai to leave this place. Shen Tai sorrowfully grabbed his hand. Li Luo, you're back. Just hold on a little longer. Li Luo spoke his final words about the fallen Tino, and then his hand went limp as Shen Tai watched. She screamed his name in anguish and infinite sorrow. Shen Tai spoke through her tears. Sob, even if it was just for a few seconds. That was really him. It really was. Lu Fan replied. He came back. Standing amidst the snowy mountains, La Fei spoke up. We only survived thanks to you and Xiao Ye. This situation is not normal. We should return to the barracks and report this. Lu Fan understood this well, replying, Got it. Sister Shen also needs time to calm down. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in the air. A purple streak shot towards them, making La Fei shout, What is this? But the thing didn't disappear. Lu Fan reacted instantly, tightening his grip on his sword. This is the protective energy from inside Li Luo's body, and it's heading towards the blood moon. A second later, he charged straight towards that beam of light. This energy source is crucial for dissecting the fallen guardian slaves. I can't let it get away. He just swung his hand, using the fallen corpse essence, a legendary quality consumable item whose effects were still unknown. Lifting the orb in his hand, he speculated, the holy mountain essence that Sha Li obtained represents the Star Glory Nation. Could it be the same type as this guardian essence? Soon, a notification confirmed he had obtained the fallen guardian essence. He thought, if that's the case, can this protective essence also help me change to the hidden class and become a slave of the ancient god? In the distance, La Fei's group hurried over. Lu Fan, is it okay to hold that thing directly? But Lu Fan was still lost in thought. Following this logic, Sha Li has already pledged loyalty to an ancient god. A scene of someone swearing an oath to become a slave to the ancient god flashed before his eyes. It wasn't until he heard La Fei's voice that he replied, It's fine for now, Captain. We need to get this to Senior 2 quickly. Looking at the two figures nearby, a hint of hesitation appeared in La Fei's heart. I understand, but we'll have to wait a bit before we can head back. Lu Fan knew what he was hesitant about and spoke up. Captain, we should go help out a little. We don't have much time. Finally, he agreed. The group quickly approached Sister Shen's position, who was still muttering, I really hope your I missed you too was real. As she said this, a tear rolled down her cheek. Unfortunately, it was just my imagination. In Shen Tai's hand now was the unmelting ice necklace, an epic quality accessory. Just as she was grieving, Lu Fan came up behind her and gave a firm answer. It was real. We all heard it. Hearing the voice from behind, Shentai took off her glasses to wipe away the tears on her cheeks. Lu Fan, thank you. When she put her glasses back on, the strong Shentai from before had returned. Captain La, I'm fine. What's our next move? Now, everyone had an unspoken understanding to treat her as usual, and she no longer avoided matters related to Li Luo. Seeing that everyone had settled down, La Fei immediately gave the order, "Good that you're okay, squad. 78, prepare to return to the barracks." As soon as he finished, all three of them acknowledged the order in unison. The group quickly left the snowy mountain, and the scene became desolate. Because on that day, she understood she had to say goodbye to this sincere love and continue looking forward. At noon the next day, Tu Jing sat before the purple orb and had a sudden realization. So that's what happened. Now everything makes sense. Lu Fan spoke up. Senior Tu, putting together everything that's happened, I have a theory. Tu Jing stroked his chin. Let's hear it. He then explained, I feel that there must be certain conditions to become a slave of the ancient god. The dead members of the lion squad and all kinds of vicious monsters, they can only become puppets that follow and protect. The dead cannot become slaves of the ancient god. The reason seems to be that they've lost their intellect, while vicious beasts can't become slaves, perhaps because they lack willpower. But the slaves of the ancient god seem to retain their ability to think, whereas Li Luo was completely dominated by the guardian essence. Therefore, becoming a slave of the ancient god through the essence must require the ancient god's choice. Holding the fallen guardian essence in his hand, Tu Jing fell silent. You mean, just having this doesn't guarantee one can become a fallen guardian slave, but to gain power, one also needs to be acknowledged by the ancient god. Lu Fan didn't deny it, I'm afraid so. Living people with intellect are the most likely candidates. Li Luo also mentioned that the guardian slaves have the ability to leave this place. This was an interesting theory to Tu Jing. It reminded him of some rumors from recently. He recounted in a low voice. Over the past few years, strange cults have appeared in over a dozen countries. These heretical believers claim to have received protection from a deity. Relying on their astonishing power, these cults have been frantically expanding and recruiting followers, proclaiming they will welcome the awakening of their god. He gently tightened his grip on the orb, asserting, if what Li Luo said is true, then these heretics are either slaves of the ancient gods or their followers. Hearing this, Lu Fan lowered his eyes and thought, over a dozen countries, doesn't that mean that over a dozen ancient gods are beginning to awaken? Suddenly, as if he realized something, he exclaimed, Senior Tu, up until now, this barracks is the only place with people in the far north, right? An answer came quickly. Tu Jing confirmed it. What about it? He continued to ask. And as for the members of the lion squad like Li Luo, how many are still missing? At this point, without needing to be told, Tu Jing also noticed something was wrong. You mean they all became fallen slaves? Lu Fan began to speculate. If any of them made it out of here alive, then it's highly likely they've become fallen corpse slaves. It's best to issue a bounty to find and eliminate the potential threat. Hearing this, Tu Jing suddenly fell silent, not saying a word. After a long moment, his voice deepened. It's a shame for my brothers in arms. They clearly dedicated their lives to the country, and now there's a bounty on their heads. Knowing how he felt, Lu Fan patted his shoulder comfortingly. At this point, there's nothing else we can do. The brothers in the Lion Regiment will understand. Tu Jing knew which matter was more important and only sighed with regret. I understand. Consider it decided. He glanced at the fallen guardian essence on the table and said, well then, let's use it to test and verify my hypothesis. At this, Tu Jing suddenly became flustered. Who are we going to test it on? Don't tell me we're going to use it on a person? Lu Fan immediately smiled and replied, let my dragon give it a try. Hearing this, Tu Jing instantly became agitated. Your dragon? Don't be ridiculous. I can't use a living person for the test, but I can't use a dragon either. Even if Xiaoye isn't affected by the blood moon, what if something goes wrong? It would not only be a huge loss, but also extremely dangerous. After getting an earful, Lu Fan hastily explained, Senior Tu, you've misunderstood. The dragon I'm talking about isn't my pet dragon. This time it was Tu Jing's turn to be stunned with his jaw agape. Huh? Not long after, they were both standing in the snow, and he asked, I saw your battle with Ruan Changfeng. Besides those 5 dragons, you don't have any others, do you? Lu Fan immediately replied, 2 of those 5. Dragons are not my dragon pets. He turned his head and smiled. They are the summons of my dragon pet. Tu Jing was shocked. The summons of a dragon pet? As if to prove his words, Lu Fan immediately raised his hand. Come out, Xiaofei. Summon the twin flying dragon kings. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful girl appeared in midair. Swiftly, with a wave of her hand, she summoned a massive dragon. This is the dragon summoning bone flute. which summons the souls of the twin dragon kings. The flying dragon king's level is the same as the user's. Tu Jing watched the scene unfold. Before him, still in shock, so it was a dragon pet that summoned these two. I can't believe the divine wood flying dragon boss is only worthy of being the pet of a dragon pet. This kid Lu Fan doesn't have a single dragon that's easy to deal with, and this beast before me is the soul of the flying dragon king, level 22. When it breathes its dragon breath on a target, it will deal random elemental damage from fire, ice, lightning, or wind, and a series of other damage types. Lu Fan mused. The flying dragon king is the weakest of the 5 dragons, so even if it turns into a fallen corpse, Senior 2 and I can still kill it. It can be resummoned after death without any loss. It's the perfect test subject. Having decided, he turned to call Senior 2, who understood his intention and quickly replied, "Let's begin." Then, he gave another order. Xiao Fei, feed this to them. She immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Swiftly, the fallen guardian essence was tossed into the air and moved toward the flying dragon king. A second later, it opened its mouth and easily swallowed the orb. Almost instantly, the flying dragon's body began to transform abnormally. Stream after stream of purple energy escaped and enveloped its body. The flying dragon king seemed to be in excruciating pain, roaring continuously. Everyone was taken aback by this transformation. Xiao Fei cried out in fear, "Chi Chi!" Tu Jing, snapping back to his senses, also quickly shouted, "Lu Fan, get back! It's turned into a fallen corpse slave," but he immediately stopped him. Senior 2, please wait just a moment longer. Looking at the flying dragon growling in the distance, Lu Fan said, "It would be a real shame if we killed it now," Tu Jing protested. "Then we'll just have another corrupted corpse on our hands. If we don't act now, it'll be too late." After a moment of thought, Lu Fan gave an order. "Xiao Fei, you are their master. Try to take them back! Break them free from the ancient god's control." A second later, she rushed forward and used Light of Jade, which removes all effects and increases all stats by 30%. And each blessing will resist 1 instance of damage. Lu Fan watched this and surmised. The Flying Dragon King is a half-dragon, so it doesn't get Xiao Fei's dual effect. She wants to cast Light of Jade to counter the ancient god's control. Tu Jing was still hesitant. Is this even possible? I can still see the dark purple energy on its body. Meanwhile, streams of green energy from the Light of Jade continuously flowed out, surrounding the Flying Dragon King's body. That source of power grew stronger and stronger, and the Flying Dragon's reaction also grew more violent, as it screamed continuously. Xiao Fei's eyes momentarily flashed, emitting a green aura. A second later, she charged straight towards the Flying Dragon, carrying a surge of power. Below, Tu Jing watched in alarm. What is happening now? The beast that had just gone berserk calmed down, not only avoiding becoming a fallen corpse slave, but also gaining the power of the ancient god. By now, the Flying Dragon King had transformed into a level 22 fallen demonic dragon, and its skills had also changed significantly after this metamorphosis. Tu Jing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xiao Fei actually managed to snatch the Flying Dragon King from the ancient god's grasp? You're truly amazing. Tu Jing then said to Lu Fan, "It seems your guess was right. When the essence is used, the ancient god seizes control of the mind." He smiled. The transformation of the 2 flying dragons will affect each other, mutating together. This is something I didn't expect. In the end, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing you stopped me, or I would have killed them. With these 2 demonic dragons, you've really lucked out again, kid. Lu Fan gently stroked Xiao Fei's head and glanced over. I'm eager to test out the new skills of the fallen demonic dragon. Can the interrupted mission of Squad 78 be resumed? This time, Tu Jing didn't refuse, immediately confirming, yes, we can. The ancient god's slave and the ancient god's essence have both been verified, so only one thing remains, the temple. Lu Fan turned his head and whispered a single word, location. The next day, the entire team set out. Zhang Kong, sitting on his mount, asked curiously, is this a temple or ruins? Lu Fan explained, the ruins Li Luo mentioned and the Golden Light Temple discovered by the Xingdiao Kingdom are one and the same. To understand the awakening of the ancient god, we must find this place. Just then, the system displayed a notification that they were approaching the location on the treasure map. Is the god-level treasure map really around here? Suddenly, Shen Ti seemed to see something and immediately shouted, up ahead! A flash of light appeared, making her exclaim with joy, we're finally out of the blizzard's range! The scene before them was a peaceful green, with birds occasionally soaring through the sky, causing her to marvel at what a beautiful place it was. Lu Fan also thought to himself that a beautiful sunny day like this felt like they had finally escaped the north. Zhang Kong's attention was drawn to the large lake nearby, and he was surprised to realize, isn't this the ocean? Just then, Du Jing reacted. This is the first place we arrived at. What exactly is connected to that giant chain under the ice? Zhang Kong wondered. Could the ruins Li Luo mentioned be found by following the direction of this chain? Just then, a system notification caught Lu Fan's attention. He had arrived at the treasure map's location. A second later, he joyfully spun around and ran back. I found it. This energy signature? It's definitely the dragon egg. He quickly dug through the layer of ice and snow on the ground. Before long, a glowing object was revealed beneath the white powder. It was the blue dragon egg. Of an unconfirmed grade, he eagerly reached out to pick it up. The fourth dragon egg was finally his. Then, Lu Fan noticed something else. He reached back into the snow and pulled out a black, square-shaped box. After opening the box, the system quickly displayed information about the book inside. Upon learning about his new discovery, a thought struck him. It can be used with dragon language magic to increase its power by 100. A sinister expression appeared on his face as he stared at the book in his hand, thinking, once I've tamed the blue dragon, its skills will surely be compatible with the blue dragon king's roar. And with this dragon language resonance, the dragon language spells cast by me and the blue dragon will have double the power. He sat there, deep in thought, calculating. I just need to reach level 35 to learn this skill. It seems I should contact Du Ti from the Tianhua auction house to use my monthly privilege and get a pet slot expansion scroll. Shen Tai and Zhang Kong walked over to him. Shen Tai waved and asked, Lu Fan, what are you doing standing over there? Zhang Kong, with a hand on his hip, asked, Junior Lu, are you admiring the view, all by yourself? Seeing them approach, he stood up and replied cheerfully, It's nothing, I was just looking around. Anyway, I get the feeling this is the border of the far north. The other side of this ice lake is most likely an unknown land. Lu Fei and his giant eagle turned to look at him, sighing. Even though we've explored the outer edges of the blizzard, the far north is still vast. This is just the interior. Large mountain ranges were covered in thick layers of snow, and the whistling wind mingled with Lu Fei's voice. The Blood Moon mountain range, which stretches for miles, also ends here. This is probably the very tip of the ancient god's tail. Zhang Kong gazed at the scene before them and said in amazement, It's massive! Its body alone is miles wide, and that's not even including its head, Lu Fei continued. Although the ancient god's true form is still unclear, these giant chains are obviously related to the Blood Moon. Lu Fan responded, They're like reins used to control the Blood Moon ancient god. Shen Tai said suddenly, Then doesn't that mean the ancient god is a giant mount? And its master is at the very end of this chain? Lu Fan crossed his arms, thinking carefully. It's too early to worry about that. We should keep following the chain and see what lies ahead. Zhang Kong slung an arm around his shoulder, his face set with determination. Exactly! The ruins or the temple might just be on the other side of the lake, Lu Fei reminded everyone sternly. As your captain, I have to warn you all. We have no idea how dangerous this unexplored lake is. Zhang Kong, do you remember how you got injured last time? At the mention of the past, Zhang Kong's face fell. I know. Captain Lu is nagging me again. I won't tag along. Shen Tai placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Forget about trying to ride someone's coattails for merits. Come with me and let's set up the locator beacons. While Zhang Kong and Shen Tai were talking, Lu Fan started to head out, calling back to the captain, Captain Lu, rest assured. I'm just gonna scout ahead for a bit. I'll be back quickly. Lu Fei replied, If it were in the past, I definitely would have refused. But now, we won't stand in your way. A bright light flared from Lu Fan's hand as he shouted, Xiao Ye, World Walker form! Xiao Ye unleashed a tremendous power with a mighty roar. Lu Fei put his hands on his hips and said, We'll rest and recover here while waiting for your signal. If you run into any danger, return immediately. This time I had Shen Tai bring a teleportation scroll. If something goes wrong, we can teleport back to camp. Shen Tai didn't forget to add a warning. Always be careful out there. She then casually smacked Zhang Kong on the head, next to her, making him yelp. Ouch! Lu Fan spread his wings, looking back confidently. Got it, no problem. He and Xiao Ye then set off. Let's go, Xiao Ye. After 2 hours of exploring, Lu Fan sat on Xiao Ye's back, marveling endlessly. This place is truly and bizarrely vast. Lu Fan continued in confusion. We've been flying for so long, but we still can't see the end of the chain. The system's notification suddenly rang out. Warning, entering a ruin area. Regional level fallen corpse ruin. He thought in surprise, a fallen corpse ruin. So it all makes sense now. Xiao Ye flew faster and faster, while he was still deep in thought. It matches the Tinju nation's discovery. Both are mysterious areas near the ancient god. The people who went to the Holy Mountain Temple. What happened to them to turn them into Holy Mountain slaves? Perhaps there's something similar in this ruin. Xiao Ye suddenly stopped and roared, prompting him to ask worriedly, Xiao Ye, what's wrong? He seemed to have spotted something, staring at an object under the icy water. He vaguely made something out, thinking it looked like a giant black coffin. Lu Fan quickly checked the system. This is the secret of the fallen corpse ruin, and it couldn't be appraised like the blood moon. He stared at the coffin in shock, freezing when he saw a shadow near it. Xiao Ye also saw the shadow and let out a loud roar. Lu Fan quickly calmed him. Calm down, Xiao Ye. He gritted his teeth and thought, the fact that Xiao Ye is this agitated means he's definitely no match for that dark shadow. I don't even have the appraisal results, so I absolutely must not recklessly start a conflict. The dark shadow under the water was rushing toward Lu Fan and Xiao Ye, and he yelled, "This is bad! It's noticed us!" The ice on the lake's surface started to crack in the wake of the shadow's speed, making Lu Fan yell in a panic, "Xiao Ye, get back to the other side of the lake!" He watched the shadow underwater with concern, thinking, we're in trouble. Its swimming speed is even faster than Xiao Ye's. Xiao Ye flew higher, emitting a blue light. The blue glow enveloped a large part of the sky. Lu Fan turned back to check on the situation. When he saw the shadow was no longer in pursuit, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, it stopped chasing us. We finally shook it. His expression then grew serious, as he thought to himself, thankfully, the stats from riding a dragon pet stack perfectly. It used to only boost my own attributes, but now the spirit language can be shared with others too. But then he heard a noise. Chang Kong turned around, and upon seeing Lu Fan and Xiao Ye return, he said cheerfully, "Junior Lu, you're back." Noticing that Xiao Ye seemed upset, he asked with concern, "What's the matter? Did something happen?" Lu Fan answered through gritted teeth, his voice tense. "Up ahead is the fallen corpse ruin, but there's something incredibly dangerous beneath the ice." He continued, "We have to report back to the camp immediately." Hearing this, everyone was stunned with surprise. Chang Kong was the first to speak. Huh? Even Lu Fan had to run from this thing? 15 minutes after teleporting back to camp, Du Jing said, "A black coffin and a black shadow under the ice chain, and the fallen corpse." He turned and added, "If that's the case, we can't continue searching there anymore. Otherwise, we'll end up like the Morgan clan, suffering extremely heavy casualties." Lu Fan replied, "That place is like a seal, and the unknown entity in the lake made even Xiao Ye feel uneasy." Du Jing immediately opened a map and said, "An entity that even the Dragon Clan considers taboo. The great frozen lake of the fallen corpse ruin must be designated a forbidden zone." He looked up at Old Fei and ordered, "Old Lu, immediately cancel all search routes that could pass through the fallen corpse ruin and send the coordinates of the ice lake to the scholars in Dragon Capital's high command." La Fei immediately accepted the order. "Understood," Du Jing continued. "The search mission for the 78th Squad is hereby cancelled. Your new mission is to assist the scholars from Dragon Capital in their research of the fallen corpse ruin." The group answered in unison, "Understood." Afterward, he turned to Lu Fan and said, "As for you, Lu Fan, it hasn't even been a month, and you've already led your squad to such a major discovery." He then presented a badge to Lu Fan, saying, "Take this. It's a sign of recognition. From the Lion Regiment for you." Lu Fan quickly refused. "Thank you, Senior Du, but this represents the mission and duty of the Lion Regiment. I've only been here a month, and, besides, I already have a silver badge." Du Jing pushed the badge into Lu Fan's hand, saying, "Just take it. In the event you join the Lion Regiment after graduation, you can be directly commissioned as an officer with a silver badge, so it won't be a waste at all." La Fei chuckled and said, "There are only 19 people in this entire barracks with a silver badge, so if Lu Fan were to enlist, I would have to follow his orders too." Chang Kong grumbled with a frown. "Lu Fan got promoted to a silver badge so quickly, I'm not jealous at all." Lu Fan held up the badge with a smile and said, "I understand. Then it would be more respectful to accept. Senior Du." Chang Kong grabbed onto Lu Fan's arm and whined, "Let me touch it for a second." Shen Tai gave them a look of disdain. How embarrassing. La Fei turned to Du Jing and said, "Lord Du, if there is nothing else, we will go contact the Dragon Capital scholars now." Du Jing replied, "Go ahead. You've all worked hard these past few days." He then added, "Oh, and Lu Fan, you stay." Lu Fan was taken aback by his words. The man spoke while searching for a book. "Ever since you arrived in the Arctic realm, our search mission success rate has soared. I honestly wish I could keep you here. Unfortunately, the time I borrowed you for is almost up." Du Jing handed Lu Fan a file on the various nations' national trials, saying, "This is for you. In one more week, I'll be taking you back to Dragon Capital Academy." Lu Fan accepted it, thinking, "The national trials begin in less than 2 weeks, so it's about time for me to get ready to leave." Du Jing noticed he was lost in thought and looked at him inquisitively. Asked, "What's wrong? Did you forget about the national trials, or can you not bear to leave the lion's pride?" Lu Fan smiled and replied, "I really am a little reluctant to leave, but I've never forgotten this goal. With the contracted night skill of the corrupted demon dragon, I'm confident I can win the national trials." Du Tin laughed loudly and said, "That's great then. These documents are all public materials that your principal specially found for you, so go back and read them at ease." Lu Fan turned to leave and replied, "Got it." Meanwhile, in the Tai Tai Kingdom, outside a forest, a monster was being surrounded by purple lights. Than Han, the representative of the Tai Tai Kingdom, appeared with a sly smile. A mysterious energy emanated from around him, with ghostly faces grinning devilishly. Kim Shao, hiding behind Tian Chi, fearfully asked Than Han, "Brother, has your Abyss Walker not evolved yet? We've been grinding here for a long time." Than Han held a demonic-looking energy in his hand, holding a stream of ghostly energy, and said, "Almost, let it devour a few more lives, and it can grow to the next stage." A commoner suddenly spoke up, "Prince, Highness, and the Princess Highness too." The commoner asked doubtfully, "Are you personally subjugating the fierce beast?" His wife, holding their child, chimed in, "Oh my, what an honor this is. Please quickly come inside to rest for a bit." Than Han smiled and replied, "All right then, in that case, I." He summoned spirits with grotesque faces and continued, "It would be rude not to accept." Those spirits charged straight at the commoner and his wife. The commoner shouted, "Your Highness, what are you doing?" His wife screamed in terror, "Monsters! Monsters!" Tian Chi anxiously yelled, "Prince, Highness, be careful not to harm the commoners." Than Han didn't stop, and the screams of the couple filled the air around him. He turned back angrily, glaring at Tian Chi, and said, "Harm them? I already told you. It just needs these few lives to evolve," he continued sarcastically. "These lowly commoners, killing them is no big deal. To provide nutrients for my summoned beast is the greatest honor." Than Han walked away with an angry expression, saying to Tian Chi, "You've been with my Kim family for so long and you still say such foolish things. You haven't improved at all." Kim Chao ran after him, calling, "Brother, wait for me," leaving Tian Chi standing there lost in thought. At the same time, in the Han Kingdom, in the Spirit Law Council Hall, 4 people were discussing matters by candlelight. Ko Lan, the representative of the Hang Kingdom, spoke up. "So, for this year's national trials, we will be allies." Vai Kai, the representative of the Khan Kingdom, replied with a scowl, "If the nation has arranged it this way, I have no objections." She added, "If anyone leaks word of this alliance, everyone knows the consequences." Jia San Lai, the representative of the Nam Kingdom, said calmly, "Every year, the national trials are the foundation, and this time, with our 4 nations in an alliance, we'll definitely rank at the top." The 4 of them cheerfully said in unison, "To a happy cooperation," and the candle flame was extinguished. In the Tuyet Kingdom, at the mouth of an active volcano, which was erupting violently, a person eagerly announced, "Young master, the family head has sent word. He wants you to prepare for departure." Andre, the representative of the Tuyet Kingdom, walked with a large axe in hand, an expression of satisfaction on his face after finishing off a monster, and said, "It's finally starting, the national trials." The scene changes to the Tin Dio Kingdom at the Holy Mountains temple ruins, where someone was rushing towards a group of people who were waiting. A dapperly dressed man walked up and asked, "Sakli, we'll be heading to the Tai Tai Kingdom immediately. How are your battle preparations?" Saklai, the representative of the Tin Dio Kingdom, with glowing golden wings, bowed his head and replied, "In the national trials, I will definitely be the champion." 2 days later, while Lu Fan was reading the documents, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, Du Tin asked, "How's it going? Has our Long Kingdom's representative finished reading the documents?" By this time, 4 people were standing in front of Lu Fan's room. Trong Kong smiled brightly and said, "Hey, you have to get first place, Junior Lu." Lafai added, "As the captain, it's time to allow you to leave the team." Tham Tai said encouragingly, "I'll be cheering for you." Du Tin said brightly to Lu Fan, "Are you ready? It's time to return to the Longdu Academy." Lu Fan smiled and replied, "Let's go." The next morning, at the principal's office of Longdu Academy, Lu Fan walked up and knocked on the door. A voice called out from inside, "Come in." He gently pushed the door open and said, "Excuse me." Triu Thang Min enthusiastically extended his hand and spoke, "You're finally back. It's been a while, hasn't it, Lu Fan? The principal is away on business, so I'm currently in charge of the national trials." He looked at Shadow Guard Viet and Shadow Guard Cham and added, "These 2 are Shadow Guards sent by the high officials of Longdu to ensure the safety of the representatives on their way to the Tai Tai Kingdom." He continued enthusiastically, "The Shadow Guard is different from the Lion's Pride. They only serve to protect the high officials of Longdu. It seems that the high officials of Longdu are paying special attention to the national trials this year." Thang Min gestured for Lu Fan to sit. Lu Fan then asked, "Will Vice Chairman Triu be going to Tai Tai with me in the principal's place?" He replied, "That's right. The principal won't be back for another 10 to 15 days. I've chartered a special plane in our school's name, which will depart at noon tomorrow." He emphasized, "You've just returned from the far north and have to set off again, so just get a good rest today. Oh, right, if you need anything at all, just ask, as long as it's reasonable. Longdu Academy will satisfy your request." Lu Fan then smiled slightly. There are indeed a few things I need, he asked boldly. I wonder if the school can provide them for me. A pet slot expansion scroll? Shengming immediately spat out the tea he had just sipped. He quickly asked, Lu Fan, do you have another new dragon? He replied, I'm just preparing in advance to be safe. At that moment, Zhao Shengming closed his eyes and spoke softly. Although this item isn't very expensive, the academy doesn't have it in stock, so I must sincerely apologize. Lu Fan turned around and smiled. Then I won't trouble Vice Principal Zhao any further. I'd like to arrange the rest of my time myself. Is that all right? He replied. Of course. Don't worry about the shadow guards. They won't stop you. At Villa Number 2, 2 shadow guards followed Lu Fan home. As soon as Lu Fan arrived, Han Kei rushed out to hug him. Little Fan, you're finally back. For the past half a month, your aunt has missed you to death. Qin Chu added, We've been waiting since last night. You're finally back. After hearing this, Lu Fan replied softly, So the vice principal already notified everyone? That's a shame. I originally wanted to give everyone a surprise. Han Kei warmly pulled Lu Fan to the dining table. Don't just stand there. You probably haven't had a decent meal in the far north. Come and eat. Tao Xiaoman also chimed in. I was waiting for you to eat. Hurry up, I'm starving to death. Qin Chu smiled. Sister Han started preparing. Before dawn, Lu Fan looked on excitedly. Seriously, in the far north, the thing I missed the most was your cooking auntie. Qin Chu heard this and eagerly replied, Hurry and tell us, in the past month, how much stronger have you become? 2 hours at the dinner table passed just like that. Lu Fan recounted his experiences in the far north and also learned that no one had been attacked again. But besides his close friends and family, there was someone else in Lu Fan's life. He picked up a piece of jewelry with a blue gem and thought, I met her before I left. Suddenly, Tao Xiaoman rushed over. She exclaimed, Look at that. Are you planning to give this gift to someone? It looks expensive, doesn't it? Lu Fan quickly pulled his hand back. You scared me to death. It's none of your damn business. Han Kei reminded from behind. You have to leave early tomorrow, so go early and come back to rest. Xiaoman continued. How boring. I don't even have to think to know it's for your senior, right? Lu Fan looked quite annoyed now. Ahem. Well then, I'm heading out for a bit. An hour later, in a spacious room, Lu Fan entered and sat down on the floor, thinking, It seems my senior definitely won't be coming today. Suddenly, he had an idea. Oh right, I have Sister Du's phone number. I can ask her to contact my senior for me. And while I'm at it, I can ask the Tianhua auction house if they have a pet slot expansion scroll. At the Tianhua auction house, in the VIP lounge, a voice rang out, Hello? Little brother, you finally decided to call? It was the voice of Du Yakyu. On the other end of the line, Lu Fan asked, Sister Du, can I ask you to contact my senior for me? Yakyu replied, What's wrong? Haven't seen her in a month. You missed the girl already? He answered shyly. Actually, I have something to give her, but I can't find her at the academy. Hearing this, Yakyu clicked her tongue. Well, that's difficult. Something came up with her family, so she went home, and I don't know when she'll be back. I can't reach her either, she added, but since you're back in Longdu, you can stop by my place for a bit. Before she left, the girl left something for you, and that afternoon, Lu Fan went to meet Yakyu. Seeing him, she teased, Little brother, you're not like before, are you? Going out with bodyguards in tow. He smiled and said, They're very professional. They won't bother anyone, sister. The two of them sat down to chat. Lu Fan exclaimed, Sister Du, the Tianhua auction house's business is booming, isn't it? There are so many people downstairs. Yakyu replied, Isn't it all thanks to you? Ever since you put that egg in the illustrated codex, customers have been coming here every day just to see that dragon egg with their own eyes. After hearing this, Lu Fan thought, A single star dragon egg has pushed Tianhua's reputation to its peak. So, the green dragon egg in my hand. Never mind. I have the privilege of trading with Sister Du every month. Yakyu brought out a box and opened it. This is what the girl left for you. Please, take it. He looked at it, astonished. Is this a legendary grade weapon? The Flowing Fire Heavenly Flame Sword. Legendary grade. Level. Requirement 30. Forged weapon. Strength plus 256. Agility plus 204. He picked up the sword excitedly. This sword is very light and can store fire damage, as if it were custom made for me. Yakyu replied, Of course it is. The top blacksmith your senior found spent a whole month completing this masterpiece. I must say, that girl really understands you. Even when you weren't here, she could still have a grandmaster create a suitable weapon for you. He held the sword, his face full of excitement. The cost to forge this sword must be immeasurable. It turns out she was always carefully observing my fighting style whenever she sparred with me. My senior is truly so thoughtful. After thinking this, he blurted out, Thank you, senior. At that moment, Yakyu added, Oh right, it's not just the weapon, there's something else. She handed it over, and he immediately thought, This is a fire-type dragon incantation. Lava Burst, Skill Book, requires Dragon Master or Dragon Mage class, level requirement 25. He smiled, filled with joy. As soon as I reach level 35, I can use Little Black to activate the Dragon Tongue Resonance, and then the Flowing Fire Heavenly Flame Sword can store even more damage. While thinking, he took out a letter. My senior has truly done me a huge favor. With this, I can make massive progress in the national trial. It's just a shame she's not here. I have to thank her for being so thoughtful. Nyathu then spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. What's that? Could it be a love letter? The letter read, Junior brother, it's been a while. Something came up suddenly, so I had to leave for a while, so I won't be able to see you win the national tournament. By the time you read this, you must have received the gift I prepared for you, right? Is it that you really like it, right? Last time I said I'd give you a gift, but you ended up collecting the dragon egg and returning the money for the scroll. This time, I had a master craftsman forge this gift just to see how you'll try to return it. Your senior sister here still has a lot to deal with. When I get back, the first thing I'll do is come to your place for a meal, and then take you to the points room for a good fight. If I don't show up at Villa number 2, don't be a fool and wait for me at the points room. I originally wanted to go to the Tai Chi Nation to cheer you on, but I can't make it now. But you still have to try your best to perform well. If you don't take first place, it'll be a huge embarrassment for me. I will definitely punish you severely. Remember that. Reading this, the corner of his mouth curved up slightly. Oh, right. You promised me that unmelting ice. You didn't forget, did you? Make sure you get it, and I'll come back to collect. Han Thu, who was beside him, started to speak. Young man, are you all right? He smiled and replied. I'm fine, miss. Thank you for delivering this to me, she continued. No need to be so formal. You're an honored guest of Tianhua. If you need anything, I will definitely help. His eyes lit up, and he asked softly, Speaking of help, Miss Du, do you have any pet slot expansion scrolls? Hearing Lu Fan's question, Nathu frowned and said, Young master, I'm really sorry, but our current auction doesn't have that kind of scroll, she explained. The market for these scrolls is quite niche, only summoner-class hunters buy them, so we generally don't keep them in stock. He said with regret, All right, thank you, Miss Du. He then thought to himself that neither the school nor the auction house had it, so he might have to abandon the plan to hatch the green dragon egg. My spirit is only at level 11, so prioritizing leveling up, my spirit is still the way to go, Nyathu added, but rest assured, young master. She held the box and affirmed, In the future, if that kind of scroll or a dragon language magic book appears in the auction, I will definitely keep an eye out for you. Lu Fan took the box and said with a smile, Okay, then I'll have to trouble you, Miss Du. It's getting late. I'll be heading back now. As he strode through the night, he thought to himself, Even though Miss Du can help me look out for what I need, I'm leaving tomorrow, so there's no way I can get it in time. He continued to ponder, grinding on fallen corpses in the far north only raises my military rank. It doesn't level me up at all. To cultivate my spirit, it seems I'll have to level up sooner. Before the national tournament, Sword Shadow, who was waiting at the door, saw him and said, You're back so late. It seems you're not nervous in the slightest, he quickly replied. Sword Shadow, why are you out here all by yourself? She said she was waiting for him. She added, I didn't get a chance to ask you during dinner. You're going abroad for the tournament tomorrow? Want to have a spar? He smiled. Sure. I was just wanting to try out this new weapon anyway. Inside the points accumulation room, in the arena of the Longdu Academy's student fighting ring, he held his weapon majestically. Used skill book, Lava Burst. Acquired skill, Lava Burst. Sword Shadow was also ready to fight, and she spoke. A new skill? Looks like you got a lot of good loot from this trip. She lowered her voice. After being in the far north for so long, I'm very curious to see just how strong you've become. She shouted, and charged towards him, swinging her weapon. He used the sword his senior sister gave him to prepare a counter, a powerful aura blazing from the blade. He marveled, I can't believe this sword is even lighter than I thought. Then, he bent down to counterattack, and it felt as if the sword knew his next move. Sword Shadow looked at him, completely surprised. Evil Karma Outburst, attack attribute changed to Fire attribute. Each life reaped permanently increases the attack power of Karma Fire by 0.1%. Current enhancement is 12.4%. He dodged nimbly, remarking, Senior sister is truly dodgin'. Something else. This sword is a much better fit for me. It seems I need to try out more different types of weapons. He leaped up, his mind racing. The more I use it, the more natural it feels. The Black Dragon Scale. Sword can officially be retired. Then he exclaimed, Sword Shadow, be careful. On the other side, Sword Shadow was still on the offensive. Army Breaker Heavy Sword. A tremendous force erupted as the two Clashed, Sword Shadow thought. Lu Fan isn't used to his new weapon, yet he easily parried my 5 swords. Then she said, Lu Fan, you really are someone who is always getting stronger. He replied, I can feel that you've gotten much stronger too. The attack of those 5 swords is incredibly sharp. She responded, Is that so? It's a shame that now I can't even keep up with your fighting techniques anymore, she shouted. Mountain Crusher! A wave of force pushed him away. She approached and said, Lu Fan, you're someone who is always moving forward, always becoming stronger. Being by your side always makes one feel at ease. Sword Shadow held out her hand. Guarantee first place in the national tournament. No problem, right? He also held out his hand. Of course, early. The next morning, Han Kei waved goodbye regretfully. You're leaving again. You absolutely have to stay safe. The 2 people behind her also chimed in. Have a safe trip. We'll be cheering for you. Lu Fan waved back, and his one-day stop in Longdu quickly came to an end. He headed for the plane, thinking to himself, the national tournament starts in just 3 more days. In my head, I don't. He stopped thinking about everyone's expectations for him. Leaning his head against the airplane window, he was determined to seize this opportunity to join the ranks of Long Guo's new generation of masters. Just then, Zhao Shengming approached. Lu Fan, we've arrived, he said. The proctor from Long Guo is already waiting for us. He asked back. A proctor? He explained. In the national trials, each nation must send not only a representative, but also a proctor, mainly to supervise the rules of the competition. They moved through the airport, and he added as they walked, Long Guo's was decided by the higher-ups of Longdu, so when you meet the proctor later, you must absolutely be polite. Just as Zhao Shengming finished his words about being polite, he suddenly froze, and his subordinates knelt down. He was confused. Vice Principal, what's wrong? The proctor slowly appeared. Get up quickly. There's no need to kneel, he said with a smile. This must be our Long Guo's representative, Lu Fan. Am I right? At the international airport in Jinyu City, Taichi Kingdom, Shengming immediately became flustered upon seeing the newcomer was Fei Bai and asked, Elder Han, why is it you? For you to personally come and greet us, this is truly more than we deserve. Before he could finish, Fei Bai waved his hand and laughed heartily. Welcoming Long Guo's representative, how could that be more than you deserve? Hearing this, Shengming could only helplessly point to Lu Fan and introduce him. This is Lu Fan from our Longdu Academy. He's currently a 2nd job class, and his main profession is Dragon Taming Knight. He took a step forward, shyly, scratching his head in greeting. Hello, Elder Han. Fei Bai stroked his white beard and laughed heartily. Hello, hello. To have a giant dragon at such a young age, your future is limitless. He looked at him and gently reminded, heroes have always emerged from the young, and I'm sure that when you return from the national trials, you will be a hero of Long Guo. Lu Fan didn't flatter him back, immediately bowing and replying, Elder Han, you praise me too much. I will do my best. Fei Bai turned around, laughing loudly. My relationship with Du Jing is very good, so if you have any trouble in the future, just find him to solve it. If Du Jing can't solve it, tell him to come find me. With that said, he walked straight to the car, and before getting in, he didn't forget to remind them, let's get in the car quickly. With some distance to the banquet, Lu Fan watched his retreating back and couldn't help, but asked curiously, Vice Principal Zhao, who is this Elder Han? Shengming's expression turned serious, and he cut him off directly. Elder Han is one of the 3 elders of Long Guo. After a slight pause, Shengming spoke 3 words in a solemn tone, Han Fei Bai. As soon as Lu Fan heard this name, he was startled and exclaimed, What? His face instantly became serious as he thought to himself. The 3 elders of Long Guo are at the head of Longdu's leadership, holding the nation's policies in their hands. They are the 3 individuals whose words carry the most weight. Even Senior Du is a subordinate of the 3 elders. No wonder he has shadow guards with him. Shengming was still happy at the moment and didn't notice his unusual reaction. We'll follow them shortly. Lu Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk, a plan already forming in his mind. The fact that Elder Han was so accommodating on their first meeting means he must also understand me quite well. I never expected to get acquainted with such a major figure just by participating in the national trials. A while later, in a car speeding down the highway, a voice suddenly spoke up in confusion. Vice Principal Zhao, since Elder Han is one of the 3 elders of Long Guo, why can't I sense any aura of a master from him? He asked curiously. Is it because my level is too low and he's too profound? Shengming laughed and replied, Elder Han isn't hiding anything. In fact, he's just a level 40-something cook. Lu Fan was stunned and asked back, What? How is that possible? Shengming looked at him and calmly explained, Your reaction is just like mine was. In this world, although the strong are revered and power is supreme, sometimes it's not purely about combat strength. Among the three elders of Longguo, only one is a top-tier combat class, rumored to have completed the 5th job change, while another is an enhancement class, who also has no combat power, but is called a pillar of Longguo, he continued. As you've seen, Elder Han brings his personal bodyguards, the 4 ultimate swords, when he goes out. It's said that these 3 top-tier swordsmen were won over by Elder Han and voluntarily follow him. The abilities of Elder Han must be incredibly powerful in some other aspect. Hearing this, Lu Fan fell into deep thought. It's unimaginable. The elders don't reveal their true strength, so no one knows how powerful they truly are. One is a combat class, one is an enhancement class, and Elder Han is a cooking class. None of them are simple. Suddenly, the shadow guard, Zhen, turned around and announced to them, "Representative, we have arrived." The car slowly came to a stop in front of the Grand Hotel entrance. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd of reporters was already waiting there, completely surrounding the hotel's entrance. A sharp-eyed reporter recognized the people in the car and immediately shouted to the others, "The car of the Longguo representative is here." Lu Fan was escorted out of the car by Sheng Ming and 2 shadow guards. The surroundings were filled with the continuous flashing of cameras and a barrage of questions. "Mr. Lu, the representative of Longguo, please accept our interview. May I ask, as the only dragon tamer with a dragon, what are your thoughts?" Representative Lu, "There are rumors online that you are at odds with the Kim family. Is that true?" "Mr. Lu, please turn and look at the camera. May I ask, is Longguo confident in winning the championship this year?" He frowned, thinking in annoyance. Jinyu City is quite small. It didn't take long to get to the hotel, but there are so many people, it's so noisy and complicated. Sheng Ming struggled to push through the reporters to clear a path, shouting, "Please make way, don't obstruct." The representative's path. Just as Lu Fan was about to step through the entrance, a loud shout suddenly came from behind. "Another representative has arrived." The scene changes to that afternoon. In the main hall, a large crowd had gathered, all clustered in small groups, chatting lively. He finally let out a sigh and sat down in a quiet corner. Lu Fan complained wearily, "There are too many reporters gathered at the hotel entrance." He paused for a moment, glancing at Sheng Ming beside him before continuing, "So I can't even go out for a walk." Hearing this, the man immediately reminded him, "There's nothing to see out there anyway. Just stay put in the hotel." Suddenly, he looked around and asked, "Vice Principal Zhao, aren't the people from the Starfall Nation here yet?" Sheng Ming calmly poured wine into a glass and explained with a slight smile, "The Starfall Nation is always like this. They never show up before the competition." Suddenly, Lu Fan seemed to notice something. His brow furrowed in displeasure. It turned out that sitting not far from him was Cheng Han. He was currently laughing and chatting cheerfully with the others. It seemed Lu Fan's stare was too obvious, causing Cheng Han to immediately turn around defensively. Suddenly, Jian shot up from his seat with a warm smile. Well, if it isn't old Han, I never expected you to be the Dragon Country's champion this year." The people around them began to murmur amongst themselves. "Old Han? Wait a minute. Is that old Han, one of the 3 elders of the Dragon Country?" The man quickly ran up to Fei Bai, shaking his hand enthusiastically as he introduced himself. "I am Kim Jaean, not only the champion of the Taiji Kingdom, but also the one in charge of this national trial." Fei Bai laughed heartily and replied, "A pleasure, a pleasure." The surrounding crowd started buzzing with curiosity again. "It really is one of the 3 elders. Then the man next to him must be the 4-way sword master, right?" "Definitely. I saw him once at the Roman International Conference." Someone else exclaimed in awe, "My goodness, it looks like the Dragon Country is going all out this time." Seeing the man walk towards them, Lu Fan and Sheng Ming quickly stood up to offer old Han a seat. Fei Bai looked at him and greeted him warmly. "Lu Fan, we meet again." Hearing this, someone asked curiously, "If old Han is also here, does that mean Lu Fan has connections to the Dragon Guild's leadership?" Before the crowd could get any louder, a hand was raised high, followed by a call loud enough to grab everyone's attention. "Everyone!" Jayan spread his arms wide, announcing in a grand voice, "Since everyone has arrived, let tonight's banquet officially begin." Hearing this, Jilan couldn't help but cheer happily. "Woohoo, it's starting!" Gan Sanlai chimed in. "The thing I look forward to most during the national trial is the banquet." Jilan eagerly watched the food carts approaching and quickly replied, "That's right, this is a state banquet for warriors. It's bound to be amazing." On their side, Sheng Ming leaned in and whispered to Lu Fan, "Oh right, there's something I need to tell you. We're used to the food in the Dragon Country, so be careful when eating in the Taiji Kingdom. Don't embarrass our hosts." He nodded blankly in response. "Huh, what? Okay." They didn't have to wait long, as the dishes on the table were finally uncovered. But when they saw what was inside, Jilan and Ganlai's faces simultaneously filled with shock. Lu Fan's expression also became extremely ugly. He couldn't believe it and had to ask Sheng Ming for confirmation. Vice Principal Zhao, He looked at the dishes arranged on the table and asked cautiously, "This is the state banquet for warriors?" Fei Bai smiled gently and explained, "That's right. The Taizhe Kingdom's resources are quite scarce. Aside from minerals, they don't have much else to develop. Their cuisine is passable." He gave a strained, perfunctory laugh. "Right. Got it." Lu Fan let out a sigh, complaining to himself, "I really miss my youngest aunt right now. Even a simple dish she makes would be better than this." Suddenly, he paused, a thought striking him. "Wait a minute. I actually have food my aunt packed for me in my luggage." Abruptly, a loud noise erupted not far from where he was sitting. A powerful hand slammed furiously down on the table. The man was Andre, a level 60 hidden class flame warrior. He roared in anger. "How can this food be so disgusting? This is how you treat your guests?" A scruffy, bearded man behind him immediately tried to calm him down. "Andre, control your temper." Cheng Han frowned, taunting him with an annoyed look. "If you don't want to eat, then starve. A loser wouldn't know how to appreciate fine cuisine anyway." Andre was enraged by Cheng Han's words, veins instantly popping on his forehead as he spoke in a provocative tone, yelling, "What did you just say? Say it louder if you've got the guts." In the blink of an eye, he was right next to Cheng Han, aggressively demanding, "Say it again." Seeing the situation escalating, Jaeon immediately stepped in to intervene. "Calm down, Cheng Han. The national trial hasn't even started yet." The scruffy bearded man also frantically tried to stop him. "That's enough. Calm down, Andre." But by now, he was blinded by rage, in no mood to listen to their advice. He pointed at Cheng Han and shouted, "Kid, your name is Kim Cheng Han, right? During the national trial, you better hope I don't see you." A terrifying killing intent began to radiate from Cheng Han. He scoffed, replying with disdain, "Same to you." Hearing this, Andre didn't linger any longer and stormed off aggressively. Before leaving, he didn't forget to shout, "I'm not staying here anymore. This food is disgusting. Throw my portion away." The scruffy bearded man hurriedly chased after him. "Where are you going? Get back here and sit down." As he was walking away, a fragrant aroma suddenly wafted from nearby, causing him to stop in his tracks. Sniff, sniff. "That smells amazing." He followed the scent with his eyes and saw that it was coming from Fei Bai's table. At that moment, the old man was laughing heartily, praising the food. "This flavor is really not bad." Sheng Ming was also stunned by the table full of food in front of him. "Hey Lu Fan, why did you bring so much food?" He scratched his head and replied with an embarrassed smile, "My youngest aunt prepared it. She was afraid I wouldn't be used to the food in the Taizhe Kingdom." It seemed Andre's stare was so intense that it made him turn around with a start. Again, their eyes met. Lu Fan didn't show any annoyance. Instead, he smiled and asked him, "Want to eat with us? This is much better than the national banquet." Lu Fan added with a friendly smile, "We don't get to enjoy the delicious food of the Thais nation either." Andre didn't hesitate and quickly sat down next to him. "Thanks." He held a hot, steamed bun in his hand, a look of craving that he couldn't hide. But before eating, he didn't forget to say, "Well then, I won't stand on ceremony." As soon as he finished speaking, Andre couldn't wait any longer and immediately took a huge bite of the bun. The very first bite caused a flavor explosion in his mouth, his emotions erupting like a volcano. Andre exclaimed excitedly, "This is delicious." Lu Fan gently reminded him, "No need to be so formal. Sit down and eat with us." Andre quickly blended in with everyone. He said cheerfully, "Thanks, brother." Lu Fan took out a salad, turned to Fei Bai and Sheng Ming, and invited them, "Vice Principal, Elder Zhao Han, you two should try some as well." Fei Bai laughed heartily and replied, "Well then, we won't refuse." Andre's voice could be heard praising the food between bites. "Brother, the food from your Dragon Kingdom is really something else." The sounds quickly reached the ears of Zian and Cheng Han. The people sitting around them could only watch with craving, occasionally letting out, "So delicious." Sheng Ming leaned forward, praising the food. His young aunt's skills are truly amazing, worthy of a master chef. Hearing this, Cheng Han couldn't contain his rage. He clenched his fists directly, snapping his chopsticks in half. Suddenly, Zian reached out and stopped his next move. He calmly reminded him, "Calm down a bit." With that, Zian stood up, a pleasant expression on his face as if nothing had happened. He called out loudly, Everyone instinctively stopped what they were doing, their eyes all focusing on him. Zian held a switch in his hand, and as he spoke, he pressed it with a beep. The evening banquet is about to conclude. Next, Lu Fan's group also focused their attention, curious to see what his next move would be. Zian was indeed a very skilled speaker, as he added, "Please allow me to reveal the map and rules for this year's national trial." A large screen quickly appeared behind him. Zian explained loudly, "As you can see, this is the map for this session's national trial." Someone asked curiously, "This is a composite map. Isn't it way too big? It's even larger than the map from the previous session." Lu Fan frowned in thought, thinking to himself, 9 types of terrain, each with different monstrous beasts. Very good. The larger the map, the longer the match will be, making it more suitable for me to cultivate my spirit. As if answering the questions from the crowd, Zian spread his arms wide and slowly replied, "That's right. I believe you've all noticed. This year, our Thai's nation has selected 9 types of terrain from all over the world, creating the largest map in years. Each type of terrain is populated with various monstrous beasts, from level 50 to level pre 80. His expression gradually became serious as he added a reminder. The points obtained from subjugating monstrous beasts will also vary based on their rarity. In short, the stronger the monstrous beast, the more points you'll get. That's a guarantee." He then switched the screen to another area and explained, "We've also added another way to earn points, and that is through mission points. On each terrain, there will be mission points that we have set up. After completing a mission at a mission point, you will automatically receive a point reward. The content of the missions is completely random." Hearing this, everyone's face turned serious. Of course, Lu Fan was no exception. He listened very intently to what he was saying. Naturally, each person can only accept one mission at a time, and only after completing it can you accept the next one. He slightly lifted his head to look to the side. Understanding dawned on him. He had probably already guessed what the others were discussing. Lu Fan calculated inwardly. So far, all the explanations have revolved around how to obtain points. It seems they're not encouraging PvP, but it's quite the opposite. These kinds of rules are a setup for mutual slaughter. He crossed his arms and observed the people around him, waiting for the points on each country's representative to accumulate. Killing others to take all their points is everyone's real intention. Fei Bai, beside him, started to laugh with great interest. Jilan curiously pointed at the map on the screen and asked, "We all understand the rules now. Mr. Kim, what do the skulls on your map mean?" Zion laughed and praised her. "An excellent question. This symbol represents the new rule, the Dark Spire." Jilan repeated with confusion, "The Dark Spire?" Everyone also focused their attention on the skulls displayed on the screen. Zai and continued to explain. "In each terrain, there will be a dark tower that moves randomly, and inside each of these spires, an army of demon beasts that truly existed in history is imprisoned." His face turned sinister as he introduced, "Their demon leader is the 9 Realms demon." Upon hearing this, someone immediately cried out in horror. "What? The 9 Realms demon almost destroyed your Thai's nation, and you're putting it in the national trial?" Jia Sanlai rested his chin on his hand, looking bored. "Are you kidding me? This can't possibly be real, right?" Wei Qi coldly uttered 2 words, "Lunatics." Lu Fan asked curiously, "The 9 Realms demon?" Sheng Ming, beside him, began to explain, "That is a demon beast sealed by the great Taizé nation. An unexpected incident 50 years ago caused the seal to break. The entire Tai's nation was nearly destroyed by the 9 Realms demon and its army." Fei Bai suddenly interjected. "In the end, the ones who sealed the 9 Realms demon multiple times were 5 4th Advancement Masters. These 5 were high-ranking national heroes of the Tai Chi nation." He frowned and replied, "It takes 5 4th Advancement Masters to defeat an ancient demonic beast." Jilan smiled faintly and called out, "Mr. Kim, the monsters that the nations place in the trials all have their stats weakened. I wonder what percentage of its original power the 9 Realms demon will have this time." Zai An gave a sinister smile and praised, "An excellent question. This is the most interesting point of this year's national trial." He excitedly shouted, "The 9 Realms demon in the national trial is its original self. With its seal released, not weakened at all, even the demonic beast army in the Dark Spire is in its original state." Hearing him say that, everyone immediately erupted in angry protest. "What? The 9 Realms demon and its demonic beast army are all real? That's way too dangerous. What if they get out of the national trial's secret realm? You're basically telling us to go and die, putting a boss that massacred millions of people from the Tai Chi nation directly into the map. How absurd!" Someone even shouted out in discontent. "It takes 5 4th Advancement Masters to defeat the 9 Realms demon. The new rules for this session are just too ridiculous." Andre also spoke up. "The 23 representatives are all at odds with each other. There's no way we can form a 10-person team. For level 60 people like us, at the very least, a team of 10 would dare to even try." Amidst the heated argument, a hand suddenly shot up, followed by a voice. "Mr. Kim, a question." Lu Fan spoke up seriously, "Will successfully subjugating the 9 Realms demon grant a lot of points?" Wei Qi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jilan turned and replied in a humorous tone, "Representative from the Dragon Kingdom, this kind of design is meant to add pressure on everyone. It's extremely dangerous, not for you to farm points." Zion pressed a switch, causing the screen behind him to vanish in an instant. He smiled at Lu Fan and answered, "I don't know if you're truly curious or just trying to liven up the atmosphere, but as the person in charge, I can answer that question. All the fierce beasts in the national trial's secret realm will provide points. Killing The Nine Realms demon also grants points, and a very high amount at that. At this point, Zion suddenly bowed, concluding the presentation. If there are no other questions, we will end here for today. Thank you all for coming. Hearing this, everyone gradually dispersed to their quarters. Jia Sanlai sighed in frustration. Wei Qi also snorted in annoyance. Before leaving, Fei Bai didn't forget to look back and say with a smile to Lu Fan and Sheng Ming, Vice Principal Zhao and Representative Long, "You should also head back to your rooms and rest. We'll see each other again tomorrow." He and Sheng Ming immediately bowed and replied, "Elder Han, farewell." Fei Bai laughed heartily as he walked away. The points from the Nine Realms demon. I'm really looking forward to Lu Fan's performance. Time passed quickly, and Lu Fan lay on his bed, silently thinking. A real ancient demonic beast, a super large map with 9 different terrains, permission to kill opponents and steal their points. I'm not sure about Qi Li, but Kim Sung-han will definitely do it. Suddenly, he noticed the cell phone placed beside him. As soon as Lu Fan turned on his phone, the first thing that popped up was the national trials predicted rankings. He looked at the chart and couldn't help but feel annoyed. I'm actually ranked first. Lu Fan sighed in frustration. Typical media. Though he said that, he only dared to complain in his head. Who would rank me in the same spot as Kim Sung-han? How careless. He looked at his phone again and thought to himself, although it's not very reliable. But Lu Fan looked at another person, who would also be on his team with caution. This person was also ranked first, very much worth being wary of. Time flew by, and soon it was the morning of the national trials opening ceremony. The announcer's voice rang out. The moment everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived. This year's national trial, hosted by the Tai Chi Nation, will now begin. Please, everyone, look up at the sky. Following the announcer's instruction, he immediately looked up. The announcer continued to report, "The Secret Realm's teleportation gate is now activating." The words had just been spoken when all the representatives were quickly sucked into the gate. Lu Fan closed his eyes and told himself, "Everything is ready. It would be best if I get teleported next to the spire." A moment later, he opened his eyes, his face full of confidence. "Let's begin." A notification appeared before him, now entering the National Trial's secret realm. At the same time, the remaining people were all focused on the screen. In front of them, the announcer's voice continued to ring out. "The last representative has entered the National Trial's secret realm. The competition will now begin, and the point tally has started." Everyone's expression was filled with confidence as they watched the representatives on the screen. The number of points will determine the contestant's rank. Du Jing also silently watched the screen intently, and the contestant with rank 1 will be the winner. Over with Fei Bai and Sheng Ming, they were also focused on the large screen and all the contestants who had entered the secret realm. Who will take the number 1 spot? Let's wait and see. The scene shifts to Lu Fan, who cautiously opens one eye to investigate. The system's notification rang out. "You have entered the National Trial's secret realm." Lu Fan scanned his surroundings. He thought to himself, "This terrain is very familiar. This must be a selected edge of the far north." The system displayed another notification. "National Trial Secret Realm, Ice Plains." Lu Fan raised his arm and seriously tapped his smartwatch. Very quickly, a virtual screen appeared from the watch. He looked at his position on the map and thought, "Right now, I'm at." The fact that the rankings haven't been updated means no one has scored any points yet. Lu Fan scouted the surroundings while assessing the situation. "There's a mission point in the bottom right corner of this ice map, and that's my first objective. With this bracelet, representatives from various nations can view the real-time rankings and the number of survivors. Just seeing who has more points is a natural temptation for others. I have to say, this is all pretty straightforward and I like it." He stretched his hands out to his sides, creating 2 portals, one blue and one fiery red. In the blink of an eye, 2 ferocious dragons appeared. He leaped onto Xiao Ye's head and shouted, "Let's go, Xiao Ye." The obedient dragon immediately breathed fire, roared, and flew off. Lu Fan casually rode on Xiao Ye's back. He smiled and asked Tin Than, "Tin Than, next you'll go level up with your big sister, Xiao Ye. How does that sound?" It swooped down discontentedly, wrapping around his shoulder to sulk. Screech! Seeing this, Lu Fan could only give a wry smile. "This little one is still a bit disobedient, huh?" He couldn't hesitate any longer and immediately shouted, "Let's go, Xiao Ye! We're off to find the Dark Spire." As if in response to his words, it let out a cry and accelerated away. The scene shifts to the National Trial's secret realm, the desert, where a lone figure trudged along, leaving deep footprints in the sand. Cheng Han chuckled and took off his glove, creating a purple portal from his palm. He muttered with an annoyed expression, "Ugh, back to this familiar desert terrain again." The moment he finished speaking, he raised his hand high and commanded, "Abyssal ones, bind, divide, and serve me." Instantly, countless faces with various expressions flew out from the portal. The system quickly displayed the summoned beast's information. Abyss Binder 2, level 61, an evolved form of Abyss Walker 3. The faces, filled with diverse emotions, soared like the wind, dividing to serve. The beast summoned from the abyss will sever its 8 limbs and hide them in designated locations. Each limb can provide an abyssal symbiosis effect and remains in a stealth state. Cheng Han casually watched the heads, sprouting multiple legs and crawling across the sand. The system displayed more information: abyssal symbiosis. As long as an abyssal summoned beast remains alive, it will always live in symbiosis with the abyss. After death, it can be revived within an abyssal spirit beast. The cooldown is 12 hours. Starting from the second revival, the cooldown time will double for each subsequent revival. He looked at the information panel in front of him, which displayed the text, Abyssal Symbiosis Cooldown, 12 hours. He laughed loudly, muttering with an arrogant expression, including the bodies of the Abyss Binder, I have a total of 9 chances to revive. I'm practically immortal. Suddenly, one of the heads crawling on the sand was unexpectedly pierced by a cold blade. Zhang Tian watched the head slowly disintegrate on her blade and sneered, What a shame. Now you only have 8 left. On Cheng Han's watch, her information quickly appeared, but he was in no mood to notice anything else at the moment. He roared in fury. Musaiten, why the hell did you kill my summoned beast? Aren't we supposed to be allies? Zhang Tian casually sheathed her sword and replied, Don't be angry. Of course we're allies. I just wanted to see if I could get points by killing your summoned beast. Cheng Han angrily retorted, Then go kill Lu Fan for points. We made an agreement before this match. Killing my summoned beast cuts off my chances of revival. Zhang Tian replied calmly, as if it were nothing. You still have 8 lives left. What are you so angry about? Worst case, I'll let you kill a few bosses, okay? Cheng Han couldn't be bothered to argue with her any further. He grumbled as he walked past her. I'm not arguing with you anymore. Move. Seeing this, Zhang Tian frantically chased after him. Don't leave me behind. Kim Taeon could be monitoring this battle. Just teleport me to your location quietly. You're supposed to protect your allies. Hearing this, Cheng Han coldly warned her. Quit your yapping. Don't let the monitors hear. He suddenly stopped, his expression cold as he said to Zhang Tian, The alliance is fine. I'll kill Lu Fan, and you kill the Black Dragon. I'll also tell you the part Kim Taeon skipped when he introduced the spire. He continued with a sinister smile. That is, the Dark Spire moves randomly across each map, and if it finds a participant, it will actively attack. Zhang Tian exclaimed in shock. What? Why didn't you tell me this sooner? No wonder you prepared so many chances to revive. Suddenly, as if realizing something, she shouted anxiously, If we run into the spires of the 9 demon realms, you can revive, but what about me? Cheng Han raised a hand shrouded in purple power and replied, Since you are my ally, I will certainly protect your life. With that, he slammed that energy source directly into Zhang Tian's body, leaving her no time to react, causing her to stumble back several steps. She looked doubtfully at the purple energy on her body. This is, Cheng Han explained with a smug smile, No need to avoid it. This is the abyssal contract. Suddenly, Zhang Tian's whole body felt as if it were bound by chains, making her shudder involuntarily, unable to move. After a long moment, she finally couldn't take it anymore and bent over, dry heaving repeatedly. Than Han paid her no mind. He nonchalantly walked away, leaving her with one last sentence. From now on, after you die, you can also respawn at, inside the body of my abyss-summoned beast. You and I have now successfully formed an abyss contract. At this point, he suddenly turned his head and gave a cold smile. Of course, if I really die, then you will have to die too. Zhang Tian grunted coldly in dissatisfaction. On the surface, he talks about an alliance, but it seems he's still wary of me. Don't worry, I won't backstab you. Than Han replied casually as he walked away. Don't overthink it. Cooperating with our Tai Chi nation is the right choice. After the national trial ends, I will nullify the abyss contract. Zhang Tian, walking behind, asked curiously. Wait up, are we going to find Lu Fan now? Than Han shook his head and replied, No. First we'll accept a quest to get accumulation points, and wait for the 9 Realms demon to kill almost all the other representatives before we start the plan. He looked at the surrounding scenery and asked in confusion, Accept a quest? Isn't that the quest point right there? Than Han turned his head back, replying with the sinister expression, That's a trap quest. Kim Taeon places one on every map, and only I know the location. Once you accept it, you can't accept any other quests. Hearing this, Zhang Tian couldn't help but ask in astonishment, What kind of quest is this trap anyway? Than Han smiled, replying with a cunning and mysterious air, You'll find out very soon, because this trap quest is fundamentally impossible for anyone to complete. Time passed quickly. 5 hours later, in the monitoring room, a large crowd gathered around the big screen, whispering amongst themselves. The big 3 of the national trial are gone. What's the big 3? One person looked at Lu Fan's image on the screen and slowly explained, It's the Dragon Kingdom, the Star-Spangled Kingdom, and the Snow Kingdom. In the previous national trials, the top 3 of every session were always them. Indeed. What's wrong with the Dragon Kingdom this year? The media ranked the Dragon Kingdom's representative as number 1. I think they just wanted to ride the coattails of his dragon pet. His stats are probably heavily padded. He only has 257 accumulation points right now. Killing a few beasts would get you more points than that. Suddenly, a trickling sound from the side caught the attention of Taeyeon, who was confidently watching the screen. A slender hand leisurely held a teapot, pouring tea into a small cup. Fei slowly lifted the teacup and then suddenly burst out laughing. The others looked on in confusion, whispering amongst themselves. It's really strange. What on earth is this representative from the Dragon Kingdom even doing? Taeyeon silently glanced at them, his eyes filled with vigilance. The scene shifts to Lu Fan, who was looking at his watch displaying his current stats. Lu Fan thought to himself, where on earth is this dark spire? I've been searching for so long and haven't even seen a trace of it. Suddenly, a notification popped up in front of him. Sky Hunting Vulture, level 60, accumulation points. 84 points. Just then, 2 sky hunting vultures dove down from the sky. Fortunately, Xiao Ye reacted in time, swiftly dodging the dangerous attack from the 2 creatures. He looked at the 2 beasts, large and ferocious below, silently assessing them. Sky hunting vultures, they're much weaker compared to the fallen corpses I encountered in the cloud cluster. In this secret realm, one is only worth a few dozen accumulation points. There's no need to waste time on them. To get a high number of accumulation points, I need to accept a boss subjugation quest or kill other representatives. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A loud explosion suddenly erupted in front of Lu Fan. He immediately went on guard, his hand quickly channeling his power into a ready stance. At the same time, the watch on his wrist displayed a notification, alerting him to a quest point up ahead. He frowned and gave an order to Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye, we've arrived at the quest point. Let's go down and check it out, Jia Sanlai shouted as he swung his sword, facing a giant beast in front of him. He swung his sword repeatedly, slashing the beast's body and making it scream in pain. After successfully defeating the monster, Jia Sanlai panted heavily and muttered in annoyance. Not having my 3rd job advancement is really draining. He kept grumbling, but at least I can finally accept this quest now. The moment he turned around, he fell silent. Jia Sanlai's eyes widened, his face showing a flash of bewilderment and uncertainty. In front of him was a gigantic and incredibly ferocious dragon. Terrified, he immediately turned tail and fled. Jia Sanlai screamed as he ran. A huge dragon! Suddenly, someone casually jumped down from the dragon's back. When he got a clear look at the newcomer, he shouted in shock. You're Lu Fan from the Dragon Kingdom! He remained silent, not answering Jia Sanlai. His eyes were focused solely on the information displayed on the screen. After a moment of silence, Lu Fan turned off the screen on his watch and, with a nonchalant expression, slowly advanced toward Jia Sanlai. He immediately became wary, even drawing his sword to defend himself. But to his surprise, Lu Fan simply walked past him in silence, leaving him completely stunned. Jia Sanlai watched as Lu Fan's figure grew distant, and thought with annoyance, that condescending jerk, an elite from the Dragon Kingdom who once insulted the king of the South Kingdom, almost causing our nation to collapse. If I can just take care of Lu Fan. He looked over Lu Fan's information on his virtual screen, and a sinister smile slowly formed on his face. Rank 23, Lu Fan is only level 32. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for me. With this thought, he immediately swung his sword at Lu Fan, shouting, Stop right there! Jia Sanlai used his skill, Aquascale Prison, striking directly at him. Aquascale Prison sprays out a stream of water that forms a cage, trapping the designated target inside with no means of escape. It lasts for 19 seconds, and seeing his goal within reach, he laughed gleefully, representative of the Dragon Kingdom. Lu Fan, you saw me fighting and thought you could just swoop in and reap the rewards. Jia Sanlai shouted smugly. How naive! Suddenly, a black claw shot out toward him. Just as before I could even react, the claw swiftly struck him, sending him flying far away while he screamed in agony. Ganlai was tossed aside like a rag doll, his entire body just crashed hard onto the rigid ground. He clutched his injured arm and struggled to sit up, thinking resentfully to himself, Damn it, this great dragon's power is the real deal. I think my bones are broken. Just then, Lu Fan, who had been silent, finally spoke. He reached his hand through the Aquascale Prison and said in a cold tone, Trying to be the fisherman who profits, you're thinking too much. With a gentle wave of his hand, he easily shattered the Aquascale Prison. Not only that, he looked at Ganlai with contempt. Your 5,000 accumulation points aren't nearly enough to tempt me. I've decided to spare you. Ganlai sat sprawled on the ground, completely stunned, thinking in astonishment, my control skill was just nullified? Impossible. He's only level 32. He was resentful. quickly getting up to fight back. Spare me? Damn it. Even if I don't get a ranking in this national trial, as long as I kill the Dragon Country's representative, I'll be a hero in the South Country. But before he could make a move, Ganlai was blasted backward by a fierce roar from Xiao Ye. It didn't stop there. The dragon slowly advanced on him, preparing to breathe fire. He cried out in fear. Huh? Lu Fan smiled and offered a friendly reminder. I'd advise you not to make any rash moves. This mission is mine. Got a problem with that? Very quickly, the device on his wrist displayed a notification. Mission accepted. Current mission. Subjugate Epic Boss, the level 85 Earth Fiend Demon of the Nine Realms. Lu Fan's expression turned serious, staring intently at the screen in front of him. Back with Lu Fan and Ganlai, the latter stumbled backward, muttering in a trembling voice, I'm done for this time. Suddenly, a black shadow with two blood-red eyes leaped up from behind him. Startled, he tilted his head up. The black shadow quickly dove towards Lu Fan, causing the ground to tremble and dust to fly everywhere. Seeing his chance, Ganlai tried to flee while screaming, "Ah!" But he didn't get far before he tripped and fell. He looked back in terror and stammered, "That's the guardian boss of the mission point." It was the level 75 Tundra Snow Monster King, worth 245 accumulation points. It roared ferociously without stopping. Ganlai laughed smugly, thinking gleefully, "The heavens are on my side." To think Lu Fan would die right before my eyes. Suddenly, the Snow Monster King brutally swatted Ganlai away. Its eyes were blood-red, staring fiercely down at the man at its feet. Seeing this, Ganlai's face instantly went pale, his eyes wide with terror. His whole body trembled uncontrollably with fear, and with tears welling in his eyes, he bit his lip, thinking, I'm so screwed. All of a sudden, a strange red light erupted behind the Snow Monster King, instantly grabbing its attention. The Snow Monster King growled, confused, and turned to look, only to see a brilliant flash of light. At the same moment, a long gash appeared on the Snow Monster King's body, and streams of green fluid gushed out. A terrified Ganlai shrieked, "Ah!" Before the Snow Monster King could recover, Xiao Ye powerfully charged forward. It let out a deafening roar and plunged its sharp claws directly into the Snow Monster King. The system immediately displayed a notification. Void Break, with Dragon Aura, slashes twice consecutively. Simultaneously, Dragon Pet's Soaring Dragon Strike, imbued with Dragon Aura, hits twice. Suddenly, a contemptuous voice rang out. Tisk, it's just a little big is all. Seeing Lu Fan, Xiao Ye immediately hid behind him and let out a shrill cry. Lu Fan looked at the Snow Monster King's corpse and scoffed. It's not even as strong as a fallen corpse. Information quickly appeared before him. Dragon Country Representative, Lu Fan. Accumulation points, 257 plus 245. Ganlai's eyes widened, and beads of sweat endlessly poured down like rain. He didn't dare to move a muscle, because right next to him was a bottomless abyss that Lu Fan himself had just created. A terrified expression appeared on his face as he glanced at the deep abyss. One-shotting a boss? Is Lu Fan really level 32? If that attack had hit me, his face tensed up, and at that moment, it felt like even breathing was a heavy burden. Lu Fan's eyes glowed red as he slowly walked towards Ganlai with his sword in hand. The man cried out internally in fear, I'm screwed. I'm really screwed this time. Is this my end? With that thought, he squeezed his eyes shut, even raising his arms defensively and shouting, I'm sorry, please spare me. But to his surprise, Lu Fan simply walked past him without a glance. When Ganlai opened his eyes, the space in front of him was empty. A cold wind blew past, chilling his face to the bone. He turned his head and muttered in confusion, Lu Fan didn't kill me, he actually let me live. Suddenly, a light from behind him made him jump and spin around, and what he saw only confused him further. The mission's light circle activated. Accepted subjugation of Epic Boss, the level 85 Earth Fiend Demon of the Nine Realms. Ganlai exclaimed in surprise, What kind of mission is that? He then remembered, wait, Lu Fan asked about this earlier. Does he really intend to kill the Nine Realms demon? Meanwhile, outside the national trial, Sheng Ming was watching the monitor. He suddenly yelled, why was this type of mission included in the secret realm? He pointed at Diane and questioned loudly, this is clearly an impossible mission. If he gets stuck on this mission, if he can't submit it, how is Lu Fan supposed to earn points from the quest? He coldly reminded him, calm down. You're being too loud. Sheng Ming couldn't stay calm any longer and rushed over to grab Diane by the collar, shouting, how can you tell me to calm down? This design is flawed. I want to file an appeal. Get rid of this quest now. He smirked, forcefully knocking Sheng Ming's hand aside. If you continue to cause a scene for no reason, I'll have to ask you to leave. Let go. From what I know about the Tai Chi Kingdom, they did this intentionally. His face turned dark, and he hissed through clenched teeth. Mr. Fei Bai, seeing the situation was getting out of hand, spoke up. Vice Principal Zhao, please, don't be angry. Hearing him speak, Shengming couldn't help but turn back, dissatisfied. Old Han Fei Bai calmly poured some tea and added, giving their own representative a free pass while harassing representatives from other nations. They're trying to cheat for personal gain, and you are the supervisor of the Dragon Kingdom, are you not? Do you not have the authority to appeal? Shengming asked in confusion. What do you mean by that? Fei Bai lifted his teacup and calmly explained, even if this is appealed, it won't be resolved. Do you really think Lu Fan getting this quest was a coincidence? Shengming asked, looking perplexed. Old Han, you know very well this is unfair. As the supervisor, why aren't you speaking up for Lu Fan? He laughed loudly. Sometimes, these petty tricks end up trapping those who use them. They mean nothing in the face of absolute power. He looked at the teacup, steaming away, and added, this impossible quest is exactly what Lu Fan wants. I believe in him, and I'm sure you do too. Shengming finally calmed down. He turned to look at the monitor and replied, I understand, Old Han. Suddenly, a look of shock appeared on his face. Shengming saw Lu Fan on the screen, riding on the back of Xiao Ye, and exclaimed in disbelief. I can't believe Lu Fan is actively searching for the 9 Demon Realms tower. Back with Lu Fan, he was riding Xiao Ye, searching the surroundings, when finally, a warning appeared before him, indicating a dark spire ahead. He shouted with joy, we finally found it! Let's go, Xiao Ye! It's time for a massacre! As if answering him, it let out a piercing roar and accelerated forward. At the spire of the 9 Demon King, monsters were swarming from all sides. The system announced that the Demon Beast army had been awakened. Bloodthirsty bats, level 60, worth 84 points. Lu Fan smirked. Aren't these Yuan Changfeng's precious mounts? Then, he sneered and commanded Xiao Ye to charge them, but now, they're nothing but a pile of free points and experience. Before charging, he glanced back and called out to Xing Chen. Xing Chen, wake up, time to fight. It answered him with a couple of roars. Flames engulfed him as he shouted the command, form change, destruction dragon. The system announced, black dragon form change, destruction dragon, followed by a stat panel for Xiao Ye. Raging flames shot out, incinerating a large number of the bat monsters. He yelled a warning, Xiao Ye, watch the ground. Below, a horde of Geocrypt ghouls was charging, and the system displayed a notification. Geocrypt ghoul, level 75, 127 points. He drew his sword, ready. The Geocrypt ghouls are right on time. It'd be best if the entire Demon Beast army just charged all at once. The system displayed current dragon aura. The black dragon Xiao Ye let out a powerful roar, blasting away many of the surrounding monsters into nearby lava. A system note appeared, Dragon Tamer's Seal. Normal attacks will carry dragon aura, dealing ranged damage. Hit by the shockwave from Xiao Ye's roar, the monsters were flung back and collapsed as a trail of searing lava stretched forward, spewing fire, dealing damage, while simultaneously healing itself. Watching the distant monsters also flying in, he thought, there are a lot of beasts in this first wave. Killing them little by little like this is too wasteful. Having thought this, he raised his hand and activated a skill. Dragon's Valor. Dragon's Valor buffs the user and their dragon pet, increasing all stats and attack power by 30%. Simultaneously, Xiao Ye also roared as its power flared. Xiao Ye level 30, contracted black dragon, strength 5,124, increased to 6,661. Agility 9,431, increased to 12,260. Spirit 20,214, increased to 26,278. Endurance 10,473, increased to 13,614. He charged forward, announcing, Xiao Ye, prepare to unleash Great Cataclysm. Xiao Ye let out a series of powerful, menacing roars. Great Cataclysm, the destruction dragon detonates the area it flies over, dealing massive damage and leaving behind a trail of fire. Lu Fan aimed from above. Xiao Ye's spirit stat has surpassed 26,000. Then I have to try this move. Serpent Shadow Arrow, Nether Serpent Guidance. While in a state of drawing the bow and charging for 3 seconds, can fire a Serpent Shadow Arrow, increasing damage by up to 500%. A countdown began as a system notification appeared. Current charge, 1 second. Xiao Ye once again roared, unleashing a massive amount of fire. Great Cataclysm! It dove towards the target area, dealing immense damage and creating a huge explosion, followed by a system notification. Current charge, 2 seconds. Current charge, 3 seconds. He aimed and released the shot. Now, the arrow whizzed past, weaving through the horde of monsters, and flew down to its intended target. Just as planned, the arrow plunged straight down toward the spot where Xiao Ye was. It then created another massive explosion. Great Cataclysm. Serpent Shadow Arrow. shoots the Serpent Shadow arrow at the target area marked by the Destruction Dragon, detonating and incinerating the area, dealing widespread damage, with its power enhanced to 500% of the Black Dragon's spirit attribute. The system continuously displayed notifications. Lu Fan of the Dragon Kingdom. Total points increased from 502 to 22,758. Lu Fan of the Dragon Kingdom. Rank 23. By 1. This is the entire army of the Earth-slaying demon, finally awakened. The Void Star Dragon leveled up to level 12, and Lu Fan leveled up to level 33. Everyone stared at the ranking board in awe. Oh my god, he's back! The third Royal Master is back. I can't believe Lu Fan actually dared to attack the Black Demon Spire. Taking the points and retreating would have been the wisest choice. Xia Li and Andre also received the series of quests, but their points haven't increased at all. Zhao Shengming looked up, breaking into a cold sweat, thinking that Elder Han was right. The Nine Realms Demon Subjugation quest wasn't a trap for Lu Fan at all. On the contrary, it was his stepping stone. He gently placed his teacup down and said, "Ha, the damage Lu Fan and the Black Dragon are dishing out is truly a sight to behold." Han Feibai continued, "Besides, he still has many dragons he hasn't even summoned yet." He quickly replied, "Elder Han, please wait a moment. I'll have the staff bring up some hot tea." Elder Han raised a hand to stop him. "No need. We can drink tea anytime, but we can't miss Lu Fan's spectacular performance," he said cheerfully. "Lu Fan's growth seems to be beyond our imagination. After he kills the earth-slaying demon, we'll brew some hot tea." Kim Jae-on stood there thinking to himself, he's just putting on a show for everyone now. After the earth-slaying demon appears, they'll be collecting Lu Fan's corpse. He said, "The boss is about to come out, and he's still not leaving." Lu Fan didn't get it. Why stop when you've had enough? The demon beast army wasn't wiped out yet. It seemed he really wanted to clear out the entire Black Flame Spire. Suddenly, for some reason, the chains abruptly snapped in two. An object fell, making a loud thud as it hit the ground. The chains broke. The loud noise made him quickly turn his head, drawn by the sound. The gate of the Nine Demon Realms tower revealed the silhouettes of monsters within it, along with ferocious beasts. He raised his weapon cautiously. Seriously, if I'd known, I would have just waited for all of them to come out and dealt with them at once. What a waste of time. New monsters quickly appeared, along with a system notification. Wandering Demon level, 75, 135 points. Two-headed man-eating demon level 75, 297 points. Roar, roar, roar. Demon Realm Scout, level 60, 50 points. Seeing this, his side didn't falter. "Little Knight, I'll have to trouble you one more time. Let's completely wipe out this demon beast army," he continued. "Starlight, you're finally willing to join the fight." Starlight flew forward, raising a claw to block him from behind. "Roar, roar!" Lu Fan was surprised and then hesitant. "Wait, are you trying to go on your own?" The monsters didn't hesitate any longer and charged forward, howling incessantly. Starlight wasn't afraid either, letting out a powerful roar in response. Lu Fan shouted worriedly, "Starlight! Starlight, come back!" When that didn't work, he called out to Little Knight. "Little Knight, let's go provide cover for Starlight." He cursed inwardly. This rebellious kid isn't listening again. With such a low level, it's bound to get hurt. The two-headed monster suddenly froze when it noticed something rushing towards it. It raised its weapon and roared, both as a threat and a warning to its kin. Lu Fan charged forward on Little Knight. Starlight has a very independent personality. Trying to make it obey orders seems extremely difficult. Suddenly a memory flashed through his mind. Wait, it seems I've never seen Starlight's full power before. Maybe I should take this opportunity to let it fight instinctively. On its side, Starlight was roaring, preparing to use Starlight scale armor, covering itself in Starlight-infused scales to absorb incoming damage for 6 seconds. When the skill ends, all enemies in melee range will receive the absorbed damage. A blue vortex appeared, sweeping away all the monsters around it. The vortex quickly enveloped the two-headed giant, immobilizing it. The attack was so powerful that it sent the monster flying a great distance. It grabbed its club and stood up, roaring in anger. Lu Fan observed and said, "Little Knight, stop. Starlight scale armor has absorbed the damage. It seems we don't need to worry about Starlight." The two-headed monster once again froze as it saw a wave of power approaching. "Even if it doesn't listen to me," he continued, "it can still use its skills to fight. Starlight scale armor makes all enemy targets within melee range take the full brunt of the damage." A massive explosion of blue light erupted, sending the monsters flying. The two-headed monster watched and let out a roar. Star Shatter. It created a star and then crushed it to cause a large amount of area of effect damage, with the power depending on the energy infused. Seeing this, Lu Fan said, "Little Knight, let's fly a bit further away." Then, along with Little Knight's roar, a wave of blue light erupted. The two-headed monster that was just watching was also frozen by the energy, and the other monsters could only scream in despair as they suffered the same fate. Starlight flapped, its wings, spreading its area of effect attack. He praised it happily. Great job, Starlight. If it weren't for the 5 times damage of X-Shadow Arrow, this Star Shatter would be on par with Little Knight's Calamity. Lu Fan's level has increased to 34. Hearing the praise, it snorted smugly. This old master is amazing, right? He chuckled to himself. Aya, this little guy is quite arrogant, isn't he? Just a few words of praise, and it's already getting a big head. Little Knight, not to be outdone, also roared. He quickly praised it. Aya, Little Knight is very powerful too. When the next boss shows up, I'll let you show off. Starlight stuck out its tongue, teasing. Sigh, I shouldn't compare the two of them like that. Now Little Knight is getting antsy. Not far away, a large purple explosion suddenly occurred. Little Knight and Starlight were drawn by the sound, simultaneously. Turning to look, a green foot appeared through the smoke. A giant frog monster was revealed. Ribbit, Black Mountain Horned Giant Beast, level 80, 429 points. Lu Fan smiled and said, Isn't this? Did it come looking for us? Xiaoye, Spirit, get ready. Let's send it on its way. The nimble green monster noticed and suddenly shot out its long tongue. System notifications appeared one after another as Lu Fan gave his command. Lava Burst. Skill activated. Current Dragon Aura. Black Dragon 11. Xiaoye, get ready. Use Lava Burst. Spirit Brave. Energy flows continuously and power gradually increases. Over the course of the battle, all 3 of them charged forward to attack simultaneously. Void Rend, accompanied by Dragon Aura, slashed twice in a row. When an ally uses a skill, the dragon pet will simultaneously launch 2 claw attacks infused with Dragon Aura. The frog monster stomped its feet and let out a dissatisfied cry. It aimed upwards and fired a beam of green energy from the horn on its head. The horn and the green energy beam shot out. Charging forward to attack, he shouted, Spirit, show this toad what you're made of. Spirit quickly obeyed, unleashing its power to defend against the attack. He took the opportunity to command, Xiaoye, now. Xiaoye's chest suddenly opened up, revealing a source of blazing red energy, and then that energy source shot out from its chest and hurtled toward the frog. The system announced, Lava Burst. A violent explosion will create a pool of lava within the target's vicinity. When a target is submerged in the lava pool, it will gradually sink and continuously take a large amount of damage. The monster leaped high into the air, dodging the fatal attack. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared in the sky, aiming straight for the spot where the frog monster would land after its dodge. Lu Fan dove straight down to strike it. A direct hit. From above, Spirit telekinetically lifted the monster's horn from earlier. With a flick, it sent the horn flying straight back at the monster. A perfectly precise blow. He smiled happily. Not bad teamwork. The Dark Spire is a great place. Leveling up is so fast here. Starlight Dragon's level has increased to level 13. Dragon Kingdom's Lu Fan, score, 23,160 out of 28,193. The people watching on the screen couldn't help but be amazed. The points harvested from the Demon Beast army have already surpassed 50,000. This combination is incredible. Now I understand why Lu Fan, who's only over level 30, dares to compete with someone at level 60. He's gaining points twice as fast as Kim Song-han in second place. The representative from the Dragon Kingdom has really opened my eyes, Zhao Shengming commented. That kid Lu Fan took one trip to the far north and came back this strong? Han Feibai smiled and replied, He's not bad at all. Kim Jaeon slammed his hand against the wall and cursed, Son of a bee. What the hell happened to Lu Fan? The Demon Beast army wasn't weakened at all, yet it was completely wiped out, and he even surpassed Kim Song-han's score by that much? He ordered his subordinates, all of you, go backstage immediately and verify the data from the Dark Spire. This representative from the Dragon Kingdom must have exploited some kind of loophole. Report any abnormalities you find. You hear me? He schemed in his mind. Aside from our supreme national hero of Teje, absolutely no one can defeat the Nine Realms demon. Just you wait, Lu Fan. The moment I catch you, I'll immediately disqualify you. Half an hour later, at the Golden Jade City Arena, his subordinates hurriedly reported, Director Kim, we've completed the investigation. The national trial system is operating normally, and the Dark Spire component has no errors whatsoever. Kim Jaeon, in disbelief, grabbed one of them by the collar. What are you talking about? The man immediately stammered. Sorry, Director Kim, we'll investigate again right away. He roared. You two useless fools, go check again. Keep checking until you find a loophole. Go now. The two subordinates stumbled away. Understood. He thought resentfully, we used the mechanics to intimidate other representatives, and now it's become a point farming tool for Lu Fan. I can't let Lu Fan's accumulated points increase any further. If necessary, I'll forcibly adjust the stats of the Nine Realms demon to make Lu Fan know when to back down. With this thought, his mood lifted. As for the rankings, I can only place my hopes in Kim Seong-han himself. Between him and Wu Zongtian, A second advancement class over level 30. It's probably not that difficult, right? JN calmly walked toward the bustling crowd. As he approached, he suddenly made eye contact with Han Feibai. His eyes suddenly widened in shock, his mouth agape. In astonishment, the scene had become chaotic, filled with flames. Arrows and monster corpses were scattered everywhere. Lu Fan stood authoritatively atop their corpses, surveying the area. Another army of monsters quickly appeared, led by their monster leader. He raised his hand to summon something. Against a level 85 boss, I have no choice but to summon Xiao Fei. Letting Xiao Fei take the field will split some of the experience, but I've come this far, and I can't afford any mistakes. The monster minions quickly screamed and charged. He shouted, "Come forth!" Xiao Fei changed into its eternal form, Jade Dragons. Eternal form. A system notification appeared. Bloodline of the Jade Dragon. All skill effects on the dragon race and those with a connected bloodline are doubled. Life Pulse. Adds Jade Light and Jade Blessing to all friendly targets in range, increasing the effect by 2 to 4 times. Xiao Ye let out a roar in response. Roar! Jade Blessing for the target. Increases Dragon Aura by 3 to 12 stacks, and next, increases attack damage by 3 to 12 times. Jade Light for the target increases protection by 3 to 12 stacks, removes all debuffs, and enhances all debuffs. Attributes by 30% to 60%. Each stack of Blessing can block 1 to 2 instances of damage. Lu Fan took a ready stance and said, Xiao Ye, Spirit, let's go! Roar! Yeah! Continuous system notifications followed, continued to appear. Xiao Ye, level 30, Black Dragon contract. Strength from 5,124 to 8,189. Agility from 9,431 to 15,089. Spirit from 20,214 to 32,342. Durability from 10,473 to 16,756. Molten Flame surged forward, spewing fire, dealing damage while simultaneously healing itself. Lu Fan, Xiao Fei, and Spirit also charged in, roaring eternal protection, generating a protective veil. A protective veil. For all targets under the protective veil, the amount of damage absorbed by the veil is determined by the Eternal One's health and self-recovery ability. He shouted loudly, Spirit, unleashed it. Starlight Scale Armor. Starlight Scale Armor. Enchanting the scales with Starlight. For 60 seconds, it continuously absorbs damage taken, and when the skill ends, all enemy targets within range will suffer the absorbed damage. Spirit charged forward to attack the horde of monster soldiers, its Starlight Scale Armor already absorbing damage. He looked back and thought, that's right, I suddenly remembered something important. Current Dragon Aura, Black Dragon 11. Lu Fan smiled and summoned it. This is the Dragon Language Magic Book, usable at level 35, which I've been looking forward to for a long time. Dragon Language Resonance, Epic Quality, a skill book requiring level 35. After use, you learn the passive skill, Dragon Language Resonance. Dragon Language Resonance. When a dragon rider and their dragon pet use the same dragon language magic, the dragon rider and dragon pet will increase the power of the dragon language magic by 100%. The system announced that the dragon language resonance skill has been used. The dragon language resonance skill has been obtained. Lu Fan clenched his fist, thinking he had finally obtained the molten eruption that Dan Ji gave him. Now I can finally coordinate with Xiao Ye to trigger dragon language resonance. A red light suddenly burst forth, cracking the ground around it. He asked Xiao Ye, "Are you ready?" Roar. He then raised his hand to activate the newly learned dragon language magic. Xiao Ye sensed the activated power and roared loudly, Molten Eruption. When the target is within range, a raging fire erupts, forming a lava pool, and targets within the lava pool will gradually sink into the molten rock and take a massive amount of continuous damage. Xiao Ye stood still, diligently accumulating a massive amount of energy. Hearing his command, Xiao Ye was ready to unleash the attack. Molten Eruption. A great flame was quickly spewed out, incinerating everything in its path. Molten Eruption. When the target is within range, a raging fire erupts. Forming a lava pool, targets within the lava pool will gradually sink into the molten rock and take a massive amount of continuous damage. Dragon. Language Resonance. When a dragon rider and their dragon pet use the same dragon language magic, the dragon rider and dragon pet will increase the power of the dragon language magic by 100%. Lu Fan charged forward to attack, successfully triggering dragon language resonance. 2 molten eruptions doubled, making the power more than 4 times greater than when Xiao Ye used it alone. He looked at his hand, a disbelieving smile on his face at the goad. Power, an unbelievable feeling, like sinking with Xiao Ye's heartbeat, engulfed by the fierce flames. Everything it touched melted away. The monster leader was no exception, as its entire body was melting from the heat. He shouted, "Xiao Ye, change into annihilator form, take it down, roar!" System announcement. Black Dragon 2. Form change annihilator. Zhao Ye level 30. Contract. Black Dragon strength from 5,124 to 32,790. Agility 15,089. Spirit from 32,342 to 8,085. Durability 16,756. The monster struggled to resist. Its powerful jaws, after a high-level charge, bit down hard, causing continuous bleeding damage to the target. He observed, "It's still barely alive, then leave it to me. Current Dragon Aura Black Dragon 2. Right." After that, a massive explosion suddenly erupted right where the monster leader was standing. Spirit stuck out its tongue teasingly. "Go die, you ugly thing." It gathered energy, preparing to attack with one blow. Starlight. Scale armor. All enemy targets in melee range will suffer the full amount of absorbed damage. The Demon Beast army has been annihilated. System announcement. Fey Dragon has leveled up to level 23. Holy cow, Spirit. Since when did you learn how to kill steal? Black Dragon has leveled up to level 31. Lu Fan thought happily. Spirit has finally reached level 15. This time, it must unlock its large dragon form. Spirit Dragon has leveled up to level 15. A new skill has been obtained. Form change. At that moment, Lu Fan opened the system panel and observed. He was utterly surprised. Strength over 4,000. Stardust and Galaxy. These two forms are even stronger than I thought. He thought to himself that Spirit's Stardust form directly increases its strength fivefold, which is of course far superior to Xiao Ye's Annihilator form. But the price is that this form can only last for 60 seconds. Combined with the new skill, Spirit's Stardust form will definitely be a killer trump card. Then he continued to think. Compared to that, the Galaxy form is beyond my expectations. It's a bit like Xiao Fei's Soul Light. Both abandon their physical bodies to make themselves unable to be attacked. But when Spirit transforms into a nebula, it can also hide around the enemy without being detected. I need to find a vicious beast to test this on. At that moment, he suddenly wondered, speaking of testing, why haven't any more vicious beasts appeared? It seems the Demon Beast army has been completely wiped out. On the side, Spirit was propping its hands on its hips smugly. It's simple. I'm so strong they got scared. Suddenly, Xiao Ye raised her head and roared loudly. System announcement. Black Dragon Perception can detect enemies in stealth and camouflage states. Actively using this skill will remove the stealth and camouflage states of all surrounding enemies. He thought to himself that Xiao Ye, sensing an enemy in the spire, was not wrong. This must be the Earth Fiend. All right. He then mounted Xiao Ye and soared into the sky. Tin Than and Xiao Fei followed close behind. He declared that if it wouldn't come out, then they would go in and find it. Xiao Ye roared in agreement, with a loud roar. While flying on Xiao Ye's back, Lu Fan turned to call out to Xiao Fei and Tin Than. Then he said, "Pay close attention, you two." After that, the four of them flew into the massive purple gate of the Dark Spire. They had entered the Dark Spire, a place that was an endless void. The sky was a mystical dark purple. Lu Fan walked and thought, inside the tower. It was unexpectedly dark. Judging by the sound of his footsteps, the space here was vast. Suddenly, a purple flame caught his attention, making him stop. Immediately after, a series of similar purple flames were lit one by one. Right in front of him was a wide path. He calmly said to Xiao Ye, "Xiao Ye, let's move forward." Xiao Ye looked on with wide, confused eyes and walked with him. He proceeded cautiously, thinking to himself, "There's nothing here at all. Is the earth-slaying demon luring me closer?" Suddenly, something like a gust of wind blew past, sending a chill down his spine and making him halt. Immediately after, the insect lamps along the path suddenly flared to life, creating an incredibly eerie atmosphere. Faced with this scene, Lu Fan was so stunned he almost fell over. This was a massive throne, gigantic throne. Over on the side, Xiao Ye was roaring non-stop, while he was filled with anticipation and excitement. "Earth-slaying demon, show yourself." Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a loud voice echoed, "A human and a dragon, too. I remember being killed by humans a very long time ago." At that moment, a massive vortex of black smoke was forming on the throne. The black smoke continued to speak. "Ah, I understand. Now, I have lost my body and this is not my castle. I was originally sealed." Then he laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, those foolish humans actually preserved my soul." Hearing these words, Lu Fan became more cautious than ever. Then, a chained red arm slowly emerged. He continued, "How pitiful, I, one of the 9 great beings of the demon world, after death, to be treated by humans, like a toy and imprisoned here. How utterly ridiculous." Then, he revealed his form as a red demon with a single eye and tangled tentacles all over its body. Earth-slaying demon, level. Nightmare grade chieftain. Strength, 37,951. Spirit, 30,582. Level 85. Agility, 39,034. Stamina 40,658. He has 3 main skills including overlapping killing shadows, a barrage of attacks that gathers earth-slaying chi. When a target is hit, it will be marked with a layer of killing shadow, up to a maximum of 3 layers. Each layer of killing shadow will increase the damage the target receives by 40% after being hit by an attack. The second is Nether Shadow Walk, which allows it to merge with the earth-slaying chi, gaining an invisibility effect and the ability to move freely within the earth-slaying chi without being detected. The invisibility effect will not be detected, and it cannot be hit by any attacks while the invisibility effect is active. Finally, there is Bloodblade Claws. It unleashes 5 high-speed Bloodblade Claws to strike an opponent, inflicting massive damage, and its own strength will increase by 200%, lasting for 5 seconds. He then raised his hand full of sharp claws and lunged towards him. He said angrily, "Are you and this little dragon trying to be heroes and seal me once again?" He then activated the skill Overlapping Killing Shadows. He said arrogantly, "Say your last words, you insect." But he just stood there, completely still. Just as the demon's sharp claws attacked him, a shield was activated to protect him. It was called Xiao Fei's Emerald Light. Immediately after, he turned to look at the demon with a disdainful expression and said, "Last words? You should save them for yourself." Then he said to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei switched to Fallen Corpse Demon Dragon form. Right after, before the demon's astonished eyes, Xiao Fei gradually transformed into the Fallen Corpse Demon Dragon. The earth-slaying demon couldn't believe its eyes. It said, "An unknown aura. What kind of power is this?" He casually swung his sword and said, "You don't need to know." Then he told Xiao Ye to activate its lava flame. Xiao Ye opened its mouth and shot a massive fireball towards it. The flaming fireball, like a meteor, flew straight at the earth-slaying demon, but it just stood there waiting. As soon as the fireball made contact with it, it immediately passed right through its body. Witnessing the scene before him, Lu Fan was completely shocked. It passed through? Does that mean this demonic form can't be attacked? Seeing his surprised expression, the earth-slaying demon laughed heartily. An insolent human and a fledgling dragon are truly a foolish and weak combination. It turned out that it had activated Nether Shadow Walk to dodge the last attack. He began to think, this is troublesome. Xiao Ye's perception can only detect normal invisibility and camouflage, but it can't detect the earth-slaying demon's stealth ability. Right after that, the earth-slaying demon quickly circled behind Xiao Fei to prepare a sneak attack. It immediately launched an attack towards Xiao Ye, but luckily, Xiao Ye managed to activate its shield. "Die, you brats!" After witnessing that, the earth-slaying demon laughed like a maniac. "Ha ha ha, I can keep playing like this. Let's see how long you can last." He felt annoyed by its fighting style. 2 consecutive hits destroyed 4 layers of protection, and although Xiao Fei can continuously cast Emerald Light, being this passive is not the way, it seems I can only. Then he immediately reacted to the earth-slaying demon's attack. It rushed forward, attacking him with the skill Overlapping Killing Shadows. "This time you're dead for sure, human." But fortunately, he used his sword, was able to block it. He then smirked and said, "This time, don't even think about running." Then, a series of attacks rained down on the earth-slaying demon, forcing it to reveal its true form. It looked at the recent attacks and wondered what they were. That was Shadow Walk. The attack had nullified its invisibility effect. The protagonist was overjoyed and immediately called out, "Come on out, Starlight, you can. Test out that skill now." The earth-slaying demon felt more terrified than ever. It stood frozen in place, screaming, "This can't be." Above, a pair of incredibly beautiful and cool wings appeared. It slowly raised its head to look at everyone, a flawless transformation. Introducing the astral dragon in its galaxy transformation form. The earth-slaying demon saw it and went berserk with confusion. Could it be that it and you guys entered together, and it's been here the whole time? At that moment, he pointed his sword straight at the demon and said, "You don't need to know. Have you thought of your last words yet? You insect." The slaying demon now understood why it couldn't detect Starlight. It turned out Starlight had used the Shadow Walk skill to hide itself. The demon let out a long groan and began to fly into a rage. It glanced at him and said, "Such cheap tricks." This action took the protagonist completely by surprise. Then, it lunged towards him, yelling, "Even if you light up the darkness in this place, it's useless." He and Xiao Fei leaped into the air to dodge the demon's attack. He urged Xiao Fei to change her soul light. Lu Fan jumped onto Xiao Ye's head, and then the 3 of them combined their efforts and charged towards the earth-slaying demon. "You have nowhere left to run," he said to Xiao Fei. "Xiao Fei, coordinate with me." He then activated Dragon's Roar, and Xiao Fei activated the incandescent Jade Dragon system. As for Xiao Ye, she activated Soul Concealment, let out a mighty roar, and unleashed her full power. Seeing this, the earth-slaying demon started trash-talking again. It said, "How can there be someone who can wield the power of dragons like this? Riding on Xiao Ye's head, he raised his sword high and shouted, "Xiao Ye, let's charge!" The two of them attacked the earth-slaying demon simultaneously, but it managed to block them. Then, it continued its trash talk. Why would a godlike being willingly be enslaved by an insect? Hearing this, the protagonist realized that it was trying to provoke their relationship. Xiao Ye then let out a roar and activated demonic dragon assault. A barrage of attacks rained down on the demon. The earth-slaying demon was shocked. To have this kind of divine power, why does it still listen to you? Lu Fan was furious when he heard that. He was determined to shut it up. He asked Starlight, "Isn't that right, Starlight?" Starlight replied to him, "Mm-hmm." The earth-slaying demon went ballistic. It said arrogantly, "Then die together with your little whelp of a dragon." Xiao Ye then lunged forward and threw a punch, but it was blocked. He praised Xiao Ye, "Good job," and began to charge energy for his next attack. He told Xiao Ye, hold on. He was preparing the Serpent Shadow Arrow skill. The earth-slaying demon wasn't patient enough to wait. It growled and activated the Blood Ring Claw skill. Meanwhile, his Serpent Shadow Arrow had been charging for 2 seconds. Over on her side, Xiao Ye was struggling to withstand the continuous attacks from the earth-slaying demon. She then grabbed both of its hands tightly. The earth-slaying demon roared in anger. "Let go!" Seizing the opportunity, he said, "Now's the time." He then lit up his weapon and fired a flaming arrow. The attack hit the earth-slaying demon, setting it ablaze and causing it to scream violently. Xiao Ye didn't forget to follow up with a chi shockwave. At the same time, Starlight also activated the Star Shatter skill to boost its power by 500%. The earth-slaying demon was engulfed in a sea of flames. It shrieked in pain. "This is impossible. This kind of power is impossible." Then, a massive explosion erupted, and with that, the demon turned to dust. Back inside the arena of Jade City, in the battle casting room, Zhao Shengming and Lim Jian couldn't believe their eyes. They were both stunned. Did Lu Fan just take care of the earth-slaying demon? They then broke into a flurry of discussion. No way. A 9 Realms demon can't be defeated by some kid from the Dragon Kingdom. That's a level that only the 5 national heroes can reach. No, I need to go adjust the earth-slaying demon stats right now. Meanwhile, Mr. Han Feibai was calmly pondering something. They were focused on every little detail on the screen. The explosion is over. The earth-slaying demon isn't dead yet. They then breathed a sigh of relief. My God, an ancient demonic beast truly is unbeatable. No, wait, look. It's covered in wounds. Kim Jae-on then laughed loudly. Ha ha. The earth-slaying demon slowly rose from the rubble, coughing. Detestable, you bastard. It stood up and said, "A mere insect managed to make me this pathetic? I will never forgive you." The protagonist looked at it with a scornful expression. Not forgive me? My attack isn't over yet. Did you notice there are still 2 dragons missing? The earth-slaying demon was taken aback. Behind it were 2 beams of light, which turned out to be the 2 dragons he had just mentioned. They activated Doomsday Fall. Its current health value is at 100%. The earth-slaying demon still spoke arrogantly. So what if they're dragons? How dare a human's pets be so insolent? It then charged towards the 2 dragons. I will not fall to an insect again. With that, it activated Blood Ring Claw again. The 2 attacks collided, releasing an incredibly terrifying wave of power. A world-shaking explosion occurred. From within the flickering flames, we see the earth-slaying demon slowly collapsing. It said resentfully, "Damn it, you bastard, you piece of trash, detestable. This is impossible." Then, it began to, "Nonsense," he said. "How could I possibly lose? It's all this stupid body's fault for dragging me down, only to be fated to be killed by a human after reincarnating. I won't accept it! I won't accept it!" At the same time, he secretly activated the Shadow Walk skill to escape. However, a volley of arrows flew towards him, striking him instantly and shattering the skill. Lu Fan, bow in hand, slowly approached and said, "It's over, earth-slaying demon." At that moment, the demon became more furious than ever, roaring, "Human, it's over? I couldn't kill his dragon, and I can't even hurt him. Is this the end for me?" Suddenly, the earth-slaying demon's body began to tremble violently as a surge of power suddenly filled it, shocking the demon immensely. Lu Fan was also completely surprised by this. Then, the demon started to scream wildly as a powerful aura surged within its body, and its hands and body began to transform. It cried out in pain, "This power! This power!" Then, the earth-slaying demon let out a loud laugh. Lu Fan quickly pulled up the system panel to check, thinking to himself, "What is going on? I'm sure I already defeated it. Where did this sudden power come from?" Then it dawned on him. Could it be that the Earth Demon's second phase is about to begin? It seems the 9 Realms demons were still hiding their true strength. There must be something. that allowed the hero who protected the Taiki kingdom to seal all 9 of them. Suddenly, he saw something and exclaimed, "What?" Over on the other side, the earth-slaying demon was still laughing loudly. "This power is still rising. Do you still think it's over now, you ant?" Lufan looked at its information panel and felt a chill. Its power was increasing to an unknown level, and its attributes were still rising. Something's not right? The earth-slaying demon also felt that something was wrong. It began to scream in pain. What is happening?" The people inside the base watched the situation, confused. A phase. Transition? But what happened to its stats? They're still rising without stopping. They thought this was fundamentally wrong. With this insane rate of increase, there's no way to win. Mr. Zhao asked Old Han. "Old Han, look at the earth-slaying demon's attributes. They're still rising. For Lufan's safety, shouldn't we issue a temporary notice for Lufan to leave the spire immediately?" Old Han just sat there calmly sipping his tea and said, "Vice Principal Zhao, do you remember what you promised me? That after Lufan kills the earth-slaying demon, we would brew a new pot of tea together." Mr. Zhao was stunned and said, "But a life is at stake. There's something wrong with this earth-slaying demon. Very wrong. Its numbers have already surpassed 100,000. Old Han calmly explained, "Lufan's previous battles not only reflect his rich combat experience, but also highlight his keen combat awareness. This is the first time I've seen such a young man like this, so I will certainly not let his life be endangered. Vice Principal, I of course believe in Lufan, but what about you?" Hearing this, Vice Principal Zhao was reassured. He replied, "Of course, I believe in Lufan too." Then he continued, "Old Han, since you've guaranteed Lufan's safety, then I can rest easy. After all, Longdu Academy has exhausted all its resources to nurture him. I was rude just now." Old Han laughed loudly. "No need to apologize. I understand that you were worried about Lufan's safety." At this moment, Kim Jae-on was still snickering to himself. No one has noticed. That's great. Then he thought, the work ethic of these 2 wastes isn't half bad. Not even national heroes could defeat a 9 realms demon with such absolute stats. The next thing to do is just wait for the news of Lufan's death. Ha ha ha. The scene shifts back to Lufan, who was now facing an incredibly hideous monster. He said, "Although I don't understand why your phase transition is so absurd, you're celebrating way too soon." He then took an attack stance, thinking, "I can't let its attributes continue to grow. It's time to unleash my trump card." He activated his current dragon aura, the level 2 black dragon. Then he chose natural assimilation, Xiao Fei, merge with me, and summoned the fallen corpse dragon once more. The earth-slaying demon's eye was now dangling from its socket, looking utterly terrifying. It let out a grotesque roar and began to charge at him. "Die, you ant!" Lufan shouted for Xiao Ye to quickly unleash Annihilation Storm. Immediately after, Xiao Ye unleashed its annihilation roar to attack the monster, but then the monster activated Dragon Tongue, Unseal. It laughed gleefully. "Ha ha, you boastful human. You and your dragon can't kill me." Then Lufan shouted again, "Fallen Corpse Demon Dragon, Unseal Dragon Tongue Magic." His sword blazed with fire. The 2 Fallen Corpse Demon Dragons were activating a forbidden spell to attack the monster. He used the Annihilation Roar and the Forbidden Dragon spell to add a weakening effect. The earth-slaying demon went berserk, screaming, "Enough! I'll show you the consequences of underestimating an ancient demonic beast. For the dignity of the 9 realms, demons." Before he could finish, he exclaimed, "What?" A blinding flash of light suddenly appeared before him. Lufan declared heroically, "Too bad now. It's time to show you the consequence of underestimating a dragon master, and that is death." At this moment, the Starlight Dragon had shifted into its Starlight form, with 59 seconds remaining in the state. The earth-slaying demon's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before it. That hatchling, it actually, then, Starlight activated the skill, Light of Starlight, firing a colossal beam of energy towards the earth-slaying demon. It took the full brunt of the attack, screamed in agony. He shrieked, "No, no, this isn't my destiny," he roared helplessly. "I can't believe I lost. I just regained this power, and now I've lost." Then his body began to disintegrate into dust, his voice fading as he said, "Don't even think about leaving. All of you will stay and be buried with me." Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Lufan immediately realized something was wrong. He said to everyone, "This is bad. This earth fiend wants to take us all down with him. The spire is collapsing. Xiao Ye, let's get everyone and run out of this place." At that moment, the tower began to crack on all sides, creating a violent tremor. Then, it started to crumble and collapse. Lufan's group managed to get out of the tower and successfully flew out. Lufan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whew, the space inside that spire was huge. We almost didn't make it out. The system also announced that the Jade Dragon leveled up to level 24, the Star Dragon leveled up to level 17, Lufan leveled up to level 36, and the black dragon leveled up to level 32. He thought to himself that even though this battle was exhausting, in the end, they had finally taken care of the Earth Fiend, and he had leveled up twice in a row, making it all worthwhile. He looked at the notification screen, thinking he remembered rank 1 being around 50,000 points, and now he had about 500,000 accumulated points. He could finally relax for a bit. Just then, everyone in the room stared at Lu Fan's ranking and exclaimed, "A genius. This is a true genius. He's ahead of second place by 440,000 points." Lu Fan's coordination with his dragon companion was absolutely brilliant. That final, decisive laser beam. Did you see that? Of course I saw it. His combat awareness is definitely on par with top-tier experts. Mr. Zhao looked at Elder Han and said, "Elder Han, just as you predicted, Lu Fan won." Elder Han laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, for someone so young to have such superb combat sense is truly remarkable." Mr. Zhao said admiringly, "You're absolutely right, Elder Han. Our Longdu Academy has also gone to great lengths to nurture him. His natural talent absolutely cannot be wasted." Elder Han then added, "To fully realize the potential of a Dragon Master, that kid must have put in an incredible amount of effort himself." Mr. Zhao also agreed. "That's right. In the period before the national trial, the person who trained him relentlessly was. Before he could finish, there was a loud crash. It turned out the guy named Kim had thrown his phone to the ground, shattering it. He was furious over Lu Fan's victory. People gathered around him, asking, 'Mr. Kim, are you all right?' He rushed away, saying, 'It's nothing. I was being rude.' Everyone began to whisper about his behavior. Even though the Taizhe Nation is 440,000 points behind the Long Nation, at least they're still in second place. Yeah, I don't understand what he's so mad about." Mr. Zhao was also confused. "What's gotten into Mr. Kim?" Elder Han just laughed. "Ha ha, pay him no mind, Vice Principal Zhao. Let's go brew a fresh pot of tea." That guy ran out into the hallway and slammed his fist into the wall. He thought the Earth Fiend was actually killed by Lu Fan. Killed. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. That brat from the Long Nation actually dealt with something only a national hero should be able to handle. Just as he was fuming, two of his subordinates ran up to him. "Director Kim, we finally found you. We couldn't reach you earlier." He immediately grabbed his assistant by the collar and demanded, "Answer me. Did you really max out the Earth Fiend's stats?" The subordinate stammered, "Yes, we did. But that representative from the Long Nation's movements were too fast and dealt too much damage. The Earth Fiend died right after we maxed out its stats." At this, the man flew into a rage, thinking, "There's definitely something up with Lu Fan. We clearly set the Earth Fiend's stats to the maximum, and yet he still defeated it. Lu Fan is definitely using some kind of exploit." At that moment, Mr. Zhao and Elder Han walked past the group, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Mr. Zhao asked, "Leaving already?" Elder Han replied, "It's fine. That kid Lu Fan really doesn't give us much to worry about." Mr. Zhao added, "Setting aside Lu Fan's combat power, which is terrifying enough, the way he handled that Earth Fiend shows that no one in this national trial is his opponent." Elder Han laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, hogging the spotlight all night. This old man can't take it anymore. Let's go stretch our legs." Hearing this, the man named Kim grew even more furious. His assistant had to restrain him. Then, he pointed directly at the assistant's face and said, "The Long Nation's representative is cheating. Their supervisors must know something. You two, watch the door closely. If anyone comes looking for those two from the Long Nation, report to me immediately." The subordinate quickly replied, "Yes, sir." After that, Kim Taeyeon continued to eavesdrop on their conversation, thinking, "I'd like to see for myself just what kind of exploit you people from the Long Nation are using, that not even a Nine Realms demon could stop you." Elder Han was saying, "If everything goes smoothly, the #1 spot in this national trial is secured for our Long Nation, wouldn't you say?" Mr. Zhao replied, "I think it's a sure thing. Elder Han, I'm not even fazed by major upsets anymore. I used to panic so easily, you must have found it amusing." The man named Kim, listening from behind, was fuming. He thought, "A sure thing, huh? If I find your weakness, I'll rally the other nations and have you kicked out of the 23-nation alliance." Meanwhile, Elder Han was still laughing loudly. "I'm more used to seeing you all stressed out," Mr. Zhao said sheepishly. "Ah, well, Elder Han, we're here." Suddenly, behind the man named Kim, a strange light began to glow, was flying towards him. Suddenly, a sword stabbed forcefully into the wall right in front of the guy, scaring him witless. He was shocked, thinking he'd been discovered, but no one appeared. He then thought, a level 90 Dark Knight Harvester. No doubt about it, the weapon of this 4th Advancement Master must be the 4 Absolutes sword. How careless. I forgot about the 4 Absolutes sword belonging to Han Fai Bak's personal bodyguard. He then touched the blood trickling down his face. There was no pursuit. This was a warning. After that, he hurriedly fled. Kim Tae-ain thought he couldn't tail Han Fi Bok any longer. If the Absolute Sword had intended to kill, I would have been a goner. 10 minutes later, Old Han and Mr. Triyu were on their way back. Mr. Triyu said as they walked, "Old Han, let's hurry back to the war room. I can't wait to see Lu Fam's spectacular performance." Old Han walked over to the sword mark from earlier and saw it. He then returned and laughed loudly. "The small nation of Tai Te is just as shameless as I thought," while Mr. Triyu, on the other hand, didn't understand a thing. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-an was on his way back, fuming. His two underlings greeted him cheerfully. "Boss Kim, you're finally back." The one with more hair handed him a phone and said that it was his backup, telling him to check it quickly. "You were getting non-stop calls just now." Hearing this, he became furious. With veins popping on his face, the bald guy got scared and asked, "Boss Kim, are you okay? Your face?" The guy immediately snatched the phone from the other man's hand and yelled, "What are you looking at? Get back to the control room and continue monitoring." The other guy quickly replied, "Ah, yes sir." He stared at the phone in his hand, his expression filled with rage. After reading the message on the smartphone, the guy surnamed Kim thought, "Seriously, they think I don't want to kick Lu Fam out. I've been looking for their weakness this whole time." He thought that if there was any evidence at all showing that Lu Fam was cheating, I definitely will. At that moment, the crowd was roaring with excitement. This representative from the Dragon Country is truly amazing. He's earning accumulation points even while lying down. Is this what you call an effortless victory? Kim Tae-an was confused, so he moved closer for a look. When he saw the system leaderboard, he was shocked. Lu Fam's accumulation points had gone up again. The guy was automatically farming points while lying down. Then, he gleefully made a phone call. To someone, he thought to himself, "Finally, I finally found your weakness. You're finished, Lu Fam. By exploiting a loophole, the Dragon Country will definitely be kicked out of the National Library." The person on the other end immediately said, "Hello, you finally called. What were you doing before? The discussions are already getting heated. You'd better have found evidence of the Dragon Country's representative cheating." He was shocked and terrified after hearing that. What in the world is going on? Why? Why are the Earth Fiend demons and the Grand Army farming points for Lu Fam? Meanwhile, on Lu Fam's side, he was just chilling and letting the Earth Fiend demons and the Grand Army farm points for him. He sat back leisurely and said, "I can finally relax properly." Flashing back to 1 hour ago, the fallen dragon had just escaped from the spire, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily the space inside the spire was big, otherwise I almost wouldn't have been able to fly out. He was deep in thought. "I've finally defeated the Earth Fiend demon. My points have increased so much, I guess I can rest for a little while." He then looked up at the sky and thought, "To be honest, I never really considered those two to be my partners, but when fighting the Earth Fiend demon, the fallen corpse demon dragon became incredibly powerful." Suddenly, he realized something. Looking at the tombstones, he exclaimed, "Ah, wait a minute. I have an idea." He recalled that outside the encampment in the extreme north, when the twin flying dragon kings mutated into fallen corpse demon dragons, Xiao Fei had snatched the flying dragon kings back from the ancient god, allowing both of them to gain fallen corpse energy without becoming fallen corpse slaves. Previously, Senior 2 and I figured out the difference between a fallen corpse slave and a fallen corpse puppet. To be exact, all of the controlled fallen corpse puppets were either beasts or were already dead. He continued to think, and right now I have 2 demon dragons brimming with fallen corpse power. On the ground, there's also the Earth Fiend demon and the corpses of the heavenly demon soldiers as well. Neither Xiaoye nor the spirit could understand what he was thinking about so intently. Suddenly, he said aloud, "An opportunity this good is worth a try." At this point, all 3 of them were completely baffled. At that moment, the 2 fallen corpse demon dragons suddenly let out a ferocious roar. He sighed. It seems this method isn't going to work. The fallen corpse demon dragons apparently can't control the dead. Perhaps the fallen corpse demon dragons aren't fallen corpse slaves, so they can't control the puppets. I guess I'll have to give up on this. But suddenly, a hand touched his, surprising him. Over on this side, a small girl with wings was flying in the sky. He asked, bewildered, "Xiao Fei, is that you?" A system notification popped up. The Jade Dragon has changed its form to Soul's Radiance. Jade Dragon Bloodline Skill. All skill effects are doubled for the dragon race and equivalent bloodlines. Skill, Soul's Protection. The stats of a target covered by the Soul's Radiance will increase by 100 to 200%. With every instance of damage taken, it will be absorbed to create 1 to 2 layers of protective aura. After accumulating up to 10 layers, it will release a shockwave. The amount of damage dealt is equal to the total damage absorbed across the 10 layers, would be doubled in total. He was incredibly surprised. The demonic dragon bloodline also received Xiao Fei's doubling passive. The corrupted corpse essence could actually make the Flying Dragon King evolve from a sub-dragon into a true dragon. Then he thought, Xiao Fei must have recognized the new characteristics of the demonic dragon bloodline. It wasn't that the corrupted demonic dragon couldn't do it, but it was because of its attributes. Is too low. It can't control high-level monsters. Then he said, if that's the case, then I get it. He then told Xiao Fei to release the Jade Light, after which it activated the Jade Light, granting the target an additional 3 to 12 layers of defense, removing all debuffs, and boosting all stats by 30 to 60%. Each layer of blessing can block 1 to 2 instances of damage. He thought, its level might not surpass the Earth-slaying demon, but its stats can be boosted. He then shouted, Xiao Fei, switch to your eternal form and unleash your pulse power. After that, Xiao Fei switched to its eternal form, activating its Jade Bloodline and Life Pulse. It activated the Jade Blessing and the Jade Light, causing the stats of the 2 fallen corpse demon dragons to increase dramatically. Only then did he say, its stats have finally surpassed the Earth-slaying demon dragon. Fallen corpse demon dragon, release your fallen corpse energy. Turn the Earth-slaying demon dragon into your puppet. Then, a roar echoed as hands burst from the ground. The puppet slowly rose under the control of the fallen corpse demon dragon. They moaned and growled, known as the level 75 heavenly demon soldiers. He was overjoyed, a great success. The corpses of the heavenly demon army have been turned into fallen corpse puppets. With this heavenly demon army, I can totally let them farm points for me while I rest. The system announced that he had acquired a new skill, fallen corpse control. He thought to himself, all the converted fallen corpse puppets can be controlled remotely, and they can also be recalled. This way, I can take the heavenly demon army out of the secret realm, and of course, I can also summon them for use outside the secret realm. He looked at the army before him with delight. In other words, if I wanted to, I could bring this entire army out of the secret realm, and I could repeat the devastation that ravaged the Tai Chi kingdom 50 years ago. At this moment, the earth-slaying demon had also risen as a puppet. It went on a rampage. He looked at the earth-slaying demon with an incredibly confident expression. The ancient demonic beast that nearly wiped out the entire Tai Chi kingdom has now been converted into a fallen corpse puppet. It is now completely under my command. How can I describe this feeling with just one word? Awesome. An hour later, the man named Kim received a phone call saying, how could this be? The earth-slaying demon is actually obeying Lu Fan's commands. Hello? Hello? Where's the proof of fraud from the Dragon Country's representative? The man named Zhao couldn't believe his eyes, and the phone in his hand suddenly dropped to the floor. It's all over. The earth-slaying demon is now under Lu Fan's control. This time, it's completely over. Public opinion, on the internet, was now reacting fiercely. Just then, a very familiar voice came from behind him. See, didn't I tell you Lu Fan is still #1, with a point difference? This large, the other representatives can't possibly catch up. Mr. Zhao replied to Old Han. Old Han, you were right. I was too worried. Old Han laughed and said, accepting reality is an important part of building a strategy. If the other countries have already lost, then what's the point of playing anymore? He then looked at the man named Kim with a cold gaze. What do you say, huh? Hearing this, the man named Kim was boiling with rage, his hands clenched into fists. He thought, the public opinion online, the dignity of the Kim family, and even the sarcastic tone of that old man are ringing in my ears. He gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with anger. If that's how it's going to be, then I'll just have to give you a special new quest, Lu Fan. At that moment, Lu Fan was just chilling with his incredibly hot pets. He thought, I gave the order to Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei then summoned the fallen corpse demon dragon. The fallen corpse demon dragon then controlled the earth-slaying demon, and the earth-slaying demon in turn commanded the heavenly demon soldiers. These layers are getting a bit much. Meanwhile, his score was continuously increasing without stopping. Suddenly, some new information came in. He opened the notification panel and thought, is there new info? I still haven't gotten any rest. He saw that a new quest point had appeared. At that moment, in the secret realm of the Icefield National Trial, a blue pillar of light from the system erupted amidst the white snow. Jia Senlai was hiding behind a large nearby tree, observing the pillar of light, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He let out a sinister smile. I was so unlucky to run into Lu Fan during the last quest. This time, the quest is finally mine. But that smile was quickly wiped away. When Jia Sanlai saw something, he frowned and bit his lip, looking extremely dejected. Jia Sanlai's face darkened when he saw Xiao Ye and lamented loudly, You've got to be kidding me, he's here again. Jia Sanlai, sweating profusely, complained. It wasn't easy for me to find this quest point, so why did I have to run into this Lu Fan guy? Again? He suddenly paused for a beat and exclaimed inwardly, Wait, he's here to accept a quest. Doesn't that mean he already completed the 9 Realms Demon Subjugation quest? Lu Fan, at this moment, also sensed something unusual behind him and glanced back. Jia Sanlai panicked. "Oh no, I've been spotted." He immediately shouted an explanation. I was a little loud just now. Please don't mind me." Lu Fan paid no attention to the explanation and decisively drew his sword. The system announced, "Current Dragon Energy, Black Dragon 2. Jia Sanlai's jaw dropped as he screamed. "You said you'd spare me last time. Why the sudden change of heart?" The system displayed, "Imperial Dragon Seal normal attack infused with Dragon Energy, deals ranged damage." It turned out Lu Fan's sword strike was aimed at the beast behind Jia Sanlai. But thinking he was being attacked, he dropped to the ground, covered his head, and screamed his lungs out. "Ding!" the system announced. "Lu Fan of the Dragon Country's accumulation points are 551.47 plus 245. Jia Sanlai was stunned. Was I being stalked by this feral beast? It turns out Lu Fan wasn't targeting me. "Good, that's great." He scratched his head and spoke with a shy tone. Thanks for saving my life." Lu Fan's system screen appeared, notifying him of a quest point ahead. Lu Fan replied to Jia Sanlai with a cold expression. "Saving my life? It wasn't that big of a deal. I was just passing by." Jia Sanlai gave a stiff laugh. "A moment ago, I really thought I was going to die, you know." The system displayed the information. Rank 17, Jia Sanlai, South Country. Accumulation points 23,705. 23 out of 23. Lu Fan responded coldly. Humph. He wondered why he had only earned so few points. When the competition has been going on for a day, tears welled up in Jia Sanlai's eyes. He inwardly explained that he hadn't slept at all to get those 20,000 points. Lu Fan was lost in thought. He thought he could take out Jia Sanlai now for his points, but since it was too little, he'd wait for him to earn more. Thanks to the lesson from last time, Jia Sanlai wouldn't dare to make a move on him now. Lu Fan walked over and slapped Jia Sanlai's shoulder hard as if to motivate him. He looked straight into Jia Sanlai's eyes. "You're farming points way too slowly. You've only just arrived now. Rank 17. You're embarrassing the South Country." He instantly stood up straight. Lu Fan turned to leave and waved goodbye. "You need to try harder from now on. I hope the next time we meet, your rank will have improved a bit." Jia Sanlai froze for 2 seconds, then exclaimed emotionally, "Is Lu Fan actually encouraging me?" He found it strange. Since Lu Fan wasn't like the rumors said about the people from the Dragon Country being unreasonable tyrants, Lu Fan could defeat a 9th-ranked demon, saved him, and even encouraged him. Tears welled up in Jia Sanlai's eyes. He cursed himself inwardly for being hopelessly foolish. He quickly regained his composure. For the honor of the South Country, and to repay the great master Lu Fan, he had to earn more points. Then he declared loudly, "I understand now. The next time we meet, I will definitely have improved." Jia Sanlai was bewildered and broke into a cold sweat as he watched Lu Fan ride away on Xiaoye. Lu Fan was surprised. He thought someone would die and be eliminated in the second round when he saw the notification that he had accepted a one-on-one quest. Current quest: hunt and kill the target representative of the quest, target unknown, rank 6, swamp area. He analyzed inwardly. The unknown target is rank 6. The terrain is a swamp. Could it be Kim Sung-han and Sak Lai? He stared straight ahead and encouraged himself. "It's all right, no matter who it is. I must complete this quest," Lu Fan shouted an order. "Xiaoye, let's head to the swamp!" Xiaoye roared with vigor. Meanwhile, in the National Trial's secret realm, that afternoon, in the swamp, feral beasts lurked everywhere, their glowing red eyes shining in the dark like patient predators waiting for their prey to misstep. A massive black serpent lunged forward like lightning, biting into the wild boar's back, causing it to scream in pain. Jilan, sitting on the black serpent, smacked her lips after seeing the scene and remarked, "This is a little interesting." Jilan glanced back, slightly surprised, and saw the wild boar had been taken down and collapsed with a thud. Someone carrying a brush was calmly walking towards her, saying, "The prey, just let him come. So it's Wei Ji." She smirked. He would never expect this. "We are an alliance of 4 nations. System introduction, rank 10, Wei Ji, Korea. Inheritor of the Fierce God, level 60, accumulation points 26,642. She expressed her displeasure at meeting in such a damp place, with poisonous insects everywhere. Jilan replied that she hadn't expected it either. The 4 nations had agreed to meet at her location after entering the trial to farm points together. Weiji leaned against a tree trunk, crossing her arms and wondering, "Why am I the only one here? Where are Jia Sanlai and Ba Dan?" Jilan explained. "Ba Dan will be here shortly. As for Jia Sanlai, I haven't seen him, but I know he's still alive." Weiji blurted out, "I've really had it with this Jia Sanlai. If you ask me, we shouldn't wait for him anymore." She checked the system while sharing, "I was just focused on getting here, so I only killed a few feral beasts that blocked my path. If it weren't for meeting up with you, I wouldn't be just at rank 10. Weiji glanced at Jilan and asked, "What's wrong?" Has that hunter arrived too? She sighed, hopefully. He has a lot of points on him, then schemed. After Ba-Dan arrives, we'll set up an ambush, they said triumphantly. We'll show him who the real prey is, and who the real hunter is. 4 hours later, in the National Trial's secret realm, the swamp, Xiao Ye landed on 1 foot. The area was thick with fog, and the air was cold. Lu Fan jumped down and thought, we've finally made it to the swamp. The terrain here is uneven, filled with poisonous insects and miasma. It would be difficult to escape without the ability to fly. He quickly realized that he was being targeted and ambushed, seeing as there were only animals here, not even a single feral beast. With a highly vigilant gaze, Lu Fan put a hand behind his back and commanded, Xiao Ye, release your perception. Xiao Ye quickly complied. System introduction. Black Dragon's perception can detect enemies in stealth and camouflage states. Actively using this skill will remove the stealth and camouflage states of surrounding enemies. After observing for a moment, Lu Fan sneered. As expected, it's an ambush, but what surprises me is that there are 3 of them. Summoning his sword, he issued a challenge. You've already heard my voice, so why not show yourselves? In that case, let me, the system announced. Current Dragon Aura, Black Dragon 2. Lu Fan shouted, help you out! Then he plunged his sword down. He slammed his sword into the ground, and violent auras erupted like New Year's Eve fireworks. Before him was a black serpent, its mouth wide open, screaming in pain. A system notification popped up, announcing that the mission target had been found. Jilan, sitting cross-legged on the black serpent, marveled that Lu Fan had actually managed to find him and injure his Xiao Qi. Introducing Jilan, from the Hanguk Kingdom, level 60, class. 5 Venom Voodoo Doctor, with 66,375 points, ranked 6th. Lu Fan replied in a deep, calm voice. There aren't many places to hide, so it wasn't hard to guess, but I'm a little disappointed. To think my target isn't Kim Sung-han or Seo Lee, Jilan smirked. So it's no one special. I thought it might be some high-level expert and came prepared, but it turns out to be the representative from the Longguo Kingdom down below. The system displayed a warning. Hunter encountered. His smile quickly vanished when he saw the information of the person standing before him. Name, Lu Fan. Nationality, Longguo Kingdom. Level, 36, class. Dragon Master. Points, 551,292. Rank, 1. Jilan broke out in a cold sweat, thinking in shock. Ranked first with over 550,000 points. Just yesterday, this representative from the Longguo Kingdom was in last place. He let out a sinister smile. I never expected to run into such a fat sheep. Even if you have extraordinary strength, I'll definitely take what's mine. Jilan shot to his feet, then summoned his weapon. He taunted Lu Fan. With that many points on you, you think you're the hunter? You need a reality check, he continued, to everyone else, but Lu Fan didn't bother to reply, simply raising his sword in silence. His eyes were ice cold, his stance as firm as a war god, ready to counter at any moment. Jilan activated a skill, and a green orb appeared at the tip of his spear. He sneered. You're just prey that delivered itself to my doorstep. Jilan laughed gleefully and declared with certainty, these points are all mine! An earth-shattering explosion erupted. Lu Fan was knocked back, landing on Xiao Ye's body as he challenged Jilan. If you want them so badly, then come and try. Lu Fan pointed his sword at Jilan and shouted, Xiao Ye, lava, flame! Xiao Ye opened her maw, and a powerful sphere of lava materialized. Jilan calmly reassured the white snake coiled around him. Don't be afraid, Xiao Qi. It's just a dragon. He yelled, his command with a contemptuous tone. It's only over level 30. What's there to be afraid of? Get him! The 2 sides clashed head-on. Poison Bone Spit continuously spits poison bones at the target, dealing damage and applying a poison effect. Lava Flame continuously spews fire forward, dealing damage and healing the user. The black serpent suddenly reared up, its entire body emitting an aura of green. Light as its body sank into the swamp at lightning speed, Lu Fan thought to himself, is it running away? No. He paused as he remembered there were still 2 enemies who hadn't shown themselves. Wei Ji was charging, straight towards Lu Fan, intending to ambush him. But Lu Fan saw it coming. Like a car screeching to a halt on a slippery road, Wei Ji stopped short and swung her iron ball, aiming directly at Lu Fan with all her might. Lu Fan dodged to the side with incredible speed and slashed at the chain. From above, a giant hand suddenly descended, aiming straight for Wei Ji, who turned pale with utter panic. It was Xiao Ye. Wei Ji was now doubled over like a cooked shrimp from Xiao Ye's direct hit. With her eyes wide, Wei Ji coughed up blood and thought in terror. She's supposed to be just level 30-something, so how can her power be this high? The damage from this guy and his dragon companion is nothing to scoff at. Seeing her teammate like this, Ba-Dan's sweat poured down like rain as she gritted her teeth and grunted. Humph. Lu Fan silently observed. This lady is really muscular. But is she smiling? Wei Ji's mouth flew open as she screamed, Ji-lan, Ba-dan, do something! The black serpent opened its maw from above and shot like a rocket towards Lu Fan and Xiao Ye. It wrapped tightly around Xiao Ye, causing her to scream out in pain. Meanwhile, Lu Fan calmly slashed his sword heavily into its body. Xiao Ye tightly squeezed its neck as it bit her arm. Then she roared in fury and slammed its head into the ground. A stunned Ji-lan cried out, Xiao Qi! Ba-dan screamed in frustration. Damn it, we failed! System introduction. Rank 14 from the Jingxiang Kingdom. Ba-dan. Level 57. Dark Spirit Master Hunter. With 34,831 points. Wei Ji couldn't believe what was happening. Seriously, how could we have failed? Ba-dan yelled. Look who's talking! This guy is no pushover. He's not like any other level 36. Ji-lan spoke up. He might be a tough nut to crack, but we still have to crack him. His points should be enough to get us into the top 3. Lu Fan taunted. Your little ambush was a joke. You tried to sneak attack me and ended up getting hurt yourselves. If you want my points, what makes you think you can take them? Wei Ji's blood boiled, and she snapped back furiously. Don't get arrogant too soon. You're stronger than we thought, but we'll see who has the last laugh. Lu Fan glanced at her, then smirked and challenged. All right then, let's have a head-on fight. Let's see who really owns this swamp. Ji-lan shouted an order for Xiao Qi to spray its poison. Following the command, Xiao Qi immediately growled and spewed a stream of green liquid towards Lu Fan and Xiao Ye. Information quickly flashed before his eyes. Poison spray continuously sprays poison at the target, dealing damage and applying a poison effect. Lu Fan was no slouch either. He shouted for Xiao Ye to counterattack. Xiao Ye, take it down! Like a flash, Xiao Ye lunged towards Xiao Qi, grabbing its head and body with both hands, causing it to do nothing but struggle and scream. A notification appeared on the screen. Poison effect immune. Black Dragon Bloodline. All damage received is reduced by 50%. Immune to debuffs. Benefit. Self-regeneration ability increased by 500%. Xiao Ye let out a mighty roar and then violently tore Xiao Qi's body in half as streams of green liquid gushed out, splattering everywhere. Ji-lan screamed in disbelief at Xiao Qi's falling corpse. You killed my Xiao Qi in a single blow! Before he could finish, a dark figure suddenly flew in and interrupted. I'll provide cover. Ji-lan. You continue. Lu Fan coldly watched the approaching arrows and thought to himself, continue. That light around Ji-lan. What is he planning? Ji-lan raised the scepter in his hand and threatened loudly, the magic formation is complete. Lu Fan, stop now. With that, he slammed his scepter into the ground and shouted, Myriad Serpent Formation. In an instant, Xiao Qi's corpse began to sizzle. From its empty neck, countless snakeheads sprouted in a flash, and a system notification for the Myriad Serpent Formation, a magic formation, quickly appeared. Of the 5 Venom Sorcerer, it requires a 60-second casting time. Once complete, it can summon billions of venomous snakes at any time through the Myriad Serpent Formation, dealing 750% of the caster's spirit attribute as damage and poisoning the target. Lu Fan watched in shock as the swarm of venomous snakes lunged at him, but he quickly regained his composure, swinging his sword and directly slicing the heads off dozens of snakes. He calculated to himself, I can't let this continue. This is Ji-lan's skill, so the snakes are endless. Ji-lan gloated, shouting, He can't escape my Myriad Serpent Formation. You two, go deal with that black dragon now. The man in black turned to him worriedly and asked, Hey, these snakes won't hurt us, will they? From a distance, Wei Ji couldn't hold on any longer and shouted impatiently, There's no more time to waste. Ba-dan, let's charge. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in front of Ji-lan, making him scream in shock. What? A muscular hand slowly reached out from within the massive flame, as a voice filled with contempt rang out, There's no escape, so don't get cocky. A system notification immediately appeared on the screen. The world-ending roar was unleashed, dealing massive damage to all targets in range and applying a weakening debuff. At the same time, Xiao Ye let out a ferocious roar. Lu Fan slowly emerged with his blade in hand, saying contemptuously, This formation of yours is just an annoying gimmick. The snakes at his feet were incinerated one by the intense flames. A notification for the skilled Dragon Claw, Dragon Annihilation appeared. The arm transforms into a Dragon Claw, delivering a swift 6-hit combo. It can be cast from a distance and can support a dragon companion. Ji-lan's face was filled with confidence as he laughed arrogantly. A gimmick? I'll make you regret saying that. He raised his scepter high, creating a vortex from above that sucked in the corpses of the dismembered snakes from the surroundings. He shouted urgently, Wei Ji, Ba-dan, hurry up! Upon hearing this, Wei Ji immediately accelerated, rushing forward like a blur. she let out a piercing shriek. Seeing Lu Fan within reach, she swung her mace directly at him, but to her surprise, he calmly raised one hand and effortlessly stopped the enormous weapon. Just as he blocked Wei Ji's attack, Ba Dan charged forward, loosing a volley of arrows at him. From behind, Xiaoye quickly swooped in, using her sturdy wings to block the barrage of sharp arrows. For Lu Fan, suddenly, his expression turned serious, his eyes darting around the area. Lu Fan thought to himself, an earthquake? No, that sound is. At the same time, Jilan laughed maniacally in the distance, shouting, "Revive, Xiao Qi! Fuse the snake corpses and prepare to unleash the myriad serpent's deadly venom." A giant serpent fused from tens of thousands of snakes slowly emerged before him, and a system notification appeared. Berserk Serpent Revival. A giant serpent formed from the spiritual power of a 5-venom sorcerer. As long as its master is alive, it cannot die. After being infused with spiritual power, it can be revived. If its body is broken, it will split into a massive number of smaller snakes. 2 giant snake heads lunged forward simultaneously, preparing to spew a stream of liquid toward Lu Fan and Xiaoye. Another notification appeared on the screen. Myriad Serpent's Deadly Venom. The billions of snakes summoned by the formation do not disappear upon death. Their corpses can be converted into a highly toxic attack on the target area, applying a deadly poison effect to all targets within the zone. For the next 120 seconds, it will deal damage equal to 900% of the caster's spirit attribute each second. Lu Fan shouted to Xiaoye, "Xiaoye, get over here," he thought to himself. That giant serpent is an entity created by his class ability. If I cut it in half, it can just split into 2. Following his command, Xiaoye immediately flew behind him, shielding him inside her sturdy wings to block the green venom sprayed by the serpent. Only Wei Ji wasn't fast enough to dodge, and was hit by the serpent's venom. Veins quickly bulged on her face. She yelled in anger, "Jilan, why are you attacking your own allies?" A notification immediately appeared next to her, showing that she was afflicted by the myriad serpent's deadly venom. Jilan seemed to have gone mad by now, caring about nothing else except killing Lu Fan. He laughed smugly, thinking that even if the dragon was immune. Standing on the serpent's head, Jilan bellowed, "But Lu Fan, if you get hit by this poison, you're dead." Wei Ji, already poisoned, was wheezing, struggling to call out, "Ah, Jilan, give me the antidote, quick, asterisk, cough, cough, asterisk, save me, I can't breathe anymore." Jilan merely shot her a cold glance, as the only thing on his mind was, Lu Fan must be dead in that poison mist. He watched Vi Kai writhing on the ground, crying for help. "Help me." A wicked thought flashed through his mind. If only Vi Kai and Ba Dan were to suddenly die from the poison, then all the contribution points would be his. Below, Ba Dan saw Kolan wasn't moving and frantically shouted, Vi Kai, how are you?" "Kolan, you have to help." "Her!" But it was too late. Vi Kai had already succumbed to the poison, her eyes wide open, her mouth agape, completely still. But suddenly, Vi Kai shot up, gasping for air. A notification appeared before her. Bloodmelt Aegis has removed the poison effect. Kolan pointed his scepter at her and said without a hint of remorse, "My apologies, that was my mistake. From now on, I'll grant poison immunity to my allies before we fight. To show my sincerity, I'll send you over 10,000 of Lu Fan's contribution points." The screen quickly displayed the information for Bloodmelt Aegis, adding poison immunity to the target for 10 minutes. If the target is already poisoned, it will remove the poison. Effect. After the Bloodmelt Aegis effect ends, there is a 5-minute cooldown. After the cooldown ends, Bloodmelt Aegis can be applied again. His face darkened as he silently continued to bring life again, schemed. There's still Andre and Sly. Now is not the time to abandon the 4-nation alliance. With that thought, he turned to Vi Kai and added, all right, I've given you all protection now. Hurry up and check." If Lu Fan is really dead, although Vi Kai was resentful, the situation was urgent, so she replied, "We'll settle this debt when we get back." "Ahem, Ba Dan, you go check." He heard this, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Huh? Me?" Suddenly, Kolan's face went pale, and he roared in disbelief. "What?" Lu Fan slowly emerged from the green mist. He gave a cold smile and said slowly, "There's no need for you to check. I'm obviously still alive." Lu Fan's sudden appearance left Ba Dan completely stunned, and of course, Vi Kai was no exception. Her face was full of disbelief, her eyes wide. Riding on Xiaoye's back, Lu Fan's mocking voice rang out, "You all really put on a good show for me. Are your allies always this fragile?" A status window appeared beside him. Poison immunity, effect active, Black Dragon bloodline, all damage taken reduced by 50%, immune to all debuff effects, self-healing ability increased by 500%. Ba Dan screamed in panic. Lu Fan isn't dead. Riding that dragon makes him immune to all debuff effects. Ko Lan's face turned ashen, and he involuntarily took a step back. He thought to himself, he and the dragon are both immune to all debuffs, so my class skills are completely useless against him? Forget Andre and Saki. This Lu Fan is the real disaster. At this thought, Ko Lan seemed to snap. He pointed at Lu Fan and screamed maniacally, "Kill him! We have to kill him! You two, go kill him now! I'll give you each another 20,000. Vicky held a mace in her hand and snorted contemptuously. Useless for anything except getting your own teammates seriously injured. In the end, I have to do everything myself. Ba Dan, coordinate with me. Let me." Before she could finish, a loud explosion from behind cut her off. Lu Fan was startled, wondering to himself, is that one of their allies? Vi Kai shouted nervously. Who's there? She thought. Could it be Ya? Sang. Suddenly a fireball flew towards her, slamming right into her and making her scream in pain. A cloud of hot smoke rose from where she stood. The man who had just arrived was none other than Andre. He laughed heartily and said, "Don't worry, brother, I'm here to back you up. 3 against 1, how shameless. If you've got any guts, come fight me." A status window immediately appeared in front of him. Rank B, Snow Country. Andre, level 60. Flame Warrior, 80,167 points. Lu Fan exclaimed in surprise. Andre? Andre propped his axe on the ground and laughed casually. Brother, that big dragon of yours looks pretty strong. Lu Fan patted Xiao Ye's head and gently reminded him, Xiao Ye, relax. Andre means no harm. Then he turned back to Andre below and replied, Your fire skill is really powerful too. Look how far you sent that lady flying. Hearing this, Andre laughed again and explained, That's my third job change skill, Flame God Incarnation. But it's barely a warm-up for dealing with these small fries. At the same time, Vi Kai finally came to her senses, staggering to her feet from within the cloud of dust. Lu Fan, completely unaware, was still casually chatting with Andre. Yeah, she hasn't even used any skills yet. She seems pretty strong. Andre exclaimed in surprise. Wait, did you say that lady? That person is a woman? Vi Kai, who had just recovered, overheard their conversation. She roared in anger. You two? Andre asked curiously. She's strong? Then I'll take care of this lady first. Brother, can you handle the snake rider and the archer? Lu Fan scratched his head and replied sheepishly, Actually, there's no need. Seeing herself being completely ignored, Vi Kai growled in fury. You bastards! Her entire body seemed to erupt with an immense power as she roared. You dare to completely disregard me! A giant bear instantly materialized behind her. Great Bear Spirit Form summons the bear god Duratan to appear and transform into a giant bear, increasing the endurance attribute by 120% and health points by 175% with a 16-second cooldown. The Great Bear Spirit swung its massive mace down, roaring as it attacked her. You'll all pay for this. Andre swung his axe, clashing hard against her mace. While struggling to block, he shouted to Lu Fan, Brother, watch your back. I'll handle this girl. The system screen displayed a notification. True form of the Flame God. Summons the power of the Fire God Sherong. Increases all stats by 100% and grants fiery wings for temporary flight. The duration of the true form of the Flame God is determined by the spirit attribute. Andre leaped back, and the spirit form of the giant bear roared before charging forward again. Lu Fan watched the two of them rush into battle with each other and sighed to himself, holding his head. Although this Andre guy was reliable, he was also a troublemaker. The main issue was that this was no different from kill stealing. And these guys didn't even need help in the first place. He didn't even have to summon his Earth Fiend and army. Suddenly, countless specks of light rained down from the sky, and he could only be seen leaning to the side to dodge them. Below, Ko Lan and Ba Dan saw that everything was blocked by Xiao Ye's wings. He cursed angrily. Damn it, Ko Lan, I failed again. Ko Lan dropped the pretense from atop the serpent's head. He immediately jumped down, shouting at Ba Dan. What a disgrace! Just stick to the plan. With that, he pointed his mace towards Lu Fan and ordered, Xiao Qi, use Poison Bone Spit. Following the command, it opened its massive mouth and spewed out a stream of green bones. A large amount of poison bones was sprayed everywhere by Xiao Qi, and information immediately appeared above its head. Poison Bone Spit. Continuously spits. Poison bones at the target, dealing damage and applying a poison effect. Lu Fan, on Xiao Ye's back, saw this and couldn't help but ask scornfully, You clearly know my dragon and I are immune, so why are you still using this skill? Suddenly, his expression tensed as he wondered to himself, This is bad. I can't see Ko Lan's other giant serpent. Lu Fan scanned his eyes around to search his surroundings, thinking to himself, The other one must be behind me. Planning a pincer attack, he readied his blade defensively. Void Break, enhanced with Dragon Aura, 2 consecutive slashes, coordinating simultaneously. with his dragon pet to unleash 2 Dragon Claw strikes imbued with dragon aura. Lu Fan whipped around, directly slashing his blade into the empty space beside him. Instantly, a giant serpent was mercilessly sliced in two. Looking at the falling serpent's corpse, Lu Fan said contemptuously, "You almost got a bite out of us. What a shame. You're too slow. Xiao Ye, let's go up." Kolan saw that Xiao Qi was defeated and cursed angrily, "Damn it." But in an instant, his expression changed. He lowered his head slightly and laughed loudly. "But my Xiao Qi can't die." He yelled towards the serpent's corpse. "Arise, raging serpent resurrection." The giant serpent, born from the spiritual power of a 5-venom shaman, will not die as long as its master is alive. They can be revived by channeling spiritual power, and if the body is destroyed, it will split into multiple giant segments. Lu Fan watched the serpents charging at him and muttered, "The more I fight, the more of them there are. What a troublesome bunch of worms." If that's the case, he raised his blade high and ordered Xiao Ye, switch to your destructive dragon form and burn them all to ashes. Hearing this, Xiao Ye let out a piercing screech, and her surroundings were quickly engulfed in flames. Massive flames enveloped her, and information appeared above her head. Black dragon hatchling transforming into destructive dragon form. Xiao Ye level 32, contracted black dragon hatchling. Xiao Ye opened her mouth and spewed out a fireball. Lava flame continuously shoots fire forward, dealing damage and healing herself. Xiao Ye relentlessly blasted the giant serpent with fierce flames, causing it to writhe in constant agony. Kolan, seeing the situation was dire, immediately shouted encouragement, "Hang in there, Xiao Qi." Then he turned to Ba Dan and yelled, "Ba Dan, are you F-times kecking serious right now?" Ba Dan wasn't faring any better. He raised his bow, in his hands, groaning with a pained expression. "Ugh, ugh." After aiming the arrow straight at Lu Fan, he shouted, "Charging complete! Kolan, cover me!" An arrow of evil eye spirit thunder had been created. Ba Dan's face was filled with determination as he roared, "Die!" Xiao Ye, still unaware, continued to spew fire at the giant serpent. Thunder of the evil eye gathers lightning at the tip of a dark arrow to form an evil eye, dealing 4 instances of 29% dark attribute damage and 91% thunder attribute damage to the target. The longer the evil eye is charged, the higher the damage. Seeing this, Lu Fan immediately stretched out his hand and created an orb of lightning. He shouted, "A thunder-type skill? I'm all too familiar with those. Let me show you something. Draconic magic." Roar of the Blue Dragon King releases a blast of lightning forward, dealing massive damage, and a paralysis effect. Subsequent attacks gain an additional 20 stacks of the thunder attribute. Each attack consumes 1 stack, with a 20% chance to paralyze the target. Ba Dan watched the draconic magic, rushing towards him and screamed in terror. "What? He knows thunder-type skills too? And it's the super rare draconic magic on top of that." Before his eyes, a massive dragon was heading towards him, letting out a deafening roar. Ba Dan's body was instantly sent flying backward. Kolan and the giant serpent beside him were also caught in the blast. Even then, Kolan didn't forget to call for Xiao Qi. After being paralyzed by the electric shock, Ba Dan trembled in fear and shouted to Kolan, "Kolan, you have to hold on! I can't withstand this power!" But then, when he saw what Kolan was about to do, Ba Dan screamed his name. On the other side, Kolan had just given an order, "Xiao Qi, Serpent's Breath Submersion." Seeing this, Ba Dan hastily yelled after him, "Kolan, what are you doing? Don't abandon." "Me!" Ba Dan kept calling Kolan's name, but he and Xiao Qi paid him no mind and went straight down into the ground. Xiao Qi and Kolan moved very quickly, with his calls echoing behind them. Ba Dan was helpless as he saw the lightning bolts begin to teleport to his position. With no defensive support left, Ba Dan took the full force of Xiao Ye's attack. An announcement followed immediately. Ba Dan of the Kim Huang Kingdom has died. The number of survivors is now 22 out of 23. Staring at the remaining flames, Lu Fan fell into deep thought. That bastard sold out his allies again, one more time. With such a fake alliance, there's no way you can escape, Jilan. He then turned to Xiao Ye and commanded, "Xiao Ye, prepare to coordinate with me. Activate dragon language." Resonance. Xiao Ye immediately obeyed and got into a ready stance. Xiao Ye dashed forward, carrying the blazing flames of molten rock burst. Lu Fan's voice rang out, "We're going to burn this. Mud lake to the ground." The flames were continuously fueled by Xiao Ye, combined with the terrifying power of the dragon language resonance. Lu Fan stretched his arm forward. "This will be your grave." The unparalleled power of the Sessons, molten lake reduced him to a mere skeleton. Xiao Ye and Lu Fan passed by the remains. He declared that it was over, and that he was the real hunter. An announcement was broadcasted right after. Jilan of Korea has died, leaving 21 out of 23 people. Lu Fan then saw his score had updated again. After seeing the tallied accumulated points, he thought, mission complete. 710,000 accumulated points, which was an increase of 160,000. A PvP mission that's a life and death struggle is indeed brutal, but the rewards are pretty good. Lu Fan was now holding the top spot at rank 1. Just as he finished his thoughts, he heard someone's voice. Bro, catch! With a bewildered expression, Lu Fan turned around just as a massive explosion occurred, throwing the area below into chaos. Below was the Swamp Nation's trial secret realm. Emerging from the explosion, Wei Qi, in his bear form, struggled to stay on his feet. His anxiety intensified when he saw Andre had aimed his weapon directly at him with a terrifying gaze. As the axe attack closed in on his face, Wei Qi could only stammer out a plea for mercy. But it was too late. The weapon of Andre's transformed into a hammer and smashed right into him. He then lifted the massive bear, saying in a steely voice, "Someone who only hides in the shadows and schemes against others doesn't deserve to beg for mercy." With that, Andre threw Wei Qi towards Lu Fan and Xiao Ye, yelling, "Bro, catch!" Seeing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but think, but the accumulated points, according to the rules of the national trial, only the person who lands the killing blow on a representative can claim their accumulated points. And then, an underworld serpent arrow shot out straight towards Wei Qi as he cracked a smile. Good deed like this was something he couldn't refuse. His score went up again. After the deed was done, Andre slowly approached them, but Xiao Ye remained on guard, so he waved his hand, his voice a bit resigned. "Don't get me wrong, I came to help and I guess I did something unnecessary, worrying they'd gang up on you 3-on-1. Lu Fan also stepped closer, smiling as he said, "Thanks. A freebie like this, I wouldn't mind it happening a few more times." Without any hint of anger or dissatisfaction, Andre replied, "No problem. It's the least I can do since you gave me so much delicious food from the Dragon Country. If you're all right, I'm gonna go farm some points." But then, a familiar sound echoed. Perhaps from using too much power combined with his massive body, he felt hungry. Andre looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Bro, do you have any more of that Dragon Country food?" And so, the three of them landed in a forest to enjoy a barbecue feast. While munching on 2 large drumsticks, Andre praised how delicious the Dragon Country's food was. He proposed, "Can I trade you some accumulated points for this? You give me 1 chicken, and I'll give you 5,000 accumulated points. How about that?" Holding a cup of coffee and hearing Andre's offer, he refused. "I don't need the points. If you want to eat, I can just give it to you." With no other way, Andre had to compromise. How could that be okay? It has to be at least 2,000 accumulated points per chicken. But soon after, Andre exclaimed with a stunned look on his face when he saw Lu Fan's points. "Holy crap, over 700,000. How do you have so many accumulated points?" Lu Fan also looked at Andre's information on his own watch. Seeing it, Lu Fan wondered if Andre had also received the 9 Realms Demon Subjugation quest. Andre looked surprised and bewildered as he asked Lu Fan back, "You too? Bro, with that many points, don't tell me you leveled the Dark Spire or something?" Lu Fan replied with a calm expression. "From the very beginning, my goal was to target the Dark Spire. The accumulated points from the demonic beasts are proportional to their strength. The Dark Spire is the most suitable place to farm points." After hearing Lu Fan say that, Andre couldn't help but be stunned by his power. What kind of monster is this guy? If it weren't for my class's special trait, I would have died during the 3rd wave of monsters at the Dark Spire. And yet he treats the Dark Spire like a farming spot. Andre's expression became even more dumbfounded. "It's a good thing I'm not his enemy. Both Shali and I got stuck on this quest. We're absolutely no match for him." After a moment of contemplation, he let out a long sigh and said, "I was originally going to tell you a secret for farming points, but now it seems like that was just a pipe dream. Your farming method is something I can't even replicate." Lu Fan looked over and quickly added, "The Dark Spire of the 9 Realms Demon is truly powerful. It took a lot of effort for me to clear it too." Andre looked over at Xiao Ye, who was eating a chicken leg, and said, "Having a dragon makes all the difference, no wonder. The Dragon Knight is one of the 3 strongest hidden classes." Xiao Ye glanced over, but then hissed at Andre as if afraid he would steal its food, so Andre immediately showed a somewhat scared expression and said, "It's just a little bit aggressive." Lu Fan then continued, "Which means you've tried this quest before, and failed, right?" Andre didn't deny it, recalling the scene of himself escaping, drenched in sweat and nearly dying. "This damn quest, as long as it's stuck on me, I can't accept any other quests." Lu Fan, with a smile on his face, suddenly said, "Actually, I have a way. Why don't we team up for this one?" The 2 of them then started moving. After walking for a bit, Andre's suspicion got the better of him. He turned to Lu Fan and asked, "Buddy, about your dragon pet." The more he looked, the more certain he was. "Why does it look like it wants to eat me?" Hearing this, Lu Fan offered an explanation. "Dragon pets are naturally quite aggressive and don't like living people. Don't worry, with me here, it won't bite you." But then his thoughts forced him to admit the truth to himself. He couldn't just say that he had eaten Xiaoye's food. After walking for a while, the three of them arrived at a familiar place. A pyramid loomed before their eyes. A continuous warning sounded, alerting them to the dark obelisk ahead as a new wave of monsters appeared. Level 60 corpse vultures, worth 84 points, and level 60 sky-horned bulls, also worth 84 points, growling below. Andre, holding his mace, asked, "Brother, what's our next move?" Lu Fan smiled and replied, "You handle your business, I'll handle mine. We'll each take care of our own." Around them, Xing Chen roared loudly. Riding on Xiao Ye's back, Lu Fan said to Andre, "With your strength, dealing with these corpse vultures and demonic skyhorn bulls shouldn't be a problem, right?" He looked hesitant and replied, "The stats of these two waves of monsters aren't high, and although there are a lot of them, they're not that hard to deal with." Lu Fan was pleased. "Great then, the two waves of monsters outside are all yours. I'll charge inside and kill the monsters there," Andre said confidently. "Of course, that's no problem, But a second later, he said in a stunned voice, "Wait a minute. What did you say? You're going to charge straight inside to kill the monsters?" Lu Fan paid no attention to his words, shouting to Xing Chen, switch to astral form. Instantly, Xing Chen obeyed and transformed in a cloud of magical blue smoke, then used astral warp to enter the dark obelisk. Starry Sky Dragon's astral form, strength increased by 500%, maintains its shape to break through the void for 60 seconds. Blue lightning crackled, and only then did he bother to tell him that instead of waiting for the monsters inside the dark obelisk to charge out in waves, I'd rather just go straight in and kill them all at once, which will save time. Astral warp tears through space to create a portal rift leading to a self-marked location. The portal rift lasts for 6 seconds and is not restricted by any magic circles or forbidden spells. Before doing exactly as he told Andre, Lu Fan turned his head and called back, "You stay safe out here. Take care, I'll quickly clean up the demonic beasts in this dark spire." Andre's expression shifted from horror to surprise. "No way. How does he have another dragon?" Lu Fan and his two massive beasts were entering, having now arrived inside the dark obelisk. He found it quite interesting and said, "What a grand welcoming committee. This creature with 4 wings and 2 red eyes and this fruit-shaped one is the level 75 Abyssal Night Moth, worth 223 points, and the level 85 Geo Devourer, worth 652 points. A voice rang out, "You lowly and pathetic human." A level 80 Slender Night, worth 423 points, and a creature with glaring red eyes and many sharp pincers, the level 65 Corpse Eater Beetle, worth 127 points. The Geopuppet Demon warmly welcomed him. "Since you have the courage to step in here, then I shall grant you the right to choose how you die." The Geopuppet Demon was a level 85 Nightmare level boss, with 30,951 strength, 37,582 spirit, and 48,034 agility, and 30,658 stamina. Death Coil uses its body and limbs to form a lock that tightly binds enemies, making them unable to move and inflicting negative effects such as immobilization, paralysis, poison, and dizziness. Joint Ripper inflicts tearing damage, and the damage points can be stacked. Shadow Break. The body assimilates with space when using the skill, achieving a stealth effect, allowing it to pass freely through shadow barriers without being detected. All physical and magical attacks are nullified while the stealth effect is active. Unyielding Corpse. After the Geopuppet Demon dies, its shell will shatter and a new one will be born from it. The body's attack power increases by 100%, and its defense decreases by 100% after rebirth, and its life drains faster until the body completely decays. Completely. Lu Fan summoned Xing Chen, directing a sharp gaze at the demon. "What a shame. It seems you're not happy to see me. But unfortunately for you, I brought a huge gift, looks like. I'll just have to give it to you a little later." Jade Dragon Contract, level 24. With 4,256 strength, 4,318 agility, 7,059 spirit, and 4,559 stamina. Jade Dragon Bloodline, all skill effects of the dragon race and the person with the connected bloodline are doubled. Lu Fan shouted, "Fei, use Soul Aegis." Soul Aegis. When an ally is covered by the light of the soul, all of the character's stats increase by 100% to 200%. Each time damage is taken, it absorbs the damage and creates 1 to 2 layers of a defensive aura. After the defensive aura accumulates to 10 stacks, it will release a shockwave. Defense. The damage dealt is the total damage absorbed during this time. A total of 2. He wasn't scared at all and said frankly, "Trying to use numbers against me? You can't scare me." Black Dragon Contract, level 32. Strength 8,457 to 30,183. Agility, 15,697 to 50,262. Spirit, 33,800, 12 to 100, 5,807. Stamina, 17,382 to 56,769. Lu Fan immediately gave the order to clear the area. Then, with a blast of dragon chi, he attacked twice in a row. When synchronized with his dragon pet, he unleashed 2 claw strikes imbued with dragon chi. Great catastrophe, a destructive giant dragon explodes over the area it flies through, causing massive damage and burning. Star Shatter creates a star, crushes it, and causes a large amount of massive area of effect damage, its power depending on strength, with a Starlight status effect lasting 10 seconds. He eagerly said, "Spirit, use Star Shatter." Currently charging Serpent Shadow Arrow. When the Nether Serpent Bow is in a charged state for 3 seconds, it can fire the Serpent Shadow Arrow, increasing its damage by 500%. Currently charged for 3 seconds. Star Shatter Serpent Shadow Arrow creates a star, and after being shattered by the Serpent Shadow Arrow, it will create enormous area of effect damage, with its power increased by 500% of the Starlight Dragon's strength attribute. In the midst of the fierce battle, each creature unleashed great power. Aura Shock releases the total damage absorbed from the previous 10 hits into 2 massive damage instances, causing wide area counter damage. Star Annihilation Light, a skill that casts a light of destruction, gathers all the power of the stars within its body and emits a mixed beam of light that causes unforeseeable damage, ignores defense, and cannot be blocked. The damage dealt depends on strength and level. The current damage of Star Annihilation Light has increased to a range of 23,280 to 349,200. He said cheerfully, "I'm about to level up again. I should speed things up." Lose Dragon Kingdom points, 763,383 plus 15,687. Fallen Demon Dragon, level 24. Demon Dragon's Breath breathes dragon breath at a target, causing magic damage. A target that is killed by the breath will be resurrected as a puppet to fight for you. Demon Dragon Strike wraps itself in an armor of fallen demonic chi and flies towards the target. While dealing damage, it will also offset 99% of incoming damage and will also reflect any effects and skills it receives. Unsealed Dragon Language unseals Dragon Language magic. Dragon's Breath will be replaced by Dragon Language magic. Demon Dragon Forbidden Curse. Demon Dragon Strike will be replaced by Dragon Language magic. World-ending Fallen Demon Dragon Bloodline reduces all incoming damage by 75%. But not long after, he shouted, "Xiao Fei, summon the Fallen Demon Dragon. Natural Assimilation, summon Long Dai. Summon twin Fallen Demon Dragons. The level of the Fallen Demon Dragon is the same as the user's." Immediately, both sides rushed back into a fiery battle. Starlight Dragon Summon Form. Milky Way, Falling Stars. The Milky Way form will unleash falling stars covering the entire area. During falling stars, other skills can be used simultaneously, and until it is stopped, falling stars will be maintained permanently. The Jade Dragon has leveled up to level 25, the Starlight Dragon has leveled up to level 18, and Lu Fan has leveled up to level 37. Spirit thought to itself, "A piece of cake." Lu Fan silently praised, "Now this is the right speed for farming points." The Black Dragon has leveled up to level 33. Abyss Moth level 75, points 223. Corrosive Spit. When the skill is activated, the Abyss Moth releases a viscous green venom that quickly shoots towards the target area. After hitting the target, the venom spreads over it, creating shimmering green corrosive bubbles. Black Hole creates a black hole that continuously pulls in surrounding enemies for the duration of the cast. After the cast ends, the black hole explodes, causing massive area of effect damage equal to the total health of all enemies sucked into it. Spirit praised itself again. "They're just asking to be put down." 1 second, Lu Fan was smiling. The next, he immediately became serious, holding a broken mirror shard in his hand and thinking deeply, "I can't see it anymore." Shadow Break. The body assimilates with space. When using the skill, you gain an invisibility effect, allowing you to pass freely through the shadow barrier without being detected. All physical and magical attacks are ineffective while the invisibility effect is active. Shadow Break. Lu Fan felt uneasy. "I can't sense anything." The battle was still raging fiercely. Death Coil uses its body and segmented legs to form a lock, binding the enemy, making them unable to act, and simultaneously inflicting stiffness, poison, and coma negative effects. The segmented legs cause cracking damage, with the damage value stacking. The opponent's surprise was clear. What? Phantom Walk cancels the concealment effect. Suddenly, a force sent the earth puppet demon flying. It said angrily, "It's you! Why are you here? Helping a human, no less. Answer me!" Earth-killing demon's phantom walk merges itself into the earth-killing chi to gain a concealment effect, allowing it to pass through the earth-killing chi at will without being detected. The concealment effect cannot be detected, and using any attack will cancel the concealment effect. The earth-killing demon didn't answer and continued to attack. Blood Ring Claws. Swings 5 blood ring claws to tear the target apart from a high altitude, with blow after blow raining down on the Earth Puppet Demon. Great catastrophe. A large dragon's regional destruction causes an explosion as it flies by, dealing massive damage and inflicting a burn. Lu Fan stood aside, enjoying the good show, and said cheerfully, "Old friend, we meet again. I wonder if you're satisfied with this gift of mine." The scene changes to the National Trial Mystic Realm, the swamp in the Earth Puppet Demon's dark spire. At this moment, the Earth Puppet Demon. The demon grew angrier and said, "A mighty ancient demon god, killed twice by a mere human, and now you have become a human's puppet." Then he showed a contemptuous expression. "How laughable that you're considered my equal. You and these lowly things deserve to die." Earth Puppet Demon, a level 85 nightmare difficulty boss, with a strength level of 64,852, agility of 69,427, spirit of 69,924, and endurance of 8,758, unlocked a new skill, Shadow Flame Clone, creating 8 clones, lasting for 15 seconds. The clones possess 60% of the original's health and attack power, and can absorb a portion of the damage. The Earth-slaying demon shrewdly thought to itself, "The aura on this kid is unsettling. I must eliminate him today." Without a second thought, it unleashed its skill, Death Coil, using its body and segmented legs to form a lock, binding the enemy, rendering them unable to act, while also inflicting paralysis, poison, and stun debuffs. Its segmented legs cause fissure damage, with the damage value stacking. However, very quickly, the skill Death Coil was interrupted. He shouted, "Earth-slaying demon," but the Earth-slaying demon showed no signs of stopping. It continued its frenzied attack, Shadow Flame Clone, creating 8 clones. Lasting for 15 seconds, the clones possess 60% of the original's health and attack power and can absorb a portion of the damage. Lu Fan couldn't hide his amusement while watching this performance. "Since you like my gift so much, I'll help you add some more fuel to the fire." He immediately used Summon Heavenly Demon Soldiers, controlling the fallen corpses, able to command all the fallen corpse puppets, converted by the fallen corpse demon dragon, and can summon and retract them at any time. When a fallen corpse puppet dies, its fallen corpse energy returns to the fallen corpse demon dragon. Hundreds of thousands of heavenly demon soldiers appeared. The army couldn't be any larger. The appearance of the heavenly demon soldiers made the Earth Puppet Demon anxious and endlessly surprised. Impossible! He actually subdued the entire Earth-slaying demon army of the whole spire. Lu Fan found this interesting. Both are ancient demon beasts. Let's see who is truly more powerful. Immediately after, both sides charged into battle without holding back. The fight was fierce, with the tide turning in favor of the heavenly demon soldiers, causing their opponent to feel fear. How can a mere human be this strong? The heavenly demon soldiers then announced to the Earth Puppet Demon, "It's your turn, you ugly thing." He stubbornly retorted, "You think you can destroy me with just a few of you? What a fantasy." But everything that happened next was a harsh slap to his face, as relentless and fierce attacks made it want to flee. Lu Fan immediately unleashed a new skill, Dragon's Rally. Dragon's Rally boosts his dragon pet's all stats and attack power by 30%. In that case, to leave you with no escape route, Xiao Ye appeared. Xiao Ye, level 33, a contracted black dragon, with strength of 8,707, 11,319, agility of 16,197, 21,056, spirit of 34,800, 12, 45,255, and endurance of 17,882,246. Lu Fan turned and said to Xiao Fei, "Boosted spirit. Spirit, use Starlight Annihilation. Starry Sky Dragon Form Change. Starlight Form, 59 seconds remaining. Starlight Annihilation Beam skill is still charging." He raised his hand and signaled to Xiao Ye, Lava Burst. A great flame was unleashed. Unsealed Dragon Language. Unsealing Dragon Language Magic. Demon Dragon's Breath will be replaced by Archmage Language, Forbidden Magic. Demon Dragon Assault is replaced by the Dragon Language Magic, Doomsday's Fall. Doomsday's Fall, a Dragon Language magic that, after being unsealed, rises to a high place and sacrifices its own health value. It falls to create colossal damage. The damage amount is 2,000% of the sacrificed health value. Currently, Doomsday's Fall sacrifices 100% of its health. The battlefield grew more intense. Starlight. Annihilation Beam converges the body's entire starlight power, firing a laser beam that causes unpredictable damage, ignores defense, and cannot be blocked. The damage dealt is determined by strength and level. The current upgraded damage of Starlight Annihilation Beam is 39,364, 708,552. Lava Burst. Within the target's range, a blazing flame erupts, forming a lava pool. Targets within the lava pool will gradually sink into the magma and continue to take massive damage. Dragon Language Resonance. When a dragon rider and their dragon pet use the same dragon language magic, both the dragon rider and the dragon pet will have the power of that magic increased by 100%. Dragon Language Resonance. Lava Burst. Standing in the sea of fire. From Lava Burst, its tragic scream echoed, "I can't accept this." The scene shifts to the National Trial's secret realm, the swamp outside the Earth Puppet Demon's dark spire. Andre glanced back and saw a monster roaring as it chased and attacked him. Turning around, Andre spread his fiery wings and flew up to dodge the blow. Then he soared high with his wings of fire, gripping his weapon tightly, and with momentum, smashed it down, hard on the monster's head. The smoke quickly dissipated, revealing monster corpses strewn all over the ground. He flew closer to the spire and saw the door was still closed, wondering, why hasn't the main gate opened yet? The third wave of beasts. Where is it? Suddenly, the spire exploded from its center, sending him flying. Rubble rained down, and he looked on tensely, asking, "What's going on?" 5 minutes later, in the trial's secret realm, the swamp, a large dragon flew out from the exploded spire. A voice echoed down from the dragon. Andre's speed is quite fast. He's already cleared out the army outside the spire. Had been cleared out. Below, dozens of monsters were piled on top of each other. The dragon threw down a large monster head, and a voice called down from atop the dragon. "Bro, are you all right down there?" Andre turned around, recognizing Lu Fan's voice. The monster head landed with a thud near Andre, startling him. "What the hell? What is this thing?" "It's a deathless stiff. After dying, in 10 minutes, it will revive from its corpse with 100% of its health. After reviving, its attack power increases by 100%, its defense decreases by 200%, and it loses 1% of its health every second. The deathless stiff counts down for 4 minutes." Looking at the head emitting green smoke, its two bloodshot eyes made him exclaim, "This monstrous thing is really something special." Lu Fan jumped down from Xiao Ye's head and said, "Don't just stand there gawking. This is the head of an Earth Ghoul demon. Hurry up and finish it. Its revival passive has already been triggered." Those words surprised Andre, who asked, "What? You want to give the points to me?" Lu Fan kindly said, "I've already taken all the points in the spire. If I were to kill this Earth Ghoul demon, your quest would be stuck forever." Hearing that, he raised his talisman, which began to blaze with fierce flames as he said, "Bro, you really know how to treat a friend." He smashed it down hard on the monster's head, and the system announced that the Deathless Stiff's revival was interrupted. Night fell on a brutal scene. Yet by early morning, the National Trial's swamp mystic realm was breathtakingly beautiful. Sitting by a fire, they chatted lively. Andre laughed heartily. "Bro, I was so damn lucky to befriend you." Looking at his system screen, he said cheerfully, "Quest complete. A direct increase of 200,000 points. I'm rank 2 now. Name, Andre. Nationality, Snow Country. Level, 61. Class, Flame Warrior. Points, 271,229. Rank 2. Lu Fan asked, "So I guess our temporary party ends here, right?" He stood up, looking at Lu Fan with regret. "It's a shame. This is a national trial. We're ultimately opponents. If only we had met before the competition, I would have definitely treated you to some fine wine." Hearing that, Lu Fan encouraged him. "Don't be so discouraged. There will be chances later." Andre extended his hand, his face beaming. "Let's make a deal then. Neither of us is allowed to die. After the national trial ends, let's go drinking and get wasted. My treat." The two happily shook hands, sealing the promise. "It's a deal. It's a deal." The black dragon beside them watched in confusion. Andre opened his screen and transferred points to Lu Fan. "Oh right, you absolutely have to accept these points. Point operation. Current points, 271,229. Transfer points, clear points. Points." Lu Fan looked at his point log, saw an addition of 50,000 and asked, "What's this for?" "Point fluctuation, plus 50,000. Fluctuation type, transfer. Points, external point source, Andre of the Snow Country." Andre politely transferred more points out of embarrassment. "I ate so much of your food, bothered you for a PvP match, and now you helped me pass my quest. I know these points are nothing to you, but please take them. I feel really bad." The big guy was surprisingly cute. Lu Fan said, "You're acting so coy. It's really not something I'm used to. I won't refuse these points." Andre hesitated. "Ever since I met you, I've had a question. Before I go, I want to ask you something." His expression suddenly turned serious. You're so strong, and you have so many overpowered dragon pets. Why do you waste time on useless opponents like that? Couldn't you have finished them in 2 or 3 hits? Standing next to the black dragon, Lu Fan explained, everyone here is a newly advanced expert from their country, and there are many hidden classes I've never seen before. This is the perfect time to observe their characteristics and strengths, so it's not a waste of time. Besides, the final winner will definitely be me. Hearing that, Andre turned away, stretched out his fiery wings, and sighed. There you go with those badass lines again. I can't fall too far behind you, so I'm off to take a point farming quest. He soared into the sky and shouted back to Lu Fan, see you around if fate allows. They bid farewell under the morning light. Watching Andre fly further away, Lu Fan thought, Andre's not a bad guy. I hope I don't get a PvP assassination quest for him later. After parting ways, he looked down at the severed head to take care of important business. Now there's the main task to attend to. My fallen corpse puppet legion can finally get a new member. The scene shifts elsewhere, where Andre's friends are looking at the leaderboard and celebrating. In the National Trial Arena's command room, they discussed and cheered with joy. Andre is amazing. He jumped to rank 2 in one go, directly surpassing the Star Bird country. Congratulations! It seems the 9 Realms demon subjugation isn't impossible after all. But others were more cautious. You're being too optimistic. The Snow Country's representative only completed it because he relied on the representative from the Dragon Country. That's right. If other representatives get stuck on this quest, they still won't be able to do it. The bald man walked over to Elder Han, expressing his immense gratitude for the Dragon Country's representative. Elder Han, please accept this sincere gratitude from the Snow Country. The elder smiled warmly at him and praised, that young man Andre helps others when he sees injustice. He's worthy of respect. The guard standing nearby looked at the leaderboard and said, the East Lord from the Taiki country has dropped to rank 3. Mr. Kim scowled from a corner. The crowd suddenly reminded each other, keep your voice down. Don't you see that Mr. Kim has been silent for a long time? He was furious, thinking to himself, even that simple-minded musclehead surpassed Kim Song-han. If the Starbird country makes a move, won't the Taichi country be? Can't I even keep my contacts? Looking at the phone screen made him even angrier, and he punched it until the screen shattered. He thought that controlling the quests he received was useless, and adjusting the stats of the 9 Realms demon was also useless. This was the only way left. A bodyguard peeked in and called out, Director Kim, I have something important to report. Please come with me. Hearing this, he yelled, don't bother me. What could you possibly have that's so important? The bodyguard continued. It really is important. That scroll has been crafted. These words caught his attention. He suddenly smirked sinisterly. What trick was he planning now? Excellent. This final method can finally be executed. Take me there quickly. On the 3rd day at the National Trial Site, Kim Tae-an was eager to secretly test the new weapon. Has it really been made? The bodyguard presented a briefcase. Yes, Director Kim. Luckily, we had the back door you instructed us to leave when building the secret realm. The bodyguard reported that because it was a rush job, there was no time for testing. There might be issues, but the master with the enhancement class confirmed it was usable. Inside the briefcase was a consumable item that opened a teleportation gate to a designated location within the National Trial's secret realm for 180 seconds. A temporarily crafted experimental item. The teleportation gate may be extremely unstable. Use with caution. Must not be exposed to the public. Kim Tae-an picked it up and pondered. Extremely unstable. While he was examining it, a bodyguard suddenly hesitated and spoke up. Director Kim, we've been monitoring Lu Fan from behind the scenes for a long time, and we haven't found anything unusual, Kim Tae-an angrily shouted. That's because you're all fools. Because of this, he made a risky decision. It's impossible to get a handle on Lu Fan from here. I need to execute the final plan. Before turning away, he ordered, you two guard this hallway. Don't let anyone near until I return. The bodyguard immediately acknowledged the order. The other one asked, Director Kim, what do you mean? Kim Tae-an hurriedly activated the scroll, opening a large vortex. That's right. I'm going to use this scroll to personally enter the secret realm and deliver a message. The system flashed a notification. Teleportation gate established. National trial. Desert. Warning. The gate's state is extremely unstable and may close at any moment. The bodyguard worriedly exclaimed, Director Kim, that's too dangerous. This scroll is just an experimental product. The other one also tried to dissuade him. If the other proctors see you, or if you appear on the live stream, it will be a huge problem. However, Kim Tae-an was determined to take the risk. He instructed his 2 bodyguards. That's why I've already informed the person in charge. Until I return, do not change any scenes on the desert map. You must guard this place well. If this is discovered, the honor of the Taisan nation will plummet. Understand? The notification appeared again. Time remaining for the teleportation gate, 179 seconds. The two bodyguards couldn't stop him and had to obey. Understood, sir. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, right. One more thing. Kim Tae-an pointed to the control center and said, I want you to open up the ultimate quest. Lu Fan has already found the new 9 Realms demon quest. Time is of the essence. At that moment, in the desert area of the National Trial's secret realm, the weather was scorching. Suddenly, a pillar of blue light shot down from the sky, drawing attention. Lu Fan was standing with Xiao Ye, watching it pensively. This time, it was the desert's Earth Blood Demon. He had also received a quest to subjugate the level 85 epic boss, the 9 Realms Demon, Earth Blood Demon. When he turned around, he saw that the tower had appeared, behind him at some point. Looks like I don't have to search everywhere for the Dark Spire this time, he analyzed internally. According to the rules of the competition, this type of quest with high accumulated points is probably very rare. I've received a total of 3 quests, and 2 of them were to subjugate a 9 Realms Demon. That ratio is undeniably a bit high. Then, Lu Fan called out to Xiao Ye. He rode on top of her head, advancing towards the Dark Spire. Even so, Lu Fan still felt uneasy. Something's strange. I have a nagging feeling that the quests are being manipulated. His worries were hard to find an answer for. As expected, a competition organized by the people of the Taizan nation was truly unpredictable. Lu Fan decided to ignore it and focus on the battle. Xiao Ye powerfully carried him, charging straight towards the tower. As she flew closer, the mobs were alerted. Creatures with wolf faces and bat wings bared their fangs and claws, letting out a roar. Lu Fan shouted loudly, Xiao Fei, Xing Chen, break time is over. They appeared instantly. He then commanded them to cast Star Shuttle. Xing Chen transformed into the Star Dragon in its stellar wine shift form. It let out a growl, time remaining for stellar. Wine was 59 seconds. Xing Chen unleashed a bolt of energy from the Star Shuttle skill. The skill's power tore through space, forming a teleportation rift leading to the target's location. The teleportation rift lasts for 60 seconds and is unaffected by any restrictive magic circles or spells. With 59 seconds remaining on Star Shuttle, Xiao Ye carried him through the rift amidst a swarm of mobs. Thanks to this, Lu Fan finally entered the Dark Spire safely. He and his dragons went on to face the next challenge. Before Lu Fan now, besides swarms of snake-like beasts, was the Earth Blood Demon. How dare you trespass into my domain? You humans truly court death. It was level 85, with a leader difficulty of demon rank. It had 42,151 strength, 40,183 agility, 29,210 spirit, and 35,884 endurance. Lu Fan summoned his sword and replied nonchalantly, I do apologize for trespassing. My bad. But unfortunately the one who dies will be you. His current dragon Chi is Black Dragon 2. When the technique naturally assimilates and the dragon bone swapping flute is played, the twin fallen corpse demon dragons, the Earth Ghoul demon, and the Earth Fiend demon are summoned. As you command, Master, their levels are the same as yours. Lu Fan casually commanded, charge them all at once. I'm in a hurry. Fallen corpse manipulation allows control of all fallen corpse puppets converted by them, which can be summoned and recalled at any time. If a puppet dies, its energy will return to the twin dragons. Meanwhile, outside the tower in the desert area, 2 people were in a confrontation. A burly man with a horn on his head sat on the sand, stammering, I'm begging you, don't kill me. Please spare me. The other person was unmoved, pressing a blade to his neck and asking contemptuously, beg me? The one holding the sword was Zhang Tian. How exactly do you plan to beg me? The other man replied in fear, I'll do anything. I'll transfer all my accumulated points to you and forfeit the match right now. I'm begging you. Please spare me, okay? This terrified man was Wu Sipeng from the Mika country. Ranked 14th, a level 59 tribal warrior, with 42,175 accumulated points. Zhang Tian deliberately toyed with him, saying, that's so boring. I can get your points by just killing you. How about this instead? Suddenly, Zhang Tian pointed her sword at Sipeng's face, scaring him witless. She sneered, you will lick my shoes while shouting, the people of the Mike country are all dogs. How about it? He naturally couldn't bear the humiliation. No, I can't do that. Zhang Tian's face darkened as she threatened through gritted teeth. You don't want to? The cowardly Sipeng had no choice but to agree. Sorry, I'll do it. Please spare me. And so, he slowly lowered his gaze to her feet. We people of the Mika country are all. Zhang Tian deliberately made it difficult. Huh? I can't hear you. A little louder. Sipeng shouted louder and stuck out his tongue. We people of the Mika country are all dogs and pigs. This made her burst out laughing. He really would do anything. Suddenly, a shadow in the shape of a hand flew out from nowhere, piercing straight. through Sipang's stomach and killing him on the spot. The system announced, Wu Sipang of the Mike country has died, 18 out of 23. Zhang Tian witnessed this before she could even understand what was happening. She turned. Her head? Huh? Turning around, she saw that Xiong Han was the one who did it. Kim Xiong Han, what are you doing? I wasn't done having my fun yet. His accumulated points increased by 42,175 to 160,964. He had to be killed anyway. I don't believe you would have actually spared him. Zhang Tian looked annoyed. You're no fun at all. Of course I was going to kill him, but I was going to kill him. What you did is considered kill stealing. Song Han frowned and denied it. You were taking too long. I didn't kill him for the points. We have important things to do. Zhang Tian sheathed her sword, her attitude also becoming serious. Important things. Xiong Han instructed, from now on, you just need to listen quietly. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Tian suddenly heard a sound. Tian was stepping out of an extremely unstable teleportation gate. Xiong Han didn't seem very surprised. Teleporting in like this, does the overseer have urgent intelligence? It could close at any moment. Zhang Tian, on the other hand, was gaping. You can do that? The terrifying killing intent generated by the blood demon was immense, and now its information has been summarized. Earth Blood Demon, level 85. Difficulty, Nightmare level boss. Strength, 42,151. Spirit, 29,210. Agility, 40,183. Durability, 35,884. Illusory Phantom Step instantly transforms into a transparent, tiger-shaped illusion, randomly appearing around the player. Each time it attacks, the illusionary rift disappears, dealing massive area of effect magic damage. Thunderstorm Claw Strike slashes the ground with claws filled with intense lightning power. After creating a Thunderstorm Claw mark, it unleashes a massive electric shockwave in a short period, dealing large area of effect, electric damage, and reducing the target's movement speed by 70% for 10 seconds. Soul Hunting Tiger. Targets hit by the Soul Hunting Tiger will have their souls torn into fragments, temporarily losing a portion of their maximum health. Maximum health is reduced by 60% for 8 seconds, during which the target's healing effectiveness is reduced by 30%. Lu Fan stood with his sword, between the Blood Demon and the Ghoul Demon. Thunderstorm Claw Strike slashes the ground with claws filled with intense lightning power. After creating a Thunderstorm Claw mark, it unleashes a massive electric shockwave in a short period, dealing large area of effect, electric damage, and reducing the target's movement speed by 70% for 10 seconds. Then, another ferocious-looking beast appeared and pounced. Death Coil uses its body and arthropod legs to form a lock, binding the enemy and rendering them unable to act, while simultaneously inflicting stiffness, poison, coma-negative status effects. The arthropod legs inflict rupture damage, and the damage value stacks. At this moment, a conversation took place between two of the monsters. The Blood Demon was the first to speak. Earth Ghoul Demon, why are you? One surprise followed another as the Blood Ring appeared. The Blood Demon roared furiously without stopping. Blood Ring Claws. It slashes with 5 Blood Ring Claws to tear the target apart from above. After dealing a large amount of damage, its own strength will be boosted by 200% for 12 seconds. The Blood Demon screamed, unable to accept the reality. Earth Fiend Demon, even you too. Only then did he speak, with his hands in his pockets, looking nonchalant. Lu Fan of the Dragon Country. Accumulated points, 13,135. 2 of the 9 realms demons are already this powerful, if all 9 of them attacked at once. Then I'll have to get serious. Lu Fan's pupils turned sharp as a sword as he stared at the Blood Demon, his fighting spirit soaring. He activated Dragon Transformation, and his body was instantly covered in black dragon scales. People, behind him was Sibang, roaring to the heavens and ready to fight at any moment. The Tai Chi Nation could never have expected that all their careful planning would end up as a gift for me. Then that monster collapsed, as it couldn't possibly fight against so many opponents alone. The battle was over, and Lu Fan strode out majestically with his sharp blade, followed by his supporting beasts. Now to unleash this grand army of demonic beasts, he thought smugly. What kind of fear would this cause? Shifting to another location, clouds of dust and sand billowed up as someone's voice cried out, "A little slower! A little slower! A little slower!" Cheng Han was now standing imposingly on a demonic beast, moving forward, with a girl clutching his clothes and following behind him. "I'm about to fall off! Shut up! Your noise is giving me a headache!" Zhang Tian screamed, frightened and helpless. "If your battle supervisor already told you the location of that ultimate quest, why aren't we going to accept it?" Flashing back to the conversation with the Kim family member. At that moment, his eyes were somewhat dark. "It's not time yet. In short, the teleportation circle is not very stable. I have to quickly deliver the intel to you, and then leave immediately. Damn it, the Tai Chi Nation is truly shameless to actually teleport a supervisor in here. Cheng Han slowly thought things over. These accumulation points are too inflated. Why not just directly disqualify him from the match? Kim Jae-in replied, the rules of the secret realm are all normal. There's nothing unusual, so I basically don't have any grounds to forcibly teleport him out. His eyes gradually became dangerous. Hoping to slowly clear monsters to do quests is definitely not going to work now, if you want to get even more accumulation points. You must figure out how the representative from the Dragon Country managed to clear the Dark Spire. If he can do it, then you can do it too. Then he looked towards the teleportation gate. The teleportation circle is starting to become unstable. I have to go. Before leaving, he pointed behind him and instructed, oh, right, Cheng Han, the ultimate quest has opened, so you must make good use of it. Cheng Han and Zhang Tian stood watching in silence. A moment later, he closed his eyes, thought it over, and said, that ultimate quest was originally meant to target Sei Li. Now is not the time to waste it on Lu Fan. We need to find a Dark Spire first, and figure out how Lu Fan defeated the Nine Realms demon. He immediately thought of the ranking tower. That ultimate quest directly designates the #1 player on the points leaderboard as the assassination target. It's only valuable when used on the strongest person. Zhang Tian, beside him, said dejectedly, all right, whatever you say goes for now. It seems to me that whatever little skill your Tai Chi Nation has is all used for cheating. Suddenly, Cheng Han once again jumped onto that purple demonic beast. For some reason, she fell flat on her face and cried out in pain. Sore and angry, she turned back to complain, you really have such a strong sense of revenge. Was it really necessary to do that just because I said one thing about your people? He replied while looking ahead. You idiot. Look ahead. Hearing that, Zhang Tian immediately looked up. Many soldiers holding giant chains were advancing towards them. Level 75, Fallen Corpse Heavenly Demon Soldiers, 165 accumulation points. Zhang Tian immediately adopted a serious expression, her hand on her sword hilt, ready, while he leaped down, getting ready behind her. So, this is the Dark Spire. The oppressive feeling is so intense. Cheng Han unleashed his power while encouraging Zhang Tian. Don't worry, with our combined strength, we're more than enough to handle this. Why is the Nine Realms Demon's grand army so small? Zhang Tian gathered her power into both hands, her two swords ready to unleash a move. Let me see for myself. At that moment, a large, purple-headed demonic beast appeared on the other side. The ancient demonic beast army that tormented your Tai Chi Nation. Just how powerful can you be? The purple-headed demon beast swung its scythe high and brought it down, sending all the other monsters flying. The demon breath scythe released blades of wind with a high rotational speed. Within the target's range, it slashes enemies and deals physical damage. Cheng Han remained defiant, fearing nothing. So what if he has a dragon pet? If it weren't for a loophole, could he have cleared the Dark Spire with his own strength alone? A monster soldier was also sent flying, its face contorted. Anything he can do, I can do too. A moment later, the battle was over, with only corpses strewn about. How can this be? All the monsters have been completely dealt with, yet my accumulation points haven't increased by even one. Feeling that this was too unusual, Cheng Han looked up and thought, it seems there's really a problem here. Let's go inside and check it out first. The more he thought, the more he was stuck in this loop. What on earth did Lu Fan discover inside? Then, the two of them entered the main hall. Why are there no monsters inside? Could it be that this place has already been cleared? Suddenly, the two of them sensed someone else was there and immediately became vigilant, both ready to draw their swords to fight. Who's there? Something made the two of them gasp in shock. Demonic beasts gradually appeared. First was the puppet demon, second was the one-eyed demon wolf, and third was the blood demon, with two glowing eyes, roaring. Cheng Han and Zhang Tian were both stunned by this horrific sight. Three giant demons appeared before them, staring intently at the two of them. 3 Nine Realms demons. Zhang Tian shuddered. The oppressive aura is so strong. Impossible. Something must be wrong here. Lu Fan appeared behind them and spoke, causing the two surprised them. Unexpectedly, he smiled. So you found this place. The two tensed up. Zhang Tian prepared to draw his sword. You actually came here too, Lu Fan? Lu Fan winked. Don't be surprised. I came here specifically to find you. After all, you did sneak attack the headquarters I worked so hard to create. Before arriving, he had already finished subjugating the puppets on his way here. The number of fallen corpses grew, and his method of manipulating them became more and more proficient. Now, he could command them through the Nine Realms demons to stay away from the hunting spires. Now, each Nine Realms demon could control a legion, meaning he had 3 legions out collecting points and experience for him. The grunts could be sent out, and as for these guys, he could just leave them here to guard the Dark Spire. Zhang Tian sneered. Came specifically to find us? I'd say you're looking for death. Name Lu Fan, nationality Dragon Kingdom, class Dragon Rider Knight, points 1,736,853.53, rank number 1. She projected Lu Fan's information panel and sneered at Kim Sung-han. With that many points, let's kill him quickly, then you and I can discuss how to split them. Kim Sung-han gave a scornful laugh. No rush, no rush. You probably know this guy and I have a score to settle. If we kill him that easily, it would be letting him off. Too easy. Kim Sung-han glanced at the 3 demons, thinking, Lu Fan is easy to deal with, but the 9 realms demons are no joke. Even one of them would be tough to handle, let alone 3 of them here. He looked at Lu Fan, sweating. For him to dare to barge into the spire alone, he must have a way to win without fighting the 9 realms demons. Lu Fan leaned against the wall. It seems you too. Don't take me seriously at all, starting your discussion right in front of me. Kim Sung-han raised his hand, intending to attack, but Zhang Tian was impatient. Lu Fan, tell us the secret of the Dark Spire, and we'll spare your life, Kim Sung-han said. Don't waste your breath on him, just capture him, and we can interrogate him slowly. Lu Fan sighed. A secret? Don't tell me you think I'm using a bug to clear the Dark Spire? Zhang Tian sneered contemptuously. How else could you get so many points? Don't you know it yourself? On our way here, we only encountered 2 waves of guardian monsters. Once inside, there was nothing left. Do you really think everyone is stupid enough to believe that a level 30 class user, like you, could clear the Dark Spire? Lu Fan closed his eyes and said softly, nothing left. He gestured to the 3 giant demons behind him, causing their faces to turn pale. Then what about the 3 9 realms demons behind? You? What are they considered? Kim Sung-han glanced at the 3 monsters, sweating, and thought, something's not right. The 9 realms demons are too quiet. Logically, with intruders here, the 9 realms demons should have already launched an attack. He narrowed his eyes. Could it be they're being controlled by Lu Fan? Impossible. No one can control a 9 realms demon. Lu Fan stood with his arms crossed behind Kim Sung-han. There really is a way to farm points. Doesn't your Taegi nation know? After all, you can freely change the system's quests, can't you? He flinched. He's discovered that we've been rigging the trial. Kim Sung-han turned, thinking, if he really can control the 9 realms demons, the impatient Zhang Tian had already equipped his weapon and charged forward. Why waste so many words on him? Let's just attack and get it over with. Lu Fan chuckled and snapped his fingers. It's truly heartbreaking. The points I worked so hard to get by hunting monsters are just casually dismissed by your words. Since you don't believe me, his snap awakened the 3 demons behind them. Then let me open your eyes to my true power. Zhang Tian and Kim Sung-han quickly turned and fled. Run! Impossible! He can actually command the 9 realms demons. As he ran for his life, Kim Sung-han thought, a bug. It must be a bug. The 9 realms demons can't be controlled. On what grounds? The trial we worked so hard to create has now become his playground? He was truly terrified of this man named Lu Fan. All of this should be ours, the Taegi nations. The demons gave them no chance to escape, appearing right in front to block their path. The system's voice rang out. Death entanglement. Uses its body and segmented legs to form a lock. Binds the enemy, rendering them immobile, while also inflicting stun, poison, and coma negative effects. The segmented legs inflict a stacking damage over time effect. The demons attacked, sending both of them flying, screaming in pain. They both crashed hard onto the ground. Kim Sung-han looked up in horror at the giant demon now in front of him. No, please don't. Abyssal Entangler, summoned. Beast. Abyssal Entangler. Level 61. Evolved form of the Abyssal Crawler. Skill. Blood Ring Claws. Swings 5 Blood Ring Claws to shred the target from above. After dealing a large amount of damage, its own power will be boosted by 200% for 12 seconds. Kim Sung-han's face turned pale with fear as he looked at the demon's venomous claws. So terrifying. Is this the kind of power that can shake an entire nation? The Abyssal Entangler. I couldn't even block a single one of its attacks. The will to live urged Kim Sung-han to escape quickly. I have to get out of here. I don't want to die. He thought in terror, I am the pride of Tianqi. Before he could even finish the thought, a giant demonic hand slammed down, smashing him into the wall. Lu Fan sat down as 2 girls came to his side and embraced him. I told you I wasn't cheating. I worked hard to kill all the monsters to turn them into my puppets. Zhang Tian, heavily battered with a shattered mask, slowly got to his feet and yelled, I won't fall here. I'm the #1 expert of the Yinghua nation's younger generation, a future powerhouse of the world. She charged forward, slashing wildly like a madwoman. How can I possibly die like this? Reaper's demonic breath slash was unleashed. The high-speed rotating wind blades sliced through enemies within the target's range, dealing physical damage. The claws of the 2 demons didn't let her get her way, and crushed Tang Tian. I can't accept this. Lu Fan looked at the information panel in his hand and sneered. Every single one of them claims to be the top expert of the future world. In the end, I haven't even made a move yet. I just casually sent out a few summons and they're all dead. He looked at the strange information panel. Name Lu Fan. Nationality Dragon Country. Level 38. Class Dragon Tamer Knight. Accumulated points, 136,853. Rank 1. Lu Fan noticed his points didn't increase and wondered, why didn't I get any points? He suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. He recalled that guy, Kim Seong-han. He used a summoned beast to resurrect, so it seems Wu-Tang Tian has a similar ability. In the National Trials Mystic Realm, the 10,000-mile desert, a dry and hot place filled with nothing but sand, Kim Song-han and Tang Tian, covered in blood and wounds, emerged from the sand gasping for air. Fission revival remaining, 6 times. Fission revival remaining, 5 times. Tang Tian exclaimed in surprise. Coughing violently, I really came back to life. The current cooldown for abyssal symbiosis is 24 hours. Her eyes widened as she said, this is incredible. Now we don't have to be afraid of dying anymore. Kim Song-han wiped away the blood, his expression cold. Don't be so naive, he began. Lu Fan has 3 Nine Realms, demons, and a large army. If we can't kill Lu Fan, reviving over and over is pointless. Besides, we only have 5 fission revivals left. Tang Tian held up her hands as if to explain, I wasted one when I first met you. What a huge loss. Kim Song-han's gaze turned icy, and he said in a cold tone, we can't afford to waste any more lives. We should find another dark spire, one that no one has explored yet, and see how he managed to subdue the 9 Realms demons. He's just a dragon tamer who tames demonic beasts. It's definitely not a class skill. If he can do it, then so can I. Tang Tian raised her fist, filled with new resolve. In that case, let's use these 5 lives to find a way to kill Lu Fan. Her whole body felt like it was being weighed down. Why do I feel so weak? Weakened. Time remaining, 9 minutes. Kim Seong-han closed his eyes and explained, we've just been revived, so we're in a weakened state. Our health and energy are very low. We should recover in about 10 minutes. Tang Tian panicked. Doesn't that mean we're in great danger right now? Kim Seong-han knelt. We can move slowly. Let's head to the Dark Spire for the ultimate quest first. Flames erupted from nowhere, startling Kim Seong-han. He glanced over, gritting his teeth and trembling. Tang Tian collapsed, impaled by a spear and engulfed in flames. A voice came from somewhere. Today's my lucky day. To think I'd run into 2 people who delivered themselves to me in this desolate wasteland. The flames continued to burn as the stranger pulled his spear from Tang Tian's body. Isn't this the prince of the Kim family? Do you remember what I said? Not to let me see you in the mystic realm? Kim Song-han broke out in a cold sweat. What terrible luck, at a time like this, to run into this savage while our weakened state hasn't even ended. Weakened, 7 minutes remaining. Looking at the newcomer's information panel, it was different. Rank 2, Andre of the Snow Country, level 61, class Flame Warrior. 3 accumulated points, 239,717. He powerfully strode closer. What are you 2 playing at? Digging in the sand? Whack-a-mole. Flame God's true form. Calling upon the power of the high-level Flame God Swarok. All stats increased by 100, gaining explosive flame wings for temporary flight. The duration of the true form is determined by the spirit attribute. Andre laughed maniacally and charged forward. Whack-a-mole is a very fun game. Kim Seong-han fell to the ground in a panic, thinking fearfully, it's over. I have no strength to escape. I just revived. Andre rushed towards Kim Seong-han. Let me play with you for a bit. A powerful slam directly knocked Kim Seong-han unconscious. Andre stood there, muttering at his information panel. That's strange. I clearly took care of both of them, so why hasn't the player count decreased? And why haven't my points increased? 10 days later, on the 14th day of the national trial, at the Golden Jade City Trial Arena. It's hard to believe, ladies and gentlemen, but the national trial, hosted by the Tai Chi Nation this year, has been going on for 14 days, and it's nearing its end. In a room at Longdu Academy, Villa Number 2, Han K was intently watching the large screen. This is a showdown, the most brutal in history, and also the one with the highest death toll. The students in the combat classroom at Longdu Academy were also watching intently. Out of 23 contestants, 11 have died in battle, and 2 have forfeited. Now, only the final 10 are still holding on. The representatives in the top 5 have basically secured their rankings. The Far North Barracks, inside Tu Jing's office. This means that as long as they rely on quests to farm points, it won't affect the rankings. Only by hunting each other can there be any changes. Wu-Tang Tian was continuously grinding monsters, increasing her accumulated points in the national trial's mystic realm, the Molten Volcano. Representative Wu-Tang Tian of the Yinghua Nation, currently with 460,000 points, is ranked 5th. Rank 5, Wu Tang Tian of the Yinghua Nation. Level 61 Ghost Warrior. 3 accumulated points. 462,853. Kim Sung-han was also continuously gaining points as Representative Kim Sung-han, the prince, representative of our Taichi nation, with 510,000 accumulation points, is ranked 4th. Rank 4. Jin Cheng-han of the Taiki nation, a level 623 Abyss Summoner, with 519,776 accumulation points. In the Trial Mystic Realm of the Grassland Nation, Andre is leisurely resting on the grass. Rank 3 Andre, the representative of the Snow Nation, with 680,000 accumulation points. Rank 3. Andre of the Snow Nation, a Tier 3, level 62 Flame Warrior. He closes his eyes, feeling the gentle breeze of nature. This breeze feels so nice. Unfortunately, Andre only held the 2nd rank for 4 days. In the Mystic Realm of the Volcanic Nation's trial, the representative Shali from the Starfall Nation surpassed Andre, claiming the 2nd rank. Rank 2. Shali of the Starfall Nation, a Tier 3, level 62 Saint, with 728,115 accumulation points. This representative rarely makes a move, gaining a massive amount of points by hunting 5 other representatives. The last person to be mentioned is Lu Fan. Finally, the representative with the most ridiculously high accumulation points ever seen. Soon, my master will find him. Lu Fan from the Dragon Nation, with 7 million accumulation points, holds an absolute and lasting lead at rank 1. In the Trial Mystic Realm of the Volcanic Nation, inside the dark spire of the Earth Fiend, a piercing scream echoed. Lu Fan commanded his demons to attack. The target for accumulation points, completing the subjugation quest for the epic boss, the level 85 Earth Fiend, the 9th 9 Realms Demon. The final 9 Realms Demon has finally been defeated. The Black Dragon leveled up to 38, and Lu Fan reached level 41. He smiled, having completed the mission. I've finally subjugated all the 9 Realms Demons. My army of the Fallen is almost complete. The Star Dragon leveled up to 29, and the Jade Dragon leveled up to 35. Lu Fan of the Dragon Nation, accumulation points, 7,012,510 plus 440,955. The demons under Lu Fan's command awaited his command, Master. A system notification chimed, announcing a new skill had been acquired, Dragon Domain. Lu Fan looked at the system panel in surprise. What new skill did little Fei learn? Just as Lu Fan spoke, his smartwatch projected a virtual screen. Dragon Domain deploys a draconic field with a 100-meter diameter. Within this field, dragons and those with a connected bloodline have all their 7-0 attributes increased by 50%, while those outside the dragon bloodline will have their attributes reduced by 50% and cannot enter or leave the domain. He was stunned as he read the description. A dragon's domain. Wait a minute. This effect, could it be? Seeing the future benefits, Lu Fan began to smile, smugly. As expected of little Fei, all attributes increased by another 50%, but its true strength isn't just completely separating the domain from the outside world. If I use this to deal with Jin, Cheng Han, wouldn't he be unable to summon his Abyss Entangler inside the dragon domain? And after dying, he wouldn't be teleported out? He smiled as he calculated. If that's the case, then I can actually kill him for good. Despite his thoughts, Lu Fan simply patted Little Fei's head and praised her. This is amazing, Little Fei. We can finally get rid of that unkillable cockroach. Now, she beamed and nodded at the praise. Just then, a new message appeared on the virtual screen, warning that he had become a hunt target. This took him completely by surprise, wondering if someone was hunting him. Seemingly guessing who it was, Lu Fan smirked and muttered, "This is interesting. Looks like a huge delivery of accumulation points is on its way." A short time later, in the Trial Mystic Realm of the Volcanic Nation, Shali examined an orb in his hand and muttered, "So this is it? It really exists?" At the same time, his screen displayed a new notification. Mission 1 accepted. Current mission. Ultimate Rank 1. PvP Hunt. He suddenly scoffed. "So this is the trick you're using to eliminate the number 1 ranker." Just then, from behind him, 2 figures appeared, and a hoarse voice asked, "Shali, the mission is up to you now. Can you really kill him?" The speaker was Jin Cheng Han, accompanied by his guard. Shali paid them no mind and replied calmly, "Of course, you know my strength, or you wouldn't have formed an alliance with me, right?" Hearing this, Jin Cheng Han frowned and stared intently at him, thinking to himself, "It took me and Wu Zongtian 3 or 4 skills to handle the lava giant, but Shali just now crushed it in a single blow. I originally planned to use the ultimate mission to hunt Shali, but I was too naive." Looking at Shali's back, he cleared his throat and said, "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just that the 3 of us, working together might not be enough to handle Lu Fan. As soon as he finished, Zhang Tian spoke up from behind. Lu Fan has subjugated the 9 realms demons and their army. We've fought him before, and we were completely outmatched. As if he'd heard a hilarious joke, Xiaoli let out a mocking laugh. Subjugating the 9 realms demons? I can do that too. That's not a testament to his skill. He's merely exploiting some other power. These words made Jin Chenghan extremely suspicious. Another power? Seeing his confused expression, Xiaoli raised an eyebrow and asked, "You guys, haven't you always wanted to know what loophole Lu Fan is exploiting to control and farm points from the 9 realms demons? In 3 minutes, just 3 minutes, I'll give you the answer." Meanwhile, at the National Trial Grounds, at the Management Control Center, Shadow Guard Yue, who was deep in thought, suddenly spoke. "Director Jin still hasn't contacted us since he teleported back," he asked quietly. "Does this mean we've been fired? Or not?" The man typing on the computer below quickly interrupted. "Don't jinx it. Who knows? Maybe he took care of it himself." The bald man spoke again. "President Kim told us to keep an eye on Lu Fan, so we just need to watch him. Don't you go starting trouble." Meanwhile, Wei Yue, who had his back turned, suddenly saw a blurry figure flash before his eyes, but then it was gone. He could only frown in confusion and mutter, "Am I seeing things?" The bald man suddenly scowled and snapped, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you even listening? Why aren't you paying attention?" From behind, a woman with a sharp blade suddenly appeared. The moment he finished speaking, she instantly swiped her blade, drawing blood from the bald man. The sudden pain made him cry out, once before falling silent. Hearing the noise, Wei Yue jumped. When he turned around, he saw his teammate clutching his neck as blood gushed out non-stop. He worriedly shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Just then, the woman approached from behind him and whispered a threat. "Don't scream. Shut your mouth, or you'll die a very painful death." He screamed in fear, begging for mercy. "Please don't." His reaction only seemed to excite her more. Then, in the blink of an eye, she swiftly slit Wei Yue's throat, finishing him off. After eliminating both guards, a voice came through her earpiece. "How's it going? The 3 minutes are almost up." Grabbing a handful of wires, she replied, "Don't worry." Then, she ripped out all the power cables and chuckled softly. The Magan clan never fails. Outside, the screen lost its signal, and the host quickly tried to calm the audience. "Everyone, please remain calm. We are experiencing some technical difficulties." "Yes, technical difficulties. We're fixing it immediately. Please wait a moment." But the people sitting in the audience were extremely frustrated by this. The live stream was cut off. Why did the signal die? What's going on? Is it a power outage? Is this for real? Where is the person in charge? Shouts echoed throughout the grand hall. What is going on? I still want to see what the representative from the Star Toon Nation has to say. In a private room, Sheng Ming explained softly, "Elder Han, this must be the Tai Chi Nation's doing." After a moment of silence, Fei Bai finally spoke thoughtfully. "The Star Toon Nation isn't so simple either." At that moment, a young man in a suit suddenly turned his head in alarm and called out, "Mr. Kim, you're in charge," quickly asked. "Someone," but before he could finish, he saw that Tyann was gone. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Where's Mr. Kim?" The person next to him immediately replied, "I don't know. It seems someone called him away a moment ago." The scene shifts to outside the strategy room. At the end of the hallway, Tyann was meeting with a member of the Magan clan. He smiled and asked probingly, "You haven't said a word since we started. Mr. Gan, do you have something you wanted to say to me?" At that same moment, a voice came through the man's earpiece. "The Magan clan never fails," like a signal. He glanced at the watch on his wrist and said, "I said earlier that I would take up 3 minutes of your time. I have nothing to say to you." Tyann was extremely surprised and annoyed to hear this. He frowned and asked, "Are you kidding me? I'm very busy. I don't have time for your games." Then, the man turned to leave, leaving only one sentence behind. "The 3 minutes are up. Thank you, Mr. Kim. Goodbye." Back on the other side, Zhang Tian frowned doubtfully and asked, "Are you saying that Lu Fan became a servant of the ancient god of fallen corpses? And that's why he can use the ancient god's power to manipulate the 9 underworld? Demons?" Cheng Han also exclaimed in a daze. "An eternal existence that's impossible to defy like an ancient god. This is truly hard to believe." Sensing their astonishment, Sei Li cleared his throat and said, "It's unimaginable, so it's unbelievable. I can understand. After all, the power of an ancient god is a blessing from the heavens. No matter your strength, with just a little of it, you can undergo a complete transformation." As he spoke, he suddenly summoned 3 stones, sparkling with fiery light, and said, "This is the power of the ancient god, the essence of the holy mountain from my master." Zhang Tian narrowed his eyes in awe at the sight. This surge of power, just sensing it, is unbelievably strong. Information also appeared on the screen. Essence of the Holy Mountain. Quality. Legendary consumable item. Effect. Unknown. After a moment of stupor, Chang Han finally spoke. This power is on a completely different level from the Nine Realms demon. Is the source of your power these three essences? Hearing this, Se Li burst out laughing and replied, No, no, no. 2 of them are for you. He gasped in astonishment. For us? If it's really as powerful as you say, enough to let us undergo a complete transformation, then what's the price? Zhang Tian also quickly questioned. That's right. For a hidden class that can advance to an even stronger one, you can't just be giving us such a rare item for free. Seeing their suspicion, Se Li's gaze suddenly sharpened. He frowned and said, Then let's be clear. This is a transaction. You will receive my master's baptism, gain greater power, and in return, our Magan clan will be able to excavate the unawakened ancient gods in the Taiki nation and the Yinghua nation. How about it? Hearing this, Cheng Han narrowed his eyes suspiciously, weighing the offer in his mind. I'm a prince, so the Magan clan probably wouldn't dare pull any tricks. As for excavating the ancient gods, let's not worry about that for now. But if I take this essence, I can get stronger immediately. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian hesitantly asked, should we agree to it? After a moment of deliberation, he finally accepted. A compromise. All right, I accept this deal. After killing Lu Fan, the Mogen clan would go to the Kim family to explain the ancient gods' excavation. Hearing their conversation, Zhang Tian raised an eyebrow. He asked, Is that really necessary? Cheng Han suddenly roared in anger. Of course it is. Do you want to be stepped on by Lu Fan forever? He can use the power of an ancient god. And we can too. Seeing his reaction, Sark Li smiled and handed the last elixir to Zhang Tian, asking, Have you thought it through? People outside will be able to see us soon, so you won't get another chance. Hearing this, he bit his lip in hesitation but finally gave in. I accept the deal too. Sark Li let out a triumphant laugh. That's more like it. Remember not to resist. Sark Li stared at Zhang Tian with a meaningful gaze and instructed, The more you embrace the change, the stronger my master can make you. Then he looked at the elixir in his hand. He said softly, As for this last one, it's prepared for Lu Fan. An image of Lu Fan flashed in Sark Li's mind, and he let out a venomous smile, chuckling, to make him a puppet of my sacred mountain. Meanwhile, in the control center of the National Trials Arena, 2 guards were lying motionless in a pool of their own blood. A man standing before a monitor reported, The cameras didn't capture the culprit. The video from the live stream and the command room has been fully restored. In front of the 2 dead guards, their blood had not yet dried. It looked like they hadn't been dead for long, as someone with a camera documented the scene. The woman next to Kim Taeyeon asked, Director Kim, are you really not going to report this? Kim Taeyeon replied, No, we'll investigate this ourselves. This information can't be leaked. He recalled what he had told the white-bearded man earlier, that the battle commander of the Starcrest Kingdom was definitely the work of the Mogen clan. In the secret realm of the National Trial, a volcanic region, Lu Fan was riding on the back of a dragon. He mused. As expected, the only way to speed up the final match is through mutual slaughter. The person who wants to hunt me is just ahead. As Lu Fan was thinking about this while riding Xiaoye and surveying the map, he glanced at his quest board. He suddenly noticed, this avatar belongs to Jia Sanlai of the Southern Kingdom. Seeing that, he immediately commanded, Xiaoye, land up ahead. Let's go meet this old friend first. As he spoke, he pressed a button, and Xiaoye roared in acknowledgement of her master's command. Xiaoye found a spot and landed safely. Lu Fan then jumped off. He said in surprise, Where did he go? Not far away, Jia Sanlai had already seen Lu Fan and called out in astonishment. Lu Fan? He exclaimed happily. It's really you, my great lord. You scared me to death. He then thought to himself, This is great. The great lord Lu Fan didn't kill me, and even encouraged me. He's nothing like the other dangerous figures. Seeing this, Lu Fan replied, Your luck's not bad. You've held on until now. Jia Sanlai scratched his head and walked over with a grin, saying, I thought someone was coming to kill me. I'm so glad it was you, great lord Lu Fan. Hearing that, Lu Fan pointed and asked, Oh, how are you still around? You only have 150,000 accumulated points. Rank 10. Jia Sanlai of the Southern Kingdom. Water Lotus Swordsman 2, level 49. Accumulated points 155,920. Seeing the joyful look on the guy's face, Lu Fan thought to himself, Is there something wrong with this guy? It's the final match, and he's this happy to run into someone? Then Lu Fan said, Jia Sanlai, you must know that in the final match, nobody is this peaceful. After saying that, Lu Fan drew his bow, but just as he was about to fire, he was surprised and called out, Xiaoye? Black Dragon's perception can detect enemies in camouflaged and stealthed states. and can actively use a skill to dispel the camouflage and stealth status of all enemy targets. Suddenly, something shot out from the ground and grabbed Jia Sanlai's leg, causing him to cry out, "Ah!" Lu Fan glanced over in surprise as it burst from the ground, grabbing the boy's entire body with its claws and dragging him off. Jia Sanlai shrieked in panic, "Ah, help! Me! Ah! A summoned beast! A sacred mountain puppet! Sacred Abyss Gravedigger 3. Legendary grade, level 62. Evolved from the Deep Abyss Dove Messenger." Witnessing this, Lu Fan couldn't hide his anger. He raised his bow and thought, "This is Kim Song-hwan's summoned beast, yet it has the traits of a sacred mountain puppet." The hands from the abyss were also moving in, getting closer and closer. The Nether Serpent Arrow, in an undrawn state, can release 12 magical arrows, each dealing 20% damage. Jia Sanlai continued to scream relentlessly, "Help! Help me!" National Trials Secret Realm, Molten Volcano. Announcement: Jia Sanlai of the Southern Kingdom has died. 9 out of 23 remain. Kim Song-hwan and Wu Zhangtian said, "We meet again, Lu Fan. We accidentally stole your kill. Hope you don't mind. In any case, all of your points will be ours soon enough." Hearing this, Lu Fan replied, "Long time no see. You've all gotten quite a bit stronger." Indeed. Sacred Mountain Slave Kim Song-hwan, Hidden Combat Class, level 62. Sacred Abyss, Sorcerer 3. Wu Zhangtian, Sacred Mountain Slave, Hidden Combat Class, level 61, Warrior, of the Sacred Land 3. After speaking, he thought, "So they've joined Sark Lee. Looks like that warning about being hunted was real. I've finally met my hunters." Sark Lee, standing between the two, laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, it seems that both of us know this power very well." Sark Lee, Sacred Mountain Slave, Hidden Combat Class, level 63, Sacred Practitioner 3. His face was filled with smug satisfaction. "Before I kill you, I'd like to give you a chance." Hearing this, Lu Fan asked skeptically, "A chance? Holy Mountain Essence, legendary quality, consumable item effect, unknown." He continued, "Forsake the one you are loyal to, dedicate everything to my master, and you will obtain supreme divine power." Lu Fan thought to himself, "Holy Mountain Essence, this great power is exactly the same as the Fallen Corpse Essence. Perhaps he is Jin Cheng. He and Wu Zhangtian used this to transform." He held out the essence and continued, "Join us, and we won't have to be enemies." Lu Fan refused flatly. "The one I'm loyal to? Stop joking. I'm not like you." The man, Say Lai, shot back, "What's with the act? Do you dare to look down on us?" Lu Fan pointed his finger and said with contempt, "Even if you get this power, you'll only be on par with my summoned dragon pet." The three of them scowled and said angrily, "It seems negotiation is off the table." Jin Cheng Han, Wu Zhangtian, "Don't you want revenge for being killed last time? Now's your chance to act." Wu Zhangtian and Jin Cheng Han shouted with glee, "We couldn't wait any longer." Roar, Lu Fan, "For all our past grudges, I'll make you pay double." The hand of the abyss began to strike down, but Lu Fan leaped up just in time. Drawing his bow, he thought, "These guys actually willingly became servants of the old god without a shred of dignity." He then aimed straight at the charging Wu Zhangtian, but Lu Fan's arrow had no effect on him, as he deflected it with a single slash of his sword. After putting on a mask, he said, "He who understands the times is a wise man. Someone like you is destined to die by my blade. I advise you to join the Holy Mountain Slaves, become our subordinate, and spare your own little life." Prajna Ghost Palace. Wearing the demon mask transforms the user into a resentful Prajna. Each time damage is taken, damage from normal attacks increases by 10%, and attack speed increases by 30%, stacking up to a maximum of 6 times. Wu Zhangtian and Zi Li were still trying to entice Lu Fan. Xi Lai held up the essence and said, "If not, we will kill you and turn you into my holy mountain puppet." Lu Fan recalled the extreme north and thought, "I've already killed countless minions of the old god in the Arctic realm, and you holy mountain slaves dare to threaten me?" It seemed he had figured something out. He said, "I understand now. Not a single one of you will escape." Wu Zhangtian pointed at Lu Fan's face and laughed scornfully. "Ha ha ha, he's so obedient. The divine power of the holy mountain must have terrified him." Lu Fan ignored him, raised his sword, and said, "Xiao Ye, change your form to Destruction Dragon. The 3 of you won't leave this secret realm alive. Current dragon form, Black Dragon 2. Black Dragon 2 form switch, Destruction Dragon." Xiao Ye also gathered a fireball and fired it at him. Facing the massive fireball, Wu Zhangtian said confidently, "A sneak attack? You no longer have the ability to defeat me." Lingering Molten Flame breathes fire forward, dealing damage while healing oneself. But surprisingly, Lu Fan didn't charge at Wu Zhangtian, but went straight for the abyss to confront Jin Cheng Han. But Jin Cheng Han just laughed without a hint of fear. "Go ahead and struggle. Your day of death is today." Hearing this, Lu Fan retreated, landing on Xiao Ye's head and said, "Every last one of you is so arrogant." He called out, "Go, Xiao Fei." Then he thought, the Flying Dragon King evolved into a powerful fallen corpse demon dragon thanks to the fallen corpse essence. If I give the Holy Mountain essence, from Xe Lai to it to eat, then the lives of you 3 Holy Mountain slaves, along with your 3 essences, will all be mine. Molten eruption forms a violent surge of lava in the target area, creating a lava pool. Lu Fan said, "Dragon tongue magic, molten eruption." Xiao Ye also spewed fire at the group, and a notification for dragon tongue resonance appeared. When a dragon rider and their dragon pet use the same dragon tongue magic spell, the dragon rider and the dragon pet will boost the power of that magic by 100%. Seeing this, Jin Chenghan quickly jumped up to dodge Xiao Ye's attack. As for Wu Zhangtian, he had already drawn his sword to defend himself. He cried out from the force of the flames. Lu Fan said scornfully, "Stop summoning these small fry and bring out something on the same level as my dragon pet." Jin Chenghan cursed inwardly in anger. "Damn it. Can't he tell I've already summoned my strongest holy abyss earth digger?" Lu Fan continued. "Look at your body. So frail. You look like this and we haven't even properly fought yet. Why don't you take a rest first?" Wu Zhangtian gritted his teeth, thinking, what a huge humiliation. How can a mere adolescent dragon, above tier 3, be so ridiculously powerful? Then he turned his head to Xe Li and said, "I didn't expect you to be so helpful, personally delivering them to me as free points." Xe Li was silent for a moment, without a word. Then he drew a cross-hilted sword from his back and said, "You arrogant fool, you will pay the price for your ignorance." As the enormous cross-shaped sword came crashing down in the shape of a golden cross, the blade unleashed countless powerful flames called the Flame of Divine Punishment. Flame of Divine Punishment. A holy practitioner unleashes sacred flames toward a target, inflicting 500% holy damage. And for the next 10 seconds, the target suffers an additional 20% holy burn damage each second. Lu Fan asked in feigned surprise, "Is that all? It seems your master isn't all that impressive." A notification appeared. Dragon Annihilation transforms an arm into a dragon's claw, delivering a swift 6-hit combo that can be released from a distance. The dragon pet will simultaneously release 6 instances of law-based damage. Xiao Ye and Lu Fan also retaliated with their own fireballs. Sak Li was furious at this moment. "You imbecile!" The essence crystal in his hand shattered accordingly, and with golden energy in his hand, he said, "Let me show you the true power of an ancient god." After he spoke, a square appeared, a massive one behind him. With a streak of light piercing through, a projection with golden wings holding a sword appeared, and he grew a pair of wings himself. Lu Fan asked in surprise, "Charging up? Dream on!" With that, he drew his bow and began to shoot. The nether serpent arrow, even without drawing the bowstring, could fire 12 magic arrows, each dealing 20% damage, with 4 arrows flying towards that golden projection. Lu Fan thought, even though it's just a projection, it contains the power of an ancient god, maybe even a bit stronger than a 9 realms demon. Then, he said, "Dragon's Encouragement." Xiao Ye let out a mighty roar in response. Dragon's Encouragement buffs the user and their dragon pet, increasing all stats and attack power by 30%. Gao Xiao Ye, level 38, contracted to Black Dragon Yi. Strength 9,782 to 12,717. Agility 18,137 to 23,578. Spirit 39,252 to 51,028. Durability 20,382 to 26,497. Serpent Shadow Arrow. The Nether Serpent, when charged by drawing the bow for 3 seconds, can release the Serpent Shadow Arrow, increasing its damage by 500%. Current charge 1 second. From Lu Fan's bow emerged a Black Dragon. He said, "Xiao Ye, get ready to unleash Lava Burst." Current Dragon Chi, Black Dragon Yi. Lava Burst is still charging the skill. Current charge 2 seconds. The golden projection pointed its sword and also began to charge forward and attack, its golden sword clashing with the massive fireball as a notification panel appeared in front of him. Lava Burst erupts within the target's range, releasing scorching flames, forming a lava pool. Targets within the lava pool will gradually sink into the magma and continue to take massive damage. Current charge 3 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Fan shouted. Now, instantly, the black dragon from his bow attacked. The notification continued to appear. Lava Burst. Serpent Shadow Arrow erupts within the target's range, releasing scorching flames, forming a lava pool. Targets within the lava pool will gradually sink into the magma and continue to take massive damage. Its power increased by 500% of the Black Dragon's spirit attribute. The golden projection also attacked without hesitation. Immediately after, the two attacks collided, creating a massive explosion. Saklai, watching from the side, his expression soured, and he whispered, "The power of the ancient god's projection is more than just this." After that heaven-shattering explosion, the Black Dragon became even more enraged. It dashed like the wind towards Lu Fan's group. Black Dragon Yi transformed into its World Destroyer form, letting out a world-ending roar that dealt massive damage to all targets in range and applied a weakening effect. Seeing this, he quickly put his hand forward, condensing energy into a large bow and shouting, "Nether Serpent Arrow." In its undrawn state, the Nether Serpent Arrow can fire 12 magic arrows, each dealing 20% damage. Seeing this, everyone else also charged forward to fiercely attack the Black Dragon. Ghost Breath Scythe Demon Slash. Wind Release unleashes high-speed rotating blades of wind within the target's range, hitting enemies and dealing physical damage. Xiaohei was currently restrained by golden chains, and at the same time, a colossal power surged directly towards Lu Fan. Flame of Divine Punishment. The Holy Cleric releases holy flames towards the target, causing them to take 500% holy damage, and for the next 10 seconds, they will take 20% holy burn damage each second. Seeing this, Lu Fan wasn't panicked at all. Instead, he turned towards that energy and gently split it into 4 pieces. Seeing this, Saklai and the others couldn't help but shout excitedly, "It worked! Without his dragon pet's enhancement, he's nothing," Saklai continued. "As long as we force him away from the dragon pet, his power will definitely drop significantly." In that instant, a pair of wings appeared. It was unexpectedly Lu Fan, who, with black dragon wings on his back, looked down arrogantly at the group below and spoke, "Are you sure I'm the one who fell into the trap?" Hearing this, Saklai's group was startled, turning to Lu Fan and angrily asking, "What do you mean? You really know how to? Put on an act. Bluffing won't change the fact that you've lost." With a whoosh, dust flew everywhere, as Saklai and his men stood on a tall, muscular demon and spoke. "When did he summon these demonic beasts, the 9 realms demons?" Hearing this, Lu Fan chuckled and replied, "I saw through your thoughts long ago. I just pretended to fall into the trap, merely to turn your own plan against you and divert your attention." Saklai grew furious at his words, pointing what looked like an ultra-thin screen at Lu Fan and yelling, "You think you can rely on these few fallen corpse puppets to defeat us?" Lu Fan heard this and replied softly, "Of course not." As soon as he finished speaking, the savage beasts behind him stared at Saklai's group as if they wanted to eat them alive. Then, he looked at them, smirked contemptuously, and said, "Only a few?" The group on the other side was in complete chaos. Kim Than Han stammered, "9 of them!" Saklai was just as shocked, thinking to himself, he actually managed to bag all the 9 realms demons in such a short amount of time. Lu Fan calmly asked, "Now who do you think is going to win?" Saklai scornfully channeled energy into his weapon, thinking that no matter how many undead puppets he summoned, he used Aegis of Sanctity and declared that they could never defeat them, the Holy Servants. This skill boosted his allies' entire holy power, increasing their full strength for 60 seconds. By 100%. Votang, Thien, and Kim Than Han then let out mighty roars in unison, one of them unleashing the flame of divine punishment, a holy fire that would make the opponent suffer. 500% damage and 10 seconds of holy burn damage, while the other used demonic breath scythe slash, releasing a rapidly spinning blade of wind. Saklai sneered, "Is this all the 9 realms demon of the undead has got?" Kim Than Han added, "Lu Fan, do you really think you can still kill us so easily?" Votang Thien said smugly, "After our baptism and enhancement, we're not the same as we were before." Just then, Xiaofei transformed into her eternal jade dragon form. Lu Fan looked on with a hint of disdain. "So you got a little buff and think you're hot stuff? You're still nothing compared to my dragon pet." The jade dragon bloodline meant that all skill effects were doubled. Lu Fan then shouted, "Xiaofei, Life Pulse." This skill enhanced the Jade Light, doubling the effectiveness of its stacks. Jade Blessing, Jade Dragon Aura, and Jade Light were now being used to buff his forces. The monsters let out terrifying screams, all of them surging forward to fight with frenzied bloodlust, as if they were on steroids. Xiaoye was also enhanced by the Jade Blessing, Jade Dragon Aura, and Jade Light. Her power boost was now double that of the other monsters. The giant dragon Xiaoye let out a massive roar, filled with power. She used Giant Jaw Strike to bite into Saklai's projection, a high-speed charge that would inflict a lasting bleed effect on the target. He was utterly astonished at the sight. How is this possible? My enhanced Holy Mountain projection was defeated just like that? A single blood-red eye with a black pupil appeared in the sky, crackling with lightning. Lu Fan then quietly advised Saklai to open his eyes and watch closely. There's something even more exciting coming up. From his high vantage point, he created a massive sphere-like skill, the Dragon Domain, which deployed a 100-meter diameter draconic field, empowering dragons and weakening their enemies. Kim Than Han couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This is a domain? Saklai was equally stunned. Impossible. A class holder just over level 30 shouldn't be able to use a domain. However, Saklai quickly regained his composure and asked, so what if it's a domain? He used the Flame of Divine Punishment and declared, let me tear this illusion apart. The skill was unleashed along with Saklai's arrogant voice. Let me show you the gap between us. Lu Fan remained unfazed as a giant eagle swiftly flew in to block the attack. Saklai couldn't hide his shock. My attack power was boosted by 300%, yet it was nullified? Why? Votang Thien shouted. My attack power has been weakened. Kim Than Han was surprised. I've lost my connection with my summoned beast. Saklai slowly realized, it's not just that we've gotten weaker, these demonic beasts have gotten stronger too. This domain lowers the enemy's stats and buffs its allies. The other two could only scream, get these monsters away from us. Lu Fan, flying in the sky, glanced down at them with contempt. Don't tell me you're going to die just like that. Suddenly, a powerful burst of light appeared, pushing back the monsters. That guy Saklai held a golden feather and remarked, I was originally going to spare your life. Gleaming golden energy swirled around him. Sak Li shouted, to give you a chance to be like me, to serve the ancient god of the Holy Mountain, but you're just too hard to control. His Holy Mountain projection was restored and had grown even stronger. Saklai declared, in that case, I'll just have to make you my Holy Mountain puppet after you die. The ground buckled under the powerful attack and suddenly shattered into large chunks. Saklai then calmly waved his hand and shouted loudly, endless holy light! The ground beneath Lu Fan's feet cracked into pieces. That skill was the power of the ancient god of the Holy Mountain, unleashing an endless holy light to amplify the attack towards the opponent. Triu Thangmin couldn't hide his surprise. Old Han, could Lu Fan be? Han Fai Bok remained silent upon hearing this, as that guy Saklai was now so shocked that he fell to his knees. All three of them, him, Kim Than Han, and Votang Thien, cried out in disbelief, impossible! Xiao Ye had created a layer of eternal protection, shielding Lu Fan and his Jade Dragon bloodline. All recovery skill effects were increased by 5,000%. Saklai was astounded. How could anyone possibly escape a blow from the essence of the ancient god? Lu Fan calmly raised his sword and remarked, it seems that was your final blow. Now it's my turn. Xiao Ye then let out a roar and released an overwhelming pressure, causing the black dragon to unleash an intimidating aura on surrounding targets, creating a blinding fear in all enemies within a large radius. The group could only scream, my ears! Stop! Hurry up and stop! Kim Than Han reached out to Votang Thien and urged, quick, sign the Abyss contract with me, so if he kills us, we can still be revived. However, before they could do anything, a single slash pierced through Votang Thien. Lu Fan gently sheathed his sword and hesitated. What a pity. This time, Kim Than Han watched in stunned silence as Votang Thien fell to the ground. Along with that came Lu Fan's voice, I'm afraid you won't be able to come back to life anymore. Kim Than Han quietly remarked, it's no use, I really can't sense it. Summon Wu Zhangtian anymore. Cheng Han seemed to be going crazy, glaring down at his own hands. Why can't I summon or establish a connection with my summoned beast? As he was screaming, someone suddenly grabbed Cheng Han's wrist. It was Luo Shali, and his condition was no better than Cheng Han's. Form a contract with me, I absolutely cannot die here. Hearing his absurd request, Cheng Han broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, no way. Seeing the two of them desperately clinging to each other, Lu Fan found it an eyesore and sent a sword slash over to interrupt them. It's useless talking to him. He can't save you now. He looked smugly at the two and declared, besides me, no one who enters the dragon domain can use summoning arts. Without a summoned beast, he can't form a contract with you. Lu Fan's status window also appeared. His accumulated points increased by 519,776. Seeing his imposing figure, Shali hissed Lu Fan's name through his teeth. Before meeting Lu Fan, he had never imagined he would be forced into such a situation. We are both servants of the ancient god, so why is he so strong? Deciding to go all out, Shali gathered energy in his palm and stared intently at Lu Fan. This was originally prepared for you, but unfortunately your eyes have been blinded. You can't distinguish. True divine grace. I pray to my Lord, have mercy and grant me strength to obliterate the insolent with sin. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around Shali erupted powerfully. But this is reality, not some Power Rangers episode where you wait for the transformation sequence, so Lu Fan cleanly delivered a slash. Do you think I'm an idiot? To give you time to prepare. Taking the full brunt of his attack without any defense, dealt him a fatal wound. After a long, piercing scream, Shali finally collapsed, and the aura surrounding him also. gathered into a silver stone. That stone quickly shot up into the sky. Lu Fan glanced after it and immediately unfurled his wings. So, it's abandoning its loyal servant and fleeing alone? Kim Chang-han couldn't escape even using his skills. Someone like you who relies on others' things thinks you can escape? With that said, Lu Fan spread his wings wide and flew into the sky in hot pursuit. Looking at the target before him, he smiled faintly. After waiting so long, I finally waited for a complete sacred mountain essence crystal. Meanwhile, in another place, a crowd of people was eagerly gossiping below the ranking board. Everyone look, the accumulated points for the representatives of the Starfall Kingdom, the Theocracy Nation, and the Cherry Blossom Nation have all disappeared from the board. Rankings, they're all dead. Did the representative of the Dragon Kingdom really take out the 3 strongest people all by himself? In the meeting room, Sheng Ming was also stunned by the result that was announced. He turned to look at Elder Fei Bai and stammered, "Elder Bai, this." Zion, standing behind them, also couldn't believe it. He turned away, mumbling to himself, "How is this possible?" Zian's gloomy mood was noticed by Fei Bai, who snorted. After leaving the meeting room, he punched the wall hard. They were all killed. How am I going to explain this to the Kim family? Kim Chang-han was the only hope for the Kim family's future. For this national trial, the Theocracy Nation poured all its resources into him, and now he's been declared eliminated. Then, the inevitable happened. The area around Zion suddenly turned dark, and tentacles began to surround him. Seeing the space distorting before his eyes, Zion tremblingly called out, My Lord." A cloaked figure appeared. "Is my son truly dead?" To Zion, that voice sounded like the call of the Grim Reaper. Terrified, his legs gave out and he knelt. This subordinate is incompetent and willing to accept punishment. The Dragon Kingdom's representative is too strong. I tried to interfere many times but couldn't eliminate him. Even Shali of the Starfall Kingdom and Wu Zhangtian of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom both died at his hands. Feeling the tentacle around his neck tightening, Zian was utterly terrified. No wonder I suddenly felt a sense of dread earlier. That mysterious man reached for his hood and pulled it down, revealing Kim Chang-han's father, just as expected. The tentacle on Zion's neck suddenly tightened, suffocating him. Ignoring his painful struggles, Kim Chang-han's father controlled the tentacle to lift him high into the air. "What did you guarantee me before the match? Now my son is dead, and the Theocracy Nation has lost." He grew angrier as he spoke. "But you're telling me that the Dragon Kingdom's representative is too strong?" The air was gradually thinning. Zian struggled, clawing at the tentacle on his neck. "Please give me one more chance." Kim Chang-han's father complied and let him fall from on high. He coldly ordered, "Under no circumstances can he be allowed to leave the Theocracy Nation alive. After the national trial, you will think of every possible way to keep him here. I and 4 others. Make him disappear, just like how you dealt with the 9 Realms demon." With that, he stepped into a spatial rift and vanished along with 4 other figures. Tyann trembled, cold sweat drenching his shirt, and replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, on Lu Fan's side, he had also caught up and seized the Sacred Mountain's essence, holding the stone up to inspect it. "I had to kill 3 people just to get this one rock. And on top of that, this consumable item's effects are still unknown." Looking behind him, Lu Fan wondered what the fallen corpse demon dragon would evolve into if it ate this. Putting thought into action, he smirked. "Time to broaden my horizons a little." He immediately tossed the stone up. "Let's see the power of the Sacred Mountain's essence." The fallen corpse demon dragon saw him throw it and readily opened its mouth, catching the stone and absorbing it. Instantly, golden rays of light. A golden light emanated from their bodies. The heavens and earth trembled as the 2 fallen corpse demon dragons began to evolve. Xiao Fei, in her eternal form, saw this and spread her wings to protect Lu Fan, blocking the falling rocks and debris. He looked up in astonishment at the 2 fallen corpse demon dragons, which had turned from black to being enveloped in a golden spiritual aura in the national trial mystic realm amidst the volcanic magma within the territory of the Dragon Domain. If anyone else had been there, they would have seen 2 pairs of massive wings soaring across the sky. Lu Fan looked up at the notification announcing he had acquired new skills, the Gate of Holy Light and Universal Holy Light Combat. He thought to himself that the fallen corpse demon dragon's 2nd evolution had granted them 2 new skills. An information panel appeared. Fallen corpse demon dragon, level 35. Skills, Demon Dragon's Breath, Demon Dragon's Assault. Universal Holy Light Combat, Gate of Holy Light, Unsealed Dragon Language, Demon Dragon Bloodline. After reading the information displayed by the system, Lu Fan considered, Universal Holy Light's radiance can utilize the energy of the Holy Mountain to increase main attributes by 30%, and it can also continuously restore health. Although the healing effect is nowhere near as good as Xiao Fei's, this 30% boost is enough to raised the power of the Fallen Corpse puppet army by an entire level, enough to easily flatten a small nation. And I'm extremely satisfied with this Gate of Holy Light. Previously, summoning the Fallen Corpse Demon Dragon and the Nine Realms Demon required both Xiao Fei and me to be on the field, but now I can deploy them and recall them at any time. Thinking this, he couldn't help but look up at the sky at the Fallen Corpse Holy Dragons, wondering if with more essence from other ancient gods, they could evolve even further. Lu Fan stared intently as the two of them soared. I'm getting more and more excited to see what the final form of the twin demon dragons will be. While he was lost in thought, the system suddenly displayed an important notification about the proposal to end the national trial. The voting has concluded. The voting is already over? With 6 people still alive. Andrea agreed too. It seems none of them want to fight me. Seeing the system panel pop up in front of Lu Fan, Xiao Kuei and Xiao Ye also transformed into their human forms and peeked over his shoulder to see. What's written up there? I think we can go home now. Lu Fan nodded, reached out and pressed the button. Then it's time to end this trial. The system's voice instantly rang out. The number of yes votes has exceeded half the current number of survivors. The vote has passed, and the national trial is now officially over. Rewards corresponding to the representatives' current accumulated points have been sent out. All representatives must collect their rewards before leaving the mystic realm. A spatial vortex appeared, spitting out an item chest. He approached the chest and bent down to inspect it, ignoring the 2 little girls playing behind him. It's finally time for the most anticipated part. A superclass mystic realm that attracted 23 nations. What could the first place reward possibly be? With the clatter of a metal lock, the item chest opened. Lu Fan was stunned by what he saw inside. It was a black belt adorned with winding golden dragon scales. He was overjoyed. This is one of a 5-piece, level 90, legendary quality set, and not only can a single piece start activating the set effect, but the belt itself also comes with a transformation skill to become the Golden Dragon King. Having all 5 pieces will grant 3 skills. If the other set pieces also have their own skills, I could completely adopt a warrior's combat style. Looking at the superior stats of the Raging Dragon Warrior, legendary quality set, strength, agility, spirit, and durability are all significantly boosted when equipped. It also has a special effect, Golden Dragon Shield, which can block attacks and mitigate damage. Lu Fan couldn't stop grinning as he quickly examined the other items. A level 40 skill book, Dragon Language, Magic Replication. I can learn this now. With this skill, I won't need to learn all sorts of dragon language magic. I can just replicate my dragon pet's skills to easily trigger dragon language resonance with them. Moving on to the final item, he felt a bit let down. This last reward is just a lucky draw bag. No matter how I look at it, its only effect is to randomly grant 3 scrolls of rare quality or higher upon use. The notification sound for receiving. A new item from the system chimed in his ear. Lu Fan smirked. Well played. A world-class Mystic Realm reward pulling this kind of stunt. The Taichi Nation really is something else. Seeing him hold the lucky draw. Scroll bag. Xiao Ye and Xiao Kuei also leaned in curiously. Whatever, here's hoping I get lucky. The 3 items he got from the blind bag quickly appeared. They were a Summoning Slot Expansion Scroll, Epic Quality, a Level Requirement Upgrade Enchantment Scroll, Epic Quality, and a Level Requirement Removal Enchantment Scroll, Epic Quality. Oh my god, this is not bad at all! These 3 scrolls, even at the Tianhua auction house, are not easy to find. He satisfyingly stored the 3 scrolls away. The Summoning Slot Expansion Scroll came at just the right time. Now I can finally hatch the Dragon Egg before my 3rd class advancement. Green Dragon Egg. The Level Requirement Removal Scroll is perfect for this belt. I won't have to wait until level 90 to obtain the power of the Golden Dragon King. No sooner said than done, he took out the 2 items to combine them. Used the Level Requirement Removal Enchantment Scroll. A new information panel for the item, Will of the Raging Dragon Warrior, appeared. The required level dropped from 90 all the way down to 0. He then took out his sword and swung it. I can upgrade an item's quality by 1 tier, up to a maximum of legendary. I'm really curious how much a legendary item can be upgraded. I've decided to use it on my weapon. Used Quality Upgrade Enchantment Scroll. Flowing Fire, Meteor Sword, Quality Legendary Plus. Level requirement jumped from 30 to 40, and all its other stats increased significantly. He held the 2 pieces of equipment. After being upgraded, he closed his eyes to feel how these 2 pieces of equipment had truly elevated his power to a new level. Dragon Language Replication and Dragon Language Resonance allowed him to cast spells like a dragon spellcaster, and the Green Dragon Egg also had an incubation slot. The strength of the Dragon Rider advanced another level, and this ultimate grade belt granted him the abilities of a Raging Dragon Warrior. Lu Fan's tightly shut eyes now opened. A dragon's image reflected in his pupils as a system notification chimed in. Effect activated. unsealing the remaining bloodline power, transforming into Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit increased to level 50, while durability increased by 200. While transformed as the Golden Dragon King, the mounted state is inaccessible. After achieving his goal, Lu Fan stepped into the portal out of the secret realm, arriving at Jade City in the Tai Chi Kingdom, the arena for the national trial. The moment he stepped out, the sound of cheering and the booming voice of the MC assaulted his eardrums. Lu Fan, the first-place champion and representative of the Dragon Kingdom, has returned. From the spectator stands, a mix of curses and cheers erupted, causing him to frown slightly. The Dragon Kingdom's representative is out. Please give me an autograph. Lu Fan of the Dragon Kingdom, give us back our prince. Sob, Mr. Lu, after killing 3 people consecutively. What are your thoughts on the matter? People from the Dragon Kingdom quickly appeared to control the chaos for Lu Fan. Sheng Ming led the way, pushing through the obstructive crowd. Please make way. Lu Fan is not taking any interviews right now. Seeing Lu Fan's face, old Fei Bai grinned from ear to ear, stroking his long beard and laughing heartily. Our Dragon Kingdom's hero has returned victorious. Vice Prin, Sipil Zhaohun. I've returned. Lu Fan gave a slight nod as a greeting. Fei Bai immediately grabbed his hand. Congratulations on taking first place in this year's national trial. Before, we only asked you to secure a spot in the top 3. We never expected you to give us such a massive surprise. Sheng Ming, standing behind him, agreed. You've worked hard, Lu Fan. Your performance over the past half-month has been absolutely outstanding. Not just first place, but first place with an overwhelming lead. Suddenly feeling something cold in his palm, he looked down in confusion. This is… Haha, Tu Xing upgraded your medal to silver, but now I'm absolutely certain you deserve a gold one. Hearing the old man's words, he thought about the gold medal. I remember my comrades from the Griffin Corps once said there were a total of 8 gold medal holders. It's a military merit medal. Old Lu only became a captain after getting a bronze medal, and above that is the silver medal, a gold medal. Our Griffin Corps only has 8 gold medal holders. Lord Tu isn't stationed at the barracks, and those 8 are no joke. Old Fei Bai chuckled. Starting today, you are the 9th, and also the youngest gold medal holder. With this gold medal, you'll have status. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, only the 3 elders and Tu Xing will be your superiors, Sheng Ming added. This gold medal in the Dragon Kingdom is equivalent to the status of a national guardian hero in the Tai Chi Kingdom. You're highly regarded by the Griffin Corps and also by Old Han. Lu Fan, you kid, you're on the fast track to the top. Being held in such high regard by 2 of the Dragon Kingdom's key figures, Lu Fan scratched his head in embarrassment. I don't deserve such praise. Thank you, Old Han, for thinking so highly of me. This year's national trial officially ends here. Kim Jae-on stepped onto the podium to announce, congratulations to the representatives who survived the secret realm. I will now announce the final results of this national trial. The first place winner of this trial is Lu Fan from the Dragon Kingdom delegation with 8,043,694 accumulation points, making up 91.8% of the total. The second place winner is Representative Andrea of the Snow Kingdom, with 725,629 points, accounting for 6%. Third place goes to the True Fire Kingdom. Hearing Kim Jae-on announce these achievements, old Fei Bai couldn't stop grinning, haha, to think he not only won first place but also took over 90% of the total accumulation points. The younger generation is truly something to behold. You flatter me, Old Han. This result was within my own expectations. Hearing his confident reply, the old man no longer wished to stay in this noisy place any longer. Sigh, this old man is tired and can't keep standing. I'm going to head back and rest. You all should get some rest soon, too. Take care, Old Han. Suddenly remembering something, he paused and said, oh, right. We can return to the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow. Early tomorrow morning, there's a national-level reward that the 3 elders have specially prepared just for you, so don't you forget it. Haha, hearing the old man's reminder, he was a little stunned. He looked over at Sheng Ming, the 3 elders. A national-level reward? To his surprise, Sheng Ming looked just as baffled as he was. Lu Fan, oh Lu Fan, you've really hit the jackpot this time, kid. In the hotel room, Lu Fan held up the Griffin Corps' gold military merit medal to admire it. The 9th gold medal, huh? He lay back on the soft mattress, smugly crossing his legs. Starting today, my status is second only to Senior 2. According to Vice Principal Zhao, I can even make Director Feng kneel before me and admit his mistakes. This gold medal is truly overpowered. The more he thought about it, the more he liked it, causing him to sit bolt upright. I'll put the gold medal away for now. Next up is the main event. I've been waiting for this for far too long. He raised his hand, and a scroll immediately appeared. A system notification rang out. You have used the summoning slot deployment scroll. I can finally unlock the green dragon egg. The golden light faded, replaced by the egg appearing on the floor. Excellent. Everyone, get ready to welcome a new member. Hearing his words, all three of his dragon pets gathered around, curiously staring at the green egg. Without wasting another moment, he used the dragon taming art on the egg. Cracks quickly appeared on its surface, and bolts of lightning suddenly shot out. This forced him and the three mini-dragons to take a step back. It was a level 1 blue dragon with the skills Thunderous Roar, Heavenly Punishment, Tribulation, Source of Lightning, and Blue Dragon Bloodline. After reading its stats, his jaw dropped as he watched the little dragon diligently eating its eggshell. This is a male dragon, Lu Fan cheered excitedly. This is awesome! We finally have a handsome little guy on the team. Kuao Kuao, Xiao Ye, and Xiao Kui were also excited to welcome the new member, crowding around and confusing the little dragon. He sized it up, thinking its future giant dragon form would definitely be magnificent. I need to give you a name, right? Let's call you Servant. Hearing this name, the little dragon let out a few roars. Looks like you like the name, huh? Then, from now on, I'll call you Bok. But it seems our Lu Fan had completely misunderstood. An enraged Bok flew up and gave his finger a painful bite. It roared loudly in extreme frustration, and it was thanks to Xiao Ye and Xiao Kui that it was restrained. He sighed. This Bok bites anyone on sight. There must be something seriously wrong with it. So rebellious. Now that I have another troublemaker, I'm getting a little worried. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. Lu Fan, congratulations on obtaining today's treasure map. His jaw dropped as he took a closer look. Wasn't this the god-tier treasure map he hadn't seen in ages? At the same time, on the western border of the Dragon Country, in the Ye family's courtyard, a beautiful lady sat alone, giggling as she watched the news on her iPad. The winner of this year's national trial is Lu Fan, the representative of the Dragon Country. I knew Lu Fan would have no problem. With the weapon I gave him, he's a true expert. Of course he'd win. As she was speaking, a sudden coughing fit overcame her. The beautiful lady coughed violently, and when she looked down at her hand, there was blood on it. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of her mouth. The beautiful lady gazed into the distance with sorrowful eyes. The royal family. Their methods are quite vicious. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Miss Ye, this is bad. The people from the royal family are here again. Hearing the servant's report, she took a handkerchief to wipe the blood from her hand, her tone filled with extreme displeasure. Here again? What do they want? They're still after Cloudwater Mountain. She angrily clenched the handkerchief in her hand. Cloudwater Mountain has been with our Ye family for nearly 100 years. The royal family keeps coming back to contest our rights. They're clearly just looking for an excuse to take over the Ye family. The servant replied, They are taking advantage of our leaderless Ye family. They've already seized so many of our resources, and now they're using the excuse of settling old debts to keep hounding us. She sighed and stood up. For better or worse, we are a noble family of the western border, yet they stoop to such things. What about the Long family? Has there been any news from them after all this time? The Long family still hasn't replied. Miss. Hearing this, the beautiful lady slammed her hand on the table in fury. Ungrateful wretches, all of them. Overcome with emotion, her suppressed cough returned, and with each hack, blood welled up in her throat, alarming the servant. Miss Ye, please calm down and take care of yourself. I'm fine. Take me to see the people from the royal family. She gritted her teeth. I want to see for myself just how shameless they can possibly be. Meanwhile, in the purple twilight sky, Lu Fan was on a plane catching up on news. He had chosen the Death Sand Sea, a level 70+ secret realm with nightmare difficulty and a party limit of more than 5 people. Lu Fan rested his chin on his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. This national-level reward from Old Han came at the perfect time. He recalled being at the Jade City International Airport in the Taiki Kingdom, where he was offered a choice of 10 from 460 secret realm resources. Thinking he had misheard, Lu Fan turned to look at old Fei Bai. Ha ha ha, of course, this is a national-level reward. These 460 secret realms were discovered all over the world by the Dragon Country's top brass, and even the highest bidders can't normally get their hands on them. See anything you need? Lu Fan gave a wry smile. Although they were all secret realms above level 60, for him, they were basically useless for leveling up, so he was a little disappointed. But as he turned to the next page, Lu Fan suddenly froze. Wait, the status was still unselected. Death Sand Sea, a level 70+ secret realm. The Death Sand Sea was the location on the god-tier treasure map he had just obtained last night. Seeing him pause for so long on this secret realm, old Fei Bai peered over. Found something you want? Old Han? I want this Death Sand Sea. I don't need the rest. Hearing this, the old man laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you have a good eye. But as for this secret realm's border, I'll have Vice Principal Zhao send some people to scout it out and set up a teleportation point for you. That would be perfect. He didn't hesitate to accept. Thank you, old Han. I'll just be returning to the Dragon Country a bit late, as I have a prior arrangement with Andrea, and it's hard to turn him down. Haha, no problem. I'll head back first then. As for the other 9 choices, I'll have Vice Principal Zhao let you pick some high-experience secret realms. Lost in his memories, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. It was Sheng Ming. He joked, "Mr. Champion, it's time to get off the plane." Lu Fan smiled and glanced out the window, but his smile suddenly froze when he saw the massive crowd outside. Ah, okay, it's certainly lively out there. On the airport tarmac, Lu Fan descended the stairs one step at a time. Immediately, cheers and congratulations erupted from the crowd, warmly welcoming the Dragon Country's representative. Victory for Lu Fan. Lu Fan is so handsome. Woo! Oh my god, look at him, he's smiling. Noticing Lu Fan's awkwardness, Sheng Ming immediately turned to help. I guess you're not used to scenes like this. How about I take you back to the academy? Vice Principal Zhao, stop joking with me. Just hurry up and take me back. Half an hour later, at Longdu Academy, Lu Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally quiet again, back on the familiar campus. This situation would definitely last for another 10 to 15 days. Thang Min, walking beside him, offered some advice. You should just skip school for a while, get some proper rest, and once the teleportation gate to the Death Sansi is built, I'll come get you. Little Fan. Suddenly, a clear voice called out his name. Lu Fan looked up. It was Han Ke, his little auntie. Behind her were Qin Qiu, Xiao Man, and Jian Ying, holding a banner to welcome Lu Fan. You're finally back. Welcome back, champion. Seeing this, Lu Fan shouted in embarrassment. Why are you guys doing this too? Han Ke was so happy she was moved to tears. Little Fan, you really made your little auntie worry so much. Every day. I was watching the live stream. So many people wanted to kill you. All right, little auntie. Didn't I come back safe and sound? He quickly comforted her, seeing his little auntie's concern for him. At that moment, he finally let his guard down completely. He was home. After Vice Principal Zhao briefed him on 4 matters, he also went back to eat, sleep, take care of his dragon pets, and spend time with his family and close friends. Relaxing was truly wonderful. Sitting at the dinner table, everyone asked Lu Fan questions. The school's announcement was much later than expected. Was there any trouble? Nope. I met a brother from the Snow Nation, and before I left, he invited me to a banquet. Little Fan is becoming a bad boy, already starting to drink. Qin Qiu giggled upon hearing Han Ke scolding Lu Fan. Sister Han, you're overreacting. On the contrary, Xiao Man disagreed. It's not an overreaction. People from the Snow Nation drink like there's no tomorrow. Looking at the peaceful scene of them eating and chatting, and being able to eat food cooked by his little auntie, the fatigue from his journey vanished without a trace. He glanced through the window, wondering how his senior was doing now, and if she knew he had won first. Place yet? Night began to fall, in a towering skyscraper. Is everything you said true? In the guest hall of the Tai Te Nation's Golden Axe Society, a man named Zai An was bowing respectfully to the person before him. Absolutely correct. A spy at the Golden Jade City Airport learned that Lu Fan will be heading to the secret realm of the Death Sansi. The other man rested his hands on the table. The Death Sansi is the forest of divine bones, the border between our nation and the Dragon Nation. I have already ordered the God-Slaying Legion and the Green God Legion to station their troops there. Wah, what? Deploying 2 of the 3 great ace legions of the Tai Te Nation. Isn't that a bit? Kim Than Han's father cut him off. A bit what? He shot out a tentacle that wrapped around Zion's neck. The man was too terrified to say another word, and quickly complied. Not at all. This subordinate will follow your orders. Hearing what he wanted, Kim Than Han's father released him. To avenge my son, using the strength of the entire nation is not an exaggeration. Gasp. Yes, that's right. He gritted his teeth, his killing intent flaring. Let the legions in the secret realm annihilate him. I want our 4 national guardian heroes to kill Lu Fan together. A few days later, in the morning, at the entrance to the Death Sansi dungeon, located at Yangshen-gu on the border of the Dragon Nation and the Tai Te Nation, a teleportation gate had been set up and was guarded by soldiers. Strictly, a foot stepped out from the gate. It was Lu Fan's team. Xiao Man looked around excitedly and shouted, I really can't believe it, that one day I would become the first challenger of a national-level dungeon. This is so awesome. If we weren't classmates with Lu Fan, we would never have gotten this chance. I wonder if there are any suitable cooking ingredients here, or I wonder? In contrast to the 4 girls who were excitedly chattering away, he remained seriously on guard. The Sea of Death. I'll be able to see my 5th dragon very soon. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of a familiar flag, and he was a bit suspicious. Why are people from the Tai Te Nation here? A voice suddenly came from behind, explaining Lu Fan's doubt. Ever since we started building the teleportation circle here, they started sending people to the border, but there aren't many of them, so you don't need to worry too much. Everyone turned around at once. Ah, it's Teacher Gu. Why are you here? Teacher. Gu walked over and patted Lu Fan's shoulder. No need to be so tense. The academy was worried something might happen, so they sent me to help you all. If you run into any problems here, you can find me anytime. He nodded. The academy is always so thoughtful. Han Kei, standing beside him, said gratefully, "Thank you for taking such good care of our little fan." Seeing this, Xiaoman pouted, "This is so frustrating. This must be the special privilege of being a top student, right? Keep your voice down." Teacher Gu smiled. "Follow me. I'll take you all to the dungeon entrance." Everyone shuffled into a line and followed her. Stopping in front of the entrance, Teacher Gu turned to look at him. "Now is the time to enjoy your reward, Lu Fan." He smiled, nodded, and stepped into the Death Sansi dungeon. They ran into an obstacle right after entering. Tisk! I didn't expect this dungeon to have guardians. Xiao Men, who was standing in the back, eagerly stepped forward. "You don't have to lift a finger. We'll take care of this monster." "Are you sure?" Lu Fan glanced at the monster's information panel that appeared. Tyrant's Skull Follower, Elite Rank, Level 65, Skill, Netherbone Slash. Xiao Man and Qin Chu confidently stepped forward. "Of course, don't think you're the only one who's improved in the past 2 months. Just watch." Immediately, Xiao Man used Water Split, flicking her blade to create 4 water lotuses that locked onto the target, attacking the designated target. Sword Shadow also instinctively teleported behind the skull. Xiao Song slashed with his Water Frost sword, instantly freezing it in place. Qin Chu refused to be outdone. She immediately activated Star Brilliance Annihilation. A beam of radiant light shot from the tip of her scepter straight at the skull Xiao Song was targeting. This skill caused it to burn every second, taking continuous light attribute damage. Over time, seeing the 3 girls coordinating so perfectly, Lu Fan couldn't help but praise them as he launched a continuous assault. "Excellent. Everyone knows the power gap between them and me is growing, so they're all trying their best to level up and improve their strength so they don't hold me back. That's why, for the past 2 months, they've all been training harder every single day." After finishing off the target, the 3 girls ran over to show off. To him, "How was that? Our coordination was flawless, right? We're strong enough to fight by your side, and will never be a burden to you." Lu Fan nodded. "You're all very impressive now. At level 30, you can take down a level 65 elite monster without a scratch. You'd be top class at Longdu Academy." As they were joking around, Lu Fan's gaze suddenly flashed with light. Shouting, "Watch out!" Lu Fan drew his nether serpent arrows, and without drawing the bow, he unleashed 12 magic arrows. The arrows zipped past Xiaoman's shoulder, heading straight for the creature behind her, which made her jump in shock. Lu Fan. In quick succession, several skull sprouts were defeated by him in one fell swoop. Witnessing his power, the girls stood with their mouths agape in just a blink of an eye. He had wiped out 8 elite monsters. "Is this the gap in power between us?" He lowered his bow with a smile. "I can't let them harm the people who are important to me," and he can still smile. "After that, it feels like we just made a fool of ourselves." Han Kei noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly changed the subject. "Oh, right, Xiao Fan. Where are your dragons? Let them out, so we can all level up together." At the mention of dragons, he chuckled and scratched his head. Actually, I recently acquired a new dragon, but its temperament isn't very good." Hearing him say that, the girls were astonished. "No way, you have 4 dragons now? With you by our side, we're not scared of anything. Hurry and summon your new friend so your little auntie can see." Urged by everyone, Lu Fan relented and decided to summon it. "Oh well, if Ah Bao really causes a scene, I can just unsummon it." The moment he summoned Ah Bao, lightning began to rain down from the sky. The girls scrambled to dodge the bolts. Xiao Man stared in awe at the newly appeared dragon. "Does its entrance always have to be this dramatic? It's so majestic." Sword Shadow nodded in agreement. Such powerful magical energy. Lu Fan watched the grand scale of Ah Bao's entrance, the corner of his mouth twitching. "Can't we be a little more low-key?" Ah Bao, the moment it appeared, Ah Bao used Thunderous Roar. A massive lightning bolt struck down from the sky where it hovered. The resulting shockwave created a storm zone that caused the swarm of skull sprouts to become paralyzed. Feeling the tingling electric current course through him, Lu Fan looked up at the dragon. Could this be it? He gathered energy in his hand as the lightning intensified. Roar of the Azure Dragon King. Lu Fan shouted, mercilessly commanding Ah Bao's skill to strike the horde of monsters, directly unleashing a thunderous shockwave forward. This formed a dragon language resonance, which enhanced the power of the dragon language magic for both the dragon rider and the dragon pet by 100%, completely obliterating the monsters. As the skill ended, a system notification rang out. Azure Dragon has reached level 2. Just as I thought, Ah Bao's skill is Roar of the Azure Dragon King, and using it at the same time triggers the dragon language resonance. Because that last attack was so massive, all the surrounding monsters, were completely annihilated. The system's monotone voice chimed in again. Map fragment of the tyrant's retreat route. Dungeon quest. Collect the map fragments and reassemble the map of the tyrant's retreat route. Find the tyrant's treasure. Current progress, 1 out of 500. Looking at the map fragment in Lu Fan's hand, Han Ke asked curiously, "The quest wants us to find the tyrant's treasure?" A map fragment. Of the tyrant's retreat route, a quest item? Sword Shadow glanced at it and said, "In other words, if we collect all 500 fragments, we can piece together the tyrant's retreat map and find his treasure." Xiao Man's jaw dropped when she heard that. 500 fragments? That's a ton. Lu Fan frowned at the notification panel. Han Ke and Qin Chu also leaned in to read the dungeon quest. Collect the map fragments, reassemble the map of the tyrant's retreat route and find the tyrant's treasure. Current progress, 1 of 500. Xiao Man brandished her sword excitedly and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's tear this desert apart." Lu Fan was a bit speechless. He didn't know what to say, so he just had to warn her. "Calm down. This whole place is sand. We don't know what's lurking underneath. It's easy to fall into a trap." Han Ke curiously came up behind him and asked, "Xiao Fan, do you have a plan?" In response, Lu Fan raised his hand and summoned Xiao Fei. "Yep, of course. We'll send someone to scout the path first." Xiao Fei flapped her wings and flew high. Natural assimilation. Summon twin Fallen Corpse Holy Dragons. The Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon's level is equal to the user's. Level 35 Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon. Skill, Demonic Dragon's Breath. Demonic Dragon's Breath unleashes a torrent of dragon breath at the target, dealing magic damage. Any target killed by this breath is resurrected as a demonic dragon puppet to fight on our side. Demonic Dragon Assault. It armors itself in Fallen Corpse demonic energy, surrounds its body, and then suddenly charges the target, dealing damage. It also nullifies 99% of incoming damage and guarantees to reflect all of it back. Skill effects obtained. Holy Light Illumination. The Demon Dragon unleashes the power of the Holy Mountain to create a holy aura, increasing the main attributes of all allies within a 100-meter radius by 30% and per second, regenerating 1% of their maximum health. Gate of Holy Light. The Demon Dragon unleashes the power of the Holy Mountain, opening a gate of Holy Light to teleport itself and all Fallen Corpse puppets to a target location. This skill has no restrictions on distance, area, magic formations, or planes. Dragon Language Unsealed. Unlocks Dragon Language magic. The Demon Dragon's breath will be replaced by Dragon Language magic. Demon Dragon's forbidden spell, the Demon Dragon. Assault will be replaced by Dragon Language magic. Doomsday Descends. Manipulate Fallen Corpse puppets, can manipulate and transform Fallen Corpse puppets, and can be summoned or recalled at will. When a puppet dies, the Fallen Corpse energy will return to the Holy Fallen Dragon, and the Demon Dragon bloodline reduces all damage received by 75%. The twin Holy Fallen Dragon flaps its wings and roars, "Roar!" Manipulate Fallen Corpse puppets. Can manipulate and transform Fallen Corpse puppets, and can be summoned or recalled at will. When a puppet dies, the Fallen Corpse energy will return to the Holy Fallen Dragon. The Fallen Heavenly Demon Soldiers are teleported into the dungeon. Level 75, Fallen Heavenly Demon Soldier. Corpse Tide, for each Earth corpse nearby, increases the defense of all fallen corpses by 25%. Born from death, each time it receives non-lethal damage, its defense increases by 25%. Of despair. Each attack from an Earth corpse will deal an additional 1 to 2 instances of damage. The additional damage depends on the current defense stat. Xiao Man and the others stand aside to watch. The sight of thousands of heavenly demon soldiers suddenly appearing before her eyes startles her into exclaiming, "This isn't a dream, is it? He actually brought those puppets out of the dungeon." Qin Chu, holding her scepter, steps back and stammers, It feels so terrifying." Sword Shadow is also utterly astonished. She asks curiously, "How did you do that?" Xiao Fei lands next to Lu Fan, and only then does he turn to explain to everyone, "The Holy Fallen Dragon can open the Gate of Holy Light, teleporting itself and all Fallen Corpse puppets to a target location without any restrictions on distance, area, magic formations, or planes." Sword Shadow's eyes widen in shock. This skill is even more formidable than a necromancer's. Xiao Man points into the distance and asks, "Does that mean you can also bring out the Nine Realms demon too?" Lu Fan, with a hint of pride, smiles and replies, "How could I leave behind such a useful minion?" As soon as he finishes speaking, the Nine Realms demon appears. It opens its mouth wide and lets out a massive roar, roar. The unbelievably powerful roar sweeps over Xiao Man's group, startling them and making them take a few steps back. Lu Fan says with a grin, "The task of clearing the path, just leave it to them." Scene change. Lu Fan's party, led by the Nine Realms demon, smoothly advances deeper inside. Along the way, many elite monsters and minions appear. For instance, right now, a skeleton is fighting with the heavenly demon soldiers. Skeleton follower of the Stormlord, level 65, elite monster, experience points 10,260, nether bone slash. The skeleton warrior swings the giant sword in its hand, infusing it with death energy, dealing physical damage equal to 150% of its attack power to the enemy, while also applying a corrosion effect. Behind the skeleton is a giant desert spider, and together they brazenly sweep through the heavenly demon soldier. Vanguard, the desert spider uses its mandibles to grab a heavenly demon soldier and lift it up, the dozens of eyes on its head blinking incessantly. Desert spider, level 70, elite monster, experience points 11,750, poisonous spike attack. The desert spider leaps forward at super high speed, stabbing its sharp poisonous spikes into the enemy, dealing physical damage equal to 120% of its attack power, while also applying a continuous poison effect, causing the enemy to lose 30% of their health per second for the next 5 seconds. At this moment, the Nine Realms demon rushes forward. It gathers momentum and leaps high, as swirling whirlwinds sweep past one after another. The Nine Realms demon opens its mouth wide and roars ferociously. Roar! 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 It slams its mace straight down onto the ground, the shockwave sending the skeleton minions flying. A bolt of lightning flashes across the sky. It's a bow. It flies up and lands on the heads of the desert spider and the skeleton without them even noticing. A bow opens its mouth and roars, Roar! With it as the epicenter, a barrage of lightning strikes the ground. Thunderous roar. Roaring towards the target area, a shockwave of lightning descends, forming a storm zone, creating a massive amount of lightning that damages and causes enemies within the storm zone to enter a state of paralysis. Even for elite monsters, they can't withstand being under this massive lightning zone. They cry out in pain incessantly, grr, 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 grr. As witnesses, Xiao Man's mouth twitches. Unbelievable. And here I was happy with my training results from the past 2 months. He can just casually clear a dungeon. This is just impossible. In this world, Sword Shadow was left completely speechless. After the skeleton and the desert spider were defeated, a large chest appeared on the ground. Lu Fan approached it and opened it up to check. Congratulations, host. The coordinates here match the coordinates of the God-tier treasure map. Treasure map successfully used. He is a bit surprised when he takes out the first item. Huh, so it's not a dragon egg. Will of the Raging Dragon Warrior. Level requirement 90. Class requirement, Dragon Blood Warrior, Raging Dragon Warrior, Dragon Rider Knight. Agility plus 840. Spirit plus 3,187. Strength plus 1,081. Endurance plus 1,248. Gilded Body. Active skill. The entire body turns gilded, becoming immune to all damage, unable to move, attack, or cast skills, lasting for a maximum of 3 minutes. During this duration, you can disengage from the gilded body effect at any time. Set effect 1 out of 5. Unseals the remaining bloodline power, transforming into the Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit increase by 50 levels. Endurance is upgraded. At level 200, during the Golden Dragon King transformation, I can't enter the third of 5 stages, but it will further unseal the remaining bloodline power, and during the transformation, I will obtain the Wings of Judgment and Raging Blood skills. At 5 out of 5 stages, the power of the Golden Dragon King will be completely unsealed. During the transformation, I will obtain the Supreme Shield skill. Lu Fan's eyes lit up, and he unconsciously blurted out, "This must be the next item." He grinned widely, thinking, "Awesome. I got it without having to level up. I can use it to fight right away." Crafting blueprint for the Contract of the Shadow Dragon King, a legendary grade special item. After use, it can be used to craft the special item, the Shadow Dragon King's Contract. The contract can summon the Shadow Dragon King, the Black Blade, to fight for the user. The duration is 1 hour, and the contract has 3 uses. The level of the Shadow Dragon King, the Black Blade, is the same as the user's. Materials required are Cosmos Stones, Ancient God Crystals, no more than 300 units of Shadow Island's breath, and no more than 50 units of Shadow Spring water. Lu Fan clenched his fist and exclaimed, "This is truly a divine artifact." Xiao Fei. Transformed into her primal dragon form, Lu Fan calculated in his mind, if I have Xiao Fei use natural assimilation to consume the contract, it could become a permanent skill, just like with the fallen holy dragon. A permanent summon, no different from having a dragon egg. Just then, a notification appeared on the system panel. Lu Fan stared intently. Mission completed. Collected 500 out of 500 fragments. Do you wish to combine them into the map of the Tyrant's retreat route? Yes? No? Jade Dragon's level has increased to 36. He laughed with delight and pressed, "Yes! I can't believe I finished it so quickly." The system confirmed, and the scene changed. Outside the teleportation circle area, fully armed soldiers from the Tai Chi kingdom advanced. An officer from the dragon country guarding the circle saw them, turned to face their leader, and gestured with his hand. "Halt!" he shouted, while also announcing that this secret realm was still in use. Li Tai paid him no mind, brazenly charging forward with his sword raised. The officer was still giving a stern warning, "Please stay back!" Before he could finish speaking, Li Tai cut him in two, splattering fresh blood everywhere. The soldier next to him drew a gun and fired into the air, shouting, "All units on alert, we're under attack." A massive explosion erupted, lighting up the sky. Hearing the commotion, Gu Han was bewildered. What's going on? Meanwhile, the Tai Chi Kingdom's soldiers drew their swords and began a relentless slaughter. In just a moment, the area around the teleportation circle was soaked in the blood of the Dragon Country's soldiers. Kill them all. Gu Han was frozen in fear. What in the world is... One of them managed to escape the fray, his body covered in countless wounds, large and small. He nearly collapsed right in front of Gu Han. She caught him, yelling, "Watch out!" The officer struggled to his feet, forcing out each word. "They're from the Tai Chi Kingdom. Run! Get the news of this ambush back to the Dragon Country." Gu Han's eyes filled with tears. She bit her lip and replied, "Okay." She glanced back at the teleportation gate, which was now being guarded by soldiers of the Tai Chi Kingdom. Gu Han cursed inwardly. Damn it, there's no way to get to the teleportation gate. She pulled a scroll from her pocket, one she had been hesitant to use. "I only have one. Random teleportation scroll. I have to use it now." While she was still hesitating, Li Tai swung his sword at her. Luckily, Gu Han was agile enough to dodge the attack. She ducked and started to run while unfurling the scroll. Random teleportation scroll, a single-use consumable item. Its effect is to randomly teleport the user to another location on the current map. Li Tai chased after her and swung again, but this time he missed as well. Gu Han had vanished without a trace. Li Tai raised his hand, gazing into the distance, and said with confusion, "She got away." Commander of the Green God Army of the Tai Chi Kingdom, Li Tai. A system notification chimed. New skill acquired. Jade Mirror Image. Lu Fan stared at the screen in surprise. Xiao Fei learned a new skill. The system panel continued to display more information. Jade Mirror Image can select a friendly unit and replicate 2 mirror image projections of it. The mirror images obtain all the skills of the friendly unit and have 30% of the original stats. The maximum number of coexisting mirror images for a single unit is 2. For dragon kin or teammates with dragon bloodlines, the effect is doubled. Xiao Fei, still in her Eternal One form, suddenly smiled from the side. His eyes immediately lit up. This skill can actually create clones. Lu Fan was ecstatic. He put a hand to his chin and began to analyze. Being attacked by 15 dragons at once, even a god wouldn't be able to withstand that. Xiao Fei approached Lu Fan. He stroked her while continuing to think. At only level 30, she's already learned Dragon's Domain and Jade Mirror Image. A skill this overpowered directly causes the team's combat power to double. In a way, you could say Xiao Fei is the most formidable dragon pet. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, sending water splashing everywhere. From below, 3 strange monsters suddenly emerged. Lu Fan's system immediately displayed a notification identifying them. Tyrant's Attendant, level 70. Experience value of 14,253 points. Nether Mirror Dance, the greatsword wielded by the Tyrant's Attendant, is imbued with death energy, dealing 200% of its powerful attack as physical damage to the enemy, while also applying a corrosion effect. It wasn't just the Tyrant's Attendants that appeared. Behind them, another large golden wheel emerged and started rolling towards them. Sword Shadow guessed, "That's probably the map's boss." "The path has appeared," he smirked and replied. "We don't need to look for them. This actually saves us time." The tyrant leading the minions from before gradually revealed itself, slowly advancing. While riding an extravagant golden machine, Lu Fan's system immediately identified its information. Cursed Tyrant, level 80, leader difficulty, Nightmare. Grade, Strength 20,951, Agility 28,034, Spirit 27,582, Endurance 10,658. Sword Shadow asked, "How do you want to fight this?" Xiao Man, standing beside them, also spoke up. "She has a request. I suggest we let the Heavenly Demon Army act as the vanguard, then have your dragon annihilate them." Lu Fan turned his head and replied softly, "No need for all that trouble. The Earth Fiend will handle everything." Xiao Man quickly interjected, "I know the Earth Fiend is incredibly strong, but it's not just one level 80 nightmare grade boss here. There are also countless level 70 elite commanders." She asked Lu Fan again for confirmation. "Are you really going to let the Earth Fiend solo this?" His gaze was incredibly firm, and Lu Fan replied, "Why not?" He turned his head towards Xiao Fei and called out loudly, "Xiao Fei, show them your new skill." As soon as Lu Fan finished speaking, her eyes immediately emitted a dazzling white light, and the system panel quickly displayed the information again. Jade mirror image. Can select a friendly unit, replicating 2 mirror projections. The mirror projections obtain all the skills of the friendly unit, with stats at 30% of the original. The maximum number of coexisting mirror projections for each unit is 2. For the dragon race, or teammates possessing dragon bloodline, the effect is doubled. Xiao Fei quickly used her new move. She let out a pie sound, and then a clone immediately appeared. Fully formed, she exclaimed in astonishment. A cloning technique? It didn't stop there. Xiao Fei's first clone then created another one. Xiao Man's eyes widened in disbelief. It can actually form 2 clones? If all 9 summons are brought out, wouldn't that make it 27? The cloning process quickly completed, and Xiao Fei's 2 copies let out a resounding roar. Qin Qiu stood to the side, her jaw dropped, and she praised in awe. That's amazing! Han Ke, right next to her, added, Xiao Fei's new skill is just insane. The cursed tyrant suddenly laughed loudly. Hehehehe. It unleashed a skill called Abyss of Sand's Raging Vortex, creating a quicksand vortex and a sandstorm in a designated area. Within the range, enemies take corrosive sand damage every second, equal to 120% of attack power plus 1.5% of their maximum health. Movement speed is reduced by 60%, and it randomly triggers whirlwind rings that send targets flying. The ground began to shake violently. Han Ke urgently shouted, Xiao Fan, what do we do now? Qin Qiu panicked. It's no use, I can't find my footing. Xiao Man fell to the ground and cried out, Ah, the ground is shaking too much. I can't stand it all. Lu Fan remained calm and reassured everyone. Don't be afraid. Just take this chance to rest a bit. A boulder suddenly flew towards the cursed tyrant. It had just looked up when it was startled by the giant rock hurtling towards it at high speed. The cursed tyrant had no time to react and was directly hit in the face by the rock, creating a loud splat. Before it could process what was happening, Xiao Fei's 3 clones immediately rushed forward. Lu Fan said, Now watch the earth. Fiend's spectacular performance. The 3 clones were all holding identical weapons. The weapons in their hands suddenly enlarged 1,000 times their original size. Then, all 3 clones roared in unison. Roar, roar, roar! Countless weapons were multiplied and rained down on the cursed tyrant's position. This skill was called Northern Sky's Chaotic Cudgel, which in a designated area forms a violent storm of blows. Enemies within the range take 36 hits per second, each dealing 100% of attack power. This effect cannot be interrupted or evaded by any means. While being attacked, the enemy's defense is reduced by 40%, and they suffer from an overwhelming shock effect, causing their attack speed to decrease by 30%. The cursed tyrant was quickly sent flying by their attack. The tyrant's minions were terrified, but they were also sent flying shortly after. In just a short time, the cursed tyrant and its minions were all wiped out. Now, only a large crater remained at the scene. He walked over to observe and scoffed. It really can't take a hit. Sword Shadow could only give a helpless smile. As expected, after every shock, you always bring me a new surprise. Xiao Man also approached with a bewildered look. Is it over already? I didn't even get a clear look. The system's sound rang out again. Rewards for the Sea of Death Sand dungeon. A chest suddenly appeared in front of the 3 of them. Lu Fan approached curiously. What will the system reward us with this time? The system continued to announce. Lu Fan's level has increased to 42. After he opened the chest, countless rare items immediately appeared. The system announced the information for the first item. Level Removal Enchantment Scroll, Quality. Legendary, Consumable Item. Effect. Removes the level requirement of a target item or piece of equipment. Lu Fan thought excitedly. A level removal scroll. I got exactly what I wished for. This will save me a huge amount of expense, won't it? Next, the system displayed the information for the second item. Searching Paper Man. A special item that after being used, it can be used to get a prompt indicating the enemy's position, can only be used by a specialized class, and has only 3 uses. He smirked. A great item for Xiao Fei to slot in. Removing the usage limit makes it an indispensable item for traveling and raiding. Next, the third item appeared. A cooking recipe for flying sesame brittle. It comes with a cook's introduction. After using it, you can master the method of making flying sesame brittle. After consumption, you can gain an extraordinary flying ability that lasts for 2 hours. Next is the fourth item, the God Step, a platinum-grade item requiring level 30, with plus 101 strength and plus 374 agility. Special effect. The user will gain extremely high movement speed for a short period. It enhances evasion ability, and after each successful dodge, the user can recover a certain amount of their health. And the final item among them is the Tidal Ring, a platinum-grade item requiring level 30, a forged weapon with plus 216 strength and plus 198 agility. Special effect. The user can summon a shield made of water elements for a short time. It blocks enemy attacks, and the shield can not only absorb physical damage, but also inflict elemental damage to enemies on contact. Lu Fan quickly took the items and said, "I can use the scroll and the paper effigy. The rest will be distributed to those with suitable classes. We can run this multiple times. I believe everyone can get the gear they need." Any objections? Everyone agreed. Sword Shadow smiled and replied, "We'll follow your arrangements," Xiao Man said excitedly. "In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go farm it." Scene change. Li Tai was standing dumbfounded in front of a giant space portal. His subordinate reported, "Sir, we've sent people to pursue that woman who escaped." Li Tai ordered him, "Report to Lord Jin that the Forest of Divine Bones has been completely wiped out. Wait for Lu Fan to come out, and I'll immediately capture him and his accomplices in one fell swoop." The subordinate bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." Just as he finished, another voice suddenly spoke from behind. "There's no need. I'm already here." At the same time, a purple tentacle appeared, slowly approaching a dead man on the ground. The tentacle immediately drained all of the man's spiritual energy, and he quickly turned into a dried-up corpse. The voice spoke again, saying, "Lu Fan, I will definitely kill him with my own hands." That person was Zai Shi, controlled by Lu Fan. Li Tai and his subordinate quickly knelt and greeted respectfully. "Welcome, my lord," he ordered. "Go and disguise this place as the work of those heretics who worship the ancient gods." Zai Si's expression suddenly darkened. "We absolutely cannot let the Dragon Country find out we did this." Scene changed to the vice principal's office. Sheng Ming was trying to call someone, but there was no response from the other end. "Beep, beep, beep," he wondered in confusion. "Strange, why can't I get through?" Sheng Ming looked at the phone screen, which was still beeping. The moment the other end picked up, he hurriedly introduced himself. "This is Zhao Sheng Ming from Long Tu Academy. May I ask, is Guhan from my school still at the Death Sand Sea Garrison?" The person on the phone quickly replied, "Vice Principal, the garrison is currently—" Upon hearing his words, Sheng Ming shot up from his seat in agitation. He shouted, "What? The heretics just launched a sneak attack on the garrison?" The person on the other end replied, "That's right, the Taichi Kingdom's director came to inform us." He explained, "In recent years, heretic groups from various countries have been very active, attacking the Dragon Country's garrison. There were no survivors in the garrison." Sheng Ming was shocked. "How is this possible?" The man quickly reassured him. "Vice Principal Zhao, please remain calm and encourage the teachers and students at the school. The Border Defense Department is currently verifying this news." Sheng Ming nodded and replied, "Understood." Scene changed. The Jin residence of the Taichi Kingdom. Zian was leisurely propping both his feet up on his desk. He casually listened to the phone through his headset, asking loudly, "Verify? Verify what? You don't trust the Taichi Kingdom?" Then, he slowly stood up from his desk. Zion gave a few half-hearted replies, then quickly took off his headset and said to the Dragon Country representative, "The location of the Death Sand Sea is extremely remote. Even if they send immortals, it would take them 10 to 15 days. If there's nothing else, hang up." Su Yun suddenly burst through the door, breathlessly announcing, "Chief Jin, the Dragon Country sent 2 documents." He said, clearly annoyed, "What's with all the flustering? What's the news from the Dragon Country?" Su Yun quickly bowed low and presented the documents to Zion with both hands. "My apologies. These are documents from Han Fei Bai and Tu Jing." Upon hearing this, he exclaimed in alarm, "What?" Zion took the stack of documents, flipped through the pages, and asked Su Yun, "What do they say?" She slowly explained, "Han Fei Bai is blaming our investigation into the heretic incident for being ineffective. To find the truth, he has decided to let Tu Jing handle it." Su Yun awkwardly bowed her head and said, "Tu Jing's side has already dispatched the Lion Regiment, and they are currently gathering at the border. He said that if a conflict arises, he hopes the Taichi Kingdom can understand." Zion was silent for a moment, then he immediately flew into a rage. Zion clenched the documents in his hand, slammed the table, and shouted, "It's all just pleasantries, but so damn rigid. They're basically telling me, both directly and indirectly, that is telling us that if we interfere, it's a declaration of war." Su Yun spoke up to object, "But Director Kim, we can't possibly stand against the Dragon Country's Lion Legion." Taeyan was extremely stubborn, refusing to listen to her, insisting that Lord Kim Taeyan's plan must not be hindered under any circumstances. "Go give the order to Li Tae of the Green God Corps, have him deliver the news to the national heroes, and at the same time, dispatch the God-slaying corps to the border to delay the Lion Legion." Taeyan believed that as long as they stalled long enough to kill Lu Fan, there would be no one left to testify. The Dragon Country could only investigate the heretics, having no evidence to declare war on us. Su Yun bowed her head and replied, "Understood." Taeyan's expression was a bit grim. The matter of killing Lu Fan absolutely could not have any complications. Scene change. Xiao Man sighed wearily. Clearing dungeons is so exhausting. Let's eat something delicious and get some sleep. Qin Chu replied helplessly. Tomorrow, we'll have to rely on Lu Fan again. He could only laugh helplessly before replying, Ha ha! Taozi gets tired, even just from walking. The group of 5 then stepped out of the spatial gate one by one. A horrific scene immediately greeted everyone. Han Ke panicked, screaming unconsciously. Ah! Qin Chu immediately asked, What happened here? Everyone is dead. Jian Ying approached a corpse and called out loudly. Lu Fan, look! Their cause of death is exactly the same as Sha Li whom you defeated. Their life force has been completely drained. Could it be that the heretics who worship the old god have come to kill us? Lu Fan glanced over and replied, No, he quickly explained. It's not the heretics. I don't sense any power from the old god. But I can sense an energy very similar to Kim Seong-han's. She wondered aloud. But Kim Seong-han was clearly. Jian Ying didn't get to finish her sentence before another voice interrupted. As expected of Ying Yi, sharp and intelligent, that person was none other than Kim Tae-yeon. She immediately became alert and shouted, Who's there? Jian Ying quickly stood up, raising her hand, to summon a sword. The system's voice immediately rang out. National Ruler Kim Tae-yeon, Hidden Class Executioner, Level 97, Abyss Lord B. He showed a disappointed expression. It's just a pity that your intelligence won't be able to save you today. Just as she was about to charge forward, Lu Fan stepped in front of her to stop her. Jian Ying, don't be reckless. He's level 97, just like Kim Seong-han. They both have the aura of the abyss, Jian Ying exclaimed in shock. Level 97? Qin Chu, standing behind them, spoke up. Lu Fan, my father knows him. He is Kim Tae-yeon, the national hero of the Taizé Kingdom. He shouted. What? Kim Song-han, being a prince, is his son? Then, another voice came from a tall tree. National Ruler Kim? National Ruler Kim. I was wondering who it was. Did you really need to call us here for a kid like this? The system immediately identified him. The drunkard, Lim Jae-hyuk, hidden combat class. Level 95, Wandering Sword, Saint 4. Jae-hyuk was lounging on a tree branch, his face flushed from drinking too much. He was still holding a gourd flask in his hand. Jae-hyuk quickly jumped down, bluntly speaking his mind. This kid doesn't look like he's had his 3rd job advancement at all. Couldn't you have just let Lee Tae kill him offhandedly? In-young, standing on an arrow floating in midair, reminded Jae-hyuk, Don't be careless. This person's level isn't high, but he was able to defeat our old friend, the 9 Realms Demon. Lu Fan's system continued to announce, Baeku Lee In-young, combat class, level 95, Wind Ranger 4. Then the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Han Ke lost her footing and exclaimed, Is it an earthquake? Qin Chu quickly held her and gently warned, Sister Han, be careful. Xiao Man asked in confusion, What's happening? The violent shaking of the ground was caused by the footsteps of a man named Hyun Suk. He roared loudly, So what if it was the 9 Realms Demon? If we could kill him once, we can kill him again. They already said this kid has a real dragon. My war kite can't wait to bathe in dragon's blood. The system quickly displayed his information. The beast. Choi Hun Sok, hidden combat class, level 96, Hell's Blood Axe 4. Before everyone could understand what was happening, countless bolts of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. Xiao Man was bewildered. What's going on now? A staff with a gem embedded in its center gradually became visible. The system identified the owner of that staff as Hyukbo Lu Sang-hyun. Combat class, level 95, Lightning Mage B. Jae-hyuk stood to the side, looking at Sang-hyun. He spoke between hiccups. Old Hyuk is the same as always, like a mute. In-young sighed wearily and explained, His name is Hyukbo, but never mind. He's always been a man of few words, just a boring old guy. Jian Ying quickly asked for clarification. Are these 4 people the same as Kim Tae-yeon? They are all national heroes. Qin Chu immediately replied, That's probably right. The 5 national heroes of the Taizé Kingdom. Lu Fan, what should we do? Lu Fan slowly stepped forward, realizing it was these heroes who had massacred everyone at the encampment. He became enraged, then immediately shouted, Unforgivable! I won't let a single one of you escape. You will definitely pay for this blood debt with your own blood. Lu Fan summoned Xiao Fei and issued a challenge. Come on, national heroes. Kill me, or you'll be buried with these innocent dead. Han Ka, seeing this from behind, quickly spoke up to stop him. Xiao Fan, they are all masters above level 90, Lu Fan whispered, instructing Sword Shadow, Qin Chu, protect little Ant well. He observed the 5 of them and suddenly exclaimed, I get it. The woman standing next to him was confused. Huh? Chi, he roared in fury, shouting, You insolent brat who doesn't know your place. He quickly drew his sword and shot like an arrow towards Lu Fan. Pay for my son's life. Die. At the same time, Ren Ying and Zai Shi also made their moves to support Qi He. Xun Shuo growled fiercely. Die. The man didn't hesitate, throwing an extremely powerful punch, but luckily, Lu Fan and Xiao Fei managed to dodge in time. At the same moment, Ren Ying drew her bow and aimed straight at Lu Fan. Facing this situation, he told Xiao Fei with a serious face to get ready. The system screen displayed the Jade Dragon, changing into its eternal form, Jade Dragon Bloodline. All skill effects are upgraded against the Dragon Tribe, and those with a shared bloodline grants immunity to all debuffs, and its self-regeneration ability increases by 5,000%. Eternal Protection generates a protective shield, defending all targets under the shield. The shield's damage absorption amount is determined by the Eternal One's health value and its own recovery ability. This sudden surge of power astonished Ren Ying. What? The next second, Lu Fan erupted with power and shouted, "If you want to kill me, then come at me, but instead, you massacred the innocent people of the Dragon Country. I will let you see with your own eyes. I will slaughter every single person under your Teje Kingdom." From a distance, Qi He rushed in like a flash. "You brat, you're about to die!" Just as he swung his sword, the screen appeared again. Piercing Sword Strike. The Wandering Sword Saint attacks the target once. The attack has a 90% chance to pierce the target, dealing double damage and rooting them for 3 seconds. He roared angrily, "You have some nerve to speak like that to the Lord of the Golden Nation." Suddenly, the attack had no effect at all, making him unable to believe he couldn't pierce through. Xun Shuo also quickly rushed into battle. "Get out of the way! Leave it to me!" Blood Prison Axe. Although his attack was just blocked, he became even more aggressive. Just a coward hiding in a shell. Blood. Prison Axe calls upon the totemic power of the Hellish Blood Axe, throwing the battle axe to deal 300% physical damage. 25% of the damage will be stored in the battle axe and added to the next attack. Not letting Xun Shuo get his way. His 2 axes were blocked by the claws of the fallen Saint Dragon. Its roar echoed everywhere while he was in disbelief. My attack was countered? Natural assimilation. Dragon Bone Flute summons the twin fallen Saint Dragons. The level of the Flying Dragon King and the user are the same. Unfortunately for them, the statement filled with contempt caught Lu Fan's attention. "Calling me a coward, huh?" As if provoked, he unleashed his energy. Sword Shadow, fall back and protect Little Ant. Lu Fan's undeniable command. Surprised Sword Shadow. Lu Fan. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification. Gate of Holy Light. The fallen Saint Dragon releases the energy of the Holy Mountain, opening the Gate of Holy Light, teleporting itself and all fallen corpse puppets to the target's location. The skill is not restricted by distance, domain, magic formation, or plane. Amidst the roars of the fallen Saint Dragon, Lu Fan waved his hand, concentrating a huge stream of power in the sky. "I will kill them." Fallen Corpse Manipulation allows control over all fallen corpse puppets converted by the fallen Saint Dragon, and they can be summoned or recalled at any time. The death and energy of the fallen corpse puppets will return to the fallen Saint Dragon. Lu Fan's stream of power quickly summoned the 9 Realms Demon. "As you command, Master." It seemed Xun Shuo was terrified by their overwhelming killing intent. What the hell is this? Even Ren Ying couldn't believe her eyes. He could actually bring the 9 Realms Demon out from the secret realm. The situation